On a lonely cliff, a dark castle looms against the twilight, and the grounds are stalked by leathery wings that keep flapping like a warning. Dean II Nosferatu, this man with a chilling name, steps up to Lyle II Carmen and says, "You did well to make it here." He'd known this moment was coming all along, but seeing that man in front of him, holy blade in hand, still slammed the weight of the world onto his chest. With a dramatic flourish and a bone-chilling laugh, Dean kicks off the act, and then he snaps. "Quit shaking, underling of the Elysium Temple, or tell me, are you not a hero?" He jabs a finger at you, contempt pouring off his face, then snaps, "You're holding your sword wrong and your stance is a mess." Lyle stands there, completely frozen in place, his face burning with raw shock and pure terror. "Come step forward, Lyle to Carmaine." Dean Nosferatu roars, and his voice cracks through the hall. "Lyle, I'm Dean Nosferatu, and I'll be your opponent with every last ounce of strength I've got." Lyle's hands shake hard around the hilt of his sword. "What's going on?" Dean taunts. "Are you scared?" The words finally snap Lyle out of his paralysis. But fury is the only thing that breaks through. "Forget courage," he yells, charging forward with a messy, out-of-control strike. Dean swipes the display away, spits, "This is bullshit, cut that out." Lyle drops to his knees, glares up like rage is burning his soul. What the hell is this stupid play? Tears spill down his face as he finally spits out the question that's wrecking him. "Why the hell do I have to kill you?" Dean's mocking fades, and all that's left is weary resolve, so he urges, low and urgent, "Hurry, Lyle, grab that sword, do it just like we practiced." Then a brutal ultimatum sparked their desperate charade. Elysium Temple ordered Lyle, the village chief, to kill the so-called superior Dark Lord, or else prove his people's loyalty with blood. This Dark Lord, this vampire lord, this Lord of Nosferatu, turns out it was none other than Dean himself. While they were plotting, Lyle snapped that Dean had never even touched blood. So Vampire Lord was a straight-up lie. Dean just smirked and said they needed to make it feel real. Dean's beginnings were a total mystery, even to Dean himself, because he wasn't human. But one day, a brand new being appeared out of nowhere and started roaming the world like it owned the place. His veins pumped magic at 10 billion times the strength of a human's, and it locked in a life with no aging and no disease. It was his lonely, mad experiments, mixing magic with his own blood, that sent terrified people whispering, calling him a vampire. That name turned into a curse overnight. An angry mob with torches and pitchforks stormed his doorstep and chased him out of his own home. For 50 long years, they hunted him like a monster, snatching every second of peace from his life. Then he stumbled on an abandoned castle, standing in the shadows like it had been waiting for him. He braced for nothing but fear, then, surprise, those nearby villagers welcomed him with shocking, carefree warmth. They pulled him in for a warm embrace, and the kids swarmed around him, curious as could be, no fear in sight. Then he stepped in as their teacher, and their shield, ready to protect them no matter what. For 150 long years, he basked in peaceful calm as the village's steadfast guardian deity. He finally found a family. Then the Shimon Bayou plague from the royal capital ripped it all apart. As the Elysium Temple thundered about salvation, it preached faith to the dying crowds. The death toll shot up into the tens of thousands. Still, one tiny village stood untouched, Dean's village wrapped in fear. The moment it hit, he clocked the disease instantly. And being immune, he seized control of the village's defense, slamming down strict quarantine rules and relentless hygiene measures. But the plague wouldn't let up. Then Lyle came barreling in, face carved with pure panic. His daughter fell deathly ill. Rage in her body. Her condition was dire, and those dark disease marks kept crawling across her small frame. Dean looked at Alice like she was family, his family, and he refused to let her die. He poured his mistal blood into her, and its purification magic tore the plague out of her body, then wiped it clean from the whole village. This miracle sparked the temple's malevolent gaze, locking onto it like a curse. They didn't show up thankful at all. They rolled in swinging accusations like it was war, twisting through ancient, hair-raising legends of a vampire lord. They strode in and declared Dean the real culprit behind the plague. They unleashed a vicious lie, but Fira's villagers stayed alive, trapped under the shadow of his dark magic. With a royal decree hanging over their heads, they forced Lyle into a no-win choice. Prove his village was innocent by grabbing a holy sword and killing the very person who saved him. And just like that, Dean cooked up their last, heartbreaking move. "Kill me," Lyle whispered, crushed to the bone. It was the only way to shield the village from the temple's wrath. If Lyle takes down the demon lord and becomes the hero everyone fears, the temple will trust him, and his people will finally live. Lyle's spirit shattered under the weight he couldn't escape. Then he begged, desperate to know what he could possibly say to his daughter. The girl who kept dreaming, One day she'd be Dean's bride. He dropped to his knees and begged his lord to flee, because one cruel fate was closing in. But there was no escape. The Lyceum Temple owned the ancient, powerful artifacts outright, and they were a wall even Dean couldn't break. And just like that, their time ran out. Right on cue, the Holy Knights of Elysium smashed through the doors, roaring to purge the demon lord. With a final, desperate scream, Lyle threw his whole weight into the swing and drove his sword forward. Dean pushed his performance all the way to the finish, laughing in his face and taunting the foolish Holy Knight till the very end. Steel tore through flesh, and just like that, the whole hall fell silent. Lyle froze in sheer terror, staring at the blade that had been driven straight into his lord's chest. Dean coughed hard, grimacing like it actually hurt, and then he rasped, "This seriously hurts." He pictured the family he'd finally found here, and the life that, somehow, had been more than enough for him. "I went through hell for you," he whispered to the weeping lion, "so don't waste a single bit." With his life slipping away, he still managed one final critique, exactly what you'd expect from the hero. It hurts like truly painfully hurts. Then it finally hit him. He wasn't immortal at all. With his final strength slipping away, he shoved Lyle to finish the act. "Go on, say something." Nothing, and then Lyle shot his bloodied sword up toward the knights. I, Carmen, listen to me." He roared, choking on tears he couldn't hold back as he declared, "I've vanquished you." As Dean collapsed, a single thought hit him hard. My part ends right here. Later, he launched his last, desperate play, an emergency backup plan to shove his soul into his bat familiar. But he misjudged how deep that wound really was. Death was closing in way faster than he ever thought. First, his mind transfer spell fizzled out, then flat out failed. Rage drained from him in an instant, and his body went icy as his blood spread across the stone floor. It was just another brutal failure in their life. He couldn't live in peace, and he couldn't keep the people he loved from getting dragged straight into fate's grip. As his mind shattered and sank into an endless, swallowing darkness, a deep, calm voice echoed out of the nothingness, steady as a heartbeat. "So, are you gonna reincarnate?" His voice cracked the truth. He'd met every condition, so now he could finally live again. A deal was sealed. And then, boom, you'll be reborn as a human. His final breath seized up the moment he saw Lyle crying over his broken, fallen body. He clung to Lyle's last words like a lifeline, until next time. And somehow those words hit him harder, like an unspoken promise was hanging in the air, twisting in his mind, but slipping just out of reach. Until on his 10th birthday, a dark-haired kid suddenly snapped back and remembered everything. How the reign of the superior demon lord had ended, and how his brand new life as an ordinary human boy was finally beginning. A faint voice drifts out of the distant past, demanding one earth-shaking question, like it's trying to change everything. Then the young man snaps awake from the dream, heart pounding as he wrestles with what it all meant. He hears that voice the second his past life shuts off. Climbing out of bed, he forces himself through the day like it's a brand new world he has to learn. 3 years ago, he finally clawed back the memories of his old self, Nosferatu. And since then, he's learned to live with the clash, stitching his present life to the one that was ripped away. First, he finally let it sink in. 13 years in this body, and the 200 years he'd lived in his old one. Yuki Grosseria is the Baron's second son, but by night he becomes Dean du Nasferu, the Lord of Nosferatu. He stares into the last moment of his life, knowing exactly how he tried to cheat death. After they killed him, he planned to shove his soul into his bat familiar, a vessel he'd painstakingly prepped by letting it drink his blood. But the spell completely flopped, and that brutal truth still stabs at the heart with despair. He wrestles with his own memory, trying to pull off a spell this complex for the very first time. While it's also his first death, and honestly, the failure feels like it was always waiting to happen. Right when his world started to blur and his consciousness slipped away, a mysterious voice cut through the void, asking if he wanted to be reborn. And right after that, fate ripped him from his old life and shoved him into a brand new human body. He stared out the window, stunned, wondering who pulled the strings behind his reincarnation, and how long he'd really been gone. Now he's dropped into a remote barony, miles from the royal capital, trading the chaos for a hushed life out in the countryside. Right here, they tucked him in as the illegitimate kid of the Grosseria family's head, living under one roof with George, his legit older brother, Zeros, and the little sister, Rumia. Because he wasn't born to the family's lawful wife, they said he'd never be a rightful heir, and that brutal verdict shoved him to rethink his whole future. So, does he choose a school and a normal life, or does he dive headfirst into the wild as an adventurer? But before anything else, he has one mission: figure out humans first. In his old life, he couldn't fit into human society. People chased him off as a monster, until the only role he could finally claim was guardian deity of a tiny village. And that one crushing failure sealed his fate and dragged him straight into downfall. Even now in this new body, he's still not fully human. His veins still pump missile blood from his vampiric lineage, and that's why his old abilities linger too. Eventually, his aging will stop for good. He decides that this time, he'll finally live as a human, leaning hard on his childhood memories to learn how to blend in so perfectly nobody notices. He'll unleash his magic and drive straight toward that goal. His thoughts get cut off the moment a tiny bat flutters in through the window. He muses that bats have always swarmed toward him, and that's exactly how he ended up branded the Lord of Vampires. Spotting his opening, he grins and launches into a full-on experiment. He pricked his finger and let one drop of missile blood fall, rich with raw magic power. He tells the creature, "Drink this and you'll become my kin, then you'll unlock wisdom beyond your wildest dreams." The bat snaps up the offer without even thinking twice. In a blink, the creature morphs, then it hops onto the windowsill like it can't contain itself, now talking in clear words. "Nice to meet you, master," it chirps. The experiment worked. Bose, newly awakened and buzzing with purpose, couldn't wait to prove he was finally here to help. Yuki tells them, "If you willingly take my blood, you become my valets." And it's not some sick control game. It's a power-sharing deal meant to benefit both of you. He turns to his brand-new familiar and asks where they can try out magic, maybe even where monsters might show up, and the bat points him straight to the mountain it calls home. It catalogs the local beasts, dark bears, night-screeching birds, and rage-fueled rabbits, but for Yuki, none of them can even touch him. A loud knock rattles the door. His sister Rumia is finally here. He tells the bat, "Hold on, later tonight you'll lead the way," and slips out fast. Rumia grins at him and chirps that it's officially time to eat. She peppers the air with non-stop chatter, firing off everything from her day, desperate to catch up with him all the way to the dining hall. When his calm silence makes her pout, she snaps that he needs to think harder about a woman's feelings, leaving him totally thrown. He simply offers her his hand, and together they surge forward, not stopping for anything. As they push through a drafty corridor, Romeo snaps that the wind is blasting them, and she blurts out the big question. Maybe the Lindbeer Magic Guild, where their brother S about to enroll, has some real magic that can fix all this. The guild is a legendary school reserved for royalty and upper-class nobles, where ancient, earth-shaking magic is taught to the chosen few. Yuki's hooked by the idea, but the moment ancient magic gets brought up, the Elysium Temple flashes in his mind, and he's praying he can stay far away from all that. Rumia snaps him back to reality and huffs that he better listen, because she's dying to tell him all about her studies. They kill the hours by drilling her poetry pronunciation, line by line, until it hits perfectly. Rumia tells everyone straight up, "Get the pronunciation wrong and the magic chance won't hit," so the words have stayed exactly the same for ages. This snaps Yuki right back to his old life, teaching the village kids, then he violently shoves the memory away. He realizes the throne room where he died wasn't a palace at all. It was basically just a classroom in disguise. Their sweet time together gets brutally cut short as they press toward the main building. Rumia wants to munch with him, but he shuts her down fast. He's got to head to his own dining hall while she goes to the one in the main building. He leans in and tells her he can't eat there with her, then makes it clear she shouldn't be selfish. Right in the middle of their conversation, a sharp voice cuts through the air and snaps everything to silence. Cackle Megan strides up and snaps at Yuki, telling him to know his place. Rumi points him out like, "That's the tutor Dad hired to drill those zeros for guild enrollment." Cackle smugly schools Yuki on social status like she's totally clueless. He starts lecturing on the ranking of intelligent monsters and species, then coldly places humans at the very bottom. Then he leans in and demands, "So what's the ranking inside a noble house?" Yuki calmly declares the chain of command. Dad first as the head, then Mom right after. Then he starts pointing them out. Zeros first, then Rumia, and last of all himself, Yuki Grosseria, right there at the bottom, labeled as the illegitimate child. He called out, cackled with bitter sneers, and declared that an illegitimate child had no right to carry the family name. Yuki stays stone still, showing nothing. No fear, no emotion, not a single crack. Rumia launches into the fight, leaping to Yuki's side and shouting that he's a real, bona fide member of the Grosseria family. Cackle glances over for a yes, but his older brother goes dead silent. Zero finally cuts in, snapping that it's unforgivable for a noble to share a table with an illegitimate child, because that kid is just like any commoner anyway. He coldly demands that nobles constantly know their place, and it hits Rumia like a punch to the chest. Yuki gently strokes his shattered sister's head, trying to calm the panic. He tells her to head to the dining room, and right as she obeys, he rips into the way humans obsess over social status. With a shattered heart, Rumi nods along, then slips out with her brother and his tutor. As they stride off, Yuki keeps her eyes locked on their backs until they vanish. Right before they're about to leave, Yuki shouts to the tutor, "Sir Cashel, can I ask one last thing?" When Yuki blurts out Elysium Temple, Cashel's face snaps with rage. He storms in and warns him not to say that name so carelessly. It's taboo. He blares, and the raw intensity hits Yuki like a punch, making him wonder how long it's been since he's felt anything like this. Cackle steadies himself, but you can still see the tremble in him. He snaps back to the question, and yeah, 20 whole years have already passed since Elysium was discovered. He tells Yuki that answer wasn't kindness, it was mercy, and warns that if anyone else asked the same question, they'd get hit with brutal consequences. As the man walks out, Yuki freezes, stuck in her thoughts, replaying this new truth over and over. Taboo, the world he's just awakened into still feels like a locked chest, mysteries hiding in every shadow. After she finished that simple meal, the young girl thanked him for the food, smiling through her words. Delicious, sure, but it was only the scraps left behind from the main building. Martha, the maid, rushes in to clear the table, assigned to take care of him, living apart from the main mansion. Through the window, he spots his younger sister, Rumia, out there with their father. She throws her hands wide and starts chanting, "Rulers of the light, hear me and shine." And right between her palms, a tiny orb of lanifists flares into existence as she shouts the spell's name. Their father, George Grosseria, breaks into applause and praises her for nailing the chant perfectly. Rumia tells you she's been training, even while she humbly admits that others can do way crazier things, yet her father still praises her dedication. Then he repeats the same spell, effortlessly blasting a way bigger, brighter sphere of light into existence, while the boy watches from a distance, realizing his sister's hard work is finally paying off. While Rumia stares in awe at her father's power, the boy's mind goes quiet and sharp, because the way fate hits and what it does hasn't shifted one bit from back then, and this heir's magic is exactly the same. Not stronger, not weaker. He crunches the numbers, 220 years since the Elysian's discovery. The realization hits like a punch. Did 2 full centuries really drag by since he died? The timeline snaps into place in his head. Back 20 years ago, the Elysian Temple was uncovered, and with it came ancient magics and strange relics. Then he died exactly 20 years later. Story time, 200 years have slammed by since he last stepped onto the earth. That realization crushes him with a wave of sorrow, because Lyle and Alice, his former companions, are gone for good. Now he flops onto his bed, trying to wrap his head around how messed up everything is. Because even after the common tongue evolved, the magic grammar and society's core system stayed exactly the same, and that just doesn't sit right with him. Even now, ancient magic is still a power only a chosen few can touch, reserved for the upper crust, and that's why his brother, Ketchel, is strutting into the magic guild like he owns the place. He glares at the ceiling, and a brand new resolve ignites in his chest. He has to uncover what really happened in the 200 years he vanished. A sudden thought hits him. Elysian Temple, the once proud beacon of knowledge, has fallen into disgrace and turned into a total taboo. So he decides the library in the main building is his only shot at answers. But there's a problem. Since he's an illegitimate child, he can't just waltz into the main building, and the last thing he wants is a run-in with his family. So yeah, he's going to need a plan. To make this plan work, he has to test his powers first. Then his stomach growls like a warning, forcing him to grab a real meal. Tonight's dinner was meatless again, so he shrugged off the usual routine and tackled everything at once. He'd test his magic while he hunted. First, he has to size up his own skills. Then he wipes away the fake status screen that usually flashes his name as Yukiguro Saria, labeling him a human with absolutely nothing special. Then he checks his real identity, Yukino Furitu. The power he's packing is on a whole other level, far beyond anyone's magic, and he has to keep that secret, because once he steps into school, those identity checks are mandatory. He darts over his skill list, float, conceal presence, ice magic, the follower contract, then nods like, yeah, this lineup's enough to pull off what he's about to do. He has a have, then it kicks in, lifts him off, and he rockets out the second-story window. The skill strips his weight to nothing, so he drops onto a tree branch without a sound, then vaults straight over the estate's towering fence. The guards still have no clue he's gone, while his hidden presence skill keeps ticking like a perfect stealth trick, and he knows he has to get back before morning hits. He slips into the surrounding forest darkness, racing beneath the night sky. He drops into a clearing and locks eyes with a giant, bat-like monster that's been waiting for him. Then he asks the familiar to lead him to a quiet spot where he can hunt and hone his magic in peace. His brand-new follower, this weird creature, demands his master's name, and when he introduces himself as Yuki, it hits him. The creature has no name of its own. At the creature's begging, he finally grants it a name, Dick. That name belonged to an old friend, someone who felt like a father to him in his past life. A flashback hits hard. Right then, the same man in his mind begs him to look after his son, Lyle. He slams the painful memory out of his mind and locks onto the hunt. Then, moments later, he spots his prey, a massive horned rabbit. Yuki leans in and whispers, clocking how the creature tenses up, and he remembers. Those horns and kicks look harmless, but they pack deadly power. He has zero interest in close quarters fighting. Tonight, he's running a magic experiment. He weighs every move in his head. Fire blasts too bright, wind screams too loud, so he locks in on what he does best, ice magic. Like he was whispering an incantation into the night, he threw out a freezing net. Cold tendrils of ice burst up from the ground and snap out from the nearby trees, grabbing the rabbit in an instant and locking it solid where it stands. The creature gets dragged into captivity, pinned in place with not a squeak to its name. So Yuki grins and proves his magic works flawlessly. It's built for stealth and traps, crawling through the dark with zero light and zero sound, so the prey never hears it coming. He stalks up to the still animal, whispers a heartfelt apology, and then ends its suffering. As he drains the blood from his catch, his familiar's Dick swells with awe at his master's raw power. Yuki brushes off the praise like it's nothing but simple magic, but Dick won't let it go. He swears that up in the mountains, where you're fighting to survive, the dead quiet, nobody notices kind of magic is the strongest there is. That comment flips a new memory into place. This time, the ancient magic of the Elysian temple. He remembers a temple priest slicing through an entire bandit crew with one brutal, world-shaking strike. He sinks into thought and realizes it. His ice magic is a watered-down, simplified version, built to work fast without needing a long, drawn-out setup. But the Elysian temple's ancient magic was on a whole different beast. Brutal combat spells you could throw again and again, fast, with zero magical cost. So that's exactly why he refused to fight them. A heavy regret crashes in. If only he'd used stronger magic back then, Lyle never would have been forced to take his life. He slams that thought aside and locks onto the moment. Because in this world, even ant magic gets run by the Magic Guild. It's a cold crew of nobles who sneer at common folk, and he wants no part of that whole twisted institution. Just as his thoughts start to race, Dick swoops back in, flapping those wings like crazy, because his allies have tracked down an even bigger rabbit. But Yuki's jaw drops. He had no clue the familiar came with backup. Suddenly, the forest explodes with rustling leaves and thunderous wing flaps. A massive swarm of bats crashes into the clearing and traps him in the middle, and Dick beams with pride as he blurts out that he wanted all of them to see his master's greatness. The bats swore their loyalty to him, handing over dominion of the entire mountain, and every secret buried within it. Yuki strokes his new follower's head, grinning like he can't believe it. You're an awesome follower, Dick. The timing is razor sharp. While an army of eyes and ears watches the mountain, he'll plant his flag there and make it his base of operations. He orders Dick to pluck a few bats out of the swarm and turn them into his personal contacts. They'll sound the alarm the second any terrifying monster, or any trespassing intruder, steps into their territory. And when a real threat finally rears its head, he unleashes his full power without mercy. Once his skills are proven and his network is locked in, he barks the command. Bring him to the next target. He takes a beat to size up everything at his disposal. Missile blood, float seal, ice magic, and even his follower contract. And yeah, he's got the firepower to use it all. Meanwhile, he doubles down on his game plan, using those powers from the shadows while still trying to keep up the act of being a normal human. He stared into the pitch-black forest, wondering how much more he could still pull off before dawn swallowed the night. Now the plan is finally moving. This hunt is only the warm-up for his real mission. Bust into the main building and dig up the truth behind the last 200 years. Right as the young boy closes in on the estate gates, a razor-sharp voice slices through the air, shouting at him to explain what the hell he's doing there. It's his tutor, Sir Catchell, glaring at him with pure disdain, and the boy Yuki clocks him instantly, annoyance sparking in his eyes the moment he realizes he's been caught. A sly smirk snapped onto his face, because this showdown was exactly what he'd been waiting for. When they press him, Yuki just smiles and calmly admits he was only out there hunting. A maid offers to cook his catch for him, but he snaps that he'll handle it himself. Cackle erupts in rage, spins on his heel, and blasts the boy for being selfish, snapping that Yuki lives far from the main mansion with barely anything to eat. Like that, luxury is something he has no right to touch. He declares that when a servant hunts, the prey must be hauled straight to their master. Then he slams Yuki as an illegitimate child, like he's practically a servant too. Yuki fires back with a cold, unshakable glare that doesn't blink. He shrugs off the turret and declares he'll get the meat processed, then tries to stride past, but Kill slams the way shut and yells that he's not done yet. The shouting snaps the attention of a giant man clutching an axe. He yells over the chaos, and it's Yuki's father, Lord George, whose face lights up the second he sees his son. Sir Ketchel rushes in and snaps that Yuki's crossed the line, then insists the kid is only keeping the prey for himself. Lord George just sizes up the catch, 2 big rabbits, and then snaps that because Yuki snagged them, they're his fair and square. He pats his son's head and lavishes praise on his incredible achievement. Yuki clings to this warmth, because in his past life he'd never had a father, and now he's falling for this noble warrior who somehow still stops to praise him. As Lord George tries to warn the kid about the mountain's dangers, Cashel cuts in fast, brushing off his skill like it doesn't mean a thing. He flips to Lord George and fires back, questioning why anyone would praise an illegitimate brat's selfish ways instead of laying into him. The tutor leans in and reminds the Lord of their agreement, right when it matters. Because Cackle busted his back trying to help Lord Zero get into a magician's guild, Lord George had to stay out of it and let him teach his way. No meddling, no interference. After admitting he messed up, Lord George blurts an apology for his lack of discipline. Right as Catchall snaps that he'll walk out of his post and head straight back to the royal capital if this keeps up. Seizing the moment, Yuki strides up to his father and hands him the rabbits like they're the perfect gift. To repay the kindness, he didn't ask for much, just one thing, permission to enter the library. He puts on humble manners and admits, just like Sarcatchel warned, that he's got to own his position and cover up what he doesn't know. Deep down, he knows every move is landing right on schedule, exactly like he planned. He had planned every second of the encounter, knowing Keckle would come after him, and that his father would be waiting nearby, right on schedule during training to watch it all go down. Canard, Lord George grins and gives the green light, then practically bullies the reluctant Sarcatchel into signing on too. Now that his mission was done, Yuki strides into the mansion with unstoppable confidence. The butler, Neil, intercepts him and snaps the news. Lord George has already laid out the whole situation. Neil is a battle-worn retainer who fought beside Psyche's father when the war first broke out, and he's carried that grit into his youth and beyond. As Yuki storms toward the library, he realizes his cackle is gone, and Neil fires off a sharp wry remark, basically calling the tutor hopeless. Inside the library, Neil leans in and tells them the shelves may be small, but the collection hides some genuinely valuable treasures. Yuki asks the butler for a book on the kingdom's history, and the guy is stunned when Yuki breezes through the old, buried text like it's nothing. Neil jabs at the volume, but the moment Yuki reaches for it, the bookshelf's glass door snaps shut, locked tight as can be. Neil's left stunned. He's dead sure he already unlocked it. A faint, magical sigil flickers on the lock like it's coming alive. Yuki gets it instantly. Sir Cackle's petty revenge is right there, and it's brutal. Realizing every complaint would get him nowhere and only drag the family through humiliation, he slips away, leaving Yuki standing there alone. All alone, Yuki wrestles with this mind-blowing thought. Why would people use magic just to stop someone from reading a book? Cornered with no way out, he snatches up a tiny dagger and slashes his own finger. He steels himself and unleashes Mistel blood, hacking a brutal technique that lets him smash a spell by pouring it full of his own magically charged blood. It's the exact same trick he used back then to drive the Shinmobu disease out of Alice. He kicks off the spell's breakdown, scrambles its power feed, and starts hacking straight through its defenses. With one last blast of raw power, he crushes the spell for good. The magical lock slams to the ground, shattered. Now the path is finally wide open. Sometime later, Neil bursts in with tea, and there's Yuki, completely locked in on that book. Right as the butler strides in, his gaze snaps to the smashed magic tool, still shoved on the shelf upside down, like Yuki threw it there in a panic. Yuki shrugs it off and says, like it's no big deal that even his respected tutor slips up sometimes. Neil remembers getting hit by that same brutal spell on the battlefield, so vicious it took 3 magicians just to break it, and he's sure it was Cackle's doing. When Yuki asks if he hates the tutor, Neil just clears his throat, then snaps to a new topic like he's dodging a bullet. An hour drifts by, and Yuki snaps the book shut like it's done with her. He's just uncovered the Elysium Temple, an ancient, legendary organization that rose to fame by turning powerful old magical artifacts into deadly weapons. He's left speechless, staring at the empty space, baffled at how a force that big could vanish without a trace. Their downfall all started the moment they stepped into a war between kingdoms and meddled where they didn't belong. This victory should have been a lock, but the moment the war erupted, their mighty magical weapons suddenly died, like something had cut the power out of thin air. They got rendered completely defenseless, and the kingdoms they tried to sway turned around and struck their temple anyway. Their new enemies crushed the Elysium Temple, and the place that held a mountain of magical items got wiped out, its treasures swallowed by history. Lying on his bed, Yuki stares at the ceiling and lets this revelation hit him like a punch. He can't stop thinking about the lost era of convenient magic, and how brutally stupid humanity was to let that kind of power vanish. The history book flat out proved the temple was destroyed, but it never once admitted the villagers were terrified. Alice's thoughts slammed into his mind. But then it clicks. If he wants the next level of answers, he has to ride straight to the royal capital. That capital is packed with bigger libraries and sharp historians, people who might actually know the village and everything about its people. He jolts upright, scanning his choices like they might save his life. First, he could give up his spot as the family's head and enroll in a school in the capital, learning this whole new world while keeping his immortality secret as a roaming adventurer. His second move, bolt right now to scour the ruins of Fira village, praying he'll stumble on Alice's descendants. A brilliant idea hits him. He'll juggle both, dig into what happened to the village and still keep up with school. Right when he decides to talk it out with his father, a loud commotion outside yanks his attention away. A red post carriage just rolled up to the estate like trouble on wheels. Down below, his father's voice rips through the air, demanding he come down, right now. Lord George towers beside a grinning Sir Cackle and announces big news for the Zeros, while Yuki watches in stunned curiosity. Sir Cackle's ridiculously upbeat attitude totally throws Yuki for a loop, because it clashes hard with the cold, disapproving vibe he's used to. The boy's dad leans in and spills it all. This wild excitement has a reason. Big news just landed about Yuki's older brother, Zeros, and it came straight from the prestigious Linbell Magician Guild. When Yuki guesses that Zeros is just some overconfident apprentice, Zeros snaps him down fast, wearing smug superiority like armor. He bursts with pride and declares that his power demo will be witnessed by none other than Her Royal Highness, the 8th Princess, Iris Tuor Rischa. Turns out the princess isn't just sitting there. She's there as the Magician Guild's representative, stepping in to personally judge Zero's skills before she even takes the path to becoming an apprentice herself. Yuki stares at the absurdity of royalty showing up at a tiny barony. Then Sir Keikyo cuts the confusion clean in half. Zero's isn't just picking up common magic. He's getting scouted for the forbidden, ancient magic that could change everything. This rare honor comes straight from Cashel's relentless letters of recommendation, because the guild's most secret division won't even open its doors unless you have magical aptodia skills, and only the prince herself has that power, so she's the perfect arbiter for Zero's test. This whole setup was engineered just to test how far Zero's potential can really go. Keckle's voice snaps into icy command as he whips around to Yuki, ordering the boy to haul himself to his room during the princess's visit, and sneering that he shouldn't even breathe anywhere near her. While Yuki's father snaps in protest at this cruelty, Kak barrels forward anyway, goading Zeros to prove he's got power over his filthy little bastard brother. In the tense silence that follows, you can practically feel the deep crack in the family widening. Yuki sits there in silence, stuck on his brother, this kid he can't force himself to hate, because he looks exactly like their father, right down to the details of his legal wife. But once Zeros rallies behind Cashel, his conviction spreads like wildfire. He snaps that someone like Yuki, a commoner's child, is unforgivable and has zero right to be seen anywhere near the royal bloodline. With a final rage-fueled order, Zero demands that Yuki stays locked out of sight on the designated day. Stunned out of his mind, his brother watches you nod along with a radiant, real smile. Right now, inside his chest, only relief echoes. He has zero urge to wade into the messy politics and headaches of royalty. He sinks into memories of his old life, where everything felt simple and warm, until this aristocratic mess throws him into pure drama. With his hands clenched together, Yuki blurts out his plan, promising he'll draw the curtains so the princess can't spot him. He even offers to crash at the town's inn, or take off on a journey, anything to calm their nerves. His father jerks his gaze away in pure shame, and it guts him to watch his son get treated like trash. Zach's cheerful yes hits the wrong note. Zero's misreads it as sarcasm and detonates with full-blown rage. Yuki may be broken by the years, but she's completely sincere, pushed by a burning need for the family she never got in her past life. He blurts it out straight, saying he couldn't care less about the guild or the princess, and he just wants to be helpful, not some shame walking around in their family. He nods like everything's fine and wishes his brother luck, but those calm words only slap gasoline on Zero's rage. Are you really underestimating me? Zero roars, pride shattered, and he snaps that Yuki is looking down on him, like he can't forget that illegitimate label. Their father tries to step in, but Zero's is completely out of control. He whips around to his father and demands the chance to prove, right to Yuki, just how brutally powerful ancient magic really is. Sir Cackle snatches the moment and slaps it on Yuki as a necessary lesson, determined to beat the value of ancient magic into her. Their father reluctantly caves and decides to size up Zero's power himself. He yanks out his practice sword and loudly declares a mock battle. Yuki is told to stand watch while his father and brother gear up for combat, while Ketchel plays judge. The moment the duel kicks off, everything changes. Yuki locks in her gaze as Zero's carves glowing runes right through the air. With just one word of command, power surges in, and suddenly everything falls silent. This body enhancement spell crushes the limits of normal magic. It goes way beyond anything conventional. Zero's rockets forward with blinding speed, slamming his way in and making his way bigger father scramble on the defensive. Yuki instantly clocks the massive power gap. Regular magic only gives a tiny push, but this ancient technique has turned Zero's into a whole new level of unstoppable. Even with the pressure on, their father still praises Zero's skill. Zero's pride ignites as he declares that this is the true power of ancient magic. He whips around to Yuki, smirking. This is my power, you don't even have the mind to comprehend it. As Yuki watches the duel, it finally clicks. This kind of magic is way too dangerous to let the public get their hands on, and his father is barely holding his ground thanks to decades of brutal combat experience. Intrigued, Yuki stares at his brother's hand, moves in his mind, convinced ancient magic isn't a spell at all, it's a whole language. He copies the gesture, and the moment he does, a blazing crest flares on his palm. A scorching heat rages through his body as a massive power erupts from deep inside his soul. For one razor-thin second, it's like the real him snaps back, Demon Lord Nosferatu. As soon as he clocks the danger of his transformation getting uncovered, he knows he has to bolt before it all collapses on him. Yuki blurts that he feels sick, then whips around and bolts off the training grounds, shocking everyone who's watching. Zero's, still powered up by magic, barrels forward and demands Yuki stop, right there, and watch him unleash his full power. Still, to his total shock, he can't close the gap. No matter how hard he tries, he just can't catch up. Yuki yanks free from him and rockets away at impossible speed, even with that magical boost still fueling him. Just like that, Yuki disappears from sight, and Zero is left standing there, frozen in stunned silence. Locked inside the manor, Yuki gasped for air, eyes glued to the sigil on his hand as it faded away. He crumples to the floor, mind spinning from one nightmare question. How the hell did he summon ancient magic just by drawing its crest? A wild symbol burns bright on the back of his hand, and he freezes, staring in disbelief. Then a power from somewhere foreign surges up inside him, hitting like something he's seen before and still terrified him. A brutal surge of power crashes over him like a tidal wave, and terror hits as the truth dawns. His old self is back. The Lord of Nosferatu is returning. Elsewhere, Lord Zero stood shoulder to shoulder with his tutor, Sir Cackle, and kept pressing him, because what they just witnessed didn't add up. Sir Cackle couldn't believe Yuki had pulled off ancient magic, the kind that demands a steady, internal flow of magical power, something only a rare few are even able to access. Cackle leans in and reassures the young lord, saying that since even Zero's just recently started getting a handle on that boosted magic, there's no way you can master it perfectly yet. So in a mock battle, Zero's will steamroll you. Zero stays on edge, fist jammed at his side, and admits that sometimes he feels like beating Yuki is impossible. Cackling with a smirk, he trash-talks the boy's fear, swearing that the moment Zero's finally shows his real power, that bastard Yuki won't be a problem anymore. Zero lowers his gaze, and a cold edge hardens across his face as he finally accepts what his tutor just said. From a nearby window, Yuki watches them pull away, lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding, because that was way too close. The tension snaps out of him, and he drops hard to the floor, drained to the bone after that brutal confrontation. He stares at the symbol burning out on his hand, totally stunned. He can't wrap his head around it because all he did was draw that crest, and somehow it still cranked the powerful spell to life. A jolt of his past life hits. He remembers slicing his own finger just to jot memos on his hand or on parchment, and old Buddy Lyle used to crack up, calling him a vampire for it. With the past rattling loose in his head, Yuki steels himself and vows to dig deeper into this ancient magic. He bursts through the open window into the next room, only to slam into the sight of Martha, his childhood friend, right in the middle of changing her clothes. He bows his head right away, swamped by embarrassment, apologizing for barging in so suddenly. Martha lets out a breath of relief, because it was him, and her loyalty to Lord Yuki never wavers. She tells you that the moment her mother got sick and had to quit her job, it was Lord Yuki who went to his father and made sure she got a job with the barony. Yuki refused to walk away from them. There was no way she could abandon them. He remembers the barony used to be a lot kinder back then, before Sir Cackle showed up, and now he can't stop worrying that taking care of him might have turned into too heavy a burden for her. Martha shakes her head and tells him, "I'm done with that main mansion. I just love your visits, especially with my mom." Then she spots a chilling coincidence. Every time Lord Yuki shows up, her mother's health starts climbing back like clockwork. Yuki cuts the idea off instantly, snapping to Martha that he's never once seen her as a servant. To him, she's not just some girl. She's his own friend, living right there in the mansion with him, and he's told that exact truth to her and her mother over and over again. He shifts the conversation and asks her straight up if she has anything to say about him sneaking through her second-floor window. So she smirks at him and teases, "I know exactly how incredible you are." She smiles at the memories. Back when she was a total crybaby, he'd whip out magic to chase off every bug, and then quietly patch up that burn on her hand like it was nothing. He demands she keep those things secret, and she nods along, until Riley blurts out the truth. He wasn't protecting her, he was straight up peeping while she was changing. Dodging the moment, he flashes a grin and praises her stunning hair. Right then, his father barges into the room and snaps that Yuki shouldn't have to sweat staying at the Town's Inn, just because the Royal Highness is in town. Yuki tells them it was his own idea, just like the Magicians Guild instructed. Then he tells his father and Martha to stop worrying. Overcome by emotion, his father yanks him into a crushing hug and blurts out apologies, calling himself a fool and admitting he put his own son through something like this. Yuki's completely stunned when they suddenly hit her with a full-on burst of affection. In his old life, it was always his job to step in and soothe everyone else. But once someone finally holds him close, he realizes comfort doesn't feel so bad after all. He'd never had parents at all. Now he's got a whole family. His father, sister Rumia, and brothers Zeros and Martha. And honestly, that alone makes him grateful he got reincarnated as a human. He rushes to thank his father, and his voice cracks as he assures him, "I'll be okay." His father tells Martha to look after him, and she solemnly swears she'll do it. That night, Sir Ketchel catches Zeros sulking by candlelight, still trapped in his head over what happened to Lord Yuki. Castle keeps hammering the same claim, that only the chosen can wield ancient magic, and Yuki's not one of them. While Zeros nods along, but you can still feel his doubts gnawing at him. Cackle grins at the Baron's reaction, and you can tell his dad's way more focused on Yuki's safety than anything else. Ketchel swears this is the smoking gun, proof Yuki is scheming to steal Zero's rightful place. And right when it lands, Zero clenches his fist, fury roaring without a single word. Cockle drives home the pressure, shooting a warning at the Zeros not to ignore what's coming. He spins a sharp story. Yuki slowly wins over the servants one by one, turning them into his allies, the classic aristocrat move to seize control. He cranks up the boys' paranoia, snarling that it's unforgivable for a bastard to claw at control of the family that raised him. Then he palms Zeros' only ally, promising they'll finally smash Yuki with the real, superior power of the air. A rattled Zeros instantly blurts that he trusts Sir Cackle. No hesitation. Cackle flashed a grin and admitted, "Yeah, my body can't wield magic, but I've still earned your trust." Then he whips out an amulet, traps the Zeros into holding it, and makes them chant a bone-chilling mantra. "Yuki Grasseria is my enemy. Zeros' receipts are everywhere, and his voice is shaking as he faces me, because this common enemy is one I have to take on." With hatred rooted deep in his chest, Cashel leans in and tells him straight, Yuki can't beat him. The very next day, Neil the butler sprints in with a message and hands it straight to Yuki. Starting tomorrow evening, that nearby mountain gets locked down tight, because it's been picked as the test site for Her Royal Highness, and she's arriving in just 5 days. Furious that his plans to test ancient magic got crushed, Yuki decides he's slipping out of the mansion that very night. Back in his room, he paces and stares at the puzzle of his own power, trying to figure it all out. His brother unleashes ancient magic, chanting like a storm and carving a glowing crest into the air. Still, Yuki just drew the crest on his hand. No chant, no hesitation, and blasted out a boosted spell so strong it shook the air, and now he has to figure out why. He remembers the real punchline. Ancient magic hits way harder, 3 times more power and way less energy burned than regular magic. The moment he etched the crest, his body went unnaturally weightless, giving him the power to trade blows toe-to-toe with his seasoned veteran father. And right then, he decides to kick off an experiment. First, he sketches the crest onto parchment with trembling ink, but nothing ignites, no light, no magic. Then he presses a pen to the page and paints the exact same crest, using nothing but his own blood. The magic hits, his body surges weightless, and he rockets forward with blinding speed. And just like that, it hits hard for around 10 minutes. Then the power slips out of existence and vanishes. He finally clocks it, the blood is the key. As he drains the magic, the crest on his hand crumbles away, ticking down like a countdown timer. It had to be his missile blood driving everything. He calls up a status screen, and the proof hits instantly. Mistel blood blasts onto the list as ancient magic capable among his skills. The truth hits him like a punch, then it clicks. When he died in his past life, an ancient holy blade drove into him, and that's exactly when he must have awakened this new skill. As everything finally clicks into place, the holy sword is drenched in his blood the second he dies. Then reincarnation hits, and now, since he's still tied to that ancient blade, his own blood wakes up with the power to wield ancient magic. Seriously, the discovery hooks him. He thought this era's people would have built their whole culture around artifacts that powerful, but nope, they vanished. And now the Magician's Guild has their secrets locked away for good. For one breath, he lets himself dream of mastering this power and forging a better world, one that finally feels safe and comfortable. But he snaps it down fast, shutting that fantasy out cold. He used to be a demon king in his past life, but now he's nothing more than an illegitimate kid. Yet one obsession burns in him, figuring out humans. So he decides to hand the fate of the world over to them, praying his brother will rise up and become a true great magician. Hearing Martha and his sister outside, fired up about the dinner he cooked, peace finally settles over him. Reincarnated into a new family, and even this one still hits him harder than he expected. All he wants is a quiet life, but deep down he can't shake this crushing fear. His old life is coming back for him, and it won't let him go that easily. When he realizes he overslept, the young man barrels into the woods with a determined grin blazing on his face. He planned to fire up his research at midnight, but after crushing Martha's incredible pancakes, he crashed into a full food coma. So with the mountain off limits in the afternoons, the only shot he's got is the morning. Deep in the forest shadows, he roars for his familiar, a massive bat-like beast that swoops down from the sky, and when it lands, it bows like he's its master, then tells him the others are already waiting. At its call, a monstrous swarm of bats erupts from the trees, shrieking like they own the night as they flood the air. He gives the gesture a quick nod, then snaps at his familiar to scatter them, because he refuses to let that weird crowd bring trouble. Now that the smaller bats are standing guard, he finally gets to work, sure they'll watch over him while he runs his experiments. He snaps back to the experiment he started in the mansion, pouring all his focus into the crest etched on his hands. Then he fires the spell off, chanting like his life depends on it, and the power surges to X2. He taps the ground with a light stomp, testing what happens. The change hits instantly, massive and violent, bursting into a crushing shockwave that tears straight through the clearing. He shoves off, and the whole world turns into a blazing blur, way faster than he ever expected, his senses getting slammed as the scenery streaks past. Braving that terrifying speed, he digs in his heels and decides to test just how high he can jump. He launches forward, leaps through the air, and for one wild second he's airborne, just hanging there like he's weightless. That feeling hits him like an old memory, like he's soaring through the sky with magic again, from a life he's already lived. He sinks into deep thought about what his power really is, and it hits him. Unlike his brother, who chants and can juggle only one ancient spell at a time, his abilities work in a totally different way. By slicing through multiple Mistel blood crests at once, he unleashes spell after spell simultaneously, with none of the limits everyone else has to deal with. A jolt of excitement hits his researcher's soul as he imagines what could happen if he uses 3 crests at the same time. His ambition blasts past what his body can handle. One try, and brutal pain rips through him. He drops to the ground and can't move his legs because that kind of strain is way too much for a 13-year-old's body. 10 minutes later, the spell's grip finally loosens, and when the last aftershock fades, he's wiped out but starting to breathe again, right as his worried familiar comes rushing in. A wild new idea sparks in his head, and he decides to test the crest on his buddy Dick, though Dick hesitates hard, like he already knows trouble is coming. After he inks the crest onto the creature's wing, he tests it, and confirms it doesn't feel a single ounce of pain. But before he can wipe it out, the bat gets slammed by a sudden surge of power and rockets into the sky at breakneck speed. The boy bellows a warning, reminding his familiar that its speed is anything but easy to tame, while the creature shrieks with pure thrill, gloating that even its sound waves have gotten stronger. It's blown away by the insane power its master unleashes. That hits the boy like a punch to the gut. If his bats can tap into this power, then the Magician Guild is probably yanking the same ancient magic behind the scenes. He remembers their official rule. For commoners, magic is just a pastime, and pushing it any farther is way too dangerous. Once his experiments were done, he bolted for home before he ran late for breakfast, and got roasted by Martha's scolding. Right when he's drifting off, dreaming about leftover syrup, his familiar suddenly chirps that it spotted people nearby. It says it spotted a pack of people going after the wild beast's dark bears, and the boy shrugs it off, treating them like clueless trespassers who have no idea what they're stepping into. He kept firing the same familiar questions, and it looked like he didn't care at all. It hits him all at once. This mountain is where his brother's test is supposed to happen, and if they find bodies, the whole exam gets delayed, then Sir Cackle's fury is coming straight for him with no escape. That nerve-wracking thought hits him like a spark, and he bolts straight for the unprepared group at full speed. Deep in the forest, a desperate fight rages. Thick armor guy shoves a young woman to run from a hulking dark bear, but his teammate refuses to abandon her. Then the young princess finally realizes the safe, mountain map is a lie, and her guardian snaps that the only way out is to smash straight through the beast's ranks. The older warrior steps forward like living bait, shouting to the princess to lock in her magic. As he charges the bear, she snaps into her incantation, and her hands blaze with raw power. She rips into her spell, and the ground explodes with a roaring wave of lava. That ancient magic's flame blast erupts and swallows the beast whole. For a second, it almost feels like it's working. Then the dark brass blares to life, roaring in raw, raging fury. The earth beneath them instantly gives way under the beast's brutal power, and their danger spikes to a whole new level. Her instincts scream as more beasts come closing in, and the princess stares, stunned, and whispers, "Wait, this zone was supposed to be safe." But right in front of them, a level C dark bear prowls all the same. Her guardian pushes her forward, then the road ahead suddenly gets snatched away. Then out of nowhere, a second dark bear slinks from the trees, sneaking up on both sides. One of the bears lashes out and smacks the princess so hard, she stumbles and spins away, stunned. She gasps, struggling for breath after that hit just knocked the air clean out of her. Her party gets boxed in from every side. The blow ripped the words right out of her throat, silencing her magic. Now she can't cast a single spell, and her guardian shatters her name in pure, helpless despair. Even with a bear looming over her, she grips her chest tight, eyes blazing with pure resolve, because she still has to finish the duty waiting for her. In a split second of blinding speed, a shadow snaps in and steps between them. The bear jerks back hard, totally startled by the sudden burst of movement. A calm voice slices through all the chaos, warning that if you step into these mountains unprepared, you're asking for disaster. Just moments after saving her, the young boy sweeps the princess into his arms, holding her tight like nothing in the world can take her away. Racing so fast you can barely track him, he blurts out that the dark bears are in full breeding season, and that their territory is dangerously unforgiving. He orders his fellow bats to help the old man, then locks in on protecting the princess himself. The fight suddenly flares back to life. The old warrior throws himself into battle with the bats, stunned by how viciously they fight, while the princess gapes in shock, because she knows regular bats could never survive creatures this terrifying. The boy blurts out, "Do you still have magic left?" And she nods hard, sealing the truth she's got power left. He tells her to fire off her flame spell one more time, then leans in and says he wants to study it up close, right before he disappears from her sight. Shocked by his insane speed, she snaps back to focus, steals her nerves, and starts chanting. The boy charges straight at the bears, his sword slicing through the air like a silver blur. He nails a perfect hit, and one of those hulking beasts suddenly freezes mid-step. He murmurs a command, and with a flash freeze, icy magic explodes from the wound he just carved open. The moment the bear steps forward, jagged ice snaps around it like a trap. The princess snaps to it, his plan clicks. Then he slips past the bear's thick, magic-resistant hide by jamming ice magic straight into its body. She can't help but wonder if her insane magic is even needed at all. The boy finally admits that the dark bear is a monster he can't take lightly. He whips his gaze to her, eyes blazing with academic curiosity, and demands she land the finishing blow with her ancient magic, right where he can watch it happen in real time. And obeying, she blasts another devastating Ifrit's flame straight into the chaos. Then the boy screams at his allies to back off and get out of the blazing inferno. The forest erupts in flames, and all that's left of their attackers are smoldering, charred husks. They made it, now the princess and her guardian can finally let out one huge, shared sigh of relief. The old man blurts out endless thanks to the boy for saving them, stunned by the raw power he just witnessed. Then the boy just shrugs it off, admitting that he got something out of it too, because watching her magic changed him. The princess watches in silence, and a chilling thought hits her. Could this be just another test waiting to ruin her? But as he spins around, the boy freezes dead in his tracks. He locks eyes with her, and this intense wave of déjà vu hits him like he's met her before. He can't shake it, no matter what he tries. This girl looks exactly like Alice, the same person from his far-off past. The armored man snaps his voice through the quiet woods, right on cue. Outsiders, the locals already know to stay away from the dark bear's nest. Blushing hard, the young man blurted out that they'd been led astray, then begged, "Don't blame the princess." A tutor from the house of Grossisha, Kachelmejan, had insisted this place was safe. His young noblewoman companion studies him with sharp, thoughtful eyes. That man, he needs to think before he moves. 1 second longer and the whole test would have crashed. Seeing through his act, she leans in and presses him hard. "So tell me, can it be that you are?" He insists he's just a normal huntsman. Then she snaps right back, demanding to know how an ordinary huntsman could possibly know magic. He just nods along, and she lets the act slide for now. "Whoa, that's some serious skill. You're so sharp with your logic," she fires back. "And with that, you could waltz right into the Magician's Guild. So you've got to be staff there, right?" Right, once she realizes their cover's blown, she snaps into a real introduction. "My name's Clara. This time I'm helping plan the test course, and I'm Burns, the princess's escort." They drop the truth right away. They're casing the area for a Magician Guild test that's set to go down in just a few days. Burns shot the boy a grateful look, then demanded he keep their presence locked down from the locals, because he refused to let anything spark a commotion. Right before they split, they lean in and demand, "What's your name?" Clara steps up, holds out a tiny jingling trinket, and says, "Please take this as our thanks, but we need to know the name of our savior." He tries to dodge it, pushing the idea that the hunter should swap their spoils for cold cash instead. Clara snaps back softly, saying the dark bear's corpses were burned to ash, so there's nothing left to trade, and then she pushes the item into his hands anyway. He lets out a soft sigh, then snaps his fingers around the little token. "Thank you so much." Clara leans in and pours out her real, heartfelt thanks, because without you, we wouldn't have made it out alive. As he watches her, a wave of déjà vu slams into him. She looks exactly like the daughter of that foolish man he used to know. He promises to escort them straight to their carriage at the base of the mountain, then calmly vows his bats will sweep the area for any sign of danger. Later, once they're safe inside their carriage, Burns can't stop staring at the boy's talent. How can someone that young pull off moves like that? And after all of it, the only thing he accepts is your hair clip. Clara grips the tiny item like it's her lifeline, her mind replaying that battle. How his courage burned, how his precision carved through danger, and how he ended the monster in one glorious strike to its vital spot. She can't stop wishing she could stand beside someone that capable. Burns can't help but point out that landing the princess's most trusted night spot is the kind of dream almost everyone longs for. Clara stares out the window, trapped in her own thoughts, praying against all odds that she'll catch a glimpse of her mysterious lifesaver again. Her mind snaps back to the official pick, Zero's Grosseria, and she can't stop wondering if he's the same kid who's supposed to join the guild, because the description she got doesn't line up with the boy she just met. The recommendation letter from Sir Cashel painted him as a truly well-mannered noble, blue-eyed, blonde-haired, and full of grace. Burns blurts out his own doubts, telling her that Sir Cacalazero's father might not be telling the truth and that his words could be way off. Clara shuts it down. Whoever that boy in the forest was, Sir Kachel still endangered the princess by ignoring the other skills, and Clara decides he has to be kicked out of the guild. She decides to dig deeper into the Grossidia barony, convinced that the boy she met is tied to someone who looks exactly like her. Meanwhile, in a nearby town buzzing with festival fever, Yuki shuts her eyes and lies in bed. And then his maid, Martha, barges in with tea, pushing it into his hands and urging him to get up. Today is the day before Zeros has his test, one night away from everything changing. Every inch of this town is packed tight, and all eyes are locked on the road. Everyone's waiting with bated breath for Her Royal Highness to arrive. Yuki knows he has to stay tucked away at the inn until the princess's visit finally ends. He's so sure he'll never be linked to that forest encounter with Clara. Then it hits him. He remembers that ancient fire magic she used, spots the finger movements he locked into his memory, and realizes he can recreate it himself now. And honestly, being stuck doesn't feel that awful when he's got all this research to dive into. That thought slams him with a nasty flashback to his past life. The man who got so addicted to research that it turned into a weapon to feed his own power. Martha cuts right into his thoughts and tells him Clara and Burns are headed to the test site at Kittrell Forest, because after the Dark Bear attack, she's calling that mountain unsafe. Like Yuki suddenly shifts the conversation and shoots Martha a weird question about her family. At last, the mood flips to something warm and easy. Talks drift to family resemblances and everyone's favorite foods. As they chat, Yuki can't stop wondering, will he ever get the chance to ask Clara what her favorite food is? And do the dishes from his past life even exist in this world? That calm, sweet moment is gone fast, like a tiny pause before the traps around him close in. Martha then snaps your attention to a package that just rolled in for her mother, burnt Dark Bear's claw, sent with a handkerchief stamped with Yuki's name. A calm morning gets ripped apart when another maid slams into the room like a storm. She rushes home with urgent news. The princess sent an order. The whole family has to show up right now and introduce themselves to her. Yuki's face locks up in pure shock, like his body can't believe what he just saw. Over at the Magician's Guild, Sir Ketchel Midgeon is getting dragged for mistakes. Hard. An official storms in and tells him that his survey error was so serious it helped trigger an attack on the princess's party, so he should have been recalled right away. But then the official adds, for the sake of the examinee, they'll still let the test continue. He cackled to himself, picked that deadly spot on purpose so his son, Zeros, would steal the spotlight. Then everything blew up in his face because that bast Yuki crushed the threat with zero effort. His teaching job hung on Zero's every win. His own future rose or fell with Zero's success. If Zero can't pull it off, then Cachil is dead, finished for good. A sharp knock slams against his door. Zero stood there with a deathly pale face, anxiety chewing at his nerves. "Sir, I can really pass this test?" he asks, voice trembling with nerves. Kessel erupts in a flash of pure rage. "Don't spit that kind of negativity," he snarls, yanking his son closer. While Her Royal Highness rushes toward the test site, because you right there are the heir of the Grossidia family. Then he leans in, hissing in a venomous whisper. "We've got to make that bastard understand who's in charge and stop him from running the whole show." He spills the mess his own family was trapped in, blamed on some bastard with magical talent, and swears those Zeros will never get the same fate. Those words hit like a reset button, and suddenly Zeros rattle back to life. Memories, rumors, Yuki's soft attempts to shove him away, the servants' hushed whispers, and his sister's clingy devotion to her brother. In that moment, everything clicks, and the truth hits him like a lightning strike. Cackle drives home his advantage. "Like I warned you, he's the only one you can trust. So tell me, don't you get it now? Lord Zero's right. Lord Yuki is your enemy." The truth hits the boy's face like a punch. "Yuki's trash-talking me just to drive me away." Cackle clamps a hand on his son's shoulder, face set in stone. "Do you even realize how much danger you're in? You've got real talent inside you. Now believe in yourself." He pushes Zero to unleash the strongest magic he's got, because he wants to blow the princess away with it. In the end, all you can do is nod, frozen, numb, and barely there. You've got to win those commands or you'll be forced to leave, because your proud pupil would rather protect your house. As he storms off, a cruel smile spreads across his lips, and I can't wait for what's coming. In the grand estate, the staff huddle and whisper, waiting for a big arrival, Yuki's return. And some are secretly thrilled because they see his link to the Royal Highness as the perfect way to boost the house's standing. Yuki can't stand the spotlight at all. She just wants to slip into the back with the other servants. A commanding voice slices through the chatter, demanding silence, and then, bam! A magnificent carriage pulled by 2 horses rolls up to the main gate. Her Royal Highness just rolled in, and the whole place felt it. Yuki buckled under the pressure, scrambling to vanish from his father's gaze, begging him to let her hide her face. He spots the escorts, and dread crashes in as he realizes this visit is tied to the exact people he was desperate to dodge. When the carriage grinds to a stop, the entire Grossardia household, led by their stern patriarch, drops into a deep bow, thanking their guests like the whole world is watching. The announcement drops like thunder. The purpose is officially revealed, and the whole household pours out gratitude to Her Royal Highness for giving Zero's grocery store a shot at a real, no-holds-barred exam. An elegant figure steps down from the coach, flashing gratitude as they thank everyone for the warm welcome. She wastes no time. She's not here as royalty at all. She's here as an examiner from the Lindbell Magician Guild. With a voice so calm it shocks everyone watching, she declares that the test for Lord Zero's gross area is totally unnecessary. Yuki hears the voice right away and locks it in. It's Clara. The royal examiner finally drops her mask and reveals her real name, Iris Rischa. The lord of the house panicked and hurried forward to introduce his sons, blazing through the names by calling out Yuki first, then snapping to fix the mistake. He steps up and sells his heir Zero's wild, gross idea as the one they're set to test next. Zero lowers his bows and greets the princess in perfect form, but his stiff smile and strained face give him away. The air feels heavy, like everyone's holding their breath over something they're too afraid to say. Yuki lets out a quiet internal sigh, regretting that his just-a-commoner act has dragged him straight into this messy mess. And he realizes the princess is hiding behind an alias too, because like him, she's trying to dodge the chaos. Yet somehow their routes still collide in the most convenient, impossible way. Princess Iris blazes out the rules of the test, declaring the destination is a magic-swayed zone where only the chosen few are allowed to ride with them. Catchel Megan steps up and promises to lead them to the Kittrell Forest test site, and while it all kicks off, Yuki can't help thinking, if his brother passes and finally joins the guild, their house might rise in standing, and maybe, just maybe, it unlocks the freedom he's been craving. He feels like a total outsider, like a Nosferatu, stuck watching his own family's life play out from a distance. Suddenly, the whole talk shifts to one thing. Zero's exam needs a sharp, knowledgeable assistant, or they're done for. Yuki's stomach drops. Right before his eyes, his own father proudly shoves him into the role. The patriarch thunders that Yuki's magic is pure genius and that his hunt racked up trophies. Then Yuki just stands there, stunned and crushed, with 0 words left. When the princess formally asks Yuki for help, Catchalmigan snaps back with pure disdain, sneering that a commoner like him has no business touching that job. Princess Iris coolly shuts him down cold, saying her own grandmother was a commoner, and warns that if this prejudice keeps going, she's gone, crushing Cackle's protests about hierarchy for good. She slams the point home, telling him the test is beyond his power to control. Her guard cuts in immediately, barking at the guide to remember exactly where he stands. The lord of the house grabs the moment and snaps Yuki into action like he was ordered, then turns to Zero's, begging for his approval. Zero's eyes stay locked on Yuki, burning with icy intensity. Leaning in so close their breaths almost touch, Zero's hisses a venomous threat and dares Yuki to even think about running. He snaps at his brother, accusing him of plotting to steal his heir rights, and drags up that blood gap between them like it proves everything. When their father demands what's wrong, Zero's slaps on a calm face, masks his hostility, and insists he was just checking in on Yuki for help. The group presses on, and the brothers' hatred hangs over them like a storm cloud. They slam into the edge of a thick, impenetrable forest, the exam's chosen battleground. The princess lays out their mission: push through the woods to reach the other side and take down the obstacle waiting there. Burns because he's already inside. She hands each of them a magical bracelet, an exact copy of an ancient magician guild relic that kicks their powers into a boosted mode for the entire test. Cackle can barely contain his excitement. He's thrilled to finally get eyes on that prestigious artifact, even if it's only a replica. The brothers take the items, holding tight to strict, polished composure. The princess slams a warning on the table. These replicas are one and done, but still, they're built with the guild's absolute best engineering. Yuki's mind spins as he remembers. Back at the Elysium Temple, those weren't quick boosts at all, they were holy weapons. When he demands to know why he has to join, Iris hits him with the real reason. This is the baseline so they can measure Zero's strength against someone who's supposedly never dealt with power like that. Yuki instantly clocks the danger. then blasts through the treacherous forest at boosted speed, knowing every second like a brutal test of survival. Zeros nods along with the idea, saying it'll make it simple to test his power against a runner who hasn't got experience yet. Yuki nods, because this is his only shot to talk to his brother one-on-one, far from Kekel's grip. Zero bears his inner chaos. He's fine leaving the house if his brother truly leads the way, but he won't walk out while any misunderstanding is still hanging there. He frets over the servants, Martha and Rumia, and swears that if anything hurts them after he's gone, he'll be forced to hate his brother for the rest of his life. With everything locked in, the princess raises her hand and signals, "Go." Two brothers burst into the woods, charging forward like a storm. As the laughter fades, those cackling questions tear into the princess's choice. Why let a commoner step into the spotlight? He brags that he's the one who unlocked Zero's wild magic, and says calling his prize student a commoner is an outright insult. He treats the test like a golden shot for the guild, and the princess to finally watch all his hard work pay off. He brags that Zero's is so strong it can plow through any beast, injuries be damned. And he's certain this is the perfect moment to finally prove the student he's been molding into greatness. The princess, calm, snaps into steel. Her expression hardens as she realizes this is exactly what he meant when he pushed her toward that brutally dangerous place. He cackles and sneers at every surveyor who dares call it dangerous, saying they're just too weak to handle it, then turns to the magician and declares, "Power is everything." With pure arrogance on his tongue, he commits a gravy-level mistake, equating his philosophy to the fallen Elysium Temple. Her voice snapped colder than ice as she warned him that the Elysium Temple is taboo, and that the Magicians' Guild was founded to stop their disasters from ever happening again. Cackle's grin crawls back across his face as he lets slip his real dream. Someday, he'll seize the power of the Elysium Temple and make it his. Staring into the pitch-black woods, the princess can only pray her exam stays perfect and no disaster strikes. Deep in the forest shadows, Yuki fights to make his brother see reason. Six erupts in rage, refuses to hear a word, and hurls accusations at Yuki, claiming she's plotting to seize control of the house. He swears Ketchel told him that Yuki was badmouthing him to the maids, every single day. Yuki's desperate denials don't even slow Zero's down. He's not getting swayed for a second. He keeps insisting he doesn't want the house at all. Zero's then interrogates him. So why would the princess hunt a plain commoner if Yuki isn't hiding something? Under pressure, Yuki scrambles to explain everything fast. How he saved the princess, how he got blasted by a beast on the mountain, and how he vanished before anyone could catch his name. And yeah, he assumes they figured out who he was later. Zero's freezes for a heartbeat, then his jealousy surges right back like it never left. "You always pull off what I can't." He roars, then he detonates a blast of ancient magic. He calls forth a wind spirit with sheer spirit magic power. Yuki spots the attack at the last second and snaps it aside before it can land. Zero's about to fire his gloats, but the uneven ground betrays him. He stumbles and slips hard. Yuki's patience finally snaps. Cold determination crawls over him, and he whispers, "I'm just not built to be human." He finally drops the act and stops pretending. This exam isn't about the guild anymore, it's family business now, and he's done waiting. He grits his teeth and shoves his power through the bracelet's breaking point, then hits it again, going double. His plan is crystal clear now. He'll smash his brother first, then he'll go after Cashel, and once that's done, Nosferatu will vanish from this house for good. Zero's is back on his feet, and he's convinced he's finally put real distance between them. But in the blink of an eye, horror hits as he realizes his younger brother has already caught up. With impossible speed, Yuki rockets forward and screams in pure rage, "Don't listen to what anyone says, you damn piece of shit, brother." Yuki explodes out of the tree line like a flash, sword already raised for whatever's waiting. His brother Zero's can barely process what he's seeing, stunned at the speed that shouldn't even be possible. Just as Zero's starts to clock what's happening, Yuki rockets in, his blade flashing like a streak of lightning as it carves straight through the air. Zero's barely slips the hit, springs backward, and vanishes into the thick woods. "How are you moving that fast?" he blurts, staring in shock at the raw power on display. Or his confusion snaps into raw frustration. "Why do you always have to be better than me?" Under non-stop pressure, Yuki finally snaps and blurts his truth. "All right, I'll tell you." As ancient power ignites his hand, and he reveals he's a reincarnated magician who lived 200 years ago, so his magic and speed have doubled. The confession only fuels Zero's rage. He lunges forward, absolutely seething with renewed fury. "Just shut your mouth," Zero roars, then Yuki locks eyes with him, grinning that sharp, wry smile like it means trouble. And finally, you meet my gaze too, Brother Zero, S. He pushes harder, and I can't help but ask, come on, you hate commoners like me, don't you? But Zero's rage isn't about class or prejudice. He snaps back and clutches his chest, snarling, it's you. Every time I see you, I lose my patience. He admits he went after the Magicians' Guild for one reason only, so he could stand on the same level as them and finally look his brother in the eye. The weight of learning ancient magic and modern magic just to catch up to some prodigy who barely even tried crushed him. Because when he's desperate, he spits. If you weren't here, I wouldn't have had to suffer all of this. Like hell, it's my fault. Yuki snaps back, but Zero's is already barking an incantation like it's about to blow the roof off. He barks, summon wind spirit, summon fire spirit, and from the ether a gigantic, blazing salamander rips into existence. He orders his summoned spirits to shove Yuki down to her knees, because he's desperate to snatch control, no matter what it takes. But Yuki doesn't even blink. She shrugs it off as nothing, then chops the creature down with one cold, contemptuous slash. Can these weaker demons actually take down Nosferatu? He stares with a cold, unshaking gaze, like he already knows the answer. Zero recoiled, and that effortless display shattered his confidence in an instant. Yuki nods at how fast the ancient summons hit, but he snaps to his brother. This isn't about speed, it's about what they're really facing. His choice is locked in. He'll break away from the family, but not until he settles everything once and for all. All of it, she went totally still. With a sharp, sudden twist of intent, Yuki slashes a blade across his own arm. Zero's gasps in shock, and Yuki spits out the brutal truth. Yeah, I told you I'm Nosferatu, you stupid gay brother. Zero's can't swallow it. His thoughts slam back to when they were kids, a whole family locked together under their father's warm, watchful gaze. Even as everything falls apart, Yuki clings to that bond. You're my family, he thinks, right while his brother keeps denying what he truly is. That emotional clash hits so hard it brings Zero's tears. Seeing his brother's pain explode, Yuki rockets forward. Let's shut down this human-looking brother feud. He yells, cocks his fist back, and goes for it. Brace yourself. The Zeros can only stare, completely frozen in pure shock. But the hit coming down isn't fueled by hate. Yuki swings a family heirloom and blasts him straight to the ground. Zero's is down in the forest, coughing hard on the ground with the enemy right there by his hand. Yuki stares at his own bleeding fist, regret crashing over him, because deep down he never wanted to hurt his family. Towering over his defeated brother, Yuki spits out his final terms. He doesn't care about the house or the title one bit. But his warning is cold and deadly. If Rumia or Martha gets even a scratch, he'll never forgive him. Then Yuki walks away from that filthy place, fully embracing who he truly is, Nosferatu. Right when their showdown sparks to life, an examiner named Sir Burns crashes the moment and rips the confrontation away. He reminds them that the rules ban fighting between the examinees. Zero's, still breathing hard, swoops in fast and covers for them, brushing off the brutal fight like it's just a brotherly squabble. As Zero strides off, he finally admits it, defeat is sealed. He blurts out that he knew he was innocent the whole time, but to keep their house safe, he felt forced to swallow Sir Cackle's words and trust them. In a rare, trembling moment of honesty, he locks eyes with Yuki and blurts, "You're my little brother, so don't you dare run off on your own." That rush of brotherly concern totally throws him off, so he snaps back to work fast, claiming he needs to protect the house and keep Her Highness Iris's trust safe. Yuki lets out a tired sigh, half frustrated, half understanding. Sir Burns looks Zero straight in the eye and tells him, "To keep this test going, you've got to fight me, right now." But with Zero's resolve burning bright, he steps up and formally resigns, flat out declaring he's not worthy to join the Magicians' Guild. The examiner nods and accepts his decision. He flings his weapon up into the sky, a blazing signal meant to alert Her Royal Highness that the match is over and he's disqualified. As the tension finally eases, Zero snaps into reality and admits his hunch about Yuki was totally wrong. But that peaceful moment gets ripped apart the second. A blood-curdling scream tears out from the princess's direction. Sir Burns doesn't waste a second. He snaps, "Follow me," and they move with him. Yuki, Chenliar, and then, poof, gone in a flash of raw speed, they tear ahead straight toward the danger. That princess might be a headache, but he can't turn a blind eye to her suffering. Just a few minutes back, the instructor's catch-all spots the signal arrow slicing across the sky in a wild arc. He wrongly assumed the Zeros had already failed, then everything in his plan crashed with it. Her Highness calls for a fresh look, but Cackle's patience snaps. She's had enough. His carefully built facade collapses, just like I figured, because humans can't stand order. He reveals his true loyalty to the Elysium Temple. As the royal guards close in, trying to pin him down for his insolence. Yeah, when the princess spots them, she erupts into a blood-curdling scream, begging them to back off. Cackle hurls a brutal spell and rips open a swarm of a dozen spirits, dropping the guards in seconds. Her Highness locks eyes with the man she trusted, and horror grips her like a punch to the chest. Cackle grins in the middle of the wreckage, then he snaps, time for Plan B. He scoffs at his mission like it's beneath him, and you can practically hear his contempt for teaching those rural aristocrats. The princess demands answers. Why would the former prime minister's son risk everything for treason? Cadiel brushes her off and kicks off a new summoning, one that feels colder, darker, and way more dangerous. From the darkness, a monstrous black beast forms out of nowhere, like reality snapping into place. Because the princess already knows Kekel can't be allowed to wield that forbidden power. But his motive gets ripped wide open. He was skipped as heir, and the royal family made it official. Honestly, this teaching post was nothing but a total snooze of an assignment. But now that a royal family member is watching, he spots his opening. He yells, "Raise the resurrection signal up high," and the words crack through the air like madness. The moment the great Elysium Temple rises from the dead, that's the story right there. Right as he makes his declaration, Yuki bursts onto the scene and stares at the horrifying mess like her worst nightmare just walked in. Back in the day, the world's very first magician organization was born, Elysium Temple. With terrifying power, they crushed demi-humans and demons alike, pushing their territory outward wherever they wanted. Conflict over the land erupted into the Eight Kings' War, the deadliest war history ever saw, and when it finally ended, everyone thought the Elysium Temple was gone for good. Right now, the Tudor Cackle grips a relic older than time, stunned by its crushing power as shadow beasts slam into the royal soldiers and overwhelm them. With a wild, manic grin, he declares, "Be grateful, because you're about to witness the resurrection of the mighty Elysium Temple." His summoned monsters smash straight through the guards, and their screams rip across the whole battlefield. Cackle finally bears his real plan. He used the young Zeros as a weapon to smash the temple, and when the princess shows up, he realizes this is an even bigger opening. He turns to the princess and declares, "I'll use you," then vows to forge this barony into the beating heart of the Elysium Temple. A quiet, unshakable voice slices right through the chaos. "Enough." The princess tilts her gaze to the sky, and there it is. She spots the unmistakable sigil etched on the wings of the swarm of bats diving toward her. They swoop onto the battlefield like a raging storm, swallowing everything in their path. Right when the form takes shape, screeching bats dive in and rip the shadow beasts to shreds. The princess stares in shock as the familiar unleashes a rapid-fire barrage of the exact same ancient magic she just cast. Cackling, he's caught off guard, so he snaps up a magical barrier at once, blocking the incoming barrage with sheer panic. From behind the princess, Yuki slips in with a grim look on his face. "Don't get in my way," he says in a low, warning voice. Cackle's jaw drops as he stares, completely stunned, unable to wrap his head around what he's seeing. In a blink, Yuki rockets forward, and his blade drives straight through the tutor's outstretched hand. Then he cackles through the agony, until the pain hits and he crumples to his knees. Yuki looms over him, eyes blazing with ice-cold fury, and he snaps, "Say it again, what about my family?" Finally, he pins his sword to the man and demands answers, because the tutor is supposed to explain everything a kid asks. "Wait, Lord Yuki," the princess sobs, pleading with him not to kill the man. She snaps that Ketchel is probably tied to the taboo Elysium Temple, and they can't let him die. He's needed for interrogation. But Yuki's resolve is iron, because in his past life, he only saved his family by vanishing, and now in this life he's going to crush every threat that dares to come. And then he heard you say, "His gaze is fixed on them, sis," and that's when I lost it straight up. Catchall bursts into laughter. "So what? I used your brother," he taunts. "Your brother can't stand you and he curses you, trying to shove you down." Yuki remembers how his brother always craved a win, so he shrugs off the taunt as just another sibling clash. Unforgiving and ready to smash in, he gets blindsided when Cashel unveils a last Gambita Hipplica tied to an ancient relic. Then she snaps on a catalyst feather and triggers a full-blown summoning. A colossal magic circle detonates out of the ground, lighting everything in blazing runes. The princess clocks the technique instantly, ancient magic that calls power from beyond. Yuki spots the catalyst, a massive feather, and the second it hits his eyes, recognition sparks like a jolt. From the light crawls out a creature so massive it dwarfs even a graphon, or a cockatrice. A griffin and a cactyl gloats strike. revealing that the feather belonged to an Elysium temple priest, who immediately vows to kill everyone and snatch the princess as his hostage. The royal guard snapped into formation and slammed into a tight defensive line. The princess hurls an Ifrit strike, but the griffin swats it aside like it's nothing, while Ketchel snaps up yet another barrier. He snaps his command, butcher them, and the beast tears into the soldiers. With the Griffon dives, Yuki stays ice-cold and starts barking orders, breaking down its weaknesses like a pro. He admits he used to chase them for their feathers, those rare magical treasures, and then orders the soldiers to slam into a shield wall. The guards tighten up and brace themselves as the creature plummets down on them. The beast slams into their shields, blasting men through the air, while cackling laughter spills from the beast as it taunts Yuki for always butting in. The princess unleashes another spell, and it whizzes right past the agile target. "All right, Yves, yeah, I'm grabbing that soldier's back for myself." He surges back and then sprints ahead, using a guard's raised shield like a springboard to hurl himself skyward. He rockets straight at the airborne griffin. Cackle lets out a scoff, snaps his command to the beast to swing its path, and acts like it's game over, because he's sure Yuki can't possibly keep up. Yuki roars, "Assemble," and suddenly her familiars snap into formation. In the blink of an eye, his bats crash together beneath him, forming a rock-solid platform that heaves him straight up. He rockets off the platform and lands right on the griffin's back like he meant it. With the purse planted on the massive beast's back, Yuki leans over and grins at the stunned tutor. "Yo, Ketchel." The man can only stare, his face locked in full-on shock like he can't even believe what he's seeing. "You said it yourself," Yuki keeps going straight to the point. "That's right, Sir Tutor, a bastard." He flashes back to his training and repeats the rule in his head. Magic is only for moments when you're 100% certain you'll land every hit. Right up close, he snaps his hand forward and blasts a spell, Efreet Blow. A blinding explosion erupts and swallows the griffin whole. The beast screams in pure agony as the flames swallow it whole. Then it crashes downward from the sky, burning all the way. The charred remains slam into the ground with a violent crash. Yuki drops in like a falling star, and that ancient magic he cast midair leaves the soldiers staring in stunned awe. They lean in and whisper, shocked at where he pulled that power from, because it crushes even the Magician Guild's elite. Yuki calmly strides up to the downed Cackle, but the princess rockets between them. "Stop, don't you dare touch him." She snaps back that Kekel's life isn't worth staining the hands of a future magician. She warns Yuki that if she kills him, he'll be dragged back to the guild for punishment, so Yuki has to hold back. Yuki hangs in tense silence, clicks his tongue with annoyance, then gives in. "Fine, I'll do it exactly as you wish, Your Highness." He starts chanting a spell, not for execution, but for something darker, aiming his words straight at the 9th priest of the Elysium Temple. A brutal ring of dark energy clamps around Kekel's arm. The tutor erupts in confusion and terror, because I've got zero magic, and I'm standing there like, why? Yuki just watches, cold and steady, because he's got that magic capacity and I handled it. Cackle's arm starts to dissolve into nothing, the agony dragging on like a punishment worse than dying in an instant. Yuki stares in heavy breath, and his mind races straight to his brother, Zero's. On the battlefield, Zero screams in pure agony, then crumples straight into Sir Burns's arms. He sprawls on the dusty ground, barely holding on, his wounds screaming with pain. Suddenly, a fresh hexagonal barrier snaps into existence around that far-off summon, sealing it behind a wall of protection. Far off, the architect of this chaos, Cackle, just watches with a smug little smirk, wondering how he's pulling off summoning something that powerful, even though he knows his own magic stash should never be enough. A dreadful realization hits Yuki like a gut punch. While Sir Burns presses his wounds, Zero snaps that the knight has to get back to the princess. Then he hauls himself upright and locks eyes with Cackle, because he just spotted the one detail that changes everything. Cackle grips a shaking hand around a dark magic amulet, supercharged with power. Zero still remembers the day his old teacher handed him the artifact, saying it would let him borrow its power and unleash ancient magic like it was effortless. But Yuki clocks the terrifying truth. This amulet isn't a power source at all, it's a cursed conduit, a knockoff rigged to drain magic straight out of the Zeros. Right in front of them, a towering skeletal monster looms behind an unbreakable barrier, shrugging off every single attack that gets launched its way. Face down in the dirt, Zero swallows his fate, and with a faint smile tugging at his lips, he whispers, "I got what I deserved." He whips his head toward his brother and blurts, "Sorry, bro, I'm not mad or anything." A wave of emotion slams into Yuki. He crushes his own spectacles in his hand, and his voice trembles with this aching longing. I always dreamed of having a brother who could fight like a real human. A sudden, sharp flashback hits, simple childhood fights from the past, the ones he's always secretly wanted to relive. But this isn't some petty squabble. Memories of his old Nosferatu life crash back, fueling a brutal truth. He can't die yet, and he sure as hell won't let someone as pathetic as Cashel finish him. Yuki taps into his real power, unleashing Mistel blood and kicking off an erosion protocol that hacks straight into the spell's core. His eyes flicker across the stream of energy, and in a blink he cracks the magic's outer shell. He cracked the amulet's 2 layers, an inner mental link from Cackle to Zero's, and then he saw the truth. Zero's was pouring power into Castle through a one-way transfer. Armed with this intel, he slams into the magic core circuitry, then charges his massive power-up, ready to blow it clean apart. For a relic from the past, he barks a command, and blasts out a crushing wave of energy. In Cackle's trembling hand, the amulet lets out a wicked cackle. Then it cracks with a snap and explodes into 1,000 shattered pieces. The violent surge of magic finally stops. Zero's lurches back, gasping hard, but somehow he's still alive. Cackle isn't as lucky. He crumples to the ground, screaming while his body jerks and convulses without control. Yuki already felt it coming. Without the amulet to tame the flow, his barely-there magic couldn't survive the raw power he'd been siphoning from Zero's, and the cackling beast inside his body finally roared. His body twists, then shatters into a roiling vortex of dark energy, vanishing without a trace. And Sir Burns solemnly watches the magic in Cackle's body die out completely, no hope of it ever coming back. The princess nods, explaining that he pushed ancient magic past every limit, and now his mind is shattered while his body has been drained to nothing. He's basically already dead. And just as the dust finally clears, Yuki shakes himself off like he's ready for round 2. The princess steps up to him and he smirks like he's already seen this coming. So, Lord Yukigrasadia, why bother dirtying your hands anymore? He glances at her, a total stranger, and demands, "Who are you?" Just as he's about to introduce himself, Zero trips forward and blurts out a jaw-dropping declaration. "Yuki's my brother. Yeah, people might whisper that he's illegitimate, but I'm not about to deny it. He's my little brother no matter what." The princess whips her razor-sharp stare at Zero's and she snaps. "So tell me, why does your little brother know and use ancient magic?" Zero's freezes on the spot, his mind blank and his words trapped. Later, he whips his eyes to Yuki with pure desperation, begging her to save him. Yuki's chest tightens with a quiet sigh. He'd planned to vanish after this, but the timing couldn't be worse. He blurts out a believable lie on the spot. "Then I tell my brother, teach me about ancient magic." And he snaps, warning me about my future as an illegitimate son, before handing over everything he learned from our house tutor, Ketchel. He ends it with a casual shrug, and the moment I try them, boom, it just works, that's the whole story. With Zero's catching on quick, the story kicks up again. He insists he was just checking in on his uddies to help Yuki, and then drops the bomb that his little brother's talent dwarfs his own. He admits that the fury from that talent gap is exactly what pushed him to swing at Yuki earlier. When they press him about the taboo Elysium temple, Yuki plays dumb on the spot, swearing he has zero clue. Then he argues that his brother, a noble, couldn't possibly be tied to a group like that. He slams his point home. If Zero's were an accomplice, he would have attacked them when they were alone, not during some public test. He points at Cackle's dying magic like it's smoke in the air. And there's proof she was holding something just like it too. I know because Cackle crumpled the exact moment I overloaded this and shattered it. He insists this whole scheme was Cackle's doing alone, and says that shattered amulet will become the smoking gun. Zero lunges at the moment and begs the princess to order a full investigation into Cackle's links to the Elysium temple, the second they roll back into the capital. The princess nods, then snaps that the attack ruined the test and wipes it clean, giving Zero's a fresh shot to redo it. Zero's refuses. No, he won't do that. And then he looks at his brother like, wow, the respect in his eyes hits different. Yuki whips his head around, totally baffled. Zero's lunges at him next, voice blazing with conviction, like, "I've got this." He's got the power and the backbone, and if he actually gets taught magic the right way, I swear he'll become the kind of magician nobody can beat. Hold on, these two brothers lock eyes and share one silent thought, like they just found the one spark that could rewrite history. The princess and Sir Burns are sure of it, and with a bright smile, she says, "If we do this, we'll squeeze out every last bit of Lord Yuki's talent." Facing the packed crowd, she shoots her voice into the air like a spark. "I'm Princess Iris Rishkia, and today I'm welcoming the Baron's son, Yuki Grosseria, into the Magician's Guild as my new trainee." The crowd freezes, like the whole world just forgot how to breathe. Yuki suddenly realizes he's caught in a trap so airtight that saying no isn't even an option. Later at the Grossetti estate, the shocking news hits with terrifying disbelief. As the staff bustles to get him ready to leave, Yuki sprawls on a balcony, staring into the distance as his future twists in his mind. Joining the Magician's Guild as a trainee might not be so bad after all. He can tap into its massive powers to dig up what really happened after he died in his past life, and hunt down any leftover reports that people once feared the village. By digging into ancient magic, he might finally unearth the real cause of his reincarnation. And he can't ignore his family. His father is sobbing with happy tears, and turning down the princess's offer would be a terrible insult. After giving up, he sets his sights on the capital, where he can keep watching humans and unraveling what makes them tick. A pounding knock shatters the silence at his door. Then she's there, Martha, the maid. Her Highness stands in the visitor's room, ready for Lord Yuki. Then she announces, loud and clear. Martha clocked it instantly. Somehow the princess ditched the main party just to slip in and see him. Someone else started praising how well the princess and Yuki were getting along, but Martha stayed quiet and flat-out disagreed. Martha lets out a sharp huff, staring at her master like, is he really trying to scare me into a heart attack? Then she boldly announces, I'm coming with you. Yuki's eyes widen, she blurts, why would you go to the Magician's Guild? Martha blurts out that the royal's picks can bring servants, and then, bam, the Baron himself pushed her to go. Yuki shoots out an apology for being such a hard master, then waves it off, because she says it's way more exciting to live her life than to stress about him from afar. Keep your head on a swivel, partner, he grins, and she answers right away, you got it. As he walks away, he cracks a joke. If she can't snag a husband because of this, he'll step up and take responsibility. She bursts into laughter, telling him to quit toying with her, one moment giving her hope, the next dragging her into despair. Yuki bursts into the visitor's room and finds Princess Iris waiting there, perfectly still like she's been expecting him the whole time. Thank you for your time, she says, eyes locked under the night sky, serious as stone. And hey, can we talk in private for a minute? The princess pours out her gratitude for saving her, but he cuts in fast, telling her this wasn't a one-and-done rescue, not even close. She finally spills it. Back when he rescued that mystery person, it was Clara, her alias, the one she slips into to roam freely while she carries out her research. As a princess, her every move is tightly controlled, so she slipped into the mountains alone and started investigating, all by herself. She whips back to the moment and blurts an apology, confessing she was so hyped that she labeled him a trainee without even asking. She's truly blown away by his skills, and she wants him right there beside her as her trusted confidant. But her real mission is simple. Make sure he can keep working for the Magician Guild with zero worries. She slips him a proper invitation to join the guild, then promises to spill the real reason she's been so wildly obsessed with magic. Yuki straight up admits he's curious, and points out that it's wildly rare for a royal to gamble with their life just to chase magical research. The princess finally blurts out the truth. She's nothing like her royal siblings. She trusted him, then started spilling the tale of her grandmother's predecessor, a gorgeous commoner with unbelievable magical talent who married into the Marquis family, even though her body had something strangely wrong with it. She spills her heart to him because she's sure he'll take her story seriously, exactly what he needs to hear before she asks for the favor. She tells him her grandmother had two wild quirks, an insane amount of magic power, and a second mystery no one could explain. Her second trait was wild, she always looked young. The princess remembers meeting her grandmother at 50, and that woman still rocked a face no older than 30. And yeah, her grandmother has passed on since then. That haunting memory hits Yuki again. The reason he carries a massive magic stash and still looks young inside, because the Mistel blood is something he himself created, and he'd only ever handed it to one person. The princess demands her grandmother's name, and she's already certain it can't be Alice. She blurts out her grandmother's name, Rachel. A faint smile tugs at Yuki's lips as he stares into the true meaning of immortality, something regular people can't even touch. He leans in and demands if they ever cracked what made her grandmother's body so strange. But the princess shakes her head and admits she and her mother never learned the truth. Then he fires the most crucial question of all. Did she inherit this constitution herself? She snaps back with a solid yes, confirming her hunch, and blowing past normal limits by proving her magic power is way beyond what anyone expects. She's the only royal bloodline member who can unleash the brutal Ifrit blow spell. But while the Marquis family welcomed her grandmother, the royal family didn't cut her any slack, and her fate instantly ignited a brutal storm of controversy. She admits her biggest reason for joining the Magician Guild wasn't just power, it was one burning mission: to dig up the truth behind who she really is. Her hunger for magic comes from one burning need: dig into her roots, climb into the top ranks, and pull off whatever spell work it takes to uncover the truth of who she really is. So she threw her request straight at Lord Yuki, begging for his help. Yuki snaps her gaze down and realizes her hands are trembling. He instantly knows how terrifying this is for her, that she's bearing a secret this deep to a nearly stranger. With his mind set like stone, he gives in. All right, I accept. And I, Yuki Grosseria, swear I'll obey Highness Iris Rishja's command and head straight to the Magician Guild. Choked with emotion, the princess slams both hands on the table, grabs his arm, and blurts out heartfelt thanks over and over. Then she drops an even bolder demand, forcing him to step into the role of a personal escort knight, a title usually locked away for the aristocracy. She cuts through his hesitation, already convinced his power display will win him the spot, and demands he give her a verbal yes for now. She begs him to be her companion and train by her side at the guild, then drops the real bomb. If she's truly a descendant of Alice, it's his job to carry the weight of her special constitution. So he asks a simple question, but it hits hard. Your Highness, would you fancy thin-skinned venison pie with a fiery, spicy sauce? That totally random question throws the princess off for a second, but she quickly shrugs and admits she's never tried it. She just can't deny she loves spicy food. And with that, Yuki gives in, no hesitation. It's not official yet, but he's more than happy to escort Her Highness. He drops to one knee in front of her and pledges his service with full, formal devotion. When he takes her hand, he makes her a promise. He'll talk to his father about the arrangement. An attendant leans in and tells him the Magician Guild in the royal capital will hold orientation for all new members in just 1 month. Right before she slips out the door, the princess leans in and demands one last thing. Meaning she straight up asks if the Elysium Temple is really gone for good, and Yuki snaps back that it's true. After the clash with Catchell, he remembers this one thing. There was a letter waiting for him in his room. That unread letter, somehow addressed to no one, still spilled the secrets of the Elysium Temple. The princess leans in and admits she's heard of a secret group that studies the ideals of the fallen temple. Realizing he's hooked, she jumps in and offers to set up a meeting with the researcher, and he snatches the chance instantly. Once the deal was done, the princess turned and left, straight for what came next. Yuki stares at his new job as her escort and realizes this research could crack open secrets about the temple's worshippers, and even people like Cackle. That night, he sprawled in bed and pushed all thoughts about the temple's followers to the side. He'd deal with it after he finally rolled into the capital. Later on, Yuki finally storms into the main house, and his brother Zero's is right there to greet him. He barges into Zero's room, when he hasn't stepped foot in for the last 3 years. He glances around. This room has flipped completely, packed with maps and scattered documents now instead of those monster books. Zero's goes right for the throat, saying he doesn't care one bit whether Yuki is Lord Nosferatu. Confused, Yuki just stands there as his brother locks eyes with him and makes a solemn vow. I'll lock your secret in my chest forever. No matter who you are, no matter what they try to do, his voice won't crack for a second. Knowing his brother's serious streak, Yuki steps up and tells him straight. He actually believes him. Zero's whips out his sword in a sudden, jaw-dropping, dramatic move. He presses the blade to his own throat and screams, "This is my oath," even as Yuki begs him to stop. Grajaria from I, Zero will stand by you no matter what hits, cross my heart with a knight's oath. If you don't believe me, grab this sword and then take my life. Yuki can't stand it. This grand display is pure, pointless melodrama, and it drives her up the wall. His brother's ultra-serious, weirdly family-obsessed mindset drives me up the wall. He grips the sword, muttering through clenched teeth that this is exactly why humans can't ever be left alone. Zero smirks like he's done it, but Yuki cuts in fast. She tells him his personality's got to change because it's way too severe. The tension shattered the moment Zero marched to the main house and dug into lunch. He yanks Yuki along by the arm, gripping him tight and refusing to let him run off on his own. Their sister Lumia spots them and, thinking this is cute brotherly love, gets it all wrong, then blurts out that she's finally relieved they're getting along. With tears in her eyes, she surges forward and throws her arms around Yuki, sobbing pure joy. Zero's watched it all unfold, and for once, just once, his face broke into a rare, satisfied smile. He tells Lumia to treasure every second right now, because Yuki is about to head for the royal capital. Lumia swore that from this day on, she'd rush to the main house more often, so everyone could finally sit down and eat together like a real family. Their father finally shows up, pulls them in for a tight, tearful embrace. And after all that time, the long-standing rift in their family is healed for good. And that night, Yuki finally slips into a dream for the first time in ages. He suddenly gets hit with a vision of a massive castle from his past life. Life's got him back in the throne room again, Dean Nosferatu, ruling like nothing ever happened. His subordinate bursts through the door, shouting his name like it can't wait. There's this young boy named Lyle Carmen, fresh out of the life he never asked for. A memory of those peaceful days, now buried and long gone. The boy's friends tore into him with merciless teasing, and right there in front of everyone they spilled his secret. He just wants to impress Remilia. The immortal lord clocks it instantly. Lyle is absolutely smitten with the popular, beautiful Remilia, and the boy's flustered so hard the lord snaps his command and sends him straight home. Home, but he strikes a deal. If Lyle shows up early tomorrow to power through the chores, he'll earn the private lessons he's been begging for. Lyle's hype is unreal. He shows up before the sun even clears the sky at the very first dawn, and it totally shocks his old teacher. For an immortal, time vanishes in the blink of an eye. Remilia, now grown, sits before him with her big news. Her and Lyle are married. She lets out a cheerful laugh and admits it. Her union has thrown a shadow over all the other village men. Then she drops a wild anniversary request. She wants him to teach her restraining magic. The Lord freezes, demanding to know what she's really planning with her new husband. Then Remilia smiles and promises the magic is only for Lyle, calling him cool, hardworking, and downright honest. Next, she says with total confidence that any woman would fall for a man like him, and the Lord just quietly lets that truth land. She teases him with a grin, quotes his own lessons back at him, and then says she and Lyle fit together perfectly. Remilia admits she's always had a soft spot for Lyle, but she slams one condition on the table. If he pours his soul into becoming the best magician, she'll let that love bloom even deeper when he's finally made village head. A surge of Lyle's iron will hit the Lord's mind just as he starts mixing the potion. Grateful for everything he's done, Remilia hands him a pot Hermes grass root gift, packed with nourishing power. Then she throws out a wild hypothetical. What could happen if two people who loved their lord more than anything actually tied the knot? With a dazzling smile, she drops a shocking truth. She'll give him a child, someone who could grow up to be a wife for the lonely, immortal lord. So outlandish it's absurd, he can only stare in disbelief and blurt, "That's crazy." Remilia's bright smile dies off, and a grim truth settles in. He's going to end up killing them all, then vanish into a lifetime of lonely, endless solitude. She remembers the heartbreak in his eyes when her parents died, and that's exactly why she swears that she and Lyle are going to have a whole bunch of kids. It's her last, aching hope that, somewhere in their descendants, an immortal will be born, someone who will stand by his side forever as his unbreakable companion. He can't buy it. Something about the logic and the sheer impossibility of it all just doesn't add up. For their wedding, he gives her a lapis stone pendant, one he hunted down himself, polished to a shine and soaked in magic. He hands her his simple wish for her happiness, and she snaps the promise up with pure, sparkling joy. The memory snaps again. Alice, a young girl, is gravely ill, and right at her bedside he's holding on to her with steady words, swearing she won't die. Even with his non-stop purification magic, her fever still won't budge. And when she notices his crushing concern, she can't help but wonder why he's looking so terrified for just a mortal. He admits that immortality doesn't shield him from heartbreak, and he can't stand seeing the people he cares about suffer. She realizes this weird comfort isn't nothing. It's their shared crack in the armor, the one thing that finally closes the distance between them. Alice feels that spark back in her chest and swears she'll give her all from here on out. After everything she fought through, she demands one last thing, a promise that when she's grown, he'll marry her. Her honest confession slams into him, and for the first time in ages, that ancient heart of his remembers how it feels. That dismissive reply snaps out, then the sick bed fires back with a brutal rebuke. He shoots off a dry remark, but you can tell her loud little explosion means she's finally back to herself. Alice yanks his sleeve, suddenly on high alert, and snaps that he's been tossing out empty promises, praying she'll drop the childhood vow she made. He shoots back, warning her. Don't even think about trying to read the mind of Nosferatu. He tells her that time moves different for them, and he won't trap her future self into obeying the words of some kid. Just like that, the scene flips again. Remilia is pregnant with twins, and the young Alice won't let it go. She presses the Lord to remember their contest, while Remilia points out how her daughter keeps munching the nourishing grass meant for Lyle. With a gentle wipe across her face, he shuts down her childish claims and tells her it's bedtime. no debate. But that warm memory crumbles away, and all that's left is a silent, heavy reflection. Right before his death in that past life, the Elysium Temple came for him, snatching away the fates of Lyle, Remilia, and Alice in one brutal sweep. A wave of regret crashes over him. Maybe it's safer not to ever taste real happiness if all it does is end with heartbreak. Out of nowhere, the memory starts cracking and warping, and that grating screech slices through the air. The Lord's calm mask snaps into chaos, his eyes going wide with sudden alarm. He snaps into confusion because that strange, buzzing noise surges through his mind, and it definitely doesn't match anything he remembers. He thrusts his hand into the glitching memory, and it slips right through, while a faint voice crawls out of the distortion. He catches a vision that isn't his, some soldier in sleek modern armor, gripping a rifle. Then panic hits as he tries to figure out whose memory he's really stuck inside. A broken, sobbing scream tore through the air, "My lord." The weeping Lyle shrieked, desperate and shaking. All I can see is Lyle clinging to the Lord's last promise, begging those words to mean he'll come back. That name rattles around in his head like a distant memory. Lyle. Remilia and Alice's shattered voices crash into the air, their words warped, broken, and barely recognizable. A fresh voice bursts in, chanting about a hero, and all the wishes they're desperate to make come true. A terrifying, grin-smeared face erupts out of the static, whispering, "It's okay." A razor-sharp final resolve slices through the chaos. He vows to wait, no matter how long it takes. The sentence drifts off mid-breath, swallowed by a memory that's already fading away. Right when it begins, he snaps awake. He rubs his eyes, and the dream snaps into focus, turning into a memory he's lived before in his past life. But the ending hit him like a nightmare. Warped voices echoed, and that last promise made it clear those weren't his memories at all. He shoves those thoughts aside for now, because the mysteries of his reincarnation are way beyond what he can grasp, and chasing them would get him nowhere. Right now, he's locked on one goal: reach the capital and dig up any scrap of proof about the people he once left behind. About a month after the Magician Guild exam, Yuki gets thrown into non-stop grind. Papers, spells, and endless work with no end in sight. He's drowning in paperwork and brutal guild membership rules, forced to wade through orientation notes from Her Highness and dig into the escort knights, archives on top of it all. His younger sister, Rumia, missed him like crazy. She clung to him and begged him to play with her one last time before he had to leave for the capital. Before he knew it, days disappeared in a blur. And then suddenly the day he had to leave was right there, staring him in the face. As everyone gathers for one final meal, Yuki can't help but feel the truth hit him hard. Eating with family isn't something you can always count on. The moment to say goodbye is finally here. All geared up for the road, Yuki stands before his family ready to bolt. "Going," he tells his father, his brothers Zeros and Rumia. Yuki's brother shoves him with confidence and praise, sure he'll pull it off, while a tearful Rumia pleads for him to write again and again often. His father slams out a stern reminder, "Don't you ever forget where our family sits. This barony is an upstart and the higher nobility has the power. Remember that standing or you'll regret it." Then he adds, "I already told the other noble families too about Yuki's trip to the capital." Yuki thinks these worries are pointless, but his father only chuckles and tells him, in no uncertain terms, to stop being rude. Zero stares at everything with a worried look, then leans into Martha and admits he's scared his father's move is going to drag Yuki straight into even bigger trouble. The maid clocked Zero's calm, rock-solid disgust at his father's attitude. Zeros makes a promise to her, swearing she'll toughen their barony so it can carry his brother strong when the future comes. Martha turns to Yuki and vows to take care of his mom, Melissa, so Yuki can walk away with zero worries. Rumia clings to him, panicking at the idea of parting ways, and Yuki swoops in to calm her down, telling her the capital's only a 15-day trip and that he'll come during the holidays. He locks eyes one last time, then admits it. This is the moment it all comes due. He stood there beside Martha, then spun around and bolted out the door. As he strides away, he shoots a glance over his shoulder and sees his family there, watching him off. A gut-punch realization hits him, and everything clicks at once. This is the first time in any of his lives that someone's actually showing up to see him off. He remembers his past life as the demon lord Nosferatu, living in brutal solitude while humans hunted him down and drove him off again and again. Now he finally gets what a real human goodbye feels like: warm, fierce, and unforgettable. "Yuki, what are you even talking about?" Zeros blurts out, hit hard by his brother's silent stare. Then Yuki just grins and straight up thanks him for everything. Zero slaps a hand on his shoulder and declares, "Your family. Then he adds, anything goes and you can come back anytime. Right then their father watches from the side, brow furrowing as he questions Zero's familiar tone. The Zeros smirks like they've got something nobody else knows, hissing, "It's our little secret." The two brothers lock eyes and finish it with one last fist bump. No words, just a silent promise of understanding. As the carriage roars to a start, his family stands there, waving like they're trying to hold on with their hands. Yuki and Martha huddle in the back of the wagon, stealing one final, burning look at the lands of Grosseria before they leave it behind. The moment the journey to the capital starts, everything changes. They ride over rolling hills and wide-open plains, then pull up, let the horses rest, and camp under a sky full of stars. Days slam by on the road, one brutal stretch after another. One morning, Martha jolts awake because the carriage's rocking suddenly shifts. Yuki feels it too. The carriage ahead barely budges, even with that wide-open road waiting to be conquered. Noting all that, the lag starts to annoy him, so he decides to dig in and investigate. He summons his familiar, Dyke, and the creature pops into the carriage in a flash. Then they take off so Dyke can scout ahead. Dyke rockets over their convoy, slicing through the air like a thunderbolt. Yuki leans in and tells a stunned Martha that he's got other familiars too, Neil and Jail, as well. Martha doesn't get rattled anymore. After seeing Yuki's insane abilities up close, she basically shrugs and says nothing can shock her anymore. The bat comes back and says the road's clear, but right ahead, 3 carriages crawling forward while a mountain of soldiers surrounds them. Everything's moving at a painful, slow pace. Yuki demands to know, can the familiar sniff out who their owner is? Dyke spots a wyvern emblem stamped right on the carriage door and calls it out fast. The moment the guard sees the crest from their estate, his face drops, because that symbol belongs to the Duxbury family, one of the oldest aristocratic houses in history, and there's absolutely no way he can block such an important convoy. Then, right when it all seemed to roll on, every single procession member grinds to a dead stop. A sick, uneasy dread crawls over Yuki as he remembers his father's warning. He's got to tell the other nobles where he's been traveling. A sharp dread hits him as he watches someone start slipping out of the lead carriage. "Martha," he snaps, voice shaking with urgency, "grab my clothes and get them ready now." They dress with razor-sharp precision, every move snapping in sync like they've done it 1,000 times. "Because we're partners," Yuki snaps, stepping out to face whatever's coming head-on. He strides up to the Duke's guards and bows with respect, announcing, "I'm Yuki Grossardia, the second son of Baron Grossardia. Tell me, what can I do to stop the carriage?" A guard bursts in with the news. Inside is Lady Odette, Duke Surrey's own daughter. Another guard snarls with open contempt, yells at Yuki that she should be grateful just to stand in her presence. Fuming at their arrogance, Yuki tightens his resolve, because this troublesome encounter isn't going to slide by. Suddenly, a woman's voice slices through the tension. "I apologize for my disrespectful escorts." And then, Lady Odette steps out of the carriage. Yuki studies her, clocking that fancy, high-class dress in one sharp glance. Yuki Grosseria stared him down and said, "This concerns you, so I stopped the carriage. I've got a proposal for you." She pushes onward, lands an official appointment, and becomes Highness Iris Ristia's escort. A distant memory snaps into focus. Young Odette, all grit and heart, cradling the crying Princess Iris and swearing she'd protect her forever. Still, she swore Iris was her precious friend, and promised that one day, when she finally grew up, Iris would become her official escort. Years later, riding in a carriage, Lady Odette Surrey leans toward Yuki Grosseria and grills her about how Princess Iris's escort gets chosen. She demands the names of the 4 chosen candidates, the ones who have been picked for that prestigious role. Yuki remembers this. Her Highness doesn't make the call alone. Picking her escort is a huge honor for the aristocracy, and every choice tips the balance of power. He nails it. Those other 3 candidates have to be picked to keep the balance intact, and Lady Odette is clearly one of them. Odette confirms his theory, but her voice drips with pure disdain as she spits out, "Baron's bastard." Right as they start talking, one of Odette's guards barges in and flat-out orders Yuki to quit. He screams that only Lady Odette deserves the position. Fuming at her subordinate's disrespect, Odette shoots the guard a swift, cutting reprimand. As his comrades yank him off, he spits out a mutter about what nobility even means, raging at how a duchess with everything served on a silver platter still isn't worth the title. Odette rages and snaps that the fool be dragged out of her sight. She straightens herself, then rushes up to Yuki and spills an apology for that ugly scene. Then she drops a jaw-dropping idea. She wants them to team up. Odette leans in and tells them the other 2 candidates, one from the Marquis's house and one from the Count house, have already forged an alliance. If they want a fair shot, they've got to match each other move for move. She claims, with zero doubt, that she'll be the one who wins in the end. So until their final duel, she'll keep treating him like a loyal ally. Yuki weighs the political fallout. If he links up with a duke's house, it could level up his own struggling baron clan in a huge way. He agrees to a temporary truce until they hit the capital, then pushes the idea like a plan. Use the time to size each other up and figure out what you're really capable of. Right as Odette starts to walk away, he grabs the moment, he stops her. Right here, he still has one last question to ask. He demands to know if the rumor's true, that he really wiped out the Graffins alone, even though they were summoned by her own tutor. After Yuki hears her father's story from her lips, she freezes in pure shock. And he cuts the story down on the spot, swearing it wasn't just him. It was a full team effort with the princess and her soldiers. He keeps insisting, with a humble grin, that beating a Graffon is more than anyone human could pull off, trying hard to play down just how unreal that win is. Wait, Odette leans in, calls his future bright, and they seal their new alliance with a hard handshake. Later, back in their own carriage, both of them can't stop thinking about this brand new partner. Odette's tutor demands her take on the boy, and Odette admits she can't drop her guard around him for even a second. Meanwhile, Yuki studies Odette up close, clocking her dignified calm, her lightning-fast instincts, and the way she makes up her mind instantly. So she's sure Odette is hiding a whole other kind of power. The tutor pressed Odette, asking if the Graffon story was just a rumor. Then Odette dropped the real truth. Her father heard it straight from the princess's own soldiers, and even though others stood nearby, Yuki still tore through the beast solo. The tutor's stunned. How could someone this powerful turn down the princess's escorta position, the one that hands you unmatched access and ruthless training? Odette decides it's smarter to keep him on her side, for her own goals and to protect Iris's peace. Inside his own carriage, Yuki lays out his ruthless plan to his maid. By hooking up with the duke's house, he dodges fights with the other nobles and keeps his father safe from trouble. More importantly, he grabs this chance to learn the everyday, common sense of a real aristocrat from Odette. Because if he gets it right, he's betting he can finally live in peace at the Magician Guild. Right then, his bat-like familiar swoops in, reporting everything. It sent eyes ahead and spotted danger. Dark wolves were already crouched on the main road, waiting to strike. Right then, Odette's carriage erupts with a monster detection alarm, screaming to warn her. Yuki springs off his transport and snaps to his maid that he's got this, and he's handling it himself. Then he barrels up to Odette's guards, but they shrug off his warning with pure contempt. He calmly lays out the tactical game plan, then reveals the small ghouls up ahead are pure bait, while the real force coils on the flanks, ready to hit and overwhelm. Just then, Odette bursts out of her carriage, spot on, just like he said, and her people have already zeroed in on the threat. Then her tutor shows up, stunned as Yuki's familiar clocks the enemy's exact numbers and location faster and more accurately than anyone here. Odette storms in and declares she'll smash the main force with her ancient magic, then orders her soldiers to lay down a distraction. Her tutor pushes Yuki to sow chaos through the enemy lines, and he throws himself right into it without hesitation. He leans in and asks Odette, how long does it usually take an aristocrat to crush a whole pack of monsters? She bristles at his words and instantly decides he's challenging her power. He says he's talking about the usual rule. She answers fast. 10 minutes for an ordinary aristocrat and just 5 for someone from a duke's house. She vows she'll wrap the whole thing up in 7.5 minutes. While Yuki hurries to set up his own magic, Odette's tutor lets out a shock, because he can't believe Yuki would risk going himself just to pull off a distraction. But Yuki's already vanished. She's surging away at breakneck speed. He leans back and admits that wrapping up the fight in 7.5 minutes is straight-up impressive by today's standards. He remembers it like it was yesterday. 200 years ago, one whole village spent a full 20 minutes just to drop 10 beasts like that. He decides he has to show a certain kind of nobility, so he can melt into being human without anyone catching on. He stealthily stalks the wolves through the towering grass, barely making a sound. He slashes the first one down with his blade before the rest of the pack even has time to react. As the others swarm him, he snaps his ancient magic free. A roaring torrent of fire bursts out, swallowing the beasts whole. Odette and her tutor stand by the road, staring in pure disbelief at what unfolds before them. As Yuki's familiar caught the wolf's eye, Odette zeroed in on the real threat and unleashed everything at the main target. She blasts her earthborn power forward and smashes 2 more wolves to the ground with a thunderous hit. From a distance, Yuki witnesses the show, and her jaw drops as her magic leaves her completely impressed. His familiars burst in with the news. The last wolves are stampeding away, terrified out of their minds. Odette steps in, her face falling as she realizes he slipped away, and time's nearly up with their 7-5 minutes almost gone. As his familiars stampede after the fleeing wolves, he closes in and traps them all inside his net. Yuki steps back onto the road and bows his head in a crisp, formal apology. He admits his shame for choking after just 10 minutes, when a Duke House monster hunter would erase those threats in 5. Nearby guards stare in disbelief at his insane combat skill, realizing their lady just teamed up with a terrifying powerhouse. Yuki snaps that he'll dissolve their alliance himself, claiming he's too incompetent to deserve it. Odette locks eyes with him, her expression impossible to read. "You seriously don't remember?" I asked, and she just blurted, she wonders. She tells him the Duke's house gets only 5 minutes, but it starts counting the moment the monsters are spotted and the battle kicks off. It skips the whole part where you have to track them down and then trek over there. She snaps that wiping them out in only 5 minutes flat is brutally and humanly fast. In that exact moment, Yuki snaps to a realization. She's way kinder than she ever thought she was. Det finally owns up. She realized she misjudged his powers completely. She tells him, "If this is really your power, then maybe joining forces with me is beneath you." Terrified she'd be cut loose from her guidance, Yuki throws herself at it, begging, pleading, refusing to let go. Still, he drops to his knees and begs her to keep their alliance alive, promising he'll follow her lead, if she'll teach him the ways of the aristocracy as they chase the same goal together. A tiny smile curls her lips, like she's owning the moment, and she admits I might have caught her attention. Right then his vest squirms and a fluffy little tail pops out. "Sorry," he blurts, "I totally forgot about you." Odette freezes in total disbelief. Peek through the folds of his clothes, and there, tiny, gorgeous, golden-furred fox eyes stare back. Staring out over the wind-blasted fields, the young man stands there alone, and dread hangs thick in the air like it's about to strike. There he crouched down to the trembling little creature at his feet, its whole family wiped out by a pack of dark wolves. Then he offered it a place at his side, promising it a break from a lonely death. The creature doesn't thank him. It snaps and sinks a sharp bite into his hand. Later, he sat down with his traveling buddy, Lady Odette, and laid it all out. He'd spotted that fox cub after battling the wolves who'd ripped it from its home, and he made it clear this land was fox territory. He slowly strokes the creature's fur, and it's like a quiet vow, "I've got you," right to its soul. Odette, well, or maybe Mizu, swore the foxes and wolves had been fighting over territory, and that bitter dispute was exactly why they got attacked. Yuki doesn't dodge the truth. He confirms it wasn't a guess at all, and admits he saw the whole brutal event play out firsthand. Det stays on edge and blurts out, "Are you sure this wild animal won't bite?" And Yuki Kanlai swings his already bitten finger up like evidence. Even though she's reeling in shock, he presses close and reassures her. The creature has already apologized, and it won't hurt a single soul unless someone gives it the order. He steps up and formally introduces his newest companion, a fox named Ramai. Stunned he's actually keeping the fox, Yuki tells him straight up, Rami's going to guard his maid while he's gone, out at the Magician's Guild. Det's elderly attendant shrugs and says, "Of course a magician can have a familiar." Then they pack up and get ready to leave. As they stride toward the carriage, Yuki murmurs an apology to Ramai, wishing he'd gotten here sooner to save its family. Right as they're about to leave, the attendant snatches Lady Odette aside and leans in close. She can't stop staring at that fox, silver fur shining like a clue, and she starts theorizing it might be the rare silver bay kind, a whole step above the usual species. Odette is totally stunned, because the moment that suggestion hits, the legends of the silver fox flood her mind. An impossible magical beast that can shapeshift into a human, and no one, not even once, has ever managed to tame it. Her attendant shuts it down instantly, saying that turning into that kind of monster would take an insane amount of magic, way more than any plain old fox could ever pull off. Odette nods like she's all in, watching the creature sleep so peacefully beside Yuki. She insists it's just an ordinary fox, but as they close in on their carriage, that nagging doubt still clings to her like a shadow. Alone with her thoughts, Odette revisits her first read on Yuki Grosseria. At first, she wrote him off as nothing more than a baron's illegitimate son, someone she could easily bend to her plans. After seeing what he can truly do, her view gets shattered and rebuilt in a whole new way for good. Then her attendant agrees, calling him a top-tier magician and warrior, singing praises for his brutal combat power and sharp, no-mistake judgment. Det suddenly clicks with a new plan. She teams up with Yuki, at least until they wipe out their other two rivals. After that, she realizes he's about to turn into the most terrifying opponent she's ever faced. Odette refuses to back down. She starts weaving a spell, desperate to learn everything about him. With hands she's trained for years, she summons her familiar like it's second nature. With a flick of her will, a shadow serpent with an earth attribute crawls out of the darkness, and she sends the creature to sneak into Yuki's carriage, hoping to catch every word he spills. Her mission is unshakable. She'll stand guard beside Her Highness Iris, acting as her personal escort night no matter what. This future is hers for the taking, and she's going to snatch it no matter what. Inside the other carriage, Yuki's senses snap to attention at once, and he clocks the familiar arrival with eerie calm, something Fox and Ramai have already detected too. He shows you the ward he crafted on the carriage, simple, brutal, and brilliant. A smear of his own blood at all four corners, so anyone who crosses it will instantly ping his senses. He tells his maid he's stepping out to meet Odette, then he bolts out the door. Moments later, he bursts into Odette's carriage, and Odette jolts in shock. Then he blurts that he came because her messenger familiar summoned him, asking how he can help, and Odette panics hard and instantly spins a lie. She claims she purposely summoned him with her ancient magic. She panics and swears her spell has only one job: to summon people. She shoves that fake story in his face, then demands to know how badly he wants the ancient item's reward for becoming a knight. She breaks down the whole system. Apprentices from the Magicians Guild can roam Elysium, and if they dig up an ancient relic there, boom, they earn a promotion in their court rank or even found a brand new noble house. For Yuki, that meant the Grossedia family getting bumped from Baron straight up to Viscount, and that shocking news instantly left him frozen. They debate how those fancy titles last forever, until the day an aristocrat dies with no heir. Yuki stares at his own immortality and realizes it turns any dream of a quiet, noble life into a mess. Because when death finally comes, passing on the territory will blow up everything. Right after that, he leans in and fires off this weird question at Odette. He straight up asks if there's some ancient item that grants immortality, and she snaps back that he's just being greedy. He snaps back and says immortality isn't what he wants. He just wants the truth behind his own condition, wondering if carrying that thing is the reason he can't die. Odette's attendant leans in and swears that a magic item with that kind of power has to exist. Armed with this new info, Yuki locks in on his mission. First, to finally understand humans, and second, to track down Iris and figure out whether she's tied to someone from his past, then to dig up the truth behind what crushed Fira village. He wants to stare straight at the fallout from his past and decide for himself, was it right, or did he go too far? Odette mistreats his quest for knowledge like a pure hunger for power, chasing ancient magic to the bone and daring himself to see just how far he can go. Even their confusion hangs in the air like a living thing. Even though she now sees him as a decent man with no political itch, she still calls him a rival, and somehow she means it with respect. Odette then tears open her chest and reveals the brutal, powerful reason driving her forward. She's ready to burn her whole world down to protect Highness Iris. She blurts out that Iris has been her childhood friend all along, caught in cruel circumstances and pushed to learn magic. It's a secret she's kept locked away from everyone, and the one dream she won't let go of is standing right beside her friend. With a heavy heart, Odette swallows her pride, apologizes, and finally spills the real reason she sent the familiar. She straight up admits she was trying to figure out exactly what kind of guy he really was. But she admits he's way more capable than she ever imagined. He sniffed out her magic without even breaking a sweat. Yuki brushes off her worries and pushes them aside. She rips open the truth again, apologizes one more time for the deception, and doubles down on her unstoppable goal. Yuki brushes off the apology and gets her, because the way she's ready to do anything to shield someone she loves. He knows that fire too well. A fragile trust snaps into place between them, like it's one wrong move away from shattering. As they part ways, Odette pulls him close and tells him, "Next time, just knock on the window." The tension snaps like a rubber band, and she and her attendant burst into laughter at how ridiculously absurd it all is. But the laughter dies down, and somehow you both feel the same heavy truth without ever saying a word. Odette lays it all out with no soft words. This is it. Her Highness Iris, knight will be chosen by the end, and it'll be one of you, and only one. Right after that, their carriages roll up to the destination. In front of them sprawls the mighty royal capital of Milgaria, stretching as far as the eye can see. Odette highlights the city's biggest secret, the entrance to Elysium. As their carriages roll through the towering gates, Yuki can't stop thinking about the name. Elysium is a temple that was founded 200 years ago. So he stares up at those towering walls, mouth dry, wondering what ancient secrets are still waiting behind them. Across the aisle, a young woman with long, flowing hair presses up to her window, staring out like she's hunting for something. She murmurs his name under her breath, and nobody has a clue what she's really thinking. When Yuki and his maid Martha finally step into the royal capital of Bulgaria, they stride straight into the aristocrats' ward, suitcases thumping as they go. Right in front of them looms their brand new lodging house, big, proud, and ridiculously impressive. Yuki spots it instantly. Odette Surrey, the Duke's daughter, is living next door in the exact same kind of house, because they've each been handed their own private place side by side. Both he and Martha exhaled in relief. They didn't have to share a house with the Duke's family, and that privacy felt like a blessing. They step inside and the place hits them, surprisingly huge on the inside. Martha, the never-stop, always-work maid, declares she's cleaning it right away. When Yuki tells her she only has to clean the rooms they'll use, she instantly shuts that idea down. Because it's her lord's house, and that means she must scrub every single corner of it. Seeing that fierce determination in her eyes, Yuki steps in and offers to lend a hand. Then he whips around to his familiar, Ramai, and with a crisp, formal nod, he names the little thing Martha's escort and her maid apprentice. To kick off this new role, he tells Martha to look away for a second. He tells Ramai that, as a silver bay fox, it's born with the power to turn into a human, and he's ready to supercharge it with a magica burst, the Mistel blood, to fuel its own strength. A gentle glow smothers the familiar scene, and then, bam, light erupts and everything changes in an instant. Rimi's new human body snaps into place as a 10-year-old kid, but the miracle only holds for around 2 hours at first. A quick status check reveals the low level isn't a curse. It's just because it's still young, and the Mistel blood flips the switch, unlocking the skills it already knew it could have. And Yuki suddenly realizes it. Silver Bay Fox didn't learn the transformation at all. He had it in his bones, and Yuki's magic only boosted what was already there. He ropes Reimai into helping Martha and escorting her once her power finally steadies. And the second the girl wakes up transformed, she can't wait to say yes. Yuki lets Martha take a look, and in one instant it's clear the now filthy Reimai is in desperate need of a bath. Martha stays perfectly calm, so calm it shocks Yuki to her core. With a calm voice, she points to the girl and calls her Rimi, then asks if she should have been shocked more than she was. Then Martha leans in and admits she's come to expect wild, jaw-dropping stuff from Lord Yuki, and she's just relieved he showed up to help. Ramai can't wait to pop in and announce herself as Martha's brand new helper, and before long, the two click instantly. Even after Yuki offers to run the bath himself, Martha pushes past it and insists on doing it all, shrugging off the fact that she'll be taking on even more work. Just as Yuki starts warming the water, everything gets yanked away. He's interrupted. His bat familiar swoops through the window and, like it owns the place, announces a fancy new guest to the doorman. The visitor steps in and introduces himself as a messenger from Her Highness, Iris Rischa. Then he rushes to apologize for intruding so soon after they just arrived. He dashes up with a letter, summoning Lord Yukagrasuria and Lady Odette Surrey to a meeting the very next day. While Odette hears the same invitation coming from the next house, her dad's letter hits first, and just like that, her good mood curdles. Her face twists, pure rage floods in. She was loving every second of her talk with Yuki, until her father's words crashed the moment and shattered it all. The letter hit like a punch in the gut, spelling out the cold deal he made with her: become a magician or get sent back home. Back home, he demands that a duke's daughter's real job is to stay inside the house, and he fully expects her to obey. Odette stared at the brutal road ahead, replaying every brutal requirement she'd need just to climb up the ranks in the Magician's Guild. Her maid urges her to chase the best mentor, anything for a shot at the deletion. But Odette keeps her eyes locked on Highness Iris, no distractions. She clings to a promise she made to Iris, forever, and she swears she'll keep that vow no matter what it costs her. To pay off that debt, protecting Iris is non-negotiable, and her father's demands are just hurdles standing in the way. She stares out her window at Yuki and decides she's not quitting, because he's proof there's someone else who truly believes in her. The next day, inside the Royal Palace guest house, Yuki and Odette square up in front of Princess Iris. Iris starts by blurting out a heartfelt apology to Yuki, admitting she'd planned for him to be her escort on that very night. Odette cuts in and insists Yuki should have had that spot all along, because her father basically shoved her into it. Yuki reels from the political mess, because once you hit 19, even a royal can pick their own knight, and Dukasuri's push to use a debt basically cornered the king into agreeing. Then, after the army general personally nominated Yuki, the aristocrats snapped back, refusing to accept the baron's illegitimate son. So they twisted his arm into another selection test, pure compromise, forced and all. Iris tells him she caught a fever right after she came back from the barony, and that sickness stopped her from reaching him any sooner. Once she finally came around, they shut down her ability to write to him. No notes, no letters. Because everyone already knew he was the original pick, and they didn't want favoritism showing. She couldn't shove her will through the royal court, so she begged him to stand beside her as a trainee at the Magicians' Guild. Yuki gladly accepts, and the moment he does, he realizes this road still lets him dig into the link between the princess and his old village. Iris then thanks Odette and drops the truth. She used the whole, calling the candidates, set up just to carve out this chance to talk with Yuki one-on-one. Their playful banter spills out, and when Yuki realizes how close they really are, it hits him like a total shock. Iris leans in and blurts out, "So when did Odette and Yuki finally meet?" Yuki leaned in and said it all happened by pure chance, just a wild run-in on the way to the capital. Iris can't help himself. He smirks and guesses he must have saved Odette, and when she bats it away with a coy refusal to confirm it, the princess gets even more fired up. Yuki watches, silent and sharp, as the two hit it off perfectly. In the middle of this casual get-together, Yuki grabs the moment and finally fires off the question he's been choking on for ages. He turns to Princess Iris and demands to know if anyone in her family tree is named Lyle, Ramilia, or Alice. Those names hit Iris like a shock, but she grits her teeth and digs deep into her memory. She admits she can trace her bloodline only back to her grandparents, and she can't remember a single name from that generation. Flustered to his core, Yuki scrambles up a cover story, swearing he saw them in a dream where they begged him to protect the princess. Iris beams like it's fate staring her in the face, then vows, without hesitation, that she'll track down their graves. Iris realizes she can't possibly know anything about her ancestors from that far back. Yuki lays it out, those missing records don't vanish for no reason. The Eight Kingdom War tore everything apart, and the chaos wiped out most of the old history for good. Odette gasps that more than half those ancient artifacts are gone for good, and the rest. They're locked behind seals, never to be reached. Suddenly, Iris snaps back. She remembers why they're here, the escort night exam. A guard slams in and cuts everyone off, shouting that the venue has been taken to sit at a cave, where a holy sword is locked away. Just as she starts to explain, the guard slams the news in. Two guests are here. Jill von Kiels, the Marquis's son, and J.R. Wolfgang, the Viscount's boy. Iris swings the door open and lets them in, then drops the bomb. She's got something to say to everyone about the exam. The doors burst open, and two young nobles stride right in. These are the last remaining guys still in the running for the escort knight position. Jilvan, the Marquis's son, snaps back on the spot, calling the exam a total waste of time. He arrogantly proclaims he's the only one fit to wear the princess's knight title. He steps up to Iris and challenges her, asking if she's got a problem with it. As soon as Jair, the Viscount's son, squeaks out that Jilvan is rude, Jilvan snaps back and shuts him down hard, letting him know exactly where he stands. Yuki clocks the aristocrats, clear power game, and she can't help but smirk at the whole thing. Jilvan whips his contempt straight onto Yuki. What I don't get, he sneers, why the Byron's bastard is even here. He orders Yuki to step back before he's humiliated, smirking that some lowborn with a tiny bit of ancient magic has zero chance. Yuki drops into a deep bow, shocking everyone. Then he looks up and blurts, "I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Lord Jilvan." Deep down, Yuki's thoughts are totally different, because as a long-lived being, he treats each moment like a blink-and-you'll-miss-it memory in a life that stretches for centuries. He knows, every single second, that this quick clash with the arrogant young noble will matter. Will soon crash to an abrupt end, and a knowing smile, almost like pity, creeps across his face. Jilvan just freezes, staring back in pure, total confusion. Jilvan jerks back in disbelief, his voice trembling as he squares up to Yuki. What did you just say?" Yuki just flashes a calm smile like the outburst doesn't even touch him, and then he calmly cuts in. "I'm not backing out of this exam. I think it'll be an awesome experience." Princess Iris watches them with a sharp, thoughtful gaze, like she's weighing every second. And even if it turns into pure embarrassment, she tells herself it'll someday flip into a memory she'll actually smile at. Jilvan seethes at the thought, embarrassed. Seriously. Yuki just shrugs it off, pulls his focus back to the princess, and cuts in. "All right, Your Highness Iris, shall we jump into the exam details?" Iris locks eyes with Yuki, and pure admiration burns in hers, just like I guessed. She whispers, You're on a whole different level, Yuki Grosseria. The group finally settles in, as Iris starts laying out every detail of the Magician Guild's exam plan. She grips a document and keeps her voice rock steady, telling everyone about that Legion entrance in the Royal Capital Districts, like it's common knowledge, right? She goes on, telling me only the Magician Guild can slip through a secret passage, and it was built long ago to control Elysian itself. She reveals the exam is going down in the highest layer of Elysian, where undead sightings have been popping up all too often. Iris blares, the goal is crystal clear, and it's deadly. You must prove the holy sword in that cave is safe. First one to reach it becomes my escort knight. Hearing the words, holy sword, hit a nerve deep in Yuki's chest, because he suddenly remembers a shattered flashback from 200 years ago, the exact weapon from his past life that ended him. A searing hatred for long sword edges burned inside him, and phantom pain stabbed him again like he was reliving the moment. Detsuri shoots her hand up and asks, what happens if two people sprint to the holy sword at the exact same time? Iris nods like, all right, then both of you will go head-to-head for it. And if you two manage to strike a deal, one of you becomes the escort knight, while I'm seriously thinking of giving the other party a matching role too. Yuki gets the message instantly. One quick look, and Ira silently confirms their alliance, basically granting them permission to team up during the exam. She points to the calendar and declares, you've got 3 days, then the exam hits. The rest is coming from the person in charge later, so lock in and get ready until then. She sends them off with a heartfelt wish, blessing each of them with the best of luck before they're gone. Later, Yuki comes rushing back to his residence. I'm back, he calls out, and 2 figures rush forward with bright smiles. Welcome home, Lord Yuki. He gently pats Ramai's head and says, those clothes look amazing on you. Was Ramai good? Martha, the head maid, beams. She's sharp as a tack, and she remembers exactly how to fold the laundry. Remy stretches with a huge yawn, and even though she naps non-stop, Martha says she's still sleepy because she's growing. And yeah, that's why her master's familiar is still hanging back. Yuki flashes the sleepy girl a comforting grin. It's fine, Ramai, you can rest. With a soft pop, she snaps back into her tiny fox form and curls up, drifting off like nothing in the world could disturb her. Over tea, Yuki grills Martha about the exam, and she looks worried. Because I've got to investigate a dungeon crawling with undead. And yeah, this is going to be a headache. Yuki lets out a heavy sigh, and a grim memory claws its way into his head. Skeletons crawling back to life, and he can't stand the undead. He sips his tea, then drawls, I'll only do what's needed. Martha's face eases, and he adds, please don't go doing anything reckless. Then she slid out a plate of fresh, golden brown pancakes. And by the way, honey at the Royal Kills Market was cheap as dirt, so today Martha cooked Lord Yuki's favorite ones, and no matter what happened next, she'd stay right by his side. Her unwavering support hits Yuki like a wave. His eyes snap wide in pure emotion. Can you do the same the day before the exam? He asks, and his voice screams pure determination. I need to feel fully pumped. Martha grins, of course. Exam day finally slams into place. The candidates crowd together before the towering presence of the Limble Magician Guild. Yuki scans the 2 towers, Guild HQ and the Magician's Research Facility, until a familiar presence closes in, General Burns. It's been a long time, see you around, the General murmurs under his breath. It's been a while, sir. Burns lets out a heavy sigh. Things got messy, I and the princess vouched for you, but... Yuki blurts out the rest of his sentence and the grim truth lands. Those other nobles weren't on board, right? The general just nods hard. If they pick someone else, I'll make sure it's worth your while. He slaps his hand to his chest, roaring with laughter. I swear it in Burns' name, because you've got one coming and I'm paying up. The general pushes them forward. Now we're here. Right in front of them looms a huge, lifeless monument. That's the entrance to the Elysian. A woman in a hooded robe steps forward and greets you, then she grins. I'm the examiner for today, C-rank magician Demeter. Now the 4 of you are walking into the Legion, so move carefully. A spiraling staircase plunges into a twisting abyss, and once you step on it, everything starts to warp. Demeter snaps that the distortion's unavoidable, because this is the only route to the Legion. The guard spits out a warning, so grab the examini beside you, hold tight, and shut your eyes until you finally get used to it. But the second Yuki plants a foot on the stairs, a weird surge hits him. He feels like he's both falling down and rising up at the exact same time. Iris claps a hand over her mouth, her face turning deathly pale. What is this place? She whispers, and you can tell it already feels awful. Why are you hurt? She blurts out to Yuki, and he answers, back in my old life I used to fly, so my balance was trained for it, but right now I don't feel okay. Then his thoughts lurch back 200 years, right to when the Elysium Temple ruled this place, and anyone from the common world who wandered too close got executed on the spot. It's a terrifying place, but some spark in him can't help buzzing at the thought of stepping into what everyone now calls an ancient ruin. General Burns blares, "We'll hit Elysium any second, so take it in right now." The twisted passage finally gives way, and boom, there it is. A jaw-dropping, nightmare-inducing view, a massive circular pit plunging deeper and deeper into blackness. The candidates froze mid-breath, their eyes wide with pure shock. The general tells us this underground labyrinth was uncovered 220 years ago, and it still hasn't been fully mapped, not even close. The only part we can promise won't kill you is the very top layer. Jilvin reels from that distorted passage, then snaps back with raw defiance. "Even if you're a general, mind your tongue. I'm the Count's son." Iris stumbles nearby, and Yuki immediately shoots over, offering her his shoulder so she can steady herself fast. Demeter, the examiner, strides up and lays down the final briefing. Undead is supposedly creeping into the cave you're about to enter, and the only thing they've spotted so far is a low-level skeleton. They're staring at a black cave mouth carved into the labyrinth wall, so if you're scared, turn back to the passageway right now. Those talismans will hold the monsters off and keep them from chasing you. All right, enough stalling, let's go. Move, this is the Holy Sword Cave. I'll say it one more time. If you really think you can't do it, then quit right now, Demeter warns. Jill Von bristles. "Are you threatening someone from the Count family?" Her answer is icy, and I'm warning you, down here lives have already started falling. She locks eyes with him and dares. "If you're so fearless, Jilvin, then go walk the first floor alone." She points down at the chasm and warns you, monsters rarely crawl into the passage, but if you drop into that pit while you're fighting, you don't just get hurt, you die and there's no rescue. Got it. Jilvin trembled, his bravado cracked. Demeter slammed down the final rules. Go hunt the holy sword buried deep in the cave's innermost heart, and the first one to grab it passes the exam. You're allowed to use magic, but no backstabbing, no sabotaging each other, deal. Right, she nods, "Yeah, sure, but we can't watch every single thing from here. Get hurt, we'll heal you, back down, we'll come running to rescue you, and trust me, this isn't the overworld, remember that." So how do we even prove who hit the innermost part of that cave first? One guy suggests, "I'll send my familiar with you so we can track where you are." Sure, you can bring your own familiar too, but if it gets to the innermost spot first, you still won't be crowned the winner. Demeter stared at Yuki, then leaned in and demanded, "What about you? Got any questions?" Right before he can even open his mouth, Iris cuts in. "I've got this, I understand." She leans in and asks, "Wait, if the holy sword is this legendary ancient relic, then why in the world is it locked up in here?" Right here, the other candidates flick angry side-eyes at each other, because they can't believe she just asked that now. But the examiner finally answers, and it's simple. That ancient relic exists because nobody alive can truly wield the holy sword. She snaps her gaze to Yuki like, "If you want to know more, go ask a real official member." Demeter clocks them for a heartbeat, watching how the other three are locked in on the exam, while he's already thinking way past it. 5 minutes, think it through, she snaps. You can plot alone or huddle with your friends because only the one who truly deserves to be Her Highness has to prove they've got the smarts and skill. That's the whole game. Right when the moment hits, Odette strides up to Yuki. "So, did you bring your familiars with you, or what?" Then she throws out a bold suggestion, "Drop the honorifics. Because once we're inside the Holy Sword Cave, we're equals until the job's done." Yuki nods right on the spot. "Yeah, I get Odette. And honestly, I've heard honorifics can bog everything down." Odette unfurls a map and turns back like, "All right, this is exactly how we're doing it." She jabs a finger at two choices, take the straight road packed with undead or swing by the detour with only a few. "Yuki, what do you think we should do?" Yuki grins, "Straight passage. The undead lumber slow, boost us and we'll slip right past them." Uki paused and realized it. Boosted only lasts a short burst. The other ancient magic he can use is limited to summoning Snake and the force of Earth, and with nothing but skeletons and ghosts left, he gritted his teeth and decided he'd handle them himself. Suddenly, Odette drops to her knees in front of him, eyes serious and begging, "Please be Iris's escort knight." Yuki's stunned. "Wait, what? That's not what we agreed on." She snaps her head up at him because she's not letting this slide. She and Iris were childhood friends, and she's told him that already. She leans in, voice shaking with emotion. "I've heard stories about Her Highness's constitution in this barony, how the other princes and princesses snub her just because her grandmother was a commoner's descendant. And Iris really, really trusts you." She snatches his hands into hers, squeezing hard. "Yuki, I need Iris to be happy." Her eyes burned with pure determination, and I thought, then the one with power to protect her has to be her escort knight. Yuki waits quietly, thinking that Highness Iris is no ordinary friend to her. Then she looks up and says, "I'm more than happy to help from the sidelines." He tugs their hands away, slow and firm. "I'm not exactly dying to be the Highness's escort knight," he says, cutting it clean. "We're putting the chat on pause until we clear this exam." Odachik clenches her fist, swallowing quiet disappointment right. Their 5 minutes hit zero, boom. The 4 candidates line up at the cave entrance, strategies locked in, and their resolve hardened like steel. Demeter sweeps her gaze over them one final time, and she roars, "Everyone give it your all." Next, General Burns stands on the platform, staring down with a face that gives away absolutely nothing. The examiner thrusts her hand high into the air. "All right, then." Then she barks the final command and slams it down. "Let the exam begin." The 4 candidates surge forward like a single force, charging into the pitch-black darkness of the Holy Sword Cave. The moment the exam kicks off, students huddle up, crack their knuckles, and brace to unleash their spells. Their early lead hinges on how fast they can fire off those incantations. Before anyone can even finish a single verse, Yuki moves at impossible speed and blasts his power out in an instant. He barrels in at once, sweeping Odette into his arms, steady voice but no hesitation. "Sorry, Odette, we're taking the lead right now." Now Odette is left staring in total shock, her nerves completely shattered by the sudden move. Her competitors gawk in stunned silence, and her chant dies halfway on her tongue. As Yuki hauls her into the dungeon, he fires off a reminder that they're partners, and hands the chanting over to her. Yet all it does is make her embarrassment flare brighter. They charge headfirst into the cave's pitch-black void, sprinting straight at a swirling horde of skeletal undead. And even after Odette warned her, Yuki barrels straight through the creatures, snapping at them to get out of her way. Odette's jaw drops, because the undead back away from him, not charging in but trembling with raw, visible fear. Earlier, the whole gang of skeletons suddenly backs away, retreating in a rush. Yuki finally drops his plan. His dagger isn't coated in silver at all. It's smeared with missile blood. His rare blood is pure fire. Any undead that even grazes it gets violently wiped from existence, way harsher than any normal purification. This terrifying power is the reason he earned the title Vampire Lord. In the first place, every undead would scatter and run from him, desperate to dodge purification. Snatching the moment, he shouts at Odette to grip on tight as they bolt deeper into the dungeon. Up in the stands, the exam proctors stare down from a dizzying height, and Knight Elysian starts digging into the dungeon's dark past. The Elysium Temple stretches for miles and miles, ancient beyond belief, and right now, explorers have only cracked open its upper layers. He remembers the legend of a terrifying ghost, the Elysium priest who said to roam the deadest, darkest depths. His companion, Lady Demeter, brushes off the worry and points out that protective talismans cover the passageways, so those things can't show up unless someone summons them. Elysian nods in agreement, fully locked in on the prep, yet can't ignore the site's brutal past, knowing this battlefield could unleash enduring spirits without warning. Right in the middle of their talk, a wicked aura slams into the air around them, cutting everything short. Ghosts burst into the hallway, and Demeter's stomach drops with alarm, because she knows a top-tier undead has just appeared, strong enough to crush her talismans. Elysian raises his axe, clocking that fists usually do nothing to spirits, but this blade is the exception. He cracks the air with an enchanted axe, swinging it with pure, terrifying force. Demeter storms into the battle and hurls a darkness thorn spell, trapping the spirits in its clutches. She demands to know why they're showing up now. Way after the Requiem Festival should have finally calmed the souls left from that old war. A chilling voice booms down the hall, taunting her as her spell crawls to life. The ghost looms over Kings, and a mysterious 7th priest steps out of the shadows. Elysian, panicked for the examinees, marches up to Demeter and demands to know if they're safe. She checks their progress and freezes. Yuki and Odette are already racing to the finish, somehow slipping past every undead without a single fight. Elysian isn't even shocked. This is just how the boy rolls. But Demeter can't wrap her head around it, staring at his magic like it's flying, because the power he's throwing around as a trainee is absolutely unreal. As she struggles with this, her familiar, a magical mouse, stops cold, and suddenly the other path goes eerily quiet. It hits instantly, like a lightning strike to your chest. Demeter realizes this undead isn't playing around. Her familiars feel magically upgraded, dread claws at her from every angle, and the proctors finally crack and decide to charge into the cave themselves. Minutes earlier, the other team had fallen way behind, and Lord Jilvan's frustration was boiling because Yuki's speed kept pulling ahead. Aide, with Gile at his side, tries to calm him down, because he's sure the undead will hit the brakes and slow their rivals for good. Jilvan storms up to Gale, fists clenched, and rips into him. "Why did you stop me from casting a disabling spell on Yuki?" Gile leans in and tells you it was all part of the plan, to make Jilvan win the one-on-one duel against Odette the honorable way. Fuming at the idea of that cheap trick, Jilvan swings on his partner, shouting that he'll win with honor and lift his family's name. After that, he drills Gile with a fierce lecture on the ideals of nobility. Switching tactics on the spot, Jilvan snaps that Gile has to unleash his family's specialty, ghost magic. He barks at his partner to guide him straight to victory. Gile nods and readies the ancient, earth-shaking magic he's been taught, because this is the moment it was meant for. This is the dead-controlling, all-powerful spell, the ultimate weapon inside the Elysium dungeon. Jilvan had this master plan locked in from the start. Using bribes to pry out the info, he knew exactly which undead would show up, then set out to seize control of them. Gile's family, the Wolfgang household, are legendary ghost magicians, so they've got the perfect pawn for this strategy, him. Jilvan size up Giles, reliability like a lock clicking shut, and starts plotting their next moves as partners. Gile kicks off the incantation, his voice booming as he summons the undead to kneel to his will and obliterate every last one of his enemies. A burst of magical energy surges out of him like a shockwave. Jilvan watches them like a hawk, waiting for victory to hit. Skeletons burst up from the ground, totally under his command, and he howls with pure, triumphant rage. "It's ours," he roars, claiming victory like a thunderclap. But his victory party gets ripped apart when a shadowy force suddenly snatches him away. A bone-deep ancient voice booms through the cavern. "So now I'm awake, because something just awakened me. Who dared to open the gate for the living?" Then the entity locks onto the terrified boys, and the fear in the air spikes. Gile's spell detonated in the worst possible way. Now he's ripped open the summoning circle and hauled out Rogel, the legendary 7th priest of the Elysium Temple. A colossal shockwave of dark energy blasts out from the priest, ripping the air apart. Next, this power unleashed the exact force that wiped out Demeter's familiar for good. The skeleton's vile grip still makes everything shiver. Fear hits hard the moment this new master steps in. Jilvan's mind slams into a chilling legend, the ghost that prowls the dungeon's underlayer. He freezes in dawning horror as he realizes Giles. Magic has dragged out an ancient, top-tier wraith. Panic hits him hard, and he can't even figure out how to stand a chance against a power like that. The priest's icy voice slashes through his panic, demanding to know where the ancient item is. Jilvan launches a desperate, do-or-die charge, then gets effortlessly wiped out in an instant. He finally drops to the ground, collapsing in defeat. Rogel looms over him, his voice booming through the chamber like it's been hunting us our whole lives, because the new world won't come unless he can forge it with this hand. His shout cuts through the air and hits Yuki and Odette right as they step into a massive, dead-empty cavern deep inside the dungeon. At the exact same time, the proctors finally burst in, crashing into the deepest section of the ruins just as the crisis explodes wide open. While Odette throws a victory celebration for their exam win, he steps in and congratulates them. And just like that, she panics, blushing as she admits she barely helped at all. She whips her gaze to the cave mouth and shouts, praying Lady Demeter is watching their win. Suddenly, Yuki's eyes snap to the cave's pitch-black depths. A crushing silence smothers the room, like the whole world is holding its breath. Before Odette can even name the feeling, she blurts that the other team is here, but Yuki snaps her quiet in an instant. Danger is in the air, and he knows it. A crushing, shadowy power pours off the approaching figure like it's choking the air. It's Gale Wolfgang, except he's not walking alone, because a towering, shadowy specter hangs over his shoulder, backed by skeletal minions in a cold-blooded necromancy spectacle. Odette Christians the magic instantly clocks it. Gale is possessed by a wraith. A shadow whispers, its voice ancient, cold, and chilling to the bone. It calls itself Rogel, the 7th priest of the Elysium Temple. Odette's stomach drops. How could a priest dare summon ghosts in a place like this? But the specter cuts in, swearing it was him who answered an ancient summons. Rogel barks at Yuki to step aside, but the kid flashes a dagger and refuses to back down. The ghost snaps into action and unleashes a deadly attack. Yuki, like it's nothing, slams down a wall of dark crystal, stopping the assault dead in its tracks. The priest freezes, utterly stunned by this sudden, unexpected defense. Yuki stands his ground, shouting that the dead don't get to mess with the living. His mind skitters at full speed, replaying how another student tried to pull off that same ancient magic. He still remembers the whisper. Priests from the Elysium Temple perished here ages ago, their souls perfectly ripe for summoning. He can't stop wondering, did Gale summon that spirit by mistake, or did someone force him to do it? The name Elysium Temple claws up a raw, old rage in him, because they're the very people who hunted him as a monster in his past life. Now, one of them finally shows up right in front of him. Just as another group of students pulls up, Yuki shoots them a warning, back off and stay back. The newcomers yell in panic, seeing the general encircled by the undead. Student Suri, just a girl, throws herself forward and dares the skeleton's head on. She slams out a spell and orders the ghost to keep its distance from the trainees. A vicious spiral of thorny vines tears up from the ground, and a spell darkness erupts with it. But the ghost scoffs, snaps up a barrier, and wipes out the attack like it's nothing. Suri can only stare, frozen in pure shock. The spirit sneers at her, laughing that the magic of this era is slow and pitiful. It declares, loud and clear, that the Elysium Temple is destined to seize control and rule the entire world. With a massive surge of power, it rips loose a brutal blast, and every student gets hurled through the air. The whole cavern shakes hard, rattled by the raw power of its magic. The priest finally blurts out his real motive. He's hunting for an ancient item hidden right here, and he couldn't care less about the humans, because his mission is to steer humanity into a brand new evolution. As Yuki talks, he rockets forward, blinding speed, cutting through the possessed Gale with vicious slashes. The boy's sudden lunge catches the ghost completely off guard. The spirit sneers, saying its ethereal body can't be cut by any blade. But Yuki blurts out one word, purification, and a blazing burst of light explodes from his hand, making the ghost jerk back, screaming in agony. The priest lets out a shriek of disbelief, reeling from the attack, and Yuki coldly spits out the irony like it's a death sentence. The guy who shunned humans and called them monsters is basically doing the same thing now, because he's become one himself. Furious, the ghost snarls, demanding to know exactly what he's talking about. Yuki snaps forward once more, commanding the ghost of the past to vanish. Their powers collide again, tearing the moment apart. He shouts to Odette, demanding she gets ready now. He casts purification once more, and that holy energy slams straight into the spirit. The blow lands clean and rips the ghost free from Gale's body. Odette, he snaps now. Odette snaps into action and hurls the raw power of Earth, smashing straight into the specter the moment it's left exposed. The spirit screams as a surge of brutal magic rips through its body. Yuki tells you the dead aren't just gone. They cling to the living, draining their magic power to fuel themselves. With the host cut away, the priest is stripped of all power. The ghost demands to know how Yuki has that kind of knowledge. Yuki dodges the question and instead blasts the priest, blaming him for the wars and ruin he unleashed while preaching human evolution. Beaten and broken, the spirit gasps out one final desperate plea, "Give me the holy sword." It blurts out its real dream, to master the sword and crack the secrets behind life, evolution, and resurrection. Odette is totally baffled, because the holy sword wasn't made to grant life at all, it was forged to crush evil. Yuki realizes this sword has to be hiding a secret, one so irresistible it would lure a ghost in. With fresh determination, he vows to see it for himself and starts climbing that rock wall, right toward the sword jammed in it. Odette begs him to slow down, swearing he'll regret it if he messes with that sealed ancient relic. His hand clamps around the hilt, and his eyes snap wide open. A voice rips through his thoughts, "Welcome back, my lord." He yanks the blade out of the stone like destiny just cracked open. A brutal jolt rips through him, and he coughs up blood like it's tearing out of his chest. Then the truth slams into him with iron certainty. This is the holy sword that killed him 2 centuries ago. Everyone just freezes in stunned silence, while he grips the legendary weapon like it's about to change everything. His head buzzes like a hacked storm, packed with every detail the sword's memory just dumped into him. He glares at the blade, spits out an order, "Wake up, holy sword, Linkarl," and demands the steel answer. He swings the sword, and that familiar weight hits his grip like home. It feels almost weightless in his hands, nothing like he remembers. He pictures his old friend Lyle, whose arm shook the moment he swung this same blade 200 years ago. The memories of his final moments slam into Mendoff, and it forces his closest friend to drive the blade and end him. He can't stop thinking about Lyle, Alice, and Remilia, praying they're finally happy, and that Lyle got the hero's spotlight he always deserved. He's certain the Elysium Temple would have never let Lyle breathe easy. The ghost of the priest, Rogel, watches in pure terror as his dream shatters right in front of him. Yuki swings around and fires one last question at him, do you know Lyle from Fear of Village? And the ghost panics, frantically denying he knows a thing. Yuki pushes harder, demanding to know if the temple crushed and killed the hero, and even his family. Then the priest swears up and down it's all lies, claiming no one ever issued such an order. Yuki mumbles, "It's done, disappear," and with one final ruthless slash, he wipes the spirit clean off the map. Now it all clicks. His own blood trapped the blade, the blood of Demon Lord Nosferatu too, sealing it shut so nobody else could ever use it. The moment he pulled the blade free, it snapped to attention, recognizing him as its true master. But here's the twist. There's one more person who can use it, and that thought won't let go. But Odette's panicked voice snaps his focus and dares him, questioning every reckless move he makes. He calmly tells her it was an emergency and that he's just returning it, yet it still makes her blow a gasket. She insists they're going to be swarmed with questions about how he woke up a weapon that's been dormant for 200 years. He lifts a finger to his lips, like he's about to hush the whole world. It's a secret, one that could flip everything upside down. While the other students rush to the unconscious jail, Yuki stared into the echoes of what he'd learned after hacking the holy sword Linkarl. This blade can wipe evil souls out of existence, but it can also grant the good a shot at reincarnation, and that blessing had already found him once before. And boom, he got reincarnated thanks to the sword's crazy power. But when he flicked through the sword's past uses in a rush, one fresh entry snapped his attention. Hiding under D. Nosferatu's name was another temporary user, Alice Carmen, used 199 years ago, right in the same window as his reincarnation. And after 2 endless centuries, his loyal subordinate is finally within his grasp. A few months before all this, in the Grossedia Baroni, a young maid named Martha stops everything just to ask, wide-eyed, about her mother's health. Her mother finally tells her the coughing has stopped for good, and each time the young Lord Yuki gets to visit, she feels stronger, right up to the point where she realizes it's Marspek's healing herbs that are doing the real work. 5 years have already slipped by since Martha first started working at that mansion, and her mother can't shake the worry that her daughter's future is starting to crumble. She leans in and reminds Martha, straight-faced. Since she's an illegitimate child, Lord Yuki is about to head off to university, so Martha better brace herself to find a new job or a new husband. But Martha's resolve won't budge. She's locked onto one goal: keep helping Lord Yuki wherever his road takes him. Her mother grins and softly strokes her hair, sure that someone like Yuki is meant for something far bigger than an ordinary life. But as Martha stares out the window, one question keeps gnawing at her. Can she really keep up with him side by side? Deep underground in the twisted labyrinth, Yuki pressed up to a cold stone wall, and just like his worst fear, the protective talisman nailed to it had been smashed to pieces. Then boom, everything shifted in the most unexpected way. The exam's outcome was already sealed, so now it was all about who got to be the princess's escort that night. Hold up, right before this, Odette was out there fighting tooth and nail, insisting he'd smashed the priest's ghost and won the exam, like that proved he was the only one who deserved the job. She refused to steal his glory and straight up admitted the truth. Yuki was the one who'd quietly yanked the holy sword from its pedestal in the dark. Sure, she was happy to be his escort knight, but as a duke's daughter, her pride wouldn't let the truth stay buried. Yuki's thoughts slipped to the holy sword, Linkarl, and he can't stop seeing it stained with more than his blood. It's soaked in the blood of someone he loved. He stares at it and remembers the sword's usage record, a relic that's been buried for 199 years. With just that one clue, he figured out the terrifying truth. Someone who understood the sword's power had planned their own death so they could be reborn right beside him in the same world's air, and that person was Alice. A heavy sigh rips out of him. He still has no clue what happens after death, but now he knows one thing for sure. She's Alice, and she's out there somewhere in this world. A new resolve clenches inside him like a blade. He'll track her down no matter who she's turned into. Hold up, don't move. I'm coming for you, and this time I won't let you slip away. But first, he's got something else to deal with. He marches up to Lord Gilvan Kiel, and the moment he's in front of him, Lord Gilvan recoils from his terrifying presence. With a sweet, fake smile, Yuki pulls him aside and demands a private chat about the undead that attacked them, because that mess is still haunting the Elysium Temple. Gilvan Swallows trembled as she got cornered. Yuki barrels straight up to him and fires off, asking if his and Jayer's real plan was to wreck their progress. Gilvan finally admits they did. He shoots back fast, saying Gaia only learned of that ancient magic from his father's contacts, and he swears they never once meant to summon the ghost of an Elysium priest. Next, Yuki isn't buying it for even a second. His excuse gets zero respect. Jilvan crumples in defeat, begs for forgiveness, admits he's been completely beaten, and finally acknowledges that Yuki saved Gaia's life. Yuki brushes off the apology, then he leans in and fires back. Forget the rest. I want you to track down the one who taught Gaia that magic. He says the real sting isn't the break, it's who did it, and how they twisted Gaia into unleashing necromancy through a ruined talisman. That thought hits Jilvan like a punch. Could Elysium Temple worshippers really be hiding inside the Kielsen Wolfgang families? Yuki admits he doesn't know. Odette steps forward, jaw set, and when Yuki says it, she snaps. I hate the idea that the Elysium Temple is about to bring us trouble. She grabs Jilvan by the truth and forces him to stare at what's really happening. Because if Yuki hadn't stepped in, Gaia would have stayed nothing more than a puppet vessel for the priest's spirit. They drain every last drop of his magic power until he was left with nothing. She refuses to let them shrug it off. No matter who they are or how high their rank sits, they've got to hunt the culprit and dig up every clue. Head bowed in shame, Jilvan reluctantly throws in the towel. The whole crew fires back in agreement, back to the surface, and they'll spill every single detail to the princess. Yuki chooses to hand the formal investigation to the Magic Guild, but he's got a way more urgent mission pulling at his heart, one he can't ignore right now. Now he has to kick off his hunt to track down the current incarnation of Alice. Inside the royal palace, Princess Iris snatches the first report with a bright smile, thrilled to learn Lord Yi was the very first to finish the exam. Later, as Yuki and Odette face her, she praises them to the sky for their incredible work. Odette shrugs off the praise and insists, with a humble shake of her head, that Yuki was the one who truly took down the ghost. Yuki fires back right away, insisting there's no way he could have saved Gaia without Odette's game-changing help. He insists they shared it, because it was her magic that finally broke the chains and let him move. Their polite argument spirals fast, and both of them try to outdo each other by handing over even more credit. As she watches them, the princess breaks into a warm, heartfelt smile. I watch you two click instantly, and she just smiles like, yeah, you're getting along perfectly. Then she leans in and admits Yuki's spot as her personal escort for the night isn't official. Not yet. Her voice sharpens the second she lands on the report's biggest bombshell. Yuki awakened the holy sword. The vibe flips instantly. Yuki begs for the chance to draw the sword again, right in front of her as undeniable proof. He wants this buried in silence, because if word leaks out that a baron's illegitimate son is holding an ancient power like that, the whole political world could erupt overnight. The princess nods and demands total secrecy, deciding she'll witness the act with her own eyes before she even thinks about assembling an official research team. From Lord Yuki, she says, tears of admiration shining in her eyes, as she praises him as truly an amazing person. As Yuki watches her, shock hits him. She looks just like Alice. He runs through his plan to prove who she really is, starting with his Mistel blood, because if she's Alice, her own blood will match its properties. The next move, make her press her hand to the holy sword, because he can't just ask for a blood sample. The moment she taps that blade, he might be able to hack into it, then feel Alice's soul answer back. His only play left is to study her behavior, but deep down, he already knows the answer. In his dream, the figures kept screaming at him to protect Princess Iris. But when he finally brought her up, she didn't bat an eye, and now he can't shake the sting of realizing she might not be the one he's really searching for. Odette's voice slices right through his mind, and she's snapping at him for just standing there, staring. From this moment on, Princess Yuki beams at him. Lord Yuki, as my escort, you'll always stay by my side. Right as that happens, her pure enthusiasm blindsides him. Odette hisses urgently in his ear, demanding that he fire back with the perfect, flattering reply. Because he's got zero experience in all this, Yuki can't do anything but swear a stiff, formal vow, promising his steady service and ironclad protection like he's her humble knight. Overwhelmed with joy, the princess snatches his hand and pours out heartfelt thanks. Then he finally exhales in relief, knowing he just survived an unexpected social test. Then he fires up his dream again, like it's impossible to keep it down. She remembers every name he dropped at Sir Lyle, and Miss Ramley nails it instantly. Those names meant the world to him. Still, she hesitates just a moment, then asks the question that hits like a punch. Was one of you my former fiancé? Not really, he snaps back, then admits he's never even had a lover, let alone a fiancé. Anyway, the princess gets hit with a shock so brutal she can't even speak. She's frozen in stunned silence. She keeps pushing, demanding to know if there wasn't at least one person in his heart. Odette blurts her fear in frantic whispers, begging him to finally see what the princess is really feeling. Yuki totally misreads what's happening, convinced this is some kind of test from Alice, like she's probing his past life love story. Odette snapped at him, cutting through the air. Because this princess wasn't just watching, she was testing whether his devotion truly came first, above everyone else. It finally clicks in his head. He flips his attitude in a heartbeat, blurting out that Princess Iris is the one person who matters most to him, and that no old love, not even a single one, could ever measure up. He vows to bury his past for good and throw every ounce of himself into her. The princess meets his eyes and freezes in total disbelief. His flattery is so clumsy and see-through it's almost embarrassing. The vibe turns painfully awkward, like the room just stops breathing. Right after Yuki gets dismissed, Odette slips in and demands a private word with the princess. Just the two of them, like old childhood friends. She leans in and asks Iris why she's so troubled, despite Yuki swearing his loyalty. Iris finally admits that ever since that recent fever hit, strange dreams have been haunting her every night. In these dreams, she lived out her days in a lonely village, guided by a guardian deity she'd loved since she was a kid. But no matter what, those dreams always crash straight into tragedy. Once Odette hears the whole story, she can't shake how painfully specific that dream is. Iris leans in and tells him the truth. Whoever shows up in her dreams feels weirdly, unmistakably like Yuki. She can't help but wonder, what if this is a memory pulled straight from its own life? Because in the dream, her parents were named Lyle and Remilia too. Odette shuts down her own theory with one cold diagnosis: love sickness. She's adamant that Iris just fell for her at first sight, like love magically struck. When really, her mind is stitching up excuses to make it make sense, and Iris fights back, saying those dreams were way too real. Odette dares her to show receipts, and Iris flashes the proof like it's already been waiting. And in her dream, the villagers handed her a crest and dared her to hunt it down in the future. She's convinced that if she can finally find this crest, it'll shatter the doubt and prove her dreams are real, deep down real memories. Odette snatches the parchment covered in the drawing and takes it for herself. She leans in like, "Don't worry, I'll set it up," and promises she'll help them investigate that pattern. Outside, Yuki waits all alone, blissfully clueless that the conversation happening right now is about to flip his whole world upside down. Odette spots Yuki in the crowded streets and hammers home his promise. She's reminding him to finally come check out that place she suggested. She lets it slip. Once they reach their spot, it's the Commerce Guild she's aiming for. Fresh in the city, Yuki turns to them and blurts out, "Wait, what's the real point of us being here?" Odette leans in and explains why it matters to a magician. Because every expedition can pay off with rare treasures they can appraise and sell right there. Yuki still can't buy it, doubting treasures like that just fall into anyone's hands, until Odette snaps back, reminding him, "You're the one who actually yanked the holy sword out." She leans in and tells him this. Finding a brand new ancient relic could rocket his family's court standing, or even hand him the go-ahead to found a new aristocratic Haja, since he's already earned that right. And Yuki finally clocks what she's really doing, training him for what's coming, tightening his bond with the guild so when her role in shattering the holy sword's seal is exposed, he'll be ready. After talking it through with Iris, they decided to keep the truth locked up, so they swapped Linkar's legendary blade for a replica and left the real sword to rot in its cave. That's the real reason Odette got invited in the first place. Moved by her foresight, Yuki tells her she's dependable and thanks her from the bottom of his heart for the chance encounter. So upfront and sincere that the young nobleman is left blushing, stunned, and completely speechless. He clocks that nobles usually spell out feelings like this in stuffy formal letters, and he offers to teach her the tricks of their world. Right then, his eyes snap to a carriage barreling toward him. Odette spots it instantly. Only the royal family uses that kind of vehicle when they want to travel incognito. Just like a burst of light from the shadows, Her Highness Iris steps out of nowhere on cue. After he dismissed her attendant, Iris drops into an apology for the trouble she's caused, then asks to go with them, confessing she's dying to see what life is like beyond the palace walls. Even while she's still a trainee at the Magic Guild, she straight up admits her knowledge of the real world is barely there. To dodge unwanted eyes, Iris tells Yuki right there in public, "Just call me Iris." He nods and plays along, but a slip of the tongue almost blasts a name from his past, until he snaps back and shuts it down. Once the misunderstanding got wiped clean, the trio straight up kept moving forward. Before long, they slammed to a stop in front of a massive, intimidating sight, the royal capital's legendary Grail Company. The sheer size of this place smacks Yuki with pure awe, so hard it even makes the baronial mansion he used to call home feel tiny. Odette lays it out. The Grail Company isn't just some business. It's a giant empire with branches scattered across the whole kingdom, running everything from trade to huge, high-stakes investments. Iris adds that the company's clout is so massive people swear it would hold strong even when war breaks out. As they draw closer, Yuki spots the company's crested castle, and it hits him. Its shape feels exactly like the old castle back in Fira village. With her appointment with the manager locked in, Odette hustles them inside. They're led into a lavish hall, and that's where Yuki finally gets the truth, because this tour was never meant to be simple. At Iris's urgent request, Odetta set up this meeting to dig into the exact emblem that caught Yuki's eye. The Slay family's decades-long partnership with the Grail Company earned them a special reception they couldn't have bought. While they're stuck waiting in a private room, Yuki spots the same crest, then spots an old castle and a bat, confirming his suspicions and snapping him back to his past life as Dean Nosferatu. Iris blurts out that she set up this meeting just to verify what's been haunting her, over and over, in that recurring dream. Right when she dares to hope this trip will finally bring answers, a knock slams through the door. Roderia, the manager herself, strides in, and the second she sees her distinguished guests, Highness Iris and Miss Odette Slay, recognition hits instantly. She lays it out bluntly. Knowing the royal family inside and out isn't a bonus, it's the price of admission for her job. Right after Yuki is brought in, Roteria starts flexing, dropping razor-sharp details about his father, Lord George Grosseria, and rattling off his military wins like he's reliving them. Iris kicks things off and tells everyone she's heard the Grail Company has records dating back before the Eight Kingdoms War. Roderia explains, "We don't have every single record, but the truly crucial details have been handed down, manager to manager, for generations." Iris steadies her breath and spills out her dream, how a blessing was promised to Alice Carmine and her lord if they could track down a spot marked with a bat's crest and the ruins of an old castle. Yuki leans in, gripping her tightly as she demands the truth behind where she got all this information. Iris bursts into the dream Lyle Carminia, right there with the other villagers, and drops the bombshell. Her father was the one behind it. The truth crashes into Yuki like a sunrise he can't outrun. The dream didn't just show them a future. It flashed a vow from the villagers. They'd pool their money for their lord's endowment, saving for generations until he and Alice could finally be reunited. Yuki's jaw drops at the chilling idea that a marriage endowment somehow survived 2 whole centuries. To Roderia, S and Iris's utter shock, Roderia straight up confirms it's real. Of course, she explains that the Grail Company was built for that one purpose alone. She drops the bombshell. The company's founders were the same people who escaped Fira village, taking the emblem from their homeland's castle so they'd never lose sight of where they came from, or the vow they swore. For 200 years, they clung to one oath no matter how the ties got twisted. They would always stay their lord's people. The crushing weight of that generational loyalty hits Yuki so hard she can't even speak. Roderia ushers them out of the room and promises, with full confidence, that she'll spill every detail right after. She leads them down a crumbling stone staircase, straight into a hidden chamber buried underneath. In the dead center of that stark room, a table stands like a spotlight, and on it rests an ancient, plate-shaped relic. She tells you this is the original ancient relic, guarded for generations by everyone before her. Iris is blown away, because even the Magic Guild only has replicas of treasures like this. Roderia breaks down the artifact's simple job. Compare your handwriting and magic to verify you're the real deal. She shoves a quill into Yuki's hands, orders him to sign his name, and tells him to pour his magic into the ink. He steps forward, and under Iris's tear-streaked stare, he finally writes the name he once held, Dean Nosferatu. As he finishes, Iris collapses emotionally, shaking with tears as she barely whispers, "My lord." The plate lights up, Roderia's voice turns reverent as she speaks, and the confirmation seals it. She declares, "This is the moment. We've chased this dream for 200 years since our first founders." She reveals the manager seat hasn't gone to just anyone. It's been kept for the descendants of that first generation only, locked in by the vows their ancestors left behind. Once the confirmation was locked in, Roderia Kufi turned to him and swore her loyalty. Officially, no turning back. With her duty finally done, she starts spilling the long-buried truth about everything that happened after her lord and Alice Carmine vanished from the world. The hits just keep coming. Each new reveal lands so hard it almost fries my brain. Yuki's heart pounds as she struggles to comprehend just how heavy that truth really is. Everything clicks together. Alice comes back as Princess Iris, Roteria's ancestors trace their roots to Fira village, and somehow the villagers even expected his return. As he scrambles to untangle his thoughts, his eyes lock onto Iris. In that split second, a flash of his old self hits him like a punch, and he knows, no doubt at all, it's really you, Alice. A wild flash of the past blasts into his mind. Two young girls grinning side by side, their bond somehow slipping past time itself. Iris stares at him, worry written all over her face. Wasn't that supposed to hurt? The second he hears her, it all clicks. Reincarnation, he says, only works if you drive the sword through your own body. That last, desperate image of Alice keeps haunting him, and I can't stop wondering how much it hurt her. And then her gaze drops like the weight of the world just hit. Iris speaks in a quiet, shaky tone, and yeah, that's exactly it. He can only nod along, because that pain must have been brutal. She slips her hand into his, gripping her chest like it's breaking, and then she blurts it out. What she felt in that moment wasn't even close to the agony that hit my chest when I found out you, D, died. As they both drown in the weight of the moment, Rhaedaria lights up with pure joy, thrilled to finally see her lord reunited with the companion he holds dear. Suddenly, a jolt of realization ignites in Yuki's mind. He whips around to Rhaedaria and asks, "Hold up, does your surname Kofi mean you're a descendant of the artisan Gates Kofi?" He recalls the man down to the last detail, an absolute genius with numbers, whose talent he handed through his family to help them build a massive, legendary company. In a flashback, his old self looks back on Gates, this sharp, healthy man who forged a legacy that wouldn't fade. He also clings to Gates' final wish, to make it to the end, see everything with his own eyes, and then raise up the people who came after him. Rhaedaria, Yoki stares her down and decides it's time to carry out that century-old wish. Then he smirks and goes, "I'll praise you right here in Gates's place." A flustered Rhode can barely get the words out as she stammers her acceptance, right when he asks for permission. He shoots out his hand. He tenderly pats her head and praises her like, "Good girl, you handled his company perfectly." He can't help but picture it. Gates, the genius who always second-guessed himself, would have been ridiculously proud. With that small job done, he heads back to the real crisis and demands that Iris and Rhaedaria tell him exactly what happened after he died. Realizing this talk could drag on, he waves them over and tells them to sit down, get comfy, because this is going to be a ride. Iris instinctively scoots right onto his lap, like she's doing it on repeat from a lifetime of memories. That sudden closeness jolts her to her core. She shoots upright, totally flustered, and blurts out a storm of apologies. She can't believe what she just did. Then Yuki snaps the truth into place. She's still being puppeted by Alice's old memories and habits. Even with him reassuring her, she still decides to sit up straight, at least for today. Right before Iris jumps in, Rhaedaria leans in and tells them. This magic in her head didn't appear out of nowhere. It's straight from family folk tales, handed down for generations, always ending with the truth and the Kofi family. They served a powerful great lord. Yuki snaps his focus on Iris as she braces to spill Alice's memories. "After you said that, she started talking, and I finally hauled myself out of bed for a while. She drowned in grief so deep she shut down completely, refusing every bite not because she was sick, but because the truth of it crushed her. Her own father was the one who killed him." Yuki listens with sharp worry as she declares she'll follow him straight into death. Alice finally realized her father wasn't just doing something. He was saving the village on purpose, and he'd known all along that this was the only way. But her heart and body slam the brakes on hope, turning her into a hollow shell that just sits there, waiting for her to fade out. Everything flipped the moment her father got crowned a hero by the Elysium Temple. And the moment he earned it, the one holy sword he'd been chasing finally appeared, ready to land the final blow. As Alice wasted away, her parents snapped into action and started digging into the truth behind that sword. His last words lit the fire in them, pushing her to her father no matter what, until next time. Next time, those words planted hope like a spark, because if there truly was a then, there had to be a way forward. Then they turned to Alice and asked, "Do you really want to help us find a way to see your lord one more time?" In that moment, hope lit up inside her, and suddenly she had a reason to keep living. Trembling but locked in, she hauled herself upright. She finally pulled herself together, still cringing at how much worry she caused her parents. But deep down, she started to look forward again. Again, she dove back into eating, snapped her strength back into place, and poured every ounce of energy into their research. Side by side, the family slipped into the Elysium Temple, hungry to crack every secret the sword was hiding. And then finally, they spotted it. The holy sword could grant reincarnation, burning through its last sliver of power so Alice could be reborn in the very same era as him. When her parents pressed her for what she wanted to do, she shot back her answer, solid, unshakable, and impossible to break. I'd give up everything just to finally go see him. Seeing her iron resolve, and knowing she'd die without it, they finally let her take up the sword. She had to put her journey on pause when Mia, her little sister, was born. He started out frail, then the second wave of Shimambu hit, leaving him broken. Alice waited on the spot, guarding her tiny, adorable little sister with all the love she had. Iris shuts her eyes, and every memory slams into its final, crushing answer. And that's exactly how it all ends. When I draw the holy sword, I get yanked into a new life, and now I'm here, sitting right next to you. Yuki quietly drinks in the jaw-dropping story of sacrifice and pure devotion. Rhoderia then reveals a message her ancestors entrusted to her, the final words Alice's parents left behind. A message seethed with pure rage at the Elysium Temple, because they forced a man to murder his own lord. A solemn demand crushed down on Yuki. Accept their daughter, the one who would never love, never marry again. And they swore they'd wipe the temple off the face of the world before they even got the chance to be reborn. Her tale ends, and Iris stares at Yuki like everything's spinning. Her whole identity feels like chaos, and she can't even tell if she's Iris or if she's Alice. She grips her chest like it's proof, because every ounce of these feelings is real. Yeah, Alice is raw, unfiltered grief crashes through her, raw and brutal, as she's forced to believe she'll never see him again. Sorrow crashed over her like a wave she couldn't outrun. And then that desperate, all-consuming hunger surged through her, fueling every last ounce of her strength. The moment she wanted to see him again, that single wish swallowed her whole life and became her entire world. A wish she clung to tooth and nail as she poured her heart into caring for her family. A love so powerful it lit a fire under her parents' quest. Every piece of her surged toward one blazing hope, locked inside the holy sword. Word one day, he tried it one more time. With those memories smashing into her heart, Iris finally snaps, tears pouring down her face like it all came too fast. I had to see you. She sobbed, then crumpled into his arms, shaking with every breath. I've been dying to see you. Like, seriously, I can't wait anymore. He grips her tight and whispers every name she's ever lived under, like he's summoning her through time. Alice, he murmurs, and then, taking the girl who's crossed 2 whole centuries just to reach this exact moment, he finally lets it all land. Her family's devotion and her endless love somehow survived the years, then finally sprinted straight back to him. As his fading memories swallow the scene, a man cradles the weeping Alice. Then his body shatters into crimson light. His final words ring out like a desperate prayer, begging his lord to guard the one he's leaving behind. Right now, Yuki has Princess Iris cradled in his arms, fighting to calm her runaway sobs inside that freezing stone room. He reminds her she's royal, then pushes her to stand tall and stay strong. But grief crushes her down to the core. She collapses into tears and calls out as the soul of Alice reborn, not a princess. Rhoderia, a descendant from the same village, gets hit by the exact same fury, until her perfect composure shatters completely. She feels how heavy this reunion really is, because the whole story is stitched straight to her ancestors. After a beat, she clenches her resolve and steels herself to share the family history, handed down through the generations. She says a few details might be warped with time, but Yuki grabs her by the urgency and tells her to keep going. She tells her story straight on. Once Alice Carmen set out, she says the whole village split into 2 camps and fear spread like wildfire. It wasn't a schism sparked by rage. It split by purpose. And while the villagers stayed together, their goals pulled in different directions. The first faction snapped into the merchants' party, racing to stack wealth and resources for their lord, and for Alice too. The far more clandestine one was the infiltration crew, sent to slip into the Elysium Temple and rip it apart from the inside. Rhoderia reveals the now-famous Grail Guild wasn't some one-person miracle. She spills the truth. It was built by the merchants' party into a financial powerhouse, all to help their lord when he comes back. While the infiltration crew, led by the brilliant Lyle and Remilia, slipped into action, they pretended to be loyal to the Elysium Temple and started climbing the ranks from the inside. They left behind an authentication device, a relic from Rhoteria's bloodline, carried through the generations as undeniable proof of their shared past. Yuki blurts out a question that kicks off everything. He gets how top-tier merchants could rise into a real company, but he can't wrap his head around how that infiltration crew slid up the temple's ladder so effortlessly, like everyone in there was just waiting to be taken down. A tiny, knowing grin curled across his lips, like he was sharing a secret you weren't ready for. She leans in and tells him, straight to his face, that he's exactly like the old tales promised. Iris, seated right beside him, nods and tells him straight up, Her lord has zero clue how insanely amazing he really is. She reminds him how he once saved Fira village all by himself, crushing the deadly Shamambu plague with his advanced hygiene and medicine, making sure every single person was fed and nobody was left to starve. Thanks to his relentless push, not a single kid in the village died too soon. He and his familiars wiped out the monsters terrorizing the region, flipping the villagers from helpless prey into fearless hunters, and kickstarting an age of peace and prosperity nobody had ever seen. But Yuki just can't see what he's really become. He keeps asking, "What's so special about my legacy?" Rhoderia leans in and spills the truth. He trained them in advanced farming, honed their hunting tactics, and showed them how to fight monsters and win. He built a jaw-dropping education system so powerful that while the royal capital was stuck at a 30% literacy rate, an entire village's fear transformed into a full 100% literacy rate. For 150 years straight, every single inhabitant learned their lessons straight from the Lord of Nosferatu himself. Out of that brutal forge of knowledge, real geniuses were forged into existence. Lyle and Remilia were the shocking result. They were so brilliant that, with the knowledge their lord gave them, they cracked open the divine holy sword and mastered every secret in just 1 year. Yuki finally gets it. If people like them slip ancient magic into the temple, the damage to their enemy will be absolutely catastrophic. With a sharp irony in her voice, Iris flat-out says her parents would never pass up a chance like this, especially not to punch straight at the heart of Elysium. Right as the war kicked off, the Rhoderia reports went silent, and every record of the infiltration party vanished. Lyle's plan sounded impossible, but the logic checked out. So the temple cheered him as the hero who crushed the evil Nosferatu, handing him the kind of access and trust most people can only dream of. From that vantage point, he and Remilia could smash their unsuspecting enemies from the inside out. Against a threat this deeply rooted and way more intelligent, the Elysium Temple never stood a chance. Yukasai's cursed their reckless choices, but still swallowed the brutal truth of the plan. With her tale finally finished, Rhoderia steps forward and swears her entire organization's full support to Princess Iris. Yuki straps one of his bat familiars into the role of a rock-solid messenger, keeping his communication line secure. Then he starts to walk off, but Iris shoots forward and clamps down on his hand, her face set like steel. She jolts his memory of the promise he blurted out while delirious from that illness. He vowed that when she hit adulthood, he'd claim her as his bride. He tries to dodge the truth, saying, "We're both still 13. But she snaps back that for her soul, 200 years have already gone by. Rhoderianter said is speaking for Princess Iris, and here's the wild part. She's fallen for him twice across 2 lifetimes, and now she's begging him to take both Alice and Iris as his wives. Yuki weighs it all in his mind. He's promised himself to guard Alice's descendants, and since Iris is her reincarnation, that duty locks into place. With shocking bluntness, he drops the bombshell that if he's going to guard her non-stop, the smartest move is to just marry her. Then he eases his voice, telling you, no need to rush. But Rhoderia snaps that time is a luxury they can't afford, because Iris will hit marriageable age at 15, and the royal family will move fast to lock in a political union. She promises the company will back them up, no questions asked, if they decide to run off and elope. Yuki brushes it off, like it's only a desperate last resort. First thing he does, boost his court rank the legit way by hunting down the ancient items Lyle and Remilia left behind. So as a backup plan, he suggests during their next travel as princess and escort, they fake an accident, then vanish cleanly without dragging her family into political disaster. Rhoderia and Iris lock eyes, then both say, "Fine, let's do it," and agree on the plan. When the long talk finally ends, relief crashes over Yuki, and suddenly everything feels right, like she knows exactly what she's fighting for. His road is finally wide open, so he'll track down the trail of his old retainers, scoop up what they left behind, and then see what their 200-year mission has been building toward. He's locked in on one mission, figuring out what kind of legacy Crybaby Lyle really carved out. World or not, he's still the village's guardian of fear, and he always will be. After finishing their stuff, Yuki and Iris finally rush to meet Odette, apologizing non-stop for the delay. Inside, a lavish feast of pastries and steaming tea is waiting for them. Odette, clearly losing patience, snaps that they took their sweet time. She tells them she had the capital's most famous pâtissière make the sweets. Then she got fed up waiting by herself. Before they even get into the talk, this parched Yuki blurts out that she needs tea, and it's served to her right away. As they finally settle in, Odette wastes no time. She cuts straight to the heart of it and demands their answer about Iris's mysterious dreams. Yuki's response hit like a lightning bolt, clean, blunt, and terrifyingly real. He calmly tells her that in a past life he was the village's guardian deity, and Iris lived there. After everything they'd survived together, they got ripped out of the past, and both were reborn into this new era. That bombshell hits, and a flustered Iris jolts, spilling her tea everywhere. Odette just stands there, completely stunned by the claim. Yuki had it all figured out. There was no way Odette could keep that wild story locked up, especially since Iris had already spilled the dreams to her and even mentioned the company emblem. Keeping the truth from her would only make it blow up later, and I swear he couldn't stand the idea of lying to her. Iris feels like she owes her life to Odette, because it was her that finally revealed Iris's own reincarnation and what happened to her old village. Still shaken, Odette can't catch her breath as the truth hits. Her mind barrels forward in full-blown panic. She snaps her head toward Iris, demanding to know if this insane story is actually true. Iris doesn't hesitate. She says it with steel in her voice. Lord Yuki really was her lord in that past life. She tells me she chased after him, and somehow ended up right here because of it. And just when it felt like it couldn't get any crazier, Iris tells Mariyuki she'll make her move in the future, and Odette is left utterly stunned. Yuki gets why she's reacting that way. Reincarnation feels impossible to her, and there's zero proof to back it up. After a beat of stunned silence, Odette's shoulders slump, her sigh heavy with surrender. "I get it," she says. She quickly admits she doesn't really get it, but she grabs onto faith and decides to believe anyway. To her, reincarnation and guardian deities don't matter one bit, because all that truly matters is what her beloved friend Iris wants. With a soft smile, she tells Iris that if she wants to marry Yuki, then that's all she needs to hear. Odette's support never wavers. She just snaps everyone back to reality with a serious, no-nonsense tone. She lays out the political roadblocks, because the royal family will only allow marriages to foreign aristocrats or to nobles holding the rank of marquises or above. Here, Yuki lays out his scheme to climb to this rank. He's hunting 2 more ancient treasures, and he's convinced they're buried somewhere deep inside the ruins of Elysium. He's already planning to sweep the whole area the second an opening shows up. So he figures this quest won't get far unless he grabs collaborators, and it might even line up with a job from the Magic Guild. Iris tells Odette to just look the other way, swearing they won't come asking for direct help, and that their search will stay hidden from everyone. Odette's hands start to shake as the weight of their request crashes down on her. Suddenly, she slams both hands on the table and roars that she'll never accept those terms. To everyone's shock, she grabs the chance and insists on helping them, right up close herself. Odette bursts out that, as a magician, she can't just stand there. This is her moment. Proof of past lives, a guardian deity standing in the shadows, and the hunt for ancient relics that shake the very core of who she is. Now that their alliance is sealed, they rush to thank her for the priceless help she gave them. Odette cuts in and flips Yuki's plan on its head. She tells him not to just climb ranks, but to forge a brand new aristocratic house instead. She warns that if the princess marries a commoner who rockets up the noble ladder, the royal family will get crushed by a tidal wave of political backlash. Iris tosses out the idea that she could just become Yuki's concubine, but Odette slams it down right away. No room for any extra complications. The new plan is locked in. Yuki's going to track down 4 ancient items and build his way up to becoming a marquis from nothing but raw grit. Yuki nods along, and Odette swears their whole conversation stays sealed tight. Secret, then they split, and a royal attendant called Burns shoves Iris to run back, warning that if she gets caught out there, trouble will explode the moment the secret's out. But before they can leave, Iris whips around to Yuki and raw, buried panic flares in her eyes. "Promise you won't just vanish, okay?" She whispers, voice shaking. "Don't leave without saying a word this time, promise." Her question hits like a ghost from their distant past. Yuki locks eyes with her and swears, solid and unshakable, "I won't." Iris exhales, and a surge of relief crashes over her as she finally accepts his vow. As Odette watches, she blurts out that she's never seen Iris wear a look like that. Yuki then leans in and asks what she thinks of the princess, like she's talking to a friend and wants the real take. Odette calls Iris pure and innocent on the surface, but deep down she's a career-driven fighter, someone who knows exactly what matters most to her, and she'll do whatever it takes to get it. Yuki grins, and just like that, you realize she hasn't changed a bit. As they stride along, Odette blurts out that she's starting to believe his reincarnation fantasy is real. Later, back in her quarters, Iris flings herself onto the bed and lets the day's moments slam on repeat in her head. She slips back through her memories. Once Alice, she clung to her devotion to Lord Nosferatu, And now as Iris, her heart is torn wide open for Lord Yuki. Two waves of memories and feelings crash into her all at once, and she flushes hard, then panics over the bold things she just said. She admits to herself that Alice's memories still haven't fully fused into her own. She vividly remembers when Iris fell for Yuki, the second he rescued her from the dark bears, and it lit a fire in her chest, burning her to stay right by his side. Now Iris and Alice's feelings slam together, fusing into one unstoppable devotion. Her train of thought gets slammed to a halt by a sudden tapping against the window. It's a tiny, bat-shaped creature, and the second it lands, she instantly knows it's one of Yuki's familiars. To her utter shock, the familiar suddenly talks, introducing itself like, "I'm Nell." Iris believes her recovered memories didn't just return. They pulled her spiritually closer to Yuki, letting her finally read and understand his familiars. Nell swoops in with a message from her master. She tells him her job is simple and vital. Stay right beside Iris, shield her, and keep the communication line open no matter what. She also spills the truth about a whole hidden network of familiars, so they can reach straight into Rotaria's Grail Guild. Yuki's message begs Iris to teach him the ancient magic she knows, because when they push into Elysium, that power is going to be everything. Iris clocks it on the spot. She knows it's her job to back him up with everything she knows. When Iris learns Nell has been serving Yuki for 200 years, a sharp flicker of envy lights up in her expression. She aches that if only she had wings, she'd swoop to his side anytime she wanted. Then it hits her, this thought sparks a jaw-dropping realization. Through Nell, she's got a secret, direct line to her lord. Her head spins with all the possibilities, so she grabs Nell's attention and begs for a moment to think. When the familiar finally leaves, Iris plops onto her bed, shaking with pure joy. Her cheeks were burning red, and even her maid started to panic, like she might have caught a fever. Meanwhile, Yuki's back from Nell's side. Nell has already returned, slamming him with a chaotic pile of Iris's messages, numbered 1 through 12. The princess's words slammed into his head, roaring with total devotion for everything that came next. He was swamped, and all he could do was drop into stunned silence. He stared at her, baffled by the unshakable force behind her commitment. Her familiar sent the note straight to him, and she didn't waste a second. She wanted him to stick around for her escort night investiture in just a few days, promising to teach him ancient magic if he agreed. He agreed on the spot, and just as the familiar nail slipped into its place to leave, he poured a piece of his own blood into it, fueling its strength and sharpening its stamina. With this power in his hands, he swore he'd protect Iris, even if it cost him everything. As the familiar streaked into the night, gliding over the grand castle, Yuki stood on the rooftop and watched it disappear into the sky. He paused, breathed in, and quietly accepted it again, this time pledging himself to be a guardian in this brand new life. From the rooftops, he scanned the skyline and made sure of one thing. Nell had slipped back to the detached palace safe and sound. From where he stood, the royal capital looked like a blazing ocean of light, and the palace shimmered like the brightest beacon in the whole world. Its defenses were a fortress of glowing magic, with ruthless patrols sweeping every inch without mercy. He clocked a brutal alarm ward, so faint you'd miss it with the naked eye, set to instantly scream the moment anyone tried to break in, straight to the guard mages. Still, he couldn't ignore the weird part. While the main palace was packed with defenses, the eastern detached palace where Iris lived among the concubines, children had basically zero security. One of his familiars caught the plan in his mind, and like it could read his thoughts, offered to map out a route, ready to help him slip out of the capital. He shrugged it off, calling running the very last resort, pure desperation. He had other routes too, like lifting his family's noble status, but his mind kept sprinting towards some far-off future. He realized a normal life, Alice by his side with Iris too, was probably a fantasy because their shared past clung to them like a curse, and part of him started imagining one escape, vanish from the world, and spend the rest of their days in total quiet. But that plan got messy fast, because he knew Odette would lose it the moment it touched anyone else. He even figured she'd chase immortality, with everything she had just to stay beside Iris forever. Yeah, the idea of immortality kept clawing at his thoughts. He wished for some ancient spell or cursed item that could grant it, because he couldn't forget how that very sword that sparked their reincarnation didn't just change them. It reshaped life itself. Back when he still had time, he buried himself in this kind of magic, but all he ever forged were spells that just kept a person's health from slipping away. His whole dream was simple but crushing: protect the people he loved from dying, so his family could stay by his side and never have to face the heartbreak of loss. His patrol finally wrapped for the night, and he sent his familiars packing. He rolled up to his house and froze. Lights were still blazing, so he tiptoed in, ready to sneak inside. The front door stayed locked, so he had no choice. He had to slip in through a second-floor window. Inside, he spotted a hooded stranger slipping through the hall without a sound. The moment he stepped inside, the figure spun around, Odette, and her startled scream tore through the air. Time snapped, and she scolded him for scaring her, then admitted she'd been hiding her footsteps on purpose. He claimed he'd taken a secret night stroll, tiptoeing past every dangerous street like it wanted him dead. Then, like switching lanes in her mind, Odette remembered why she'd stayed out so late, because she'd gotten letters for him from the Magic Guild. Turns out not one, there were two of them. The first one came from the magician Demeter. She laid out what happened in the Holy Sword Cave during that terrifying ghost attack. With a grim look on her face, she revealed the second bombshell. It was time for the escort knight's investiture ceremony. While Iris was stuck in the ceremony, Salvia, another princess, the fourth in line and the same age, decided to throw her own ceremony at that exact same moment. Born into the royal bloodline, she had every right to claim it. The second Salvia heard the rumor that Iris was appointing an escort for the night, she blurted out, without thinking, that she'd do it too. Yuki remembered how Iris's half-siblings sneered at her nonstop because of her strange, unusual condition. Odette's gut feeling hit the mark. Princess Salvia was right at the top of the list, the leader of them all. Salvia also wanted to kick off a magic showdown between their escort knights. They both admitted it was way more trouble than it was worth. They slipped into the sitting room to hash everything out and dive deeper into what just happened. Then, right at the window, Ramai popped into view and Odette was completely stunned. Martha and Remy, the maidservants, refused to sleep until their master finally came home. Odette was blown away that Yuki could actually understand his own familiar's speech. After everything finally settled, Martha swooped in and poured them hot tea. Odette's eyes lit up from the soothing scent and sweet taste. Then her jaw dropped when she found out it was just a cheap mix from a market stall, boosted by the special leaf Yuki swore by. He clocked the mixture Martha always made for him on those nights he came home late, her quiet signal that said, loud and clear, rest. As soon as the maids walked out, everyone's focus snapped to the first letter. Yuki was sure of it. The priest, Gaia Wolfgang, never once meant to unleash that terrifying ghost. Next, he didn't plan to fight. He just wanted to stall them by slipping his undead into the mix. Someone played him for a fool, slipping him an ancient spell with a lie wrapped around it. Jer was warned a spell had chained his mind to the undead for control, but the truth hit harder. It was a necromancer's spell built for total puppetry, letting him move them like strings. The spell was packed with a sneaky trap, and those tangled hand signs and chants weren't just for show. They were the ritual to summon the priest's ghost, but Gaia's inexperience kept him from seeing the trick until it was already too late. The cruel motive behind the lie stayed completely hidden, like a secret that refused to reveal itself. The guards finally showed up, too late, because the suspect, Dorothea Zumwelt, had already vanished from her home, slipping away as a wandering magician. A letter slipped to her doorstep, tied her directly to Catchell Megan, and it screamed that she had a hand in the earlier incident too. The aftershocks of the Elysium Temple hit Yuki like a crushing, sickening nightmare that just wouldn't let go. For now, the noble families stayed out of the spotlight. Wolfgang and Jiger locked themselves at home, while the Kiel family flooded the Magic Guild with massive donations just to dodge the blame. Then they flipped to the second letter, Bam, and it officially orders Odette to clash in a magic duel against Princess Salvia's knight. Odette bluntly says Salvia sees Iris as her rival, and she hates her with everything she's got. Yuki clocked it instantly. This wasn't an accident, it was a loaded provocation meant to spark trouble. Odette raved that Princess Salvia was a legit, top-tier royal mage, so skilled it practically matched Iris, strength for strength. But Iris was a straight-up prodigy, pure genius in both studies and magic, so unmatched it even made the royalty look average. Salvia's pride as a real child snapped when she saw someone she labeled an illegitimate daughter steal the spotlight. I couldn't speak on the royal mess outright, so I had to tiptoe around it, letting it slip that this was exactly why Salvia hated them. Salvia couldn't outmatch Iris on her own, so she flipped the plan. She set their escort knights to clash instead. Fed up with the palace's non-stop drama, Yuki briefly thought about running away with Iris. Odette snapped him back to reality, warning that this kind of move would crush his family. And even then he groaned and waved it off like it was just a joke. Right then, that familiar nail came back again, only this time Dyke was there with it. Dyke shot back an urgent message from a terrified Iris. She choked on her apology because the magic duel got pushed up, and now even the king knew about it, leaving her with zero power to stop what was coming. She begged Yuki to think of a way to skip it, swearing she'd deal with every last backlash herself. As the familiar wrapped up its report, Odette snapped her gaze to Yuki, hunting for his reaction. His face tightened and pure, unbreakable resolve flashed in his eyes. Then he stood up straight, voice rock solid. "All right, leave it to me," he snapped, danger glimmering in his gaze. "Let's see what this magic duel is really about." Inside the academy walls, a tense conversation erupts, right as the doors shut behind them. Yuki lays it all out for Odette, straight to the point. She's demanding that I hold back in the magic duel. Det Kiss Jones clocks Iris's motives and grills her. Does she think he'll win or crash out? Yuki's face turns bleak as he mutters. I don't think she cares if he wins or if he loses. He snaps his gaze away and explains it clearly. Iris just doesn't want him picking any reckless fights. Right when he threw himself away to save his people, a dark memory from his old life crashes back, because that brutal self-sacrifice left Iris with a wound so deep it still haunts her. Odette admits their strange past as a one-time villager and credits her guardian deity for it. She brushes the past away, locks onto the looming duel, but Yuki doesn't even flinch. Seeing how badly he's struggling, Odette steps in and offers her help like a true friend. Yuki can't help it. A sly little smirk tugs at his lips as he takes it, thinking that if every noble were that honest, the world would be way better. Odette freezes for a split second. Then embarrassment hits hard because that compliment feels way too real. Yuki's mind drifts to the bigger disaster ravaging the land. The chaos the War of the Eight Kings unleashed, and he can't help thinking it never would have happened if the nobility shared Odette's backbone. Then he leans in and orders her to deliver a message straight to Iris. He tells Iris, with Odette backing you up, you don't have to sweat how that duel ends. To get her help, he promises to teach her a sharper, faster way to use magic. He remembers how she summoned the force of Earth during the entrance exam, spelling it out, then realizing she just couldn't pull it off more than once. Odette confirms it. One single barrage drains every last drop of her magic power. Yuki promises she'll teach her a technique to cast that spell 3 more times, and she snatches the chance without hesitation. With her calm, wordless agreement, they clasp hands hard, sealing their deal for good. He leans in and tells her, "Don't worry, this is just how favors get repaid." A few days later, they tear into brutal training in a forest just outside the capital. With Odette gasping for air, exhausted to her bones, Yuki drops the news. Neil sent him a notice, and now Iris is banned from leaving her residence. He instantly figures it out. This is all a trap meant to stop him from ever learning who Salvia's escort really is the night before the ceremony. Even his own contact, Rotaria, couldn't dig up the info, nothing. To make up for her failure, she hands him a full set of custom armor, crafted just for him, to wear at the investiture. Meanwhile, Ditch's bat tightens the network around the capital, posting non-stop eyes on the hotel and the detached palace. Days creep by and then, boom, the investiture ceremony day finally slams into place. Inside the castle's grand hall, nobles packed in tight, buzzing with anticipation. A thunderous announcer's voice rips through the chamber, demanding that the second son of Baron Grosseria step forward. Yuki charges ahead, and his brand new armor clanks loud with every crushing step. The other nobles huddle and mutter in awe, staring at the sheer presence of his outfit, and asking themselves how some minor country noble could possibly pay for finery like this. His chest plate is stamped with bat wing reliefs, a bold tribute meant to summon the legends of his past life. Even if it feels a little over the top, he files it away and plans to hunt the creator down later to thank them. He strides up to the throne and, with full respect, announces himself to the king. Right in front of him, the monarch sits on his throne, and on either side stand his 2 daughters. One is Iris, and the other looks an awful lot like Princess Salvia. The king lifts his hand, and he orders him to stay right where he is. Then the announcer slams the mic and shouts the next name, Alec Keels, the first son of Marquis Keels. Yuki's eyes flare open with shock as the man strides closer. Alec steps up and tells everyone he's a C-rank magician from the guild, swearing he'll never stain their reputation. Then he talks to Yuki in a roundabout way, telling her that his younger brother stirred up trouble for the examiner, Demeter. To make up for his family's betrayal and drag their honor back from the mud, Alec swears he'll prove what a real magician can do. Elsewhere, Odette storms toward the capital in a carriage, still reeling from the jaw-dropping news about Yuki's opponent. She only managed to crack the escort knight's identity at the very last second, but by then, she couldn't get the truth to Yuki in time. Her investigation uncovered that Alec Kieltsa is a legendary magician, the same one who dazzled the world in the conquest of the Great Dungeon, Elysian. The Kieltsa name took a brutal hit because Jilvin, his younger brother, summoned a spirit during the exam and unleashed it to attack the inspector. That weekend, their new position put a big target on their backs. Princess Salvia swooped in with an offer. Sponsor the family, but Alec had to become her escort for the night. Her plan is straightforward. She'll unleash a C-rank magician's power in public to knock Iris's chosen knight down and humiliate him. 8. He and the gang finally stomped into the Magic Guild's proving grounds, the Colosseum. Odette swept past the guards, flashed her identity, and demanded without hesitation to see Princess Iris. She spots Iris in the royal box, hovering on the edge of her seat, shaking with nerves as the duel's about to begin. People apologizing for being late, Odette slips into her seat. Iris lets out a breath of relief when her friend shows up, then grabs her hand and invites her to cheer for Yuki together. The moment Iya sees Yuki step into the arena, panic hits Iris hard. I mutter that he didn't have to get dragged into this, and she hisses. Why? Odette's pointing at the Odette size text and saying straight up that Yuki's furious. She spills it all. He'd been asking about Iris's life, panicked by rumors that someone was messing with her letters, and furious because the other princesses were bullying her. He couldn't shake the worry. Every time he asked what was wrong, she waved him off with a cold, "It's fine." Iris's eyes brim with tears as she whispers that he'd go to any lengths for his family. So if I ever told him I was being bullied, he'd snap and blow a fuse in seconds. Det locks eyes with Yuki and confirms. She got every single word of her thoughts perfectly. Det stares down the endless road and asks, "So, are you ready for what's coming?" She squares her shoulders, then leans in and tells the princess not to stress, because she and Yuki already cooked up a plan. Right as the duel prep wraps up, Yuki bursts onto the arena floor. Now he's walking around with a custom-made magic staff, forged just for him. Odette lays it out. The staff isn't just equipment, it's the strategy's weapon, crafted by him from scratch. Right in the heart of the Colosseum, Yuki Grosseria stands there as a Magic Guild trainee, ready to make waves. Me, I came face-to-face with Alec Keels, a C-rank magician. Iris stares, worried to the bone, praying he doesn't spiral out of control. But the moment she snatches her courage, she already feels it. He's about to win. Still, she swears in silence. If her sister Salvia hurts him, she'll never forgive her. The referee shot his hand up and kicked off the magic duel. From her lofty throne above the arena, Prince Salvia watches the whole spectacle with pure disdain. Sure, they rave about her sister's escort knight, but in her eyes that escort is just a clueless rookie. A cruel smirk curls on her lips. There's no way he can ever keep up with a C-rank magician. She leans in and orders her champion to smash the boy soundly and remind him exactly who's in control. Right in the middle of the duel grounds, Yuki Grosseria squares up against the ruthless C-rank magician, Alec Kills. Their engagement rules get ripped open, and both of them wear a hairpin, copies of a deadly ancient artifact. Right before the next hit lands, the wearer's gear snaps up an insanely strong shield on its own. But it only has 3 activations, and every time it saves you, one fragile ornament shatters. Lose all your ornaments first, and the duel's over, no second chances. If you steal your opponent's hairpin or message anyone outside the match, the game ends instantly. You lose on the spot. Alec Keels sizes up his opponent with smug confidence, sneering that you're nervous, because the power of a C-rank magician crushes what any mere trainee can bring. He leans in with pre-match advice and drops the bombshell that Princess Salvia herself handed him a direct order. He's about to make Yuki feel in her bones just how brutally outclassed she is compared to him. So don't be shocked if you get wrecked, he growls. Trust me, I'm going to wipe the floor with you. Yuki finally sees the whole truth. This duel isn't a real fight at all. It's just Princess Salvia using the stage to unleash a personal grudge she's been carrying against Princess Iris. But for Alec, it hits deeper than anything. He locks eyes with Yuki, glaring hard, because he thinks Yuki is the reason his brother turned the Kiel name into disgrace. Yuki calmly tells everyone that Jilvin already swallowed his pride, admitted he messed up, and even offered a proper apology. The reminder only sharpens Alec's rage, and he bellows at the top of his lungs that this is the real disgrace to his family. From her seat, Princess Salvia leans in and declares that this is the Kiel family's chance to finally wipe their name clean. Right now, as escort knights, we stand on equal ground. Alec declares it with steel in his voice. And then he challenges me, saying that by beating him, I'll have his superiority thrown right back in my face. He declares that Yuki's very presence in the Magic Guild is an insult to his family's honor. With one last vow, he swears he'll drag them all to the deep abyss, the gap that's been swallowing their power. Yuki clenched his power inward, vowing, once again, that he hated nobles with every burning fiber of his being. On the outside, he stays calm and tells them, "This is my chance to learn, so go all out and fight me at full strength." Alex scoffs like, "Suit yourself." With a razor-sharp whistle, the referee blasts the start signal and the magic duel erupts into action. Princess Iris sits in the stands, hands clenched tight as worry eats at her. Without even pausing, Yuki blasts out his very first spell, right on the verge of exploding. Alex smirked, clocking it as some low-tier ancient magic, and figured he'd swat it away with zero effort. But his confidence instantly crumbles when he lays eyes on the massive scale of the attack. The spell crashes down like a nightmare, blasting the arena and rattling the walls to the core. A brutal wave of concussive energy crashes over the battlefield. When the smoke finally fades, Yuki leans back and replays everything Odette drilled into him, how to crank up his magic power until it roars. With the dust settled, Alex's protective shield slammed into the blow, shattered, and ripped the first ornament from his hairpin. The C-rank magician staggers back, mouth open, completely stunned by the sheer, unexpected, crushing force of the attack, just panting for breath. Yuki drops a calm little compliment, so smooth it slips right through without landing a single hit, just like everyone expects from a C-rank magician. Seething at the smug praise from some nobody baron's son, Alec clenched his teeth and prepared his own spell. He yells not to underestimate a C-rank magician, then slams a magic symbol into the air with his finger and staff, speeding up his casting in a blink. Yuki watches the technique roll in, and her face doesn't even twitch. Alec thrusts his staff into the sky and rips open a way stronger spell. Activate, ** burning meteor ***. Two enormous orbs of raging fire suddenly materialize right above his head. He leans in and offers Yuki one final chance, drop the fight and surrender the hairpin. Yuki just grins, then whips out his new magic staff and starts drawing power into it. Before we get into all that, I'm gonna try out my brand new magic staff, just to feel the power in my hands. He grips it, shifts it in his hands, and finds the perfect balance instantly. And with a steady, quiet fire in his voice, he tells me he can't quit yet. Odette watches with bated breath, knowing her master's reputation hangs by a thread. Then it's over right here. Alex roars, screaming at the referee to get ready to cast healing magic. He hurls burning meteors like a weapon, aiming to blast Yuki's shield to pieces. But instead of defending, Yuki hurls his staff straight into the attack's path. Anti-magic shell activate, he barks the command. With a snap of his staff, he conjures a glowing hexagonal barrier in midair, and it slams into the meteors with explosive impact. The flames die down and fizzle out harmlessly against the shield. Alex's eyes widen. No way. A long-range magic barrier he can activate himself. In the royal box, Princess Salvia's jaw drops too as she clocks the burning meteor for what it is, a middle-tier ancient spell. With one sharp gesture, Yuki yanks his weapon right back to his side. It rockets straight back into his waiting hand. Nice, he smirks, and the second it's out of his mouth, the truth hits. Experiment's a success, and now he's got total control over them whenever he wants. Alec is totally thrown off. He grabs the moment and demands to know what ancient relic that staff really is. The referee jumps in and confirms the staff got inspected and cleared before the match. No mystery, just an ordinary magic staff. Yuki nods and says he'll play by the rules, then reveals his weapon is just a plain metallic staff, with one tiny, deadly twist. He slid his own missile blood into it. He breaks down his two mechanisms for the staff, hidden hollow spaces packed with his blood, and the perfect surface where he can carve out magical symbols. He figured out the anti-magic shell symbol just by watching Odette, and that staff's design lets him etch two symbols, one on the front and one on the back. Up in the stands, Princess Irisks, Odette, stared in disbelief, whispering that what they were watching was the middle-tier ancient spell, animate object ***. Odette Lee breaks the stunned silence and shouts the confirmation loud enough for everyone to hear. She breaks it down. With an animate object, a mage can control things like they're part of their own body, exactly how Yuki remotely summoned that barrier. Iris goes along with it, nodding like, "Yep, this is exactly the spell we talked about." The feint works perfectly. Yuki stays silent, but he's already grateful, because their plan to fool the audience absolutely lands. Yeah, every move was set up in advance. He trained to fight like a proper magician, and his allies stood by, ready to back up his weird techniques with perfect, believable explanations. Now then, grab a second staff that looks just like the first, and hand it over like it's one of these, again and again. Alec's allies watch in shock as Alec burns with rage, frozen between fury and total confusion. He hurls a relentless storm of spells, but Yuki just spins her two staff shields and shrugs every single one aside. The projectiles slam to a dead stop, right there in the air. "Why are you cutting off my magic?" Alex snaps, pure frustration exploding out of him. "Because I'm a knight, and I swear to protect my princess," Yuki declares, his eyes locked and unblinking. For Princess Iris' sake, he'll burn through every limit to forge a better world, so she can live in it. With steel in his spine, he locks in his resolve and vows to win the duel, because her honor is on the line. Cornered by desperation, Alec unleashes a perilous ancient spell. "Spirits of fire swarm my minions." A swarm of tiny, screeching fire elementals bursts up from the ground like living flames. From the stands, Jilvan spots the summoning spell instantly, and the moment he does, he realizes it's way weaker than the one his brother used back then. As the minions surge in, Yuki snaps his command, bringing his staffs right back. They whip around toward him again, snap into another anti-magic shell, and the summoned creatures instantly get vaporized. Alec drops to his knees, breath ripping out of him again as his magic gets nullified. He starts chanting a brand new spell, then the referee steps in and cuts it off mid-chant. "Hold up," Alec keels. "This kind of magic blows past what these hairbands can protect you from, so don't try it here." The official snaps at him that this duel is all about proving he can do his job as an escort, and his reckless stunt just screams that he's failing that duty. Silence breaks as Alex screams, devoured by obsession, "Because I have to crush him for my family's honor." Yuki snaps into the presence of that brutal magic signature, and ice-cold dread hits him as he realizes Alec is about to summon a familiar spirit, just like his old tutor did. "So tell me, you bumpkin, what do you know about Alex Gnarls, the High Noble's pride, and his sanity slipping right out of his grasp?" A colossal fire beast starts forming right in front of him, blazing into existence with terrifying, world-destroying power. It erupts in an earth-shattering shriek the moment it fully materializes on the battlefield. A colossal creature made of pure fire erupts into the arena, roaring and screeching as it tears itself into shape. The magician slams down with a heavy thud, chest heaving as he fights for breath. He shrugs off the near miss as if it's nothing, just a fluke, born from pure overexcitement during the duel. From the shadows, a hooded figure watches everything unfold, realizing that with the clock ticking, winning wasn't the only move left. They should have locked in a draw, the kind of smart, strategic win they were right on the verge of pulling off. Magician Alec clamps down on his staff, knuckles turning white with pure frustration, and he snaps that his opponent has no clue how high the stakes really are. After Her Highness Salvia picked her and tapped her as her personal escort knight, a draw against a lower-ranked opponent was a total insult. No way it was happening. With a thunderous roar, his flaming familiar rockets forward again. The creature barrels into an invisible barrier, bam, and the shockwave rattles the whole arena. Alex smirks with razor-sharp confidence, leaning toward Yuki to reassure him. He's got zero intention of landing a fatal blow. The staff that was just hurled moments ago gets caught, right in the blazing heat. The magical flames don't just burn, they start melting the weapon from the inside out. Yuki leans in, eyes locked on the phenomenon, and feels the heat blast with terrifying intensity. Alec lays out the terms of defeat. If Yuki gets hit and suffers a serious injury, Alec forfeits his C-rank magician qualification. To him, it's a perfectly fair deal. But Yuki shuts it down. He can't risk worrying her again. Then a blinding light erupts from him. A defensive barrier suddenly erupts in front of him, smashing back the incoming assault. He realizes the barrier kicked on by itself because the temperature went nuclear. So if he makes it activate 2 more times, he's basically handing himself the loss. Still, his face stays calm and razor-focused. His preparations are already finished. He remembers the time he made her cry, and with a promise burning in his chest, vows it'll never happen again. He blurts out his plan, and then drops the bomb. There's a secret mechanism hidden inside the staff he let get captured. It's built to punch missile blood straight into the target. And just like that, unexpectedly, it hit the mark perfectly. With a brutal shout, he screams, "Activate." The flaming familiar convulsed hard, screeching as its shape flickered, and then it shorted out. Yuki snaps out one ironclad command, "Halt." Alex freezes in disbelief, blasting his familiar to defeat Yuki Grossadilla, yelling at it as he demands to know why it stopped moving. The creature stays frozen in place, and its flames sputter like they're about to die. Flare Garuda wrecks Yuki Grossari, and Alex erupts with a scream, his voice shaking with pure, frantic rage. But the familiar keeps shutting out its master's commands, screeching as it twists from pure aggression into raw distress. It whips away from Yuki, flat out rejecting its creator's command. Still, the creature surges upward, soaring above the arena and hovering there like it owns the sky. It snaps its attention to the royal box. There sits Princess Salvia. The princess snaps her gaze upward, completely stunned by how wildly everything just flips on its head. With a gut-punching shriek, the familiar rockets straight at her, leaving the whole stadium stunned. Yuki thrusts her gaze forward, and the creature's path bends to follow her command. The flaming bird slams into the ground hard right in front of the stands, shaking the whole place. Yeah, Alec can do nothing but stare in terror, screaming His Highness's name as everything spirals. Right when his guard slipped, Yuki slid in behind him without a sound and tapped his shoulder. "It's my win," he barked, staying stone calm as he held up Alec's captured headband. And the hooded observer jolts back, gasping in shock. When the dust finally clears, the official announcement hits. This duel is over, and Yuki Grosseria takes the win. Suddenly, a voice erupts in rage and demands, "Why?" Yuki snaps to it. His own headband in his hand is humming, and that's where the voice is coming from. Princess Salvia's voice blasts through the device, raging as she demands answers. Why did Alec's familiar ford her after she ordered him to injure Iris's escort that night? When the truth finally clicks, that magic tool is hooked straight to Princess Salvia, broadcasting her dirty commands for everyone to hear, and she'd ordered Alec to attack him, no matter what it cost or who won. Her voice spits venom as she hurls insults at Iris, calling her a concubine's child with no right to step into the magic guild. In her seat, the princess goes stone still. Pure shock hits her as her secret instructions get laid bare for the whole room to see. Yuki snaps to the silent arena and says Instagram's match is a foul, then adds that touching his melody is a foul too, because protecting her is his job. Cold fury snaps into his eyes. "Don't you dare mess with my people. If you've got beef, then come talk to me." I see him slam the headband down, crunching it in his grip. Then a colossal burst of magic detonates through the device and overloads it. A wild commotion erupts when Princess Salvia crumples from the magical backlash. Yuki flings the shattered headband aside because she knows damn well she won't report it, turning this into her own foul play. Alec, smashed and kneeling in the dirt, gasps for answers. How did it happen, and why did his own flare, Garuda, rip into the princess? Yuki lays it out straight. Alec burned through his magic with ancient magic, and that drained his focus until his grip on the familiar completely slipped. Alec swallows the bitter truth. This is as far as he can go. He staggered upright, swallowed his pride, cursed his humiliating loss, and admitted he couldn't stay in the magic guild anymore. As Princess Salvia gets dragged away by her guards, she whips around with a fury-soaked glare and nails Yuki with it. Her eyes blaze with pure hatred. She waves away her attendants, insists she's totally fine, and orders everyone to let her go right now. Towering over his fallen opponent, Yuki just knows this moment is about to explode into headline-level news. The crowd buzzes in disbelief, because a trainee just took down a C-rank magician. But half the room insists it only happened because he broke the rules and blew the fight wide open with forbidden magic. Under that hood, the mystery figure keeps staring, shocked that Princess Iris somehow stumbled on a prodigy like this. In a quiet corridor, Yuki gets interrupted. Princess Iris steps up and meets her face to face. She sprints straight at him, panting hard, eyes blazing with pure distress. He smirks and, with a calm voice, tells her he's finally completed his duty as her escort for the night. At night, Iris suddenly breaks down into tears, ripping into him for pushing himself too hard and acting pure recklessly. He snaps back that she should have told him she was being bullied, but she won't let it go. She demands he finally see it from her side. He swears he won't cross his line, but then casually reveals his limits are way beyond what she could ever imagine. She coughs hard, steadies her breath, then pats her own head like she's calming herself down. Her smile hardens into pure royal poise the second it happens. "Congratulations on your victory, Lord Yuki Grosseria," she declares. As a reward, she invites him, formally, boldly, to her mansion, determined to make her trust crystal clear in public, knowing he'll be the center of attention for quite a while. Who in their right mind would dare touch someone who just got a direct invite from the royal family? Then, with her voice dropping to a hush, she admits she just wants to be alone with him for a while. He finally gets it, and he doesn't just understand, he accepts it. She lights up, smiling ear to ear as cheers of pure delight burst out of her. Then it hits her. She suddenly recalls more crucial news that changes everything. Turns out he's gotten official permission to venture into Elysian. She tells him, since people already see you as equal to a C-rank magician, you can push all the way down into the third layer. People whisper that ancient relics are buried deep inside the Elysium temple. Yuki pauses, eyes narrowing, and thinks they could actually sniff out a lead on Father Lyle and Mother Remilia right there. He gently pats her head, soothing her with a promise that everything's going to be all right, then reminds her she still has to finish those magic guild procedures. Now that the duel's over, he figures he's earned a breather, especially since he's been invited straight to her mansion. In the grand estate, a maid burst in and blurted that a new guest had arrived. Princess Iris, servant, is here, marching in to collect Master Yuki. No delays, no mercy. Yuki zips through getting dressed, snapping on a perfectly pristine uniform in a flash. With one last tweak, he finally throws his hands up and declares he's ready. He whips around to the maid, Martha, and asks if she's ready to leave. But Martha shoots a stern look and doesn't blink. She shoots him a "Why are you holding my hand?" look, and Iris from the doorway grins at them, wishing them a safe journey. Finally, Yuki tells them Martha's from the countryside, so there's a good chance she's never even laid eyes on the royal palace before. With a dazzling grin, he swears he'll show it to her, and right then Martha's cheeks flare red. Flustered, she blurts that he can't toss around words like that so easily, and that he'll need the princess's permission first. Iris watches the whole exchange and blurts out, "So, is Martha actually coming with us?" Yuki had planned to introduce Martha to the princess, but he paused that plan for another day, and the maid practically exhaled in relief. The massive gates of the royal palace grind open with a bone-chilling screech, and they slip inside. Inside the carriage, Yuki sits still, but his mind is racing with thoughts. He says it with confidence. His bat surveillance network, led by Dyke, is running flawlessly. This crew, his familiars and regular bats, feeds him non-stop aerial intel, so he and Iris stay safe in the sky. With Princess Salvia shut down, a wave of relief hits him, just for now. The carriage keeps rolling right through the palace grounds, sprawling as far as the eye can see. The driver blasts out a heads-up. He's about to pull up at the Western Mansion any second. Yuki stares at the massive, tangled royal palace, the king's home with his lawful wives, then turns east to the grand mansion where the legitimate children live. Their stop, Western Mansion, belongs to kids of the concubines, and Iris is one of them. As they close in, a jolt hits him, because he can feel the area's powerful magic alarm system roaring to life. That ancient power inside him hungers to break apart the magical defenses and pick them clean. He crushes the urge down, decides to send his familiars to sniff out the system later, and then his gut clicks. This magic net is coming straight from the royal garden, where some brutal magic tool has to be tucked away. When they finally reach the Western Mansion, Princess Iris and her maids greet them with open arms and big, warm smiles. She offers a proper congratulations for his new role as her escort for the night, and he promises, straight from the soul, that he'll protect her no matter what it costs. Iris suddenly shoos her maids, Mary and Lindy, away, and it shocks them so hard they're left panicking with worry. She leans in and tells her escort knight truth. Yuki is the one she trusts with her life, and if trouble hits, they'll have to stay glued together, no gaps. So she insists, you two have to get used to being alone together, like for real. The maids are blown away by her foresight, and they instantly buy into her plan. They drop into a quick bow, slip out of the room, and leave the two of them alone. The moment the door shuts, Iris's perfectly polished act drops like a mask. She flushes with nerves and shyly greets him, whispering, "My lord." Her shyness snaps like a switch, flipping into pure joy. She cheers the moment he's in her room, and that wild personality turn hits Yuki like a gut punch. When they're alone, she demands he call her Alice. She tells him she'll keep the mask on in public, Princess Iris Listia, flawless and untouchable. But when the doors close, she drops the act and is finally herself. She beams and pats the spot beside her on the sofa, practically begging him to sit. As he steps in, she beams and hands him a gift meant to celebrate her memories coming back. A magical staff, smaller than the rest, shaped perfectly for her. She asks, "Can I use magic just like you?" And he finally admits, "I'm still figuring out ancient magic too." He tells it like a confession, how he accidentally triggered it at first, copying a rune his brother had drawn and sealing the whole thing with his own mistale blood as the spark. He tells her the real reason he came. He wants her to teach him the basics of magic before he heads off to join the Magic Guild. With joy in her smile, Alice asks for a head pat as payment, and he happily gives it. As he pats her head, she leans in close, and suddenly she notices his hair smells like fresh soap. That quick, simple answer, "I washed it this morning," hits her like a lightning bolt, and she can't even process it. And she remembers how, in his past life, he'd skip the wash for weeks at a time. He tells them, straight up, that this time a maid handled the washing for him. Caught by curiosity, Alice demands to meet that maid, and even when Yuki tells her she refused, Alice pushes anyway. "Next time, bring her to me." She suddenly blurts out that she wants to master the maid's hair-washing technique. Yuki nods, and they finally snap their focus to the lesson on ancient magic. Yuki shrugs off his tiny understanding, and Alice kicks off her explanation like it's about to change everything. She drops a bombshell. Incantations don't just cast spells, they shove and compress magic power inside her body. Since humans can only hold so much magic, they have to ration every drop like it's their last. She breaks down how each kind of magic siphons power from a specific part of your body, then triggers it by drawing a rune. Advanced magic lets a skilled mage scratch runes with both hands at once. Then they unleash an attack while their defenses are already standing guard. This hits Yuki like a flashback to his fight with Alec Keel, and Alice confirms the truth. The magic he faced had to be coming from a high-ranking magician. She makes it crystal clear. Ancient magic lives and dies by the raw power inside you. Yuki realizes this. Incantation can squeeze magic to crank its power up. But if someone's raw talent is strong enough, they don't even need perfect control or fancy incantations. He finally gets it. His Mistel blood makes casting spells as easy as drawing runes. Curious, like he couldn't stop staring at his own status. After his last fight, his stats shot up. And now he's counting 6 ancient magics like it's nothing, a move that make even a C-rank magician pale in comparison. He admits that he can only comfortably use 2 of them. Hyped by what might happen next, Alice, still carrying his blood from her past life, decides to try casting a spell of her own. After she pricks her own finger with a dagger to carve the rune, Yuki leans in and warns her to keep the magic output razor-thin. She fires off Ifrit Blow, and all she gets is a tiny puff of harmless smoke dribbling out of her staff. They both gawk at the result, completely stunned and speechless. Dejected, Alice blurts out an apology, and then declares that the magic power pulsing in her blood is unlike anything he has ever had. Then she bares her cut finger and tells him, straight up, that licking it will make it heal faster. He lets out a heavy sigh, then snaps into action, using his purification power to seal the wound instantly. As the wound seals shut, a blazing wave of inspiration slams into him. He blurts out a deal. If she drinks his blood, she'll lock in as his familiar, family in the flesh. He tells her again that this choice will let her unleash ancient magic just by drawing runes, crank up her power, and boost her odds of surviving the brutal royal palace. Then he lets it slip. He can call her to his side anytime, something he figured out by watching his own fight with Alec. That means he could snap in and rescue her in seconds, no matter how far apart they were. He hesitates, thinking about turning a human into one of his own, but she snaps up his plan without a second thought. She hits him like a flashback to what they built over 200 years, her place as his subject, his family, and the fiancé he never stopped loving. She had no reason at all to say no. With a shaky breath, he presses his bleeding finger into her hand. She accepts the pact. Then, as she drinks his blood, a blinding surge of light engulfs her. Her status ignites, everything changes, and she gains terrifying new powers, including quasi-Mistel blood, plus the ability to wield the very ancient magics he uses. In a dazzling, lavish room, Iris leans in and reveals what makes her powers truly one of a kind. She tells him, "I'm your master's eyes. Only you can see every detailed status of your kin, and I can even pull out hidden skills they don't know they have." Now her body and heart belong to her lord, and she becomes fully devoted, no hesitation, no turning back. A spark hits Yuki's mind. Since Iris is officially his kin now, he starts wondering if summoning magic can pull her right out of thin air, and he wastes no time testing the theory. He tells her with total confidence that the magic won't hurt a single living thing. To prove it, he tells them he tested it on his bat familiar, Dyke, right the day before, and the creature was totally fine. And he's dead serious. Everything hinges on one thing, a catalyst. First, he shows her that simple hair clip he'd given her the very moment they met for the first time. He centers his plan on this one item, and swears he can pull her to his side from anywhere. Iris's eyes blaze with pure excitement, as she can't wait for her lord to finally cast the summoning. They decide to shove themselves as far apart as the room can possibly manage for the experiment. As they split and take their spots on opposite sides of the ornate chamber, Yuki leans in and demands, "So, you ready?" As she waits, Iris can't stop thinking about the bond that just ignited between them. Because now she's his kin, her lord can summon her anytime he wants. And that alone, that he could sweep in and save her from anywhere, anytime, makes her break into a deep, instant blush that floods her whole face. With the hairclip catalyst hovering right in front of him, Yuki finally kicks off his move. He hones his will, then snaps his summoning magic into action. "Come on, my kin, Iris Listja." He barks the name like a battle order. A blazing magic circle snaps into existence around the catalyst, and across the room, every iris warps and fractures, dissolving into a storm of glowing light. They whip through the air like a storm, then slam together right in front of him. She pops into existence in a blink, voice ringing clear. "My lord's subject, Iris, here at your command, ready to answer." But as the light dies out, they both go dead quiet, realizing the huge mistake they just missed. Iris herself got summoned just fine, but her dress failed to make the jump, and now it's crumpled in a discarded heap right on the floor where she'd been standing seconds ago. Yuki snaps the flaw into focus. This magic won't pick up anything unless it's in indirect, non-stop contact with her skin, and that's why only her undergarments got dragged along with her. He nods to himself, and the moment it clicks, he realizes summoning magic is way more complex than he ever expected. Mortified to the bone, the Iris pleads with him to shut his eyes. Once she grabbed her dress and slipped into it, she admitted how brutal it was to dress herself all by herself. Then she nervously asks what he thinks of the result. Misunderstanding, his thoughtful gaze catching the moment like a spark. She snaps in quick clarification. She meant the summoning, not her own appearance, and then she teases a plan. Clutch the dress tight while the summoning happens so it gets pulled in too. Yuki remembers how, in her past life, she'd stared at her own body again, and again while Yuki fought off the Shimanbu disease. And honestly, he just shrugs and tells her she's grown up a bit since then. Iris blushes hard and accepts the compliment like it just hit her straight in the heart. She then tells him, add a delay to all future summons, because she needs time to get everything ready. Yuki grins and shoots back that if she were the one bathing, summoning her without delay would have been way more practical. As soon as they step into the dungeon, they agree, first mission, hunt down a return summon spell. For now, the summoning magic works like a charm, carving out a guaranteed escape route for Iris the moment things go bad. And when it succeeds, she's so pleased she demands a head pat right then and there. He's dead and he wastes zero time. He gladly obeys. Switching gears, Yuki tells her there's an exam coming up at the Magic Guild in just a few days. We're diving into Elysian today. Just the trainees get to start with the upper layers. Iris throws out a guess that they'll be hunting ancient relics, then offers to get Rhoderia to stock up on supplies. As Yuki gets ready to leave, he pleads with her not to see him off, because a princess can't be caught walking around in something that plain. Leaves town in a carriage. Meanwhile, at the Magic Guild's HQ, the Council of Sages is locked in a tense session. B's rank mage showdown has dragged on for days, and still they can't crack the terrifying issue staring them in the face. They're stuck in a storm of unanswered questions. How did a dead spirit from the Elysium Temple just show up out of nowhere? Who the heck brewed the summoning magic, and where did the catalyst even come from? Deep in the past, the Elysium Temple, an old, war-hungry magic crew, stands right at the heart of the crisis. The council froze, imagining what could have gone wrong if the priest had come back fully, and if that ancient, deadly magic had slipped right into the enemy's hands. For a dead spirit summoning to erupt inside the Elysian, the very grounds where the Magic Guild was built to handle monsters, this is an unforgivable disaster. Watch Lady Demeter, the rank magician, step up to deliver her report, and she's dead sure of this. Trainee Jay or Wolfgang got tricked into casting an ancient spell that tore the dead spirit of a priest right out of the beyond. In the end, the trainee's mind got shattered, and his memories scrambled into a tangled mess. When they asked if he could remember the incantation, Demeter leans in and announces the magical exam has proven it. His memory of that night is gone. You can't even blame your eyes. This is the real deal, no question. One guy slams the idea forward. Seal off Elysian first, then push the trainee exam back, because they're not taking risks with safety. A notorious magic supremacy zealot named Zamer, a rank magician, steps up to the mic and starts talking. He argues that the Elysian was created to stay open and stop ancient heritage from getting swallowed by one monopoly, until the temple's followers come roaring back and flip the whole story on its head. And he's terrified this will end the same way as the past massacre. Then another member cuts in and says the summoning won't work unless they've got the right catalyst in magic. Zamer slams his fist on the table and roars that no matter what, the truth stays the same. They can be summoned. He blares a warning about the catastrophe waiting to happen. If those dead spirits ever snag physical bodies, everything collapses. So he demands the Elysian be sealed shut. A calm voice slices through the tension. So the ancient heritage is locked up for good in the hands of the guild's biggest power players. And the one talking is no ordinary magician, Lord Kane, the ranked master himself. He fires back at the council, reminding them that the guild exists to stop monopolies like this from taking over. He fires a sharp question at Zamer. Wouldn't sealing the Elysian be a huge win for someone like you, and stop anyone else from digging up more ancient knowledge? Rage burns in Zamer's chest as he dismisses the accusation as pure nonsense, shouting that royalty will never bully him into backing down. Kane stays rock steady, calmly telling the council, "I'm not leaning on my royal ties," even as it's crystal clear he's already all in. He drops the truth. It all happened during Iris's escort night selection test. Next, he shoots a look to Demeter for answers, and she confirms it on the spot. Kane snaps that it's his duty to drag this mess to a final, solved end. He claims that based on Wolfgang County's testimony, the culprit is a wandering magician named Dorothea Samuels. Snatching her in his grip, he slams down the message. This is their top priority, no debate. He spreads the map wide and lays his plan on the table. Dorothea's name goes out as a bounty through the Magic Guild, and the exam applicants get thrown into the search. He says the bounty for capturing her should be worth the same as unearthing an ancient artifact, something like an Anobla title. When they ask why the royal family's willing to risk it all, Kane snaps back that Dorothea is a terrifying threat, and he already got the king's stamp of approval. The council members finally fold. This whole mess is the guild's fault, and the royal family's offer is downright staggering. They've got zero reason to say no, and they both know it. Demeter throws in a sharp remark, pointing out how Lord Kane's personal stake in this case is way bigger than anyone wants to admit. With a cocky grin, Kane leans in and straight up admits he's seriously interested. "It'd be a damn shame to let an opening like this slip," he said, eyeing what's left of a dead organization and what they're scrambling to pull off next. So he hammers out a compromise, shut the Elysian seal, just until they confirm Dorothy's safely beyond striking distance of the royal capital. This delays the original exam, but it slams the trainees into a brand new urgent mission, because safety is still the rule that comes first. The council members stared in awe as his brilliant solution snapped the deadlock they've been stuck in for days with effortless ease. Zamer grits his teeth and swallows the decision, and then the council slams into a vote. Yuki finally hauls himself back to his residence, shutting the door behind him as he returns home. A maid intercepts him on the spot and blurts out why he didn't bring Martha back, right on Princess Iris's orders. A man in a white cloak crumpled to the ground, utterly defeated. A woman with long green hair looms over him, eyes sharp with cold calculation. "Too little magic power," she murmurs, unimpressed. "Next time I'll need a better experimental subject." Tonight, this follower of the mighty Elysium Temple slips through the dark forest like she already knows exactly where she's headed. Here she stands, gorgeous, deadly, and burning with one goal: to unite the world under a noble will. A few days earlier, Iris sat there with a notice clutched in her hand, and a heavy sigh escaped her, because the exam had been postponed. Yuki tells her that Odette's notice finally hit his hands. The exam's on ice, until whoever caused the Elysium priest's summoning incident is caught and stopped, or at least until the city of Elysium is finally declared safe to enter. Yuki fumed inside, muttering to himself how much of a non-stop nightmare the Elysium Temple had become. The Magic Guild's on full alert. Dorothea Samuels is definitely tied to the temple, but her real endgame still feels like a locked door. He spirals through the memories of his old life. Back then, he felt this huge relief when the organization that branded him a monster got wiped out. But now, in this brand new life, the leftover ruins of that same temple crawl into his thoughts like the undead, haunting him non-stop. Rage bubbles in him. He's desperate to rank up to a C-rank magician right now. But at this exact moment, the road to Elysian slams shut. Iris leans in and admits she's got her own pressures driving her. She's determined to pull off something unforgettable. Yuki finally admits the problem, and with the Elysian cloth in hand, their choices shrink fast. With a sharp tap on the document, he throws out a new path. He asked if snagging Dorothea would finally buy them a noble title, and Iris snapped back that yes, it would. But then she shut the whole plan down, saying that kind of work is for higher-rank magicians, not for them. Yuki fires back, claiming she might be the Elysium Temple's final remnant, so she could know things nobody else ever uncovered. Iris stops dead, staring, and starts weighing his own point. Then he pushes on, hinting that Dorothea could spill the truth about the villagers who stormed the temple, and maybe even guard secrets about ancient relics and magic no one even knows exist. Yuki's locked-in stare freaks her out. Those sharp iris eyes scream suspicion. "Yuki, are you plotting something?" she demands. He just flashes a smile, then shuts it down with a firm denial. She insists that no trainee is allowed anywhere near a search once a higher-rank magician assigns it. She says a solid crew called the Quartet, led by a B-rank magician, is already closing in, and this has to get wrapped up fast. Then she pulls out a drawing of Dorothea and a detailed map of the area, and suddenly it's clear. She's been planning way more than she ever let on. Yuki clocks that, no matter how hard she protests, she's actually dead serious about chasing this. Clutching the suit, his face tightens with grit. He's dead set on catching her with his own hands. If she's truly a remnant of the Elysium Temple, then he's got a whole mountain of questions he's dying to ask. He leans in and asks Iris if she has any clue where Dorothea could be. She might not, but she's sure of one thing. The top-ranked magicians are rolling through the villages near the royal capital, hunting answers and interviewing people as we speak. When they ask Yuki to join them, he doesn't dodge the question. He lays out exactly what he's planning. He'll officially team up with Iris as her escort knight, stepping in to help her hunt down monsters while she's still training. A few days later, the whole crew stands out in this massive, open wilderness, staring into nothing but endless space. Their job is to patrol the highways, and Iris tells Yuki, "I'll take the tougher monsters, don't you go pushing yourself." He meets up with his bat familiar, Dyke, and listens as she reports huge rabbits out west. Next, Yuki already launched 12 bat units ahead, each fueled with Mistel blood, to rip open the map and scout what's coming. Det leans in and asks if the higher-ranked magicians are going after hidden spots like the Rocky Mountains or the terrifying Black Forest. Yuki snaps back that they're locked in on the villages right now. So those hiding spots are still totally unchecked right now, especially the Black Forest, which stays pitch dark even in daylight, and nobody dares to search it without serious preparation. With this new intel, Yuki can finally fire off his own familiars to those places. No stress, no hesitation. He leans in and murmurs to Iris that once he spots the opening, he'll vanish, leaving Odette in her hands. Odette protests, desperate to help her lord, but he shuts it down, because if she vanished out of nowhere, it would cause trouble, and he makes it clear he'll summon help with his magic if he needs it. Right then, he feels something closing in. "Monsters are here," he shouts. His bat familiars spot it first. Massive rabbits are charging in from the west. Then the fight erupts and ends fast, leaving the battlefield littered with the creatures' fallen bodies. "That was easy," Yuki says, and Iris grins back, praising their strength while warning them not to get sloppy. After their first day chilling in a village near the capital, they spent the next day mowing down monsters on the highways. Now they're sprinting back to that same village after another brutal round of extermination. Right then, that familiar bat swoops out of nowhere and drops a frantic report straight from the network. The message points straight to the Black Forest. The bat swoops in and announces he's found a tiny horse-drawn carriage tucked away near the forest entrance. Tangled on the ground lies a thrown-aside robe, abandoned like it was never meant to be found. The robe proudly flashes a crest of a laying wolf. Yuki shoots the whole message to his crew right away. Odette spots the emblem on sight, and the recognition hits her instantly. She says it's from Wolfgang County. Yuki's hunch finally clicks, and the truth slams into place. He figures Dorothea must know someone back in Wolfgang County, because that's the only way she could have gotten the robe and the carriage. The Black Forest is just an hour away on horseback, and he's convinced she's hiding in there. Iris clocks what he's up to and snaps, asking if he's really going after Dorothea alone, and he dodges the question, saying it's just for information and that he'll head there after nightfall. Det begs him to call for her if trouble strikes, and he steadies both of them, vowing he won't start a battle he can't win, then dropping the hint that a trump card is already waiting in his pocket. As night falls, Yuki goes rock-solid determined. He has to see what the Elysium Temple's followers are plotting with his own eyes. He launches into the sky, steering a roaring swarm of bats straight into the dark woods. He barrels into the Black Forest, where towering trees blot out the light, turning the whole place into a pitch-dark hiding spot. He barks orders and floods the forest with his bats, silent, deadly, and coming from every direction. With ultrasonic navigation, his familiars pierce the crushing darkness and spot even the tiniest movement. Soon a report snaps back. Humans are collapsed beside the carriage. 3 of them show up, so it's definitely not just Dorothy. Yuki steps in and starts investigating. He stumbles onto the scene exactly as described. 1 man and 2 women, all draped in robes stamped with Magic Guild crests, sprawled on the ground, passed out cold. He shoots the new orders through his usual channel. Dorothy is on edge, and the bats pull back to regroup, wait for reinforcements, then crash back into the forest. He shoves a cloth over his face and strides right up to the fallen mages. He softly wakes one of the women up. She stirs, all mixed up, while he slinks in with a bold lie, claiming he's from the Magic Guild and that he came because of a report. With her final ounce of strength, she thrusts the warning at him, Dorothea's here, and she's dangerous. The woman explains that Dorothea dragged the dead priest's spirit into the world just to forge it into a cursed ancient item. Then she finally collapses and faints. Yuki checks her pulse. She's alive, but her life force feels gutted, like someone drained it dry, and the other two are in the exact same condition. He orders an emergency evacuation right then and there. With a surge of raw strength, he grabs two of them and hauls them to safety, right outside the danger zone. Then he calls in his bat squadron with a fierce command. He rallies 10 of his familiars and leaves the other two behind to guard the unconscious mages. He lays out crystal-clear orders. If you spot an enemy you can't beat, drop everything and retreat right then. Once he's done prepping, he rockets back into the forest, enhanced familiars closing in on both sides like a roaring escort. He doesn't have long before Dorothea shows up, and when she does, she spills the truth. Those top-rank guild members came for her one after another, and every single one got beaten and pinned in place. Next, Yuki can't shake it. Why didn't she bolt the moment that confrontation went down? He grips his custom staff, then summons an anti-magic shell to lock down the world. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts like a bolt from the heavens. A familiar shriek blasts the air as Yuki gets slammed backward, hard enough to rip the staff clean from his grasp. He jerks his head up, stunned, staring at a weird gray glow in disbelief. His staff sits lifeless on the ground, still shielded by that anti-magic shell, and he can't wrap his head around what the hell just happened. He snatches it up and stares into every detail. Then his whole world flips, because the runes and the Mistel blood that once fueled it are totally gone, and no matter how many decades of knowledge he's stacked, this mystery still won't make sense. The rune for the anti-magic shell, activated by Mistel blood, just vanished out of nowhere, and its power died instantly. Still, he couldn't help wondering if it had just run out. Then he snapped that idea away fast. It drained the same life force as the other magician. So unnervingly, it felt identical. It was so brutal, like a vampire got the beam and aimed it straight at him. He huddles with his familiar, then orders Dyke and the others to stay put while he heads out to investigate. The forest goes dead quiet as he pushes deeper into that crushing darkness. After a scream tore through the black forest, he stumbled on a group of collapsed magicians, and every one of them swore they'd been searching for a woman named Dorothea. He knew the moment those high-ranking magicians heard about it, they'd come storming in. But if Dorothea slipped away, it would turn into a nightmare. In the world where Iris and Martha lived, even someone as dangerous as her didn't stand a chance. People just wanted her gone. Then right through the trees, a sharp voice slices the silence. Out, intruder. A woman's voice cut through the air, icy haughty, and she sized him up as a dog of the Magic Guild, like his look was her perfect opening. Tonight you'll be my test subject, she declared, because this ancient relic I inherited just chose to put me on the line. He cuts her claim to pieces, saying those ancient relics were sealed shut and left powerless after the 8 Kings' War. But she only smiles, like it's the calmest threat in the world. Because that traitor sage screwed up the seals, she snapped. The ancient items were locked away wrong, but not all of them. With a dramatic flourish, she throws her suit of armor into the light, massive, brutal, and impossible to ignore. It instantly spots the gray glow spilling from the arms behind its back, and it's the exact same vampire ray it saw earlier. Through a cracked slit in the armor, he spots someone inside. Alive or gone, he can't even begin to know. She unveils her creation, the Lord of Phantom, an eerie, jaw-dropping ancient relic that the remnants of the Elysium Temple have guarded and passed down through generations. With the holy spirit of an Elysium priest fueling it, she turns the blade into a weapon that never runs out. Reacting in a flash, he blasts a non-stop storm of fireballs. If they hit, it's game over. The spell hurled itself at the automaton, sprinting straight toward victory, one baffling hurdle at a time. But the moment it hits, it just vanishes into thin air. The armor's still standing, scratched but unbroken, like it shrugged off every hit. He stares stunned as his attacks slam in, then gets swallowed whole, vanishing like they never existed. She laughs it off. There's no chance. Against the Lord of Phantom's defenses, even ancient magic crumbles to dust. He snaps to the truth in an instant. This surface is engineered to drink in magic power like a sponge. Against a defense like that, even the top-ranked magicians might as well be powerless, hopeless in an instant. Curiosity claws at her. So tell me, who on earth are you? He dodges her question and fires one back. Are you Dorothea from the Elysium Temple, the ones who tore through the world, made Lyle cry, and forced Alice to reincarnate? His voice turns ice cold. It's been 200 years since that war, and the fact that you're still out there propping up the Elysium Temple is really starting to get under his skin. A spark of protective fury ignites inside him. No way in hell I'll ever smile while that dangerous weapon is roaming around near my child. You're a nuisance. Get out of here and better disappear. She scoffs at his outburst and brushes him off as just another foolish magician of the era, totally blind to the greatness of the Elysium Temple. But he snaps over her words and lays the whole scheme on the table. This was your plan all along. Build a body for the dead priest's spirit, and that's why you made Geir Wolfgang summon the spirit straight into him. So you could convince him to crawl into the armor while the priest controlled him. She freezes in total shock. What the hell are you? How do you know about this? I can spot a sick bastard the second I lay eyes on him. He blurts out, flat as steel. I've seen it 100 times in my old life, that hollow, drained face of someone whose life force has been stripped away. He keeps shredding the logic, and if the armor and that magic power are fed by a human's life force, then the controller's victim has a countdown ticking down to death, because no one in their right mind would choose that. So yeah, I'm convinced the person inside isn't acting on their own. They're being forced, controlled by magic or something just as cruel. He waves it off like it's nothing, because yeah, trying to control someone every single moment sounds exhausting as hell. But when a dead priest's spirit wakes up, the body dying doesn't scare it, because it can just hunt down a living person and take over their body instead, turning that ancient Edom into a weapon that never runs out. Enraged that he'd been caught wide open, she erupts, "Kill him, Lord of Phantom." And he snaps back, "Activate it now, Bat Army." A swarm of shadowy bats dives out of the dark and smashes down into the clearing. He fires off a fresh spell, *** force of earth ***, to keep the pressure on. Jagged spikes of rock rocket out of the ground, hunting to skewer the darkness. With one brutal, contemptuous slash, the Lord of Phantom cuts straight through the earth's spikes like they're nothing but glass. Buying time won't save you, magician boy. She scoffs as if it's pointless. The armor rockets forward, clamps onto him, and hurls him hard into the nearest tree like a crash of thunder. The blast rips through the forest, and the echo keeps roaring for miles. Then he drops to the ground in a slide, completely stunned for a split second. And hey, give it up, she snaps, because this Lord of Phantom is the magician's natural enemy. Invincible night is here, and everything's about to go wild. With a grim stare, he sizes everything up, because that mysterious beam, built to gulp down life force, and the anti-magic coating make it his worst nightmare. And if he doesn't move perfectly, his own missile blood will get drained before he can hack the machine. No choice if he wants his blood inside, he has to tear through the surface first. He took a heavy breath, then summoned magic he never dreamed he'd need, just to survive this battle. His mind flickers to Iris, but he slams that image out of his head, because the summon he's calling right now isn't her. But his reasoning holds up. If Iris can be summoned after he injects his Mistel blood, then the thing drenched in his blood 200 years ago, the one that once called him my lord, can be summoned again. Right in the heart of a pitch-black chasm, a terrifying ancient weapon is buried deep in the earth, dormant for ages, just waiting to wake up. With a burst of raw power, he roars the words, "Come forth on my command, my kin, holy sword Linkal." He explodes out of the tree line in supernatural speed, and the woman doesn't even get a chance to react. Boosted, she gasps, eyes wide with pure shock. Too slow, he roars, and in the blink of an eye, he's standing right beside the armor. With a blinding burst of steel, he slams the holy sword down and chops the Lord of Phantom's arm clean off at the shoulder. His limb thunks uselessly onto the ground like it never mattered. Then, like he knew it all along, he calmly says, "Of course. That ancient relic can't be harmed by any magic or swords, but if it's some ancient artifact of the same rank, it slips right through." She can barely breathe as she watches the severed arm hit the ground. But how? Then she shoots the real question. How did you cut through the Lord of Phantom? He just gives a simple slash of an answer and says maybe over time it's worn down. The armor snaps its remaining back arms into action, but he's already moving, ducking and weaving through the chaos like it's nothing. He lunges forward and closes the gap again. With a chain of razor-precise, earth-shaking hits, he tears the machine apart, then snaps its back arm so the main power source goes dead, cutting it off from ever firing that vampire ray again. He might have pushed it too far, turning that ancient relic into scrap, but his real goal was still to finish it, no matter what. With a sharp mind, he thinks, my job is Dorothea, or at least sweeping the highways for her, and the artifact's condition doesn't matter one bit. Demeter can only freeze in pure horror as her prized weapon smashes into ruins before her eyes. He slams in close, and Linkarl's tip bites her throat, because I've got a question I need to ask Dorothea Zomjuls. He jabs the sword toward that traitorous age you talked about, And I swear it's someone I know better than anyone. Tell me everything about them. Start from the first detail and don't leave a single thing out. Her face twists with fury. Don't test me. And she explodes into a scream, punching the ground like it owes her answers. You're calling that traitor Sage? Huh? Nuh. Don't even bring his name up like that, not after what he was doing 200 years ago. Because of that, damn it, the traitor Elysium Temple could have crushed every king in the Eight Kings' War. He doesn't flinch at her fury at all, but then, what were their names? She clenches her teeth and hisses the name out like it's poison. Lal Carmen, that's the name they drilled into me. He drags the sword back just a notch, and his face stays totally unreadable. He shut his eyes and let defeat wash over him, like he'd always known it would come. A long-buried memory crashes back, the traitorous sage, the mysterious figure who sealed those ancient items that Lyle Carmen had identified. He reckons he saw this coming. Lyle and Remilia were prodigies, so of course they'd team up to smash the Elysium Temple. When they press him on what the traitorous sage pulled off, his companion hesitates and admits she doesn't know the details. The only thing anyone can say for sure is that they wiped those ancient items out completely, making them totally useless. Right now, the cloaked figure glares at the dead machine, the Phantom Lord. He stares at it baffled. Why on earth is this machine still running? The mystery won't leave his head. Dorothea scoffs couldn't stand the captured, Mage's silence and irritation practically sparked in her chest. As he strides toward her, she stiffens with caution, firing off. Tell me your intentions right now. He thrusts out his hand and chants an incantation, spilling mist-black blood as he launches a deadly magical hack. His first blast gets shut down instantly, the magic sputters and dies on the armor's surface. Then it clicks in his head. Something in that design is built to erase magic on contact. Refusing to back down, he slams his attack into the hollowed gap of the machine's ripped-off arm and unleashes his power again. This time, his magic blasts right through the defenses, and he can't help admiring the machine's brutal anti-hacking wall, until his own magic rams past it and slams into the system's core. Confidence surges through him. He's convinced he can seize control of the ancient weapon and make it obey. His magic shatters the first defense in a flash, rips through a third protective layer next, and keeps dissecting the armor from the inside until it finally zeroes in on the main lock mechanism. He barks one command, open the armor and let the pilot out. System obeys. With a brutal clack asterisk, the armor's chest plate swings wide open. He darts in at top speed, snatching the unconscious pilot just as she slumps forward. Dorothea's breath catches as she realizes the pilot is none other than the Lord of Phantom. He studies the unconscious woman and reads the signs. She's probably an investigator from the Magic Guild, snatched up and forced to pilot that machine. Then everything clicks into place, like the final puzzle piece snapping home right on cue. That armor's seal is mangled inside the pleats, an ugly crack forged by time's slow decay. It was this partial seal that trapped the machine into siphoning a brutal wave of life force straight out of its pilots just to keep running. He's now slammed the system into lockdown, but just to be safe, he shuts off its internal functions for a full 24 hours. Dorothea erupts in pure rage, barking, "Who are you? And why is the Lord, that legendary tactical armor worshipped by the Elysium Temple, taking orders from you?" He whips his gaze to her, drops his voice to a steady growl, and declares, "I am Lord of Nosferatu." With his face covered and his identity sealed, he snaps back into the shadows, using his old, infamous name like it's a weapon. Dorothea freezes when the name hits the air, then her shock snaps into a blazing fury. She spills the truth behind the name. Lord Nosferatu was the title ripped from a traitorous sage. This bombshell hits him like a freight train, and he's totally caught off guard. As he tries to swallow her words, she launches right back into the raid, saying the Elysium Temple has already bagged 8 lords, and they're saving the final one to be named after a true legend. But the traitorous sage snatched the armor and bolted, and that's when the creepy machine got christened Lord of Nosferatu ***. He links the clues, and dread hits him like thunder, because the traitor sage she's talking about has to be Lyle and Remilia. They branded the armor with his name, his old name from the life before. Now he just freezes in stunned silence, mind racing, trying to figure out what on earth his former subordinates were thinking. Dorothea rips into her rant again, insisting that without them, the Elysium Temple would have already crumbled to dust. He could get why they'd swipe his armor, but he couldn't wrap his head around why they'd name it after him. A sudden memory hits his mind. Back when a holy sword nearly killed him, Lyle and Remilia cried their hearts out and swore they'd forge him armor no sword could ever pierce. Then he sighs, and the crushing weight of their reckless devotion comes crashing down on him. Dorothea demands to know where the real Lord of Nosferatu is, and he just smirks. Beats me. He mulls it over in private, already pretty sure he knows exactly where Lyle and Remilia stashed their treasures. He snaps the questions back at her and presses her hard. What does she think she can pull off with the Lord of Phantom? Because all she's really walking away with is a working weapon and the grim lessons from a dead priest. She declares the Elysium Temple is eternal and promises that he'll get it all real soon. She insists that the world's stagnation since the Eight Kings' War is the clearest proof that the temple's justice is real. She brags that her replacements are about to show up and that they'll churn out ancient relics too, just like the Magic Guild. He cuts her off, sick of her never-ending speeches, and 200 years later she's still trying to reach her goals by treating people like monsters. Yeah, you're such babies. He roars, and you can practically feel the frustration boiling over. You crushed people's livelihoods, and sure, Elysium Temple hired the wrong folks, but you still turn around and blame the traitorous sages for the fallout. He says it like a vow, they never betrayed me. With everything pushing her to the edge, Dorothy vows she'll kill him, no turning back. She starts chanting like a fuse just lit, summoning ancient magic that devours her own life force in the process. But he's lightning quick. He hurls a freeze net from his hand, and it snaps shut, swallowing her in ice. He tells them coldly, "I've handled the Elysium Temple before," and refuses to drop his guard. Dorothea fights through arms turned rock hard, and he smirks, saying his ice magic isn't the strongest, it's the quickest, cutting off her chance to draw the runes. The ice surges forward, clamps down over her mouth, locks her in place, and leaves her completely helpless. Right then, his knee snaps into his bat form, and he demands, "So why'd you ditch your post as Iris's bodyguard?" Neil says Princess Iris and Lady Odette are panicking, and they're already rushing here as we speak. He snaps a plan into place, orders Neil to pass the message, then, boom, Dorothea gets seized, while enemies crowd the forest inside and all around. Then he weighs his cover story and decides, if I say I summoned the Holy Sword, that'll be way too obvious, and trouble will come crawling in. They'll claim some mysterious fighter just took down Dorothea, and their crew shows up right after, so he gets to stay close with Iris without anyone else sniffing out his real identity. He flicks a look at the dead armor, then decides, right then and there, that it's safer to leave it exactly where it sits. He remembers there are 8 of these lords, powerful weapons the Elysium Temple planned to unleash during the Eight Kings' War. The damage could have been catastrophic, but he figures the war still managed to end with fewer casualties than it had any right to. A squad that can shrug off negating magic and plow through physical attacks, yet only ancient swords can cut them down, faces one terrifying question. Can they truly be stopped? He decides to hand the whole nightmare to the Magic Guild. Under the midnight sky, he gathers himself back up with Iris and Odette. And just like they'd planned it, they finally spot Dorothea, frozen solid in ice. He leans in and quietly orders his familiars to hide his holy sword. Iris suddenly freezes, stunned by what she's seeing. They spin their fake tale as they go, and when they cut through the black forest, they suddenly find a senior magician sprawled on the ground. They dug deeper and boom, they uncovered the giant armor plus Dorothy Azimul's already locked up. He drops his voice to a whisper so nobody can recognize him, and he sends a tiny messenger animal to deliver the official report. Odette nods and confirms she's already reached the main investigation team, and now they'll just hang back until their arrival. She stared at the colossal lord, stunned that a weapon straight out of history books had almost been unleashed in the Eight Kings' War. Iris shoots him a quick look, then blurts out, "Who on earth could have beaten someone that powerful?" Odette nods along, stunned that anyone could wreck such a priceless ancient relic so casually. Iris blurts out her worries, but Odette flashes a confident smile and tells her whoever snatched Dorothea will get rewarded with a noble title for the deed. As the royal lead, Odette can't stop herself from wanting to find the hero and reward them on the spot. But with Dorothy's testimony as their only clue, cracking this case is going to be a brutal uphill fight. Then she whips around to him and promises him a reward for helping uncover the magicians and for standing guard over the whole scene. Later, back at the inn, he slumps into quiet thoughts and knows this outcome is the best thing that could have happened. Because if the world ever got word about his unauthorized holy sword, the one now buried under his bed, everything would explode into chaos. He stares at the armor he just dragged out of the ruins, and his mind races. 7 more like it are out there, somewhere. His analysis of the severed arm exposed a self-repair function, and that ancient artifact's power was downright terrifying. And then it clicks. He finally gets why Lyle and Remilia risked everything to lock them away. Because if the Elysium Temple could have wielded those weapons, the world would have ended for good. He stares out into the night, pride surging in his chest. Impressive, Lyle Remilia, you're my proud children. Only one question wrecks my mind. Where'd they stash the armor they just stole? In a quiet breath of reflection, Yuki replayed every word his old comrades told him. How they'd seized one of the mighty Lord's artifacts and buried it away. They named it after his own past self, the Lord of Nosferatu, and locked it inside an ancient relic that, if it ever broke loose, could have ended everything in the Eight Kings' War. He finally got it. This move had been made for his and Iris's sake all along, a safety net waiting for them in their next reincarnations. Rage tore through the silence as he leaned in and whispered to Iris, extracting the crucial truth from their captive, then promised he'd tell her all the details later. Right in the middle of their talk, a sudden announcement slammed the moment shut. Prince Cain had arrived. Has approached. Right away, he started sorting out the wreckage, then locked eyes with Lady Demeter and praised her for getting everyone treated and keeping the scene intact. That was Cain Lycia, a B-rank magician and Iris's older brother. Demeter, always so humble, insisted that Princess Iris and the others deserved every bit of the credit for their brave, no-back-down actions. Cain broke into a smile, and he praised his sister's hard work like it was something worth celebrating. Cain then snapped his focus to the unfamiliar kid, Yuki Grosseria, who stepped forward and declared he was Baron Grosseria's second son. The prince recognized him instantly as Iris's escort knight, then thanked him like crazy for a job perfectly done. Iris beamed and said Lord Yuki truly came through for her, someone she calls a friend and holds in the highest regard. Yuki laid it out. While everyone else grabbed the smarts and hoarded the glory, their little crew acted on rock-solid intel, and he swore that effort deserved a real shot at being judged. Prince Cain nodded and promised he'd reward them based on their own call, because only they knew who really deserved the spotlight. He swallowed the weight of their discovery, realizing they'd unearthed an ancient relic, something so massive it could change everything. What do you want most? He demanded. Iris and Lady Odette both stepped back, refusing the spotlight, and pushed for Yuki to get the reward, because it was him who blazed the trail. Even though Yuki knew he couldn't hog all the credit, Cain shut him down with a smile. He'd split the reward evenly between the three of them, and the final say would rest on Yuki. With everyone staring at him, Cain leaned in and asked again, "What do you want?" Yuki's request hit like a curveball. He demanded access to maps, hunting both the newest ones and the oldest ones still left. Confused, Cain demanded answers, and Yuki gave him a solid explanation. Because he wanted to study the Eight Kings, war using the maps, so he could gauge exactly how devastating it could have been and remind himself how lucky they were that it never happened. He got what he asked for, straight up, no delays. As the B-rank magician on official duty, Cain granted trainee Yuki Grossia full access to the Magic Guild's forbidden archives. But that was just a cover. Yuki's real mission was to track down where Fira Village was. By lining up today's maps against the ancient ones, he felt 100% sure he could track down its lost location. He figured Lyle and Remilia had to have dropped something huge back there. His mind sprinted, replaying a talk about the lords, because his predecessors had left the hidden lord a name he'd instantly recognize. A neat little clue meant to lead him straight to its location. They called him the Lord of Nosferatu, the final one among the eight the Elysium Temple managed to claim. And it was buried deep inside the castle of Fira Village, the exact spot where his past self had lived and breathed before everything shattered. Now that Dorothea, the mastermind, was captured and they'd locked down fresh intel on the Lord, their mission was finally over. Yuki decided to hand the rest over to Prince Cain and the top-ranked magicians. With these fresh clues in hand, he decided it was time to hunt down the trail Lyle and Remilia left behind. Meanwhile, Cain Lycia sat down and slammed out his official report. Snagging Dorothea Zamuel turned into a shock jackpot. She led them straight to the legendary armor called the Lord of Phantom. Her interrogation ripped the truth wide open. 3 more Lord's beasts were out there, Paladin and Nosferatu included. It also proved that the remnants of the Elysium Temple were still kicking, operating as a real, active organization. After that first interrogation, Dorothea snapped and took her own life, leaving a heap of secrets trapped inside her. But the weirdest part was her testimony about the one who beat her. She swore her attacker looked young, yet felt ancient, and his name still stayed a mystery. He swung a sword that could slice down a lord, and the second traitorous sages came up. He snapped back with only, "My children." Cain bristled at the report, instantly convinced it was a total lie meant to scramble everyone's minds. Still, the so-called Lord artifact wasn't a rumor or a myth. It was a shocking, undeniable truth staring everyone in the face. A few days earlier, the moment he heard the Elysium Temple might be hiding these weapons, Cain kicked off the very first experiment at the Magic Guild, just to wake the trapped Lord of Phantom. He seized control and slapped a rank magician Zamir Kardas in as the witness. The pilot picked for this deadly mission was C-rank magician Demir Springle, and right before the test, she downed a potion to supercharge her magic power. Cain laid out the urgency in one breath. If other lords were already in enemy hands, they couldn't afford even a second of delay. He laid out everything Demeter needed to know about the armor, how it shrugged off magic attacks and how it could blast a strange ray that stole both magic and life force. And then he snapped, "If you feel your power slipping, eject now." Demeter stormed into the cockpit and spoke the ancient machine word, igniting the whole thing to life. Its crimson eyes blazed to life. When the Lord of Phantom finally moved again after ages, the crowd erupted in stunned gasps, like they'd just witnessed the impossible. Elder Zamir stayed unconvinced, staring at the prince and insisting the experiment was way too soon. Cain countered coolly on the spot, saying he'd rather run the experiment himself than let anyone else stamp it through recklessly. 3 magicians tore open the sky and hurled a burning meteor spell down on their enemies. At the order, Demeter braced for impact and locked in with just one of the armor's arms. With one sharp, non-stop swing, the Lord's fist crashed into the spell. Then it just totally shattered everything. The observers went wide-eyed. His armor snapped the attack aside and left it completely unscathed. Cain shot over to his pilot and demanded to know if she felt even a single ounce of impact. Demeter swore she felt absolutely nothing, and Zamir stared in shock, like the magic had just evaporated. Then his face lit up, already dreaming about how he could recreate a defensive monster that strong. Cain hardly ever clocked the Elder's sudden surge of excitement. The armor laughed off every spell that came next, snapping them away like they couldn't touch him. Zamir blurted out that the ones who found Lord Yuki and Iris better keep quiet, and Cain shot back that's exactly why only top-tier magicians were there. But Cain couldn't shake the gut feeling that Iris's escort knight wasn't just who he seemed. There was something way bigger lurking under that disguise. Zamir sneered at Yuki, calling him a baron's illegitimate brat, worthless, craving no real rewards and so easy to buy off. After just 10 minutes, Cain decided he'd seen enough, and he hit the brakes on the experiment. But Zamir slammed his way in, then demanded they jump straight to Phase 2 right now. The Elder demanded they prove the Lord's fighting power, then threw in his own golem as the perfect opponent. Cain yanked Zamir back to reality, reminding him he'd just labeled the experiment premature, and the Elder snapped back. Once an experiment starts, you don't stop. You see it through to the very end. And while the prince stood there, ignored and forgotten, Zamir launched into a summoning chant, smashing magic crystals into action as the catalyst. He insisted they had to slam through as many tests as they could in one run, so the odds of any info leaking would drop to almost nothing. "Stop it, Elder Zamir," Cain shouted at the top of his lungs, terrified Demeter couldn't survive a long fight. But Zamir got swallowed by pure ambition, bragging that if his golem could topple the armor, then the Elysium Temple would be nothing to fear. A massive stone golem burst out of the ground and roared like it had just been unleashed. "Demeter, get out of there," Cain screamed, "the experiment's over." But Zamir's voice cut through everything, thick, unstoppable, telling her, "You're not escaping. Accept the power of my golem, Demeter." Demeter got locked in the cockpit, wheezing from the grind as she got torn apart by 2 orders that fought for control. Clenching her jaw, she snapped her acknowledgement of Zamir's command. Right then, a strange, sweet pull surged from deep inside her armor's core, and a soft smile flickered across her lips. A weird pulse hits the magician locked inside that armored shell. Her magic drains fast and fatigue crashes over her, but right underneath it, power surges to the point where she feels nearly unstoppable. Outside, her allies stare in awe, then swagger, one of them bragging that with legendary lord on their side, nobody can touch them. The hulking stone golem lumbers ahead, squaring up to the mechanical titan. The ancient weapon called the Lord lifts its metallic fist. In the blink of an eye, it obliterates the golem. One brutal hit, and the impact pulverizes the ground right out from under it. A brutal cloud of dust explodes outward from the wreckage point, swallowing the air in one violent burst. Elder Zamir watches the result with a smug grin, knowing his stone golem couldn't hold a candle to that legendary construct. He snaps his head toward young Lord Cain and pushes for them to wrap up the experiment. Cain looks shattered, refusing to let this end, and he shouts that this power still isn't close. telling the elder their real enemy is the Elysium Temple. Zamer freezes for a split second, getting hit by the young man's raw, unshakable intensity. Kane pushes forward, firing back that it was him who first suggested sealing the lesion for this exact threat, and asking Zamer straight up if he's already caved and lost his nerve. Shaken to the core, Zamer stammers out an apology, admits he got swept up in the raw power on display, and agrees to shut down the test. Then the Lord's cockpit cracks open, and Demeter stumbles out, utterly weak, trembling like she can barely hold herself together. She gasps, admits she's got zero magic left, and says the Lord's power isn't meant for humans, then blurts that she's been fighting off a wild, unstoppable urge to punch everything in sight. She steps up to Lord Kane and Lord Zamer and admits, straight to their faces, that when they saw the power she held, they must have felt completely tiny. The observers snap quiet, staring hard as they wrestle with what this ancient relic really is. Kane grimly realizes they've just picked up a truly troublesome weapon. What scares him most, he admits, is that this ancient relic isn't intact. It's all wrong and it's breaking in the worst way. And the scariest part? Someone out there exists who can shut this machine down with zero effort. Kane suggests they lock up this Lord of Phantom as the very first ancient item, officially sealed, and keep every last detail under the sage's control, cut off from the guild entirely. Zamer nods instantly, no pushback at all, but he only lets it happen if one demand is met. He demands he's the one who'll handle and study the artifact, swearing he'll never use it for anything else. Kane agrees on one condition: every research result must be shared, because their real goal is simple: prove they can build a working replica using their own tech. Once that promise is locked in, the Lord of Phantom gets shoved back into slumber, its power sealed tight, until another Lord comes hunting. Later, Kane weighs one brutal truth: secrecy isn't optional. The leftovers of the Elysium Temple have to stay buried from the public, because if people find out, panic will explode everywhere. His mind drifts to the other ancient weapons. Where in the world are they hiding? He can't stop craving to witness the perfect Lord of Beasts, or the Lord of Paladin, right there with his own eyes. For a moment, he even toys with the idea of snagging something like that for himself. Days after the Black Forest chaos, the crew finally stumbles into the grand library of the Linbel Magic Guild. A librarian leans in and confirms the reading room is ready for them, stacked with the freshest maps and the oldest treasures from her collection. Their mission is simple: track down where Fira Village is right now. It's been 200 years since the Eight Kings' War, and the whole world has flipped upside down. Yuki shoots back to a message from his loyal servant, Rhoderia. She'd already set everything in motion for his eventual return. She prepped like her life depended on it, but still, she couldn't shake the sting of knowing she hadn't taught her descendants right. They spread the maps out wide, and the oldest one went back a whopping 150 years, while the newest was barely a few years old. Det leans in and asks if Yuki and Iris can find the village just by memory. Without a word, they both snap their gaze away. Yuki admits that in his past life he hardly ever left the village, and Iris admits she never even once stepped outside. As the village's guardian, he took up residence in an ancient castle, standing watch over the young Alice every single day. His geographical memory is a mess, so they have to build everything from the tiny scraps they still remember from 2 centuries ago. Yuki racks his brain trying to remember a landmark from 350 years ago, before he's even stepped into the village. Then a memory crashes back, an inland sea he'd seen on his long trek north. He remembers bursting through the crossing, reaching a city, and then hammering his way up the mountains until he finally lands in Fira Village. As they stitched their broken memories back together, Odette finally pointed and said, "The capital of the Elysium Temple sits to the east." Next, side by side, they tear into the clues and start snapping them together. Their fingers glide over the worn parchment until they stop dead at one exact point. On the old map, they spot a tiny country, north of it, a jagged mountain range, and right below, a stretch of water that matches Yuki's memory of the inland sea. They were left completely shocked, like, did we really find it this fast? Yuki's jaw drops at how insanely detailed the Magic Guild's maps and archives are. They match the old map to the new one and lock in the spot north of the capital, then realize it's a brutal 5-day ride on horseback, right on the edge of a neighboring country's border. He decides to slip through the world incognito, his mind racing. What if his old castle still stands, the same place where that other lord was once locked away? A steely resolve hardens in his chest. He's going back to that village, and this time he'll return under the name he once owned, the Lord of Nosferatu. He's counting down to running that same route again in this brand new era. 200 years have slammed by, Elysium Temple kicked off a war that tore the world apart. New nations rose up, and old landmarks vanished for good. Up north of Fira village, a brutal military state called Gale rises, and it sits right on the border of their own kingdom. Because of that, he has no choice. He has to tell Iris she can't come, because dragging a princess anywhere near a military border is far too dangerous, even when things are peaceful. After Iris is crushed with heartbreak, she's desperate to see the village with her own eyes. Yuki shuts it down fast. There's no way a princess can vanish for 10 days incognito, and the miles are too brutal to pull off any summoning magic. He begs her to drop it for now, then swears he'll tell her everything he sees. When she demands a promise, he nods, straight up and with full conviction. With tears spilling down her face, she drags him back to a promise from his past life. He'd see her as Alice and never let her cry, but his death broke it clean in two, so all he can do now is apologize. Yeah, he pulls her in close and tells her he can't run off just yet. An exam is coming up. Ever since the Dorothea disaster, the exam's been pushed back. But now it's back on, and all three of them have to show up and take part. And there's one more command on his shoulders. He has to dive into the Elysian dungeon and hand back the holy sword that was summoned to him. After the exam ends, he's going to cash in his awarded vacation days and make that trip straight to the Fira village, because he's set on capturing Dorothea. Then the conversation swings straight to Odette's reward, like the real prize is finally in sight. After beating Alec Keels, they let her slip all the way down to the 3rd layer of Elysian, an insane achievement that's basically guaranteed to shoot her straight into the C-rank magician tier. Then she turns to Yuki and thanks him, admitting she'd be stuck there for way longer without his help. Hope Iris blurts out how brilliant her friend is, and Odette just grins and confidently agrees. Iris claims Odette would definitely lean on a relic like the Lord to help others, and Yuki quietly backs her up with a silent nod. Iris pushes the idea that they help Odette claw her way up to the top ranks of the Magic Guild, because once she's there, she'll snag crucial information and finally move around with way more freedom. Odette stands right beside them and slams her protests at their wildly audacious plan. Yuki speaks to him with total seriousness, saying her justice, her knowledge, and her rock-solid reliability make her one of the best humans he's ever met, and the one he trusts with the truth about Iris's condition. After their research wrapped up, they shot back their maps and bolted out of the library. As they stride through the bustling city streets, Odette abruptly stops him in his tracks. She leans in and tells him, "I'm so happy I met you, not as some legendary lord or guardian god, but just as my dear friend, Yuki." She tells him that no matter what happens, no matter if he and Iris disappear from this world, he'll still be her dearest friends. She grabs his attention and tells him, with trembling certainty, never to forget that. His face lights up. Her words genuinely hit him hard. He snaps his face away from her, then hides his real expression behind a quick excuse, blaming that blinding sunset. Inside, he swears an oath. He doesn't know how long this life has left, but no matter what, he'll never forget. As long as his existence doesn't vanish for good, he'll keep telling Everest's story, my friend, Odette Slay. He finally makes it back to his place, and his maids rush in to greet him. They tell him a letter just landed from the Magic Guild. It's loaded with the exact details for the pumping exam. Trainees get split into pairs and sprint through a set route inside the 1st layer of the Legion, and the quickest team gets the honor. Sure enough, he gets stuck with Iris, while Odette gets handed to the Count's daughter, one he doesn't even recognize. A sickening dread creeps over him, like something terrible is about to snap into place. He's got a nasty feeling about Elysian. The monstrous dungeon everyone swears is the final resting place of the dead priests from Elysium Temple. While the maids hustle to set dinner on the table, they mention the Mistel blood Henneris needs, and his mind snaps straight into planning. He'll have to pack his bats, and that means stockpiling enough blood to last him. And with the letter set down, he steels himself and jumps into preparations for the trials waiting just ahead. A memory claws its way back, before he even knew his past life, back to the day he made Martha absolutely furious. As a kid, he refused to stop following her on errands, until a wild dog burst from nowhere and lunged straight at them. Even with injuries blazing through him, he still shoved the creature back and sent it fleeing, only minor scratches left on his skin. But his reckless move lit a fire in her. She snapped, and tears spilled before he could even breathe. It was the very first time she'd ever stared at him like that, and the look hit so hard that even as a kid, he swore he'd never, ever, cause her to feel that way again. Then in the present, Yuki sits across from her and drops a terrifying, "What if?" on the table. He asks what she'd do if he told her he was an immortal magician in a past life, and that every memory and skill got packed into this life too. Martha locks eyes with him, then drops the question, "Clarify what you meant," like her expression hides a whole storm. She snaps to it instantly, blurting that he's the reincarnation of an immortal magician. Then Yuki shoots back an apology for shocking her, but she shrugs like, "Yeah, I'm already used to wild stuff like this." Then he lays out what his nature truly does. Once he's fully grown, aging will basically stop. So to dodge the chaos that brings, he decides to vanish from human society for good. Martha finally nods and takes it in, but her mind races. Because once the immortal Master Yuki disappears from the world, she has no idea what role she'll be forced to step into. She swears she doesn't think he's lying, drizzling honey over his plate as she flips his confession into something else, then tells him she'll treat it like a loyalty test. She tells him the real test: would she actually trade it all, ditch everything, and run after him no matter what? Yuki's stomach sinks with worry, because he knows he could never bring himself to be that cruel to her, especially with her mother's presence hanging over everything. Martha snaps out a letter right then. It's from her mother, and the doctors finally turned things around so hard that she's set to come back to work at the mansion next month. Yuki slams both hands on the table, bursting out in pure relief and roaring thanks. Martha looks completely flustered. She admits that his kindness is exactly what's messing with her mind. In the thick, tense silence, Yuki leans in and demands Remy explain everything as they wait for the tea she's brewing. He motions her over and tells her to sit right down. But he admits his real game plan was simple: vanish the moment Sir Catchell fell, because his true identity got out to Cackle's brother, Zero's. On top of that, the girl who tagged along during his reincarnation is immortal too, so they're plotting to disappear together to keep each other safe. And thanks to it, Zero's finally agreed to hold his secret. Martha finishes the letter and the truth finally hits. She understands, and Yuki adds, "It's all thanks to the Zeros that Mom can get back to work." Zero set it all up so Martha could serve him without a single worry strangling her plans. Martha's thoughts click into place, and she fires one sharp question: how many years does she have left? She has to figure out exactly how long it'll take before he finally stops aging. And when that moment hits, he'll have to cut ties with the world. He figures his face will finally settle down by the time he hits his mid-20s, and she just smiles, calm as ever, and says her life will be fully squared away by then. Then he crunches the numbers and realizes they've only got about 10 years left. When he says he has to handle Tess's situation, he flat out refuses to hear her complaint about being left behind. Then bam, she locks eyes with him, and a severe expression crushes the air between them. That same look again. That exact same look from childhood lit up his face. Pure, unshakable determination. Yuki Sei's lay defeated, knowing she'd never hear a word from him. He'd still dreamed of giving her a happy life, even planning to sell an ancient artifact so she'd be set financially. Right then, Remy bursts in with a bright grin and declares, loud and proud, that the tea is ready. She thrusts the tray forward with a dazzling smile. Yuki beams and pats her head, praising herself like she just proved she's leveling up. Remy can feel the tension and blurts out, "Did you two fight?" They both deny it on the spot. Then Remy juts her chin out, puffs up her chest, and declares it's settled. Martha will follow Master Yuki. Yuki just stands there, staring in disbelief at her over-the-top pose, totally fed up. Martha vows her loyalty in this life will be unmatched, so strong it'll even top the people who once served him in his past. Then she leans in and tells Remy, "Being my maid isn't a phase, it's a forever promise." And by now, there's no way out for either of them. Yuki heaves a defeated sigh, like fate just slammed the door and there's nothing he can do. He helps, and then he snaps into action, crafting a fresh plan. If he pours his Mistel blood into Martha, he can make her his kin like Remy did, freezing her aging for about 50 years and giving him the time he needs to hunt down an artifact that can finally grant true immortality. Hearing that, Martha's face crumpled with emotion. She was overwhelmed. She crushes Remy in a fierce hug, sobs of relief tearing out of her like she can finally breathe. Her mood snaps back into full maid mode. She declares her first job is prepping for his upcoming exam, and that starts right now with washing his hair. Every week, Yuki shoots back in protest, warning that even immortal magicians can get wrecked by soap bubbles popping in their eyes, right as Remy announces the bathwater is already boiling. Elsewhere, Odette, young and very alone, stares at a letter and feels dread claw up her chest as she reads. It's from her father, and the message hits her so hard it rattles her to the core. He points her straight to the rule for joining the Magic Guild, hits C-rank magician status within a year, or they'll shove her into an arranged marriage. But the whole situation just flipped on its head. They're claiming it already happened. This rival family has married off their daughter, and her own family can't stomach the disgrace of being left behind. They just sliced the deadline in half. Now she's got only 6 months to make it happen. If she hesitates and fails, they'll shove a wedding down her throat, right away. Odette drops into her chair, completely drained and spent. She said she wished her grandmother, the guild's own magician, was still alive so she could guide her. The pressure is so brutal it feels insane. Like if she just leans on her own power, she'll become a C-rank magician in only half a year. A sudden thought hits her, Yuki. With his help, this becomes easy. She's sure he'll lend her his strength the second she asks. Then she quickly shuts that idea down. Yuki's trying to bury his real power, and she can't ask him for a single thing that would put a spotlight on him. She snaps back to the here and now, because the Magic Guild exam is tomorrow. She scans the notice and her eyes widen. She's paired with Count Therese's daughter, Iris, and Iris, in turn, is paired with Yuki. Even though they're total strangers, she's certain they have to team up and power through this exam. Exam day finally slams into place. The recruits huddle together in Elysian's first layer, an enormous underground cavern that feels like the start of a nightmare. Yuki scans the crowd of gathered candidates, even though a few major names are missing after that dead priest incident. These are the magicians who lit up his entire generation. Right near Odette, her partner stands at her side, ready for whatever comes next. 2 C-rank instructors stride up and lay down the rules for everyone. Every team kicks things off with its own custom map route to a destination. Then the instructors are already waiting there. The separate paths are crafted to shove in their faces just how vast and how terrifying Elysian really is. Each trainee gets an armband, and if things go sideways, they can slam it to call for help. But the moment they do, their score takes a hit. The crystals etched into those armbands are going to blaze in exactly 10 minutes, right when the exam is about to begin. On the last warning, the instructor points out a huge crack in the first layer. Take any shortcut, and you're gambling with a deadly drop straight into the third. While they wait, Iris trembles and can't help but whisper to Yuki, "Your Highness." She tells him that ever since she got her memories back as Alice, her old self keeps roaring louder day by day. When they're alone, she tells him, "Call me Alice," and he immediately agrees. Other trainees stared in disbelief, realizing it was Princess Iris and her escort knight, Yuki, soaked in confidence after he crushed Alec Keels. Close by, Odette hooks up with her partner, the racer who's about to serve as the team's navigator. Suddenly, the crystals on their armbands flare to life, lighting up with a fierce glow. It's the signal, everything's about to change. The second the shouts rip through the air, the exam kicks off, and the trainees surge into the cavern like a storm. Yuki and Iris glide forward with slow, regal elegance that makes everything feel effortless. While everyone else burns with panic and chaos, they stay eerily calm, like nothing can touch them. Yuki slips 2 bat familiars into the sky to scout the area ahead of her. The second he's sure they're alone, he spills the real reason they came: no more games. They don't care about crossing the line first, they're chasing something bigger. He calls up a flawless Bledia replica of the holy sword Linkarl, the same blade that once ripped through him. He tells her that, yeah, turning in the real ancient item would earn him a reward. But he refuses to risk it, because it's tied to his and Alice's reincarnation and the tarnished legacy of Lyle. To keep the Elysium Temple from sniffing out their secret, they've got to stash the real sword and swap it with this slick replica. By jamming his missile blood straight into the replica, he turns it into his temporary kin, and now he can call it to his side anytime he wants. They finally reach the stone where the holy sword rests, and he rips out a replica like a summon, ready to snap the switch into place. He rips out the real sword and snaps the replica into its spot, locked in perfectly, like it was made for it. He slams in the same ancient sealing magic Sir Catchell used, supercharges it with his own blood, and locks the replica in place. Once the job is done, Alice finally exhales in relief, because now only he can draw that sword. But one scary thought won't leave. What if someone else yanks it out and stumbles straight on the lie? They snap to it, easy savage plan, pin it all on the Elysium Temple. Just when they're back on the exam route, the road ahead slams them with a fresh, nasty complication. Right ahead, a giant chasm yawned in a dead-end tunnel, blocking the drop to the third layer and trapping them in a long, nasty detour. To save time, Iris urges them to jump across the gap, clamps her mullord tight to her chest, and braces as he gets ready to launch. He lunges forward, dropping everyone straight into the pitch-black abyss. As they blast through the cavern, he's counting every moment they've saved, and his thoughts snap straight to Odette. He's sure she'll be okay. But his mind won't stop buzzing. How's she really holding up? He calls in his bat familiars, Dyke and Nell, to get the scoop. Then they reveal their monsters, and the other trainees haven't pushed this far either, which means Odette's been held back too. Once he refills their power with his mystical blood, he fires off one more instruction for them. Elsewhere, Odette ends up in a dangerous spot she can't afford to lose. Chasing the map, she and her partner stumbled into an absolutely chilling swarm of monsters. Even after she smashes them, she knows this test is brutal, too brutal for any normal trainee to survive. She quickly clocks where they are, a deadly hallway near the second layer, the kind of place that summons monster swarms the moment powerful magic gets unleashed. Sure she's hit the wrong road, she grabs Therese and demands they double-check the map. The race pushes her hard to stay away from the exam. She tells them to throw in the towel and shout for help. Odette swears there's still time, but Therese grabs at her heart and begs her to finally give up. Odette's gut twists with a dark suspicion. She realizes the Magic Guild isn't truly neutral, because a powerful duchy could easily bend it to its will, even slipping in a fake map. The truth hits her like a punch. She wasn't dragged here by chance. Someone guided her straight into this deadly hall on purpose. Family, and with every beat of her heart, her father's words come roaring back. The family she's coming from holds political weight, and she's been warned not to let other families laugh at her. A crushing weight of pressure bore down on him, relentless and unstoppable. With tears streaming down her face, she blurts the real truth. Top aristocrats forced her to bait her debtor straight into this trap. Odette freezes in horror as it clicks. Her own partner deliberately changed the map, doing exactly what her father ordered. Her father would stop at nothing to drag her into a political marriage. Then he even crushed her deadline, demanding she prove she's worthy as a C-rank magician. Their ace drops to his knees and begs her to quit, because instinct screams the duchy won't stop until they smash through and reach their goal. As soon as he lets up, Odette whips around and dashes off, declaring she's coming straight back to the starting point. Rissy lets out a desperate scream, begging her, "No more games, just give up already." Later, Odette's mind snaps to the one person who's beaten countless impossible situations. The thought of him laughing at her, after she caved on those steels, shatters her will. Just then, a tiny bat swoops in and nudges her softly. She instantly spots the familiar rune on its wing, belongs to Yuki. It's Nell. She turns to the creature and demands guidance. As Odette faces the crushing despair in front of them, she rallies her friends and spills the tale of Yuki's old life, a guardian deity who gave up everything to save his people. Knowing someone with that kind of iron will, she flat-out refuses to ever say it. She just can't bring herself to give up. She doubles down on the idea that magic is for happiness, and she vows to squeeze every drop of her talent, because she's not going to let herself get used as a pawn in some political marriage. Just as she blurts it out, Reese snaps into action and launches an attack out of nowhere. She slams the flash bomb to life, and the magical artifact erupts in a blinding burst. A blinding burst of light detonates in an instant, and the whole hall shakes as the blast echoes off every wall. That sound blasts out like a blazing flare, calling every monster nearby straight to it. And with that, Thierry bares his grim face and warns, "The monsters are coming right now." She crumples to the ground, choking out an apology as she admits, yeah, even this was straight from her orders. From the pitch black beyond that passage, a whole horde of creatures bursts into the light. Skeletons, deer wolves, and reptilian horrors all surge ahead, yanked toward the roar of the blast. Even as Therese begs, "Please call for help," Odette takes a steady breath and sizes up her leftover magic and stamina like she's about to make the next move count. With sheer determination, she slams up a defensive barrier and yells, "I won't give up." Before those monsters can even get to her, Nell explodes into motion and swoops in like a storm. That tiny familiar surges with insane power, and boom, it fires off the burning meteor spell. A violent blaze detonates and swallows the entire horde, turning them into nothing but fire and shockwaves. Odette can barely breathe as the unstoppable magic sweeps through, turning every monster to ash in an instant. She locks onto it instantly, the exact intermediate-rank spell Keel once crushed with, and her eyes go wide, shocked that someone she knows can summon power like that. Right then, Yuki shows up, scooping Princess Iris and sprinting her across the chasm. He calmly confirms exactly what they saw, like he's locking the truth into place. Princess Iris gets hit with the shocking conspiracy briefing, gasps in disbelief that something like this could happen during a guild exam, and immediately orders a formal investigation in her name. She leans in and asks Odette if she's ready for her father's name to get dragged into the mess. Odette Bose braced herself and accepted whatever fate threw at her next. With the danger finally gone, the adrenaline drains out of Odette, and her legs give up for good. She lets out a shaky laugh at how pathetic she feels, admitting she was absolutely terrified, and that she would have crumpled into tears if Yuki hadn't shown up. She grabs his attention and pours out her heartfelt gratitude. Yuki snaps that it was the princess's selfish craving to be spoiled that shoved him out into the area, so he flew around scouting with his bats. Odette can't hold it in. Namek's absurdly simple setup hits her so hard she bursts into real, helpless laughter. She stares at how pathetic her father's obsession with status and looks is, because right here are people who don't care about any of that at all. In a sudden burst of courage, she blurts to Yuki, asking if she can someday become one of his villagers too. Realizing her real feelings slipped away, she finally admits the Duke's daughter title now feels utterly meaningless to her. As Yuki gets slammed with more and more candidates, her nerves start to unravel. Odette digs in and finds a brand new resolve that hits like a thunderbolt. And with her title and her bond to this world, she chooses to back Yuki and protect his peaceful life in this new reincarnation. For the very first time, her road ahead finally lights up and makes sense. A panicked butler bursts into the room, slamming the door behind him, and tells Duke Slay, his master, terrible news. He shows up with a summons letter straight from the Magic Guild, slamming it down and claiming he's been messing with their exam. The Duke's color drains to chalk as he reads the summons: Princess Iris, Prince Kane, and General Burns. He stumbles back, stunned out of his mind, clutching the scroll as it trembles in his hands. In that instant, his whole world caved in. His reputation crumbled, his authority shattered, and every careful political move he'd built just exploded into ruin. Elsewhere, Odette and her crew ripped into the aftermath, and the Magic Guild exploded with righteous rage. How dare a duke twist his power to endanger a trainee, especially his own daughter? Therese got off with a light sentence, just a few weeks locked away for her role, because everyone insisted she was only a victim in the whole mess. The Duke skipped the summons, blaming it on his failing health. He stepped back and fired off a letter packed with a sworn oath. He would never meddle in his daughter Odette's life again. He'd respect her freedom to the very end, until the day she finally decided to walk out of the Magic Guild on her own. Princess Iris takes a sip of tea and remarks that Duke Slay hasn't shown up in public since that incident, serving him a harsh, perfect shame for a duchy that dared to strike back at the royal family. While the Duke's disgrace crumbled everything, Yuki's reputation skyrocketed. Odette's earned a whole new kind of respect, too. Other magicians are staring in awe because she stood up to her father with pure courage. Now that everything's finally locked in, Yuki can't help but smile with pure relief. Odette steps in and tells him with full confidence, "I'm in. I'll join you on this journey exactly like we planned." He'd already grilled her about her plans, then tossed her a tempting offer: come travel with him to a village huddled near the kingdom's border. Even though Princess Iris had her own concerns about a scandal, she gave her a push and told her to go for it. Odette flashed a grateful smile and snatched the offer like it was a lifeline. Now that her father's shadow is gone, she tells everyone she found her peace because the kind people who stood by her never let her down. Meanwhile, in a different estate, a young man named Jair sulks in his room, staring at the ceiling like it betrayed him. His butler announces a friend has arrived, and Jair snaps that he wants everyone to leave him in peace. The door slams open, and Lord Jilvan freezes, because seeing Gaia like this hits him like a punch to the chest. Jilvan leans in and tells his friend, "Don't worry, this isn't an official visit." Then he lobs a book at Gaia and explains, "I've got all the free time in the world now, because we've both been kicked out of the Magic Guild." Jilvan storms up to Jair, calling him out for shutting everyone out, even after the doctors cleared him, body and mind. Jair blurts out that ever since that incident, he's been terrified to even cast a single spell, convinced the moment he uses magic, he'll get dragged into another conspiracy. Jilvan tells everyone he met with instructor Demeter, and Demeter said the truth. If Yuki hadn't crushed the dead priest's spirit, Gaia would have been trapped as its vessel forever. Jair lays bare the crushing pressure of his strict family, who treat it like the worst dishonor to bow to anyone they see as beneath them. Jilvan, replaying all the gossip about the Slay Duchy, can't shake the feeling that something in this whole mess is seriously off. Jair finally snaps into action and apologizes because the truth hits him hard. Jilvan was in real danger. Jilvan steps up and takes the full blame, swearing he's got zero plans to leave Jair behind, because he's always respected Jair's magic skills. He pushes Gaia to keep studying, swearing that his magic talent will matter someday, no matter what the guild thinks of them. Jair's eyes flood with tears as he realizes just how fiercely his friend stayed loyal. Jilvin cuts him off and fires a new question. Jair, tell me you've heard the buzz about the Lord, an artifact everyone's talking about. Jair dodges any outside info, but Jilvin steps in and spills the truth. His brother, a C-rank magician, told him everything. They found a wild, ancient relic, a colossal suit of armor that ancient magic can't touch, and once someone steps inside, they can climb in and actually pilot it. But this thing is a massive, towering beast that makes the whole world feel small. In a locked-up warehouse, Prince Cain bursts back onto the scene, showing up once again in front of Demeter. She snaps at him for how often he keeps hauling himself to the storage facility for those priceless ancient treasures. Cain can't stop staring at the legendary Lord's presence, begging to witness it up close while swiping off Demeter's warning about his political duties. He insists the Lord isn't some ancient magic spell, or a cheap little tool you can just grab and use. Instead, he insists it's a unicia device, one that can turn a regular human into something far beyond human. Demeter slams the obvious flaw in his theory, because the Lord is here only after someone already managed to defeat it. Cain believes it didn't lose because it was weak. It got beaten because it wasn't finished, or because its pilot just didn't match up. He's convinced a perfectly integrated Lord is totally within reach, and now he's setting out to snag one for himself and prove it. Demeter tells him they've already started cracking the replica, but Cain's eyes stay locked on the original. Demeter can't help but wonder who, if anyone, could actually survive the original's power. Cain wonders, if someone like that really exists, you'd never be able to control them. Friend or foe, he doesn't care at all. His only burning wish is to talk magic with them. As a prince, his magic isn't free. His path as a magician gets tightly boxed in. But when it's time to face the world's greatest magician, he'll lay everything on the line. No hesitation, no limits. He's aching to finally meet the only person who can fully control the Lord, because he wants to know exactly how that power wielder sees the world. The very next day, Yuki clenches his resolve and sets off alone on his own wild journey. Odette rode alongside him, and together they launched into the unknown. Their destination is the Taurius Araldum, the borderland where Fira village once stood. Still, Yuki is absolutely sure this is the one place he'll finally track down the Lord of Nosferatu. It takes 3 brutal days in a carriage, then a whole day riding a boat, and finally one last day on foot. As they push forward, Yuki suddenly flashes back. 350 years ago, he'd taken this exact route, and he still can't stop chuckling because he totally tried to dodge the boat back then, since he's terrified of water. At the death's surprise, Yuki snaps up the moment and tells them to get off early. He's got a trick that makes the whole trip blow by. On the carriage, a stranger leaned in and warned them. Outside the capital, monsters lurk that nobody could even imagine. Yuki's eyes light up like she just caught something huge. Then the traveler leans in and spills the wild local rumor he just heard. It's the tale of a monster in armored plating, stalking the wilderness one night at a time. A dark, towering silhouette suddenly slams into Yuki's mind like a warning from the shadows. Next, they slam the brakes in a town to catch their breath, planning to roll out just before dawn. In the dead dark of the early morning, they gear up to slip out without anyone noticing. Yuki grabs a weird debt collector and barks orders at him to climb onto his back. He clamps her clothes, surges his power into his hands, and gets ready to burst out. They lunge forward at jaw-dropping speed, and Odette is left frozen, shocked, breathless, and unable to move. Yuki hits the switch on his fly skill, then launches off the rooftop with a kick and blasts straight into the sky. They burst up into the sky, flying over hush-filled towns and stretching countryside like the world can't hold them. Odette isn't scared at all. She's buzzing with pure, jaw-dropping wonder. Up here, the whole flight feels unreal, like I'm floating through a dream. Yuki tells her, at this pace, we'll be there in under 3 days. He shouts to his familiars as they streak through the sky beside him, urging them to stay right on his tail. As the first rays of dawn burst over the horizon, Odette stares down at the world beneath her. Soaring high above the clouds, she finally breaks free from the cage that ruled her life, and an unstoppable rush of liberation crashes through her. She can't stop thinking, this trip is the best thing that's ever happened to me. Seagulls scream overhead as the travelers charge toward a loud, bustling port town. This is Gazanan, an epic key city stitched to the inland sea by vital routes. It's the main launchpad where ships set sail across the endless stretch of open water. That salty sea breeze hits Yuki like a relief, because now he doesn't have to fly the whole way. The town is packed to the brim, an electric stop for travelers, adventurers, and merchants all pushing their way north. North, Yuki can't stop thinking about how the years slipped by. Because 350 years ago, this thriving port was nothing but a small, sleepy country town. He spots a familiar food stall out of all this change, and the town's signature fried squid is still sitting there like it never left. Odette slips in beside him, and the two of them grab a skewer each. But when Yuki takes that first bite, his taste buds hit a shock. This isn't the usual flavor. The supply lines got way stronger, so now it's packed with a whole mix of richer spices. Despite the wreckage from the 8 King Wars, he can't help thinking that human culture somehow leaped forward in a huge way. If they dug up ancient relics and built flying ships, he would have hit Fira village way sooner. A sudden rustle from his bag snaps him back to reality. His other companions are there, and he winces as he remembers Dyke and Cliff, his two bat familiars, and rushes to apologize. He hands each of them a piece of squid, grinning as he watches their brains level up. Now they can chow down without spilling a drop, and even Dyke has cracked the basics of arithmetic. Their first mission is simple: snatch one of those morning ferries before it slips away. But when they near the docks, a creepy sight hits them like a punch to the gut. The ferry reception office is wide open, but the harbor's totally dead. No ships are leaving, not a single one. The receptionist shoots them an apologetic look and tells them, flat out, that every ferry service has been shut down for some time. They're left completely speechless by the shock of the news. Yuki remembers rolling into town and spotting idle sailors, just men who'd suddenly dropped their whole profession overnight. The receptionist breaks it down. There's a monster on the mainland, and its presence has riled up the usually calm inland sea monsters, making the crossing way too dangerous to risk. So the mayor steps in and bans every ship from sailing until this whole mess gets settled. She clenched her worry. If they detoured around the sea by land, this detour would grind their journey into a brutal 20 days, and it might wreck her business. Det realizes that with those massive ships taking over the seas, the only land path left is the caravan trail. The receptionist clocks their outfit and blurts, "So, you two magicians." She pitches the idea to hit the local adventurers guild and dig up the answers they're missing. And that's when she hints they'll finally get the full, no-holds-barred details of what really happened. With basically no choices left, the two flop onto a bench and start wrestling with their doomed predicament. Taking the land route will take 20 days, and nobody knows when those ferries will even restart. Because wasting time wasn't on the table, they make a decision, right now. They've got to hit the Adventurers Guild, scoop up every scrap of intel they can, then take matters into their own hands and fix this problem themselves. Det grilled the logistics of his plan, freaking out over how they'd even dare to fly over the inland sea with no foothold at all. Yuki blurts out an insane plan with a board and a string, something they could use as a springy jumping platform. He swears this technique worked 350 years ago, conveniently wiping away the fact he failed it 3 times before. Odette shoots his proposal down right away, and she does it with respect, no hesitation. Idea, she snaps at him for his non-stop, wildly outlandish plans. This time she's not asking. She demands they stick to what actually makes sense. Yuki drops the fight about gathering info, but snaps a question. How are they even supposed to fix this mess? And come on, they're Magic Guild members, not adventurers. Odette leans in and explains that the two organizations are locked in a real partnership. The Magic Guild can take quests on the spot, and they also trade intel with the Adventurer Guild. And if a high-ranking magician judges a finished request as top-notch, the whole thing gets a glowing approval. Stack up 3 of these wins, and boom, you earn a recommendation to climb to a higher rank. Armed with that new understanding, they rocket straight for the Adventurer Guild. They burst into Gazanan Town branch. Yuki realizes there's no place like that in his hometown. His village kept everyone safe with its own patrols. They shove those massive wooden doors open and crowd in side by side. In the tavern-like hall, every adventurer freezes, then turns and stares at them like they just shocked the whole room. Det can't believe it. Magicians aren't exactly rare, so why does this feel so off? Yuki strides up to the front desk and demands answers about the land monster that has totally slammed the brakes on all sea travel. Right as he asks, the receptionist freezes, totally thrown by what he says. Then she narrows her gaze on them, watching every move like they might strike. "You're not even B-rank magicians or above, are you?" she challenged. She straight up warns them, "Stay clear of this monster if you're only a low-ranked sea magician." A terrifying creature showed up out on the far edge of the grasslands, and that's why the main highway stays wide open. That's why Yuki's familiars picked up 0 monster signals, because the woman tells them she'll explain everything she knows, but she warns them hard. Don't you dare try to subjugate anything. Det leans in and whispers that this so-called guild partnership feels fake as ice. The receptionist cuts it straight. This isn't about jurisdiction at all. magicians are a terrible match for this specific monster. Yuki whips her gaze around the room, and then freezes as she sees every adventurer, beat up and bleeding from one brutal fight after another. With his arm in a sling, the adventurer nods, confirming every word, and admits the monster is the thing that tore them up. He spills the brutal truth: magic won't touch it. The news hits like a gut punch, and both Yuki and Odette go completely silent. And the receptionist leans in and tells us this isn't some run-of-the-mill monster. They've got a name for it: armed doger. She tells everyone how it just showed up near a village, tore into the livestock, and seized the whole area. Then a subjugation team was sent in, and the mission crashed hard. A bloodied adventurer lays out their plan: hit it from far away with long-range magic, wear it down, then crash into close combat. But their spells hit like wet paper, nothing worked. The party's mage swears her magic just blinked out the moment it touched the ogre's shield. The armored beast, guarding itself with a magic-negating shield, tore into their assault, shoved them back, and bolted into the escape. Tensions exploded fast, so they scrambled a messenger to the Magic Guild and the Royal Army, begging for reinforcements. The receptionist tells them, straight to their faces, that the only thing they can do is sit tight and wait for the official subjugation team to roll in. The guild hangs in a heavy, defeated silence, like everyone just got hit with the worst news. Det leans in and whispers that this is far worse than she ever imagined. Yuki is lost in thought, gripping the weight of his past. He's fought ogres before, and that memory still hits hard. An ogre strapped in shield and magic-nullifying armor was a nightmare to fight, far more dangerous than some brute who only relied on raw strength. He clicks, this whole nightmare hinges on the gear's power, then spins back to the receptionist and demands to know where the attacked village is. An adventurer lunges in and yells at him, screaming that stepping in is suicide. Yuki speaks coolly and shuts it down. He's not looking to fight, he just wants to inspect the whole scene. The adventurer finally relents and tells him the village is right up ahead, but the soldiers have the road sealed off right now. Right outside, Odette clocks his real plan: slip past the blockade and go sniff out the village. She snaps the truth in his face. Without an official quest, the Magic Guild won't even count what he's doing. He admits that once he has the power, he feels this crushing duty to shut down the monster. Then he drops a cryptic twist: he's not trying to subjugate the armed ogre at all. Later, behind closed doors in their room, Odette corners him and demands to know his real objective. Yuki reminds her of the adventurer mage's testimony. Her magic died the moment it touched the shield. He draws a straight-up parallel to the Lord of Phantom's armor, the kind of relic that shuts down magic with the same nullifying power. It hits Odette like a bolt of lightning. She finally understands. But the Elysium Temple can't stay out of this. It has to be tied to the armed ogres. Yuki confirms his gut feeling. He's sure that shield is a replica of some terrifying ancient relic, and he's determined to get the real info behind it. He leans in and reassures her, swearing he's got no plans to do anything reckless. He tells Odette she can finally rest while he heads to the village alone, but Odette refuses to let him go. She stands her ground and declares, loud and clear, that she'll back him up, no matter what blindsides them. Yuki flashes a warm smile, totally captivated by her own fierce, no excuses dedication. Then he spills his plan. Because the villagers are already gone, he can sneak in, gather intel, and stay totally unseen. They'll slip into the deserted village under the cover of night. Until then, they'll take cover, rest up, and sharpen their plan. Odette nods like the pieces just clicked into place. As night crashes down, they stumble into the ruined village, dead silent, utterly broken, and soaked in the unmistakable marks of a brutal attack. From the shadows back in the dark, two glowing eyes flicker into view. In the heart of the ruins, a monstrous beast stands watch, like it's daring anyone to come closer. Under a sky drenched in stars, a blazing streak of light dives down like it's hunting something in the quiet world below. It drops onto a dead, quiet village, where an unnerving silence settles in like a curse. Yuki and Odette stride into the settlement. Everyone's whispering that it's the place the armed ogre just tore apart. He sweeps the area with his eyes, spotting a towering wall built to stop the monsters. Then he clocks the truth. The main gate is totally wrecked, and that's where the beast slipped in. Odette studies the wreckage up close, and then it hits her. Only the animal sheds were torn apart, like the ogre went on a hunger-fueled rampage. With the villagers already gone, she can't stop herself from wondering how on earth she's supposed to sniff out any answers now. Right then, Yuki's bat familiars swooped back in, gripping a tiny dog that wouldn't stop shaking, and they blurted out that they'd found an information provider. Odette gapes in total disbelief. her mind reeling because their key witness turns out to be a canine. Yuki had already seen this coming. If a village was raising livestock, a watchdog was almost guaranteed. It looks like a little puppy was left behind in the chaos of the evacuation, but then it snarls with an unbelievable ferocity. He leans in, locks onto its trembling leg, and wonders, does this tiny creature actually have the nerve to stand up to that armed ogre? A sharp memory jolts the puppy's mind. An armored ogre raining down on the village, and terrified humans exploding into panic as they sprint for their lives. Even though it was tiny, the little dog bolted ahead, yapping like a fury-filled hero at the giant looming monster. It got swatted away like it didn't even matter. Bruised and battered, it still kept barking like nothing could stop it, refusing to back down. Right now, the puppy bares its teeth and growls warily at Yuki. He throws him a deadly path, straight to vengeance against the ogre. If that dog drinks the missile blood with its tongue, it'll turn instantly familiar, gaining raw power, but paying for it with the secrets it carries. Your fate gets laid out in front of you, pick your path. The puppy doesn't even think twice. He snaps into the pact instantly. A burst of cheering explodes from the brand new familiar as it charges at its master with fresh, unstoppable energy. When they ask that little puppy what its name is, it just shrugs and shows it has none. Yuki decides to name it Garm, after a devil dog straight out of ancient mythology. The dog barks with pure joy, practically thrilled by its brand new name. Yuki pours purification magic into Garm's wounds, then leans in and asks if he still remembers the ogre's scent. Garm nods, saying he absolutely does. Yuki demands to know which way the ogre ran, and pushes Garm to spill every last detail he's got. Garm immediately points him in the right direction, saying the moment the attack hit, the ogre hauled itself up to the nearby rocky mountain. Odette stares at Garm's insane speed and says it's his rage, burning hot, that's driving him forward. They follow the trail without hesitation, blasting toward the inland sea like their lives depend on it. Garm slams to a sudden stop, catching that scent like a bloodhound, while Yuki pushes her plan into motion. Hunt the enemy first, then yell its exact location to the soldiers. But he drops a fresh goal right away. Get the monster's shield first, because it's the strongest shield in the whole world against magic. He can't stop thinking about that old paradox. What happens when the deadliest spear finally clashes with the toughest shield? That scent drags Yuki straight toward the sea, but he shuts down the idea of drawing his holy sword. He won't risk shattering the one blade he can't afford to lose. Then his same telltale motion kicks in. He's moving fast again, and he's heading straight for the sea. They lean over the edge and stare down at the coastline, like it's the next chapter waiting to explode. Down there, a ship is tied up, right where no port is supposed to exist. Right beside them, the armed ogre looms. Up close, its massive frame is downright terrifying. Odette can't figure out why that ship is here, and it leaves her completely baffled. Yuki replays what the ferry receptionist said. Monsters are wrecking the inland sea. So she can't stop thinking the ship got its route yanked and forced to turn. Odette Kistjan grins as Yuki yanks their course midair, diving straight toward the chaos. He defends his move, insisting it wasn't a proper request from the Adventurers Guild. Just an unavoidable clash that happened to hit him while he was out walking. On the dusty ground, a squad of guards is desperately going toe-to-toe with an ogre, fighting for their party with every last breath. They're shaking with fear, because they've never, ever seen an ogre dressed in armor before. The beast rips the silence apart with a savage roar. It swings that massive club like it's nothing, and batters the soldiers aside before they can even get close. One soldier swings, and his sword smashes into shards the moment it hits. With terror squeezing the survivors' hearts, Odette shoots Yuki a worried look and asks what he thinks about his spear and shield plan. Then he tells her he already cracked the answer. With a confident grin, he declares, the winner is quantity. He finally unveils his new weapon, no single staff at all, but a whole set of smaller, tech-loaded devices built by Road Area for the road ahead. They're super lightweight, built like tanks, and shrug off heat like it's nothing. He remembers how fiercely she shut down any offer of payment for them. Against one single, unbreakable shield, his strategy is dead simple. He's about to unleash a storm of ordinary spears, one after another. With the guards cornered and their hope collapsing, Yuki drops straight onto the battlefield. He drops right between them, and the monster is still right there, waiting to strike. Then with a sharp gesture, he fires off his very first spell, Ifrit Blow. A storm of swirling magic crashes into the ogre's shield, rattling it like thunder, and it fizzles out harmlessly into nothing. The ogre smirks, shutting down its defense like it's the final word. Yuki spots the anti-magic right away, same deadly properties as the Lord of Phantom Armor. He whips around to the stunned survivors and shouts for them to run, now. Odette snaps into action, introduces herself as a guild magician and the eldest daughter of the Slay Duchy, then swears her friend will take down the monster while she and the others burst out and race for the ship. Natasha Todias, a young noblewoman, lets out a shaky sigh of pure relief. Once Natasha Dudazuki realizes Odette hails from the Slay Duchy, ruling Terry right next to her territory, she knows she has to track her down through the Magic Guild too. She snaps that their guard's magic can't touch them, but Odette slams her speech shut. Then she demands they bolt first and sort everything out later. While Odette guides the evacuation with deadly precision, Yuki snaps his focus back onto his opponent. The ogre just stands there, unfazed, and its shield swallows every single magic blast that came before. Yuki leans forward and tells them the brutal truth. No matter how ancient the magic is, it's useless when it meets it head-on. A violent blast erupts behind the ogre out of nowhere, smashing into him and staggering him hard. His wands hover in the air like living threats, crackling with raw power. They start unleashing a full-on barrage from every angle, pummeling the creature from all sides. He snaps his orders to Ephraim, his familiar demanding a strike. The bat hurls another Ifrit blow, cracking the ogre's club into pieces. The coordinated assault keeps pounding, and cracks start spiderwebbing across the monster's armor. Yuki confirms his theory. Turns out the armor has zero anti-magic protection, while the shield stays totally untouched. Rage roaring through the ogre's chest, it finally spots Yuki as the magic's source and barrels straight at him. All right then, Yuki speaks in a calm voice and says, "For the finale, you're stepping into my magic experiment." He tells you about a brand new idea he just cooked up. He sketches different magic runes on each hand, then smashes them together so the effects stack, and his power shoots straight through the roof. So he snaps Ifrit blow onto his right hand and slams Force of Earth into his left. Simultaneous activation. The ground suddenly buckles and roars like it's about to split open. Yuki feels the earth's raw power roar under his feet as the ground splits open and starts to burn. A fiery blast of rubble and stone detonates under the charging ogre, tearing the ground out from under its feet. The creature gets swallowed by composite magic, and it shrieks as chaotic power tears its body apart from the inside out. It thrashes in panic for a second, then crumples to the ground. Jagged spikes of earth blasted up from the ground the instant it crashed. From the safety of the ship, the survivors lock eyes and gawk in awe. Just seconds ago, they watched one blazing magician lay out the unstoppable ogre like it was nothing. Natasha can't even speak, while Yuki's eyes light up at the insane potential of blending ancient magics. With one brutal heave, the young man drags the massive shield up from the scorched ground, and the moment it comes into view, it screams the truth. It's the legendary ancient artifact everyone's been whispering about. He decides to track down the Magic Guild the only way he can, through the Adventurer Guild, to set up its pickup, but part of him fears it might be nothing more than a cheap replica. Right then, a tiny little object skids and stops dead beside his feet. Curious and totally hooked, he drops to his knees to inspect that eerie dark sphere. In the dim light, he leans in and spots it, a red crystal glowing like a secret. Then his mind races, begging to know where it came from. He snaps to where it came from, right from the defeated armed ogre's chest. That beating thing, it's the creature's heart. His buddy tells him, "Save it, we'll crack that weird object later," and swears he can do it with his own sick hacking skills. Somewhere else, the princess sits all by herself, sulking in the dark silence like the world forgot her. Back on the battlefield, Yuki gets stopped by Odette and another young woman. They rush up and thank him, because he saved the villagers and got them safely onto their ship. Odette points to her companion and declares, "This is Lady Natasha Torres, the eldest daughter of the Earl who rules the territory across the water." Lady Natasha bends down so deeply it's like she's honoring the moment itself, beaming with pure gratitude for getting them out. Instead of taking her thanks, Yuki cuts straight to the point. He demands a favor, get her a ride into Gazanen so he can go retrieve that heavy shield. Natasha wastes no time. She jumps at the idea since they're already set to sail, and Yuki, quick as a trap snapping shut, argues that if they label the monster fight as an urgent subjugation request, the Adventurers Guild can't object, and it just makes the whole thing easier with the Magic Guild too. Natasha heard him, and his sharp cleverness hit her like a lightning bolt. When they ask where he's headed, Yuki doesn't dodge the question. He says he's flying to the royal capital in the name of his father, then plans to cut across the inland sea and push north. Earth Natasha offers him a gorgeous necklace, right there as her heartfelt thank you. Even though Odette swears no gift could ever be enough, Yuki takes it with a warm smile and accepts it like it's exactly right. Just as their conversation starts to heat up, Garm the dog bursts in, like he's finally tracked down exactly what Yuki told him to find. Yuki throws an apology to Lady Natasha, then blurts that he and Edidette have to investigate something that can't wait, promising he'll be back by dawn and ordering her to ready the ship for takeoff. They tail Garm to a barren, rocky stretch near the mountain's peak. The dog sniffs once and goes, "Yep, those armed ogres' tracks are everywhere, and the nest stink is ridiculously strong right here." Odette scans her surroundings, and all she finds is a dead, rocky wasteland with nothing alive in sight. Garm rips into frantic scratching at a sheer rock wall, yelling that the stench has to be coming from deep inside. Yuki suddenly gets it. There's a hidden door sealed away behind magic. He spots the technique he adored, built from the scraps around him, and watches it magically lock into place, a move he swore by in his past life too. With zero doubt he can slip past security, Yuki starts hacking, hands already flying. He confirms it, this door is magically locked tight. In a flash, he spots exactly what's happening. Adhesion magic gripping things in place, and moving magic dragging them where they need to go. He slams the adhesion spell's hold to pieces, then feeds the moving spell the power it needs, right through the lock. He figures the door only unlocks for the right people, like the Auguru, so only they can pour their own magic into it. With the stone crushing the air itself, he turns to Odette for help and braces to force open the hidden passage. Odette surges her magic into raw power, and the two of them team up, throwing everything they've got into the wall, straining until their bodies shake. With a bone-rattling groan, the massive stone door grinds open, and a pitch-black cavern yawns wide inside. Odette snaps her fingers and conjures a glowing ball of light, blasting the neglected chamber wide open. Garm growls, and the ogre's stench hangs heavy in the air. Everything is in chaos. This place is totally the monster's nest. Yuki stumbles on a rotten desk, and right underneath, she digs up the tattered remains of a torn book cover. Right nearby, he spots scattered parchment scraps, and they're filled with scripture from the Elysium Temple. Odette freezes in shock, realizing this place is a hidden temple hideout, and the inscription talks straight about the end of the 8 King Wars, and the promise of a comeback, dating it to more than 200 years ago. Yuki leans in and asks Garm if he can sniff out any other humans nearby. The dog confirms it. 2 other people were in this cave with the armed ogre. Odette instantly clocks the truth. One of them reeks of the dark mission, Dorothea Zamel's. After Dorothy gets captured, she's convinced one of 2 things happened next. Either her partner let that ogre loose, or the beast just snapped into a total berserk rage without its master. By agreeing to hand the entire investigation over to the Magic Guild, they set off, promising they'd report everything the moment they got back to town. For now, their only mission is to wipe out this secret hideout, hiding inside the kingdom's borders. Now that the ogre is gone, Yuki steps up and offers Garm his freedom, telling him he can finally sprint back to the villagers. But the loyal dog digs in his paws and refuses to back down, swearing he has to repay that mercy and return the favor. Yuki grins and accepts him on the spot, sealing him as her official familiar. Then out of nowhere, Garm snaps his snout to the air around his new master, sniffing out the leftover stink of that armed ogre. This hits Yuki like a jolt. He can't help but think back to that weird crystal he dug up, the one tied to Ogre's heart. As he pulls it out, Odette recoils, terrified by its ominous aura. Yuki fires up his hacking skills and digs into the data to get to the truth. He cracks it open and, bam! There's insanely concentrated magical power inside, along with a weird, deadly kind of magic he can't afford to ignore. He figures it out, Berserker's spell. An insane bargain that loads a creature with brutal power and crazy stamina, but rips its mind apart and turns it feral with non-stop rage. Odette finally realizes this weird strength is coming straight from the ogre's source. While Odette cringes at every shadow, Yuki can't stop staring at the material like it's calling to him. Swearing that thing has no right to exist, he refuses to hand it over, and instead chooses to destroy it and purify it himself. He figures the Mistel blood that can cure disease might also crush and neutralize the berserk magic. He hones his power and pours it into the crystal, then it erupts in a dazzling, spotless glow. With the dangerous magic wiped out, all that's left is a crystal packed tight with highly concentrated, totally safe magic. Once they realize they can't turn in the changed item anymore, they're stuck with a rare power-up crystal as their only lifeline. The second crystal appears, Garm explodes in excitement and immediately barks for that crystal, like he's desperate to snatch it for himself. Yuki weighs it for a breath. Now that Garm is his familiar and runs on his Mistel blood, His body should finally be able to take in the purified energy. He holds the crystal out to the dog and orders him to take it in slow, like every bite matters. As Garm licks the sphere, it explodes into a burst of pure light, shattering reality and washing over him. Everything clicks into place, and it works. When the light fades, Garm has leveled up into a blazing high Morse dog. His stats explode upward like nothing else. Yuki throws a huge celebration for his familiar's evolution, while the poor debt collector, wiped out from surviving one insane night packed with extraordinary events, can barely stand. Yuki lays out why it has to be this way. If she gets a stronger Garm, it'll stand guard over her when the next threat comes. He reminds her, she's the one who named that dog, and that single choice forged an unbreakable bond between them. Relieved, Odette cups the newly empowered Garm and pets it like it's finally safe. Once their investigation is done, they pack up to head out. Then Odette crunches down on something hard under her feet. It's a bronze coin, just minted at last, and the design on it is totally foreign, like she's never seen it in her life. Yuki spots that this isn't kingdom money at all. The craft is too perfect for some petty territory coin, and then she traces its roots back 200 years to the hideout's original occupants. Odette decides to hang on to it, treating it like a clue that could crack everything wide open. Right before they leave, Yuki fires off his magic and rewires the hideout's entrance mechanism, so even the original owner can't step back inside. As the sun claws its way up and floods the horizon in gold, they sprint back to the ship. Yuki stares at the night's findings and feels his thoughts spark, his mind racing back to that purified magic crystal. A wild, ambitious idea snaps into place. What if he fused the power of a high magic crystal with his own Mistel blood and finally cracked the code to make other humans immortal? Odette's voice rips him out of his reverie like a thunderclap. For now, he shoves that thought aside. His only mission is getting to Fira village. Inside the Adventurers Guild, disbelief hits first. Then the place erupts in stunned roars. That nearly unbeatable armed ogre didn't fall to seasoned veterans. It got wrecked by 2 trainees. In the middle of the chaos, Yuki and Odette stand face to face with the guild members, all crowding around the huge, blinding shield they just hauled in from the monster. They demand to know how that impossible feat was pulled off. Yuki's reply hits like a plot twist, so simple it's scary. He just fires at the gap where the shield isn't blocking. The crowd erupts into one loud groan because everyone knows this has to be way more complicated than that. Odette steps in and breaks it down. Yuki didn't just fight. He used his familiars to scramble the opponent's moves and outsmart them, like some old-school magic researcher's trick from another age. Yuki verifies the account and snaps that his real power is buried in strategies like these. He tells the story of how they bumped into Lady Natasha completely by accident, getting hopelessly lost on a mountain walk and somehow ending up there. A crewman, finally patched up, confirms everything they said and bursts with gratitude, because their quick move stopped the worst from happening and saved lives. With their story confirmed, the whole room finally exhaled, because Lady Natasha was safe, and that tension just melted away. The adventurers press in tight around that monster shield, staring like it's a miracle, still spotless, not a scratch anywhere, proof it can wipe out magic without breaking a sweat. Then it hits Themet. His brilliance and that insane durability can only point to one thing. This is an ultra-rare ancient item. That one guy gasps in awe and vows he'll brag about touching that relic for the rest of his life. Yuki calmly nods. Her hunch was right because it's real, an ancient relic. He drops a bombshell. He cracked it open on the ride back. And just like every other artifact he's faced, its inner magic can't be rewritten, not even with his Mistel blood. Odette speculates it must have belonged to some legendary knight from the past. But Yuki shuts that down and sets the record straight. That shield isn't some random gear. It's the arm-mounted piece ripped from the Lord of Phantom himself. It sat sealed and half awake. Then Dorothea grabbed it later to power a whole new experiment. Odette stared in shock at how much he knew, and the moment she realized it, her exhaustion vanished. The guildmaster clears his throat and snaps the crowd's wild excitement into total attention. He slams the silence in place and declares the guild's official game plan. First, they'll hurl a message to the Magic Guild and yank their reinforcement request back. Then the Adventurers Guild will lock that precious shield away safely until it's time to retrieve it. At last, the guild master steps up and says he'll personally file a petition to get Yuki and Odette's mind-blowing achievement officially evaluated. Then the announcement lands, and boom! The whole room erupts into thunderous applause, catching the 2 young adventurers completely off guard. The members swarm in, blurting out non-stop thanks, because saving Lady Natasha doesn't just change one life. It crushes the doubt around the Adventurer Guild and proves they're still legit. Blindsided by how grateful everyone is, the two of them get swept into a surprise party that erupts to celebrate their victory. Later, right before she leaves, Lady Natasha pours out her heartfelt gratitude again and swears she'll never forget them. She tells them, if you ever come back through, stay at the Torius Earldom, and you can hear it in her voice. She truly can't wait to see them again. To thank them, she hands over a pandal and orders them to show it to her younger sister, Ophelia, because she'll surely come through for them. Yuki nods and admits, I'm not used to traveling at all. With a hard, no-questions handshake, their new alliance snaps into place. Natasha lifts a trembling hand to say goodbye as her ship rips away from the docks. Yuki, Odette, and Garm wave back as the ship slips away, until it's swallowed by the horizon. For their reward, the guildmaster booked them a room for the night in the fanciest place in town. They're led into a lavish suite, and their smiles flip into pure shock the moment they spot one gigantic canopy bed towering over everything. Odette starts to get flustered again, remembering that last time they had to slap in a partition just to split their old room. Yuki is totally drained, and all she can manage is a shaky whisper that this whole thing is absolutely insane. Without a single word, he yanks off his outer coat. Just as Odette can even blink, he blurts out an apology for being drained, then drops onto the bed and passes out on the spot. At last, she plants herself by his bedside, eyes locked on him, with a storm of emotions flashing across her face. While Yuki sleeps, his mind is already racing, dreaming up what his brand-new mortal body can and can't handle. Odette lets out a gentle sigh, and just as quietly, a warm little smile blooms while she thanks him. He mumbles in his sleep, whispering that he's thrilled to be with her, then sinks deeper and deeper until he's fully out cold. She freezes in place, and for one long moment, the world goes silent around her. A soft blush crawls across her cheeks as she mutters under her breath, "Troublesome guy," like it's a secret she can't quite swallow. That night she sneaks in and finds Yuki dead asleep, still knocked out cold. She sinks down onto the bed with careful nerves, thinking she's never let a boy her age step foot in her room before. Even so, there's zero nervousness in the air. Instead of panicking, she lay right beside him, and a wave of pure relief hit her so hard she could finally breathe. She sits with the thought, since meeting him, everything inside her has shifted, and now she feels free, light, and completely calm. As if she'd heard those thoughts, Yuki mumbled, "Me too." Odette can't stop wishing she'd been born among his own people instead. That one hit him like lightning, an abrupt, jarring memory of his engagement to Iris exploding in his mind. Yuki's mom lets out sleepy mumbling about her upset stomach, and that little sigh cuts straight through the tension. She tells herself to shut off those wild thoughts and finally crash into sleep. She'll just brush it off, like that strange, crawling feeling in her chest isn't screaming for her attention. The next morning, Yuki jolts awake feeling fully charged, like a whole new day just hit the refresh button on her. He whips his head toward the dead, spots the dark circles under her eyes, and instantly realizes she hadn't slept a wink. A gentle tap at the window signals the instant his familiars have arrived. Garm and the bats hurry back in and swear their night patrols went off without a hitch. No weird stuff, no surprises. Yuki praises them for their sharp recon and fearless scouting. While Garm patrolled the streets and the others swept the area, they came up empty, no new threats anywhere. As soon as their duties are done, Yuki decides they've got to get that letter to Iris before they even step onto the ship. Det clocks it right away. He set up 2 identical packages, and then he tells her, "I'm sending them through different services so at least one makes it there." She's probably right. No matter what, both of them will end up showing up, and Iris will still quietly snatch the one she wants for her collection. Once the letters were sent, their work in town was over for good. They hustled to the port, where the Torius family ship is waiting, ready to set sail. The vessel slices through the calm sea, racing straight for the opposite shore. On the deck, Yuki and Garm stare out at the crashing waves. The sea stays calm and quiet, with not a single sea monster in sight. Near Odette, she curled up and finally fell into deep sleep, the restlessness from last night catching up to her at last. Yuki orders Garm to let her finally rest. He fixes his eyes on their destination, the Torius family's lands, where the ancient Elysium temple once stood. The ship's captain strides in, handing over Yuki an apple like a thank-you gift, grateful beyond words. He relives that brutal ogre attack and the helplessness that crushed him, then swears that Yuki is the only one who saved him. Later, if anything had happened to Lady Natasha, he'd never be able to face her lord again. Seizing the moment, Yuki leans in and fires off a question to the captain. What does he know about the ancient Jurast kingdom? The captain has the full picture of that brutal Historia small kingdom, wiped out during the Eight Kings' War. He makes it crystal clear, there's nothing left standing, not even the royal palace. Yuki can't stop replaying that war in his head, the kind of disaster so brutal it wiped borders off the map and left whole names in the dust. Just picturing what would have happened if the ancient item Lyle sealed ever broke loose sends chills straight down your spine. But the captain drops the bombshell. One thing survived after all, a song forged 200 years ago. He tells you the truth, it's a festival song, one they sing all the time around here. Yuki can't help but smile, seeing how kingdoms and weapons rot into dust, yet one simple song somehow stays alive, beautiful and untouchable. The captain calls him over and hypes up the upcoming festival, practically begging him to come. He adds that if Yuki's lucky, she just might spot Lady Ophelia, Dasha's sister, belt out a song. They call her the Diva of Taurus, and every so often she sings her heart out at the pier, welcoming arriving ships like it's a royal homecoming. Yuki's mind flashes back to the pendant Necha handed him. He can't stop wondering, can he actually bring himself to ask that diva about the remains of Fira village? The captain jabs his finger forward and yells that the shoreline is right around the corner. Just as the port comes into view, nostalgia crashes over Yuki like a tidal wave. He remembers this place from 850 years ago, back when he came here not to help, but to hunt a village into fear so he could hide from humanity. The captain shuts him up. Listen close, he says, real close. On the sea breeze, her radiant melody rides in like a warm invitation. Diva's voice sings it straight into the heart. A spine-chilling melody rides the sea breeze, drifting over the waves like a ghost you can almost hear. From the dock, a young woman lifts her crystal-clear voice and sings, bright, childish, and absolutely beautiful. It's a reverent song about a real lord who slips on black wings, a gentle guardian deity whose touch can heal the sick and blast false saints out of the way. As the ship draws near, the captain leans in and tells them the song isn't just something you hear. It's a rare gift, usually saved only for the people closest to Lady Ophelia. Yuki flashes a grateful smile, but a worried shadow instantly cuts across his face. He can't place this song at all, no hymn to any king or deity he's ever heard of. As the lyrics keep going, they swear the people will soon see their most beloved great lord return, and it hits him like a cold wave, awakening a terrifying truth. Right next to him, Odette stretches and yawns, casually saying she can hear Yuki's theme song. In a flash, Yuki slaps a hand over her mouth and shuts herself up before another word can slip out. The ship's captain can't stop himself. He questions the crew about the figure hidden in the song, but all he can manage is a guess. It's an ancient tune, and its true origins are known only to Lady Ophelia. Before Yuki can even speak up, the captain bursts onto the scene and calls out, thrilled, to the young diva waiting on the shore. So the moment they hit the ground, Yuki tears into Odette for almost getting herself killed in that slip. He warns that nobody, especially not around here, should ever know this song exists. The captain sweeps them over to Lady Ophelia's magicians and shows them the benefactors who once backed Natasha, her older sister. The second Natasha's name hits the air, Ophelia's eyes snap wide open. But when she locks eyes with Yuki, it hits her. This isn't some random stranger anymore. It's the same black hair and black eyes the lyrics promised. For one wild moment, she's convinced he's the real lord from that song. Yuki swats the idea away on the spot, insisting they've got the wrong person. Later at the Grand Tour's Araldome estate, they're swept in as honored guests. Earl Torias pours out his heart, thanking whoever rescued his daughter, Natasha. Ophelia dragged them to dinner, dying to hear that song, giving Yuki the perfect opening to dig into what's really going on. He's convinced she's tied to his old home, Fira village, and that the song isn't just music, it's a secret message meant for him. He's got total confidence in his skills. He's sure he can crack things like this without breaking a sweat. The Earl lays out a lavish seafood feast, this coastal earldom's proud specialty, cooked to impress. Ophelia picks out exotic dishes as payment for a debt, but the poor guy from the inland gets hit with the whole taste overload and can't even handle it. As Odette wrestles with her fish, Ophelia expertly strips it to the bone for her, and that quiet act of kindness blows her guest away. Then she jumps in to help Yuki, but he's already deep into his meal, stripping his fish down to the bone with effortless practice speed. He shrugs it off, saying he's used to river fish from home, but inside, panic is screaming. He's straight up forgotten his cover story. This fish used to be a prized delicacy in Fira village, when he caught and cooked himself for the kids. Ophelia clocks every move he makes, watching him like she's trying to figure out just how good he really is. The Earl demands why they're here, and Yuki fires off the story he's been rehearsing, These two are Magic Guild trainees, here to study the ancient battlefields from the Eight Kings' War and the fallen Elysium Temple. They treat it like a warning they refuse to ignore. Seeing their unstoppable scholarly drive, the Earl hands them a filly and makes it their guide. Yuki presses for a trip to the northern mountains, pointing to old records about a tiny village that used to live there. He pretends to be curious about how everyone survived the temple's suffocating, iron-fisted rule. The Earl's smile dies, replaced by a heavy gloom. Then he tells the truth. The village is gone, wiped out by landslides both before and after the war, and the only road that led there is completely buried. Even though the villagers made it out safe, those ruins are now cut off for good, unless you've got wings and can fly. As the Earl sputters an apology for not being able to do more, Yuki bows back with gratitude, because he already got the one key piece of intel he needed. He finally has the route and the distance to his destination nailed down. The Earl can't help but drift back in time, telling you how his late wife adored a song from that very village, sung by a wanderer with a harp, drifting through to calm the broken hearts that war left behind. Yuki gets hit by the terrifying thought that his people abandoned a culture so tough it still lasted for 200 years. After hearing their words, Ophelia leans in and asks if she can sing for them. She's desperate to sing the one special song her mom taught her, just for the important guests who truly matter. Yuki watches her closely, taking in that pale pink hair that looks so much like Rosalba, the greatest singer in Fira village, and he can't help but wonder if there's a secret link between them. He nods, knowing he can't afford to miss even one single chance of a message. Ophelia starts singing, and the lyrics slam into Yuki and Odette so hard they choke in perfect sync. That song is a shameless love letter to her true lord, and Yuki is mortified when he realizes this painfully personal tune, practically penned by his friends Rosalba and Alice, has somehow outlasted centuries. It's been handed down through Ophelia's mom's side of the family, proving she's a blood descendant of someone from Fira village. When the final note dies, it hits him. This song isn't just music, it's a beacon, a message carried through time telling him his old home is right nearby. But Ophelia refuses to stop. She belts out a second song, then a third, and keeps going until she's delivered 5 bangers in total. As the clapping dies down, Ophelia drops her mother's secret orders. Sing those songs for the man she swears is the real Lord, and watch how he reacts. Her mom swore the Lord in that song was gentle but timid, and that he'd never betray himself. This wasn't a mistake. It was a calculated trial, plain and brutal. Ophelia shoots him a sly wink and announces she's going to stand by Sir Yuki, the same man who saved her sister. It's a bold, no-nonsense statement that hits you right in the chest. Yuki dips his head in gratitude, and a small, quiet smile flickers across his lips. Her test proves who he is, and in the same breath it locks in her own identity too. Saying yes to that invitation was the smartest move he could have made. With a brand new ally at his side and a mission crystal clear, he took one step closer to ripping open the secrets behind Fira village. The talk swings straight into politics, when the Earl finally admits he's spooked about the border. He sent his daughter, Natasha, sprinting to the royal capital to meet the Magic Guild and get answers. When they corner him, he finally cracks and admits something off, with unsettling military movements creeping in from the neighboring Gale Empire lately. The news hits like a punch. This empire has been running brutal military drills right along their shared border. The Earl suspects that this brutal surge is what's fueling the monster outbreaks lately, so he wastes no time. He calls for reinforcements from the capital. Yuki leans in, eyes sharp, because here comes another crushing threat, stacking right on top of what's left of the Elysium Temple. Even as the Earl tries to calm everyone down, insisting a direct fight is probably off the table, Yuki jumps in and drops crucial intel. He scribbles up a strange little emblem, drawn like it holds a secret. He tells them he found it on a coin buried in the nest of that armed ogre, back when they were just starting their rescue of Lady Natasha. Because the kingdom had never seen that design before, he knew it didn't come from home. He had a gut feeling it was an Empire-made relic. The Earl studies the drawing, and with total confidence he admits. He knows the Gale Empire's money like the back of his hand. But he's never seen this mark before, and that just makes the mystery behind its origin hit even harder. Feeling the tension and the toll of the road, Ophelia pushes for Yuki and Odette to stay the night at the manor. Her father nods instantly, and Yuki jumps at the generous offer. Later that night, when the estate finally goes quiet, Yuki sinks into his guest room and sits there all alone. Right when the room settles into his thoughts, a gentle knock cuts through the silence. It's Ophelia. She slips in with a proper bow and a face full of steel, demanding the truth, because she has to know if the man really is the lord from her family's ancient songs. She tells them the lyrics come from an ancient family song, passed down for generations, that paints a vivid picture of this legendary figure. Later, she chants verses about jet black hair that drinks in darkness, soothing black eyes, and a gentle guardian deity who can float and dance in the air. No wings needed. After Yuki's gut-punch reaction to that song earlier, she was utterly convinced. She stares at him with trembling hope and awe and whispers, "Are you really the lord from the legend?" Yuki clues in that she's right, then wisely holds back his reincarnated name, offering the one she'd instantly recognize instead. Ophelia then hands the family the name of her lord. He rips the mask off and drops his real identity, Dean Nosferatu, the immortal magician and protector of Fira village. Ophelia finally gasps out the word deity, and the moment her faith is proven true, it all clicks into place. Yuki just blurts out that he's been reincarnated, and Ophelia swallows it instantly. No doubts at all, her faith rock solid. He gestures for her to sit and confirms it. She really is one of his village's descendants. Then she explains, shaking, that her mother always swore their lord would come back one day. She'd never even heard the name Fira village, because the songs never once mentioned it. Yuki finally clicks. This wasn't an accident at all. The traitorous sages of the Elysium Temple didn't just seal him away, they tried to wipe his whole past clean, erasing even the fact that his hometown ever existed. Ophelia's family turned his life into songs, and the village storytellers spun those memories into legend. So powerful they couldn't be erased for good. Those memories flicker across his mind, and a soft smile breaks through. Then he gratefully thanks her. Once he puts it together, he realizes the landslides blocking the road weren't an accident at all. They were planted by the villagers, sealing off the path to protect their home from the temple's fury after the villagers walked away. Ophelia snaps that his target is the village ruins, and then she warns him fast. This isn't just about the songs. Word around here says the mountains are crawling with gigantic, hard-scaled snake monsters. She cracks the truth. The Elysium Temple's spite strikes again. When they couldn't track down the missing villagers, they let monsters loose in the mountains, and ever since, those numbers have kept exploding. Rage boils in Yuki as he stares at the temple's hypocrisy. Call him a monster tamer. Then turn around and unleash the very terror wrecking the land. And on top of that, the Empire's threat has the whole territory running on fumes with barely anyone left. With death-gripped determination, he declares he'll take the mountain on alone. He steps up to the window, raises his hand, and calls his familiars to come. He drops the bat dike, the smaller bat cliff, and the dog arm into the mix. And just like that, the old legends about his animal communication powers come roaring to life. Ophelia can't stop smiling. She's over the moon with joy. He orders Garmin Cliff to stay put and serve as their lifeline. Then he sets off for the ruins. He suspects the ones behind that armed ogre mess are on their way to the Empire, and they're using the monster like a smokescreen to throw everyone off. Natasha's plea for help still isn't answered, so he's got to stay on edge and keep watch until it finally does. When Ophelia presses him on why he'd go that far, he leans in and tells her it's his way of thanking her for the history she shared. He finally spills his wild dream: vanish from the human world one day, live in peace for all eternity, and spend his immortal years doing his research. To make it happen, he needs a secure home for the village's descendants, because they're the only ones willing to welcome his strange, amazing creations and trust him without a single doubt. If his people disappeared, immortality would feel like nothing, like his power had just lost its purpose. In the end, he finally spills the truth. This whole mess was just his selfishness, pure and simple. Ophelia freezes in total shock for a second. Then, soft as a whisper, she flashes a gentle smile. And then she finally gets it, why her family worshipped him in the first place. His selfish side? Just a mask for the kind of love that never wavers for the people who are his. She drops to her knees and swears her loyalty to him. Formally, fiercely, no wavering. Right before he heads out, Yuki leans in and asks, "Is there a song about an old castle near our village?" Ophelia jolts, then, shocked he already knows, she confirms it's real. She chants a verse about a wise souvenir in the chief's study, and that last line locks everything in, handing him the exact clue he needs to track down his old residence. Just as he's about to leave, Ophelia steels herself and makes a shy, nervous request. Next, she leans in and demands he pat her head. It's an old village tradition. She's given a blessing by the guardian deity during the coming-of-age ceremony, and it's a dream that's been handed down through her family for generations. He reluctantly gives in, and a long-buried memory of the exact same moment crashes back into his mind. He asked if the villagers were mad at him for the fate that hit him, and she shot back a calm reassurance, saying that final verse wasn't a lullaby at all, but a playa meant to bless him. May his life last forever. A warm, bittersweet smile lights up his face, and then it fades just as fast. Next morning, after laying out everything that happened the night before, drops the bomb. She's going with him, and she won't let him take on that deadly mountain by himself. She demands to be the one who truly knows him, not as Yuki, but as the Lord of the Fiera. When he clocks her resolve, he nods, then they bolt out together side by side. Meanwhile, at the Torius Mountain Fort, the guards keep their eyes sharp and their posts locked, not blinking for a second. They spit curses at the Elysium Temple, blaming it for turning the mountain into a monster nest, starting with that massive grand dark boa. They trade old, shaky legends about a village that once riled up the temple, and paid for it. One guard blurts out a ridiculous pre-dawn report about a black figure seen blasting toward the mountain, and the two of them just laugh it off as straight-up impossible. Their laughter gets yanked away as a deep, gut-shaking rumble rolls out of the forest. Next, something huge barrels through the trees straight toward them. Before anyone can react, the massive dark boa's body gets heaved over the fortress wall and crashes into the courtyard with a brutal, sickening thud. The guards stare locked in, and terror hit him like a punch. It was one of the 5 serpents that ruled the mountain, so terrifying even a full party of elite adventurers couldn't bring it down, and now it's finally dead. A weird rustle rolls in from the mountainside, and they're left staring, wondering what kind of power just woke up in the Forbidden Woods. At the mansion, a servant rushed to Ophelia and told her Lord Yuki, and the others took off at dawn, warning they might not come back until the very end of the day. The man snaps back that he's been trusted to watch over her while they're gone, and then the little dog-like creature declares, loud and clear, that it won't let her out of its sight. He pitches a trip to the northern town, right where he's set to deliver food supplies, and he's convinced that Ophelius's singing will light up the soldiers and townsfolk huddled along that tense border. Meanwhile, deep in a thick forest, a sudden shockwave rips through the trees. Birds explode into the sky like something terrifying just woke up. The mystery cracks wide open. Out from the trees, a monstrous giant snake slithers in like it's hunting. Elsewhere deep in the woods, Yu moves like a blur, clean strikes, no hesitation. As he finishes off another beast, the third one down, and snaps his focus to the rest still closing in. He yells for Odette, and up in the tree she reassures him from her lofty perch that she's totally fine. She unleashes her earth magic, an earth god dance, slamming the ground into a pack of smaller creatures. Rock shards burst up from the earth and slam down hard, smashing the smaller threats in one clean, decisive hit. Still, the 2 biggest serpents stay locked in, their cold eyes drilling straight into their targets. One of them rears back and blasts a deafening hiss that ricochets through the trees. Yuki snaps into action, yanks Odette out of danger the second the beast lunges. They touch down just a short distance away, and both of them rip in a breath like they've survived the fall. Odette snaps that this forest has gone feral, dangerously wild, for the last 200 years, and if they'd stayed on the ground, something would have swallowed them by now. Now, Yuki refuses to let the mountain where his village once stood stay wrecked, so he lifts a magical device with shaking resolve. He hurls it like a missile straight at one of the snakes. Activate, he snaps, and the device rips through the creature's maw, detonating with brutal, violent force from the inside. The spell, an exploding burning meteor, a crimson lotus star bullet, blasts the snake and makes smoke roar from its head as it crumples. A thunderous blast erupts and shakes the forest floor like it's getting torn apart. Yuki takes one look and realizes that making the monster gulp the magic staff before it detonates actually works like a charm. While he waits for his familiar to come back, the last and biggest snake finally slides into view, coiled tight around a thick tree trunk like it's ready to strike, and that monster is the leader of the pack. The creature slithers like it owns the mountain, gliding effortlessly down the steep, tree-cloaked slope. The summit still feels miles away, and Yuki can't stop thinking about Ophelia's promise, an easy path that only the true Lord would recognize. No, right then, that familiar voice cut through the air and shouted, "Master!" A violent swarm of bats crashes down from the treetops, swallowing the sky in total darkness. Odette panicked, thinking the site was about to get wrecked by a natural disaster. Then Yuki shot her a calm look and assured her, "We're on the same side." Bats spiral around him in a wild storm, and every single one bows like he's their master. Later, Yuki leans in and tells him that 200 years ago he hatched a deadly plan, swap his soul into one of his familiars. For years, he swore to stand by one loyal, honorable bat, Kataros. Before the soul transfer, he handed Kataros his magic-laced blood that was supposed to echo through generations. So he's asking now, is Kataros one of them? A bat darts in and tells him, dead serious, that Kataros has been gone for ages, about 150 years. Det finally realizes, Yuki's blood won't make you immortal. Then Yuki snaps into action and orders anyone who still bows to him as master to gather at once. 12 bats surge forward, and he leans toward Odette, telling her he's going to need her support. He tells her to stall the last snake while he scrambles to renew his pact with the familiars, and she agrees without a second thought. Odette blasts out a surge of energy, snapping a barrier into place to stop the giant serpent dead in its tracks. "Back off, don't you come any closer," she screams. Her magic couldn't punch through those thick scales, but it managed to keep the beast right at the edge, stopping it from getting any closer. As she keeps watch, Yukikui fires up the ritual, strengthening his bond with every one of the 12 bats. As soon as the pax is reformed, he faces a stunned Odette and declares he's ready to scale all the way to the summit. He jabs a finger at the sky, and the new familiars rise into place, blazing a clean trail up the mountain along that bat-approved route. It's a trail only the bats know, carved into this steep, deadly mountain wall, and passed down through generations of wings and wild nights. It's the only road he can identify now, because he finally gets to talk with them again. Knowing the route, he slips past the giant snake's next strike like it's nothing. He barks orders to his familiars to swarm the enemy, and Audit surges in, turning their attack into a roaring dance of the Earth God. The snake gets battered under the brutal crash of Earth magic, and the swarm's relentless strike. It rattles in agony, helpless and trapped, unable to fight back. Snatching the opening, Yuki blasts forward and streaks right past the pinned-down creature. He squares up to it, then charges straight in, ready to unleash one last brutal attack. With both hands raised, he summons the double-power burning meteor, Crimson Lotus Star Bullet. He hurls the spell, and the snake's head gets swallowed by a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Odette clamps her hands over her eyes, trying to block the gruesome sight in front of her. With that last threat finally wiped out, Yuki steps forward and declares they can move on for real. Det finally gets why he was so sure the village ruins wouldn't fall. Because in his mind, those monsters weren't wrecking the place at all. They were guarding it. He straight up admits he wasn't totally certain. But he'd trusted his old familiars with his whole heart, so loyal they'd never let any other monster trample the land he held dear. A bad tells them that once the villagers walked off the mountain, everything got overrun. But even so, they kept guarding the village like their masters, loyal kin. It's a sacred duty, handed down from generation to generation, and the whole swarm of firms swears it together in one thunderous voice. And finally, Odette bursts in and arrives. Spread out before them was a massive, dead-empty clearing, the very spot where Fira village used to stand. Meanwhile, in Bulgaria's royal capital, the palace reception room is buzzing as a meeting kicks off. Lady Natasha Toria strides up and formally addresses Prince Kane, then turns to A-rank Mage Master Zamel. She's here for one reason. She wants their help, speaking on behalf of her family. Humbly, she begs for their help in a dangerous situation that could tear her territory apart. Prince Kane read her report, and his smile drained as seriousness took over his face. He confirms it. Armed ogres are prowling near the border, and this threat is way too huge for any one lord to face by himself. Once he gets why it matters, he nods and vows to tell his father, the king, to send troops to back them up. Kane clocks a worrying detail in the report, and the enemy soldiers are described as weirdly huge. He can't shake the feeling that something's off, remembering full well how brutal the Empire's food situation is. Or maybe it's just guards misreading the situation from afar. Still, he refuses to assume anything and demands they stay ready for whatever hits next. Master Zamel keeps reading, and then boom! He blurts out that the armed ogre's shield wipes out magic completely. He snaps that the Magic Guild has to investigate right now. Zamel chugs a potion in a hurry to keep his eyes open, then blurts that he and his disciples have been grinding non-stop to crack the secrets of ancient relics. Natasha Cheed's humiliating antics only make him snap. He cuts her off and storms ahead, fueled by one burning goal, reclaiming the lost wisdom. Natasha can't help but wonder, quietly, if that shield is really as incredible as everyone claims. She remembers Lord Yuki Grossaria, the one who saved her, didn't give the shield or that monster even a second of interest. Later, his presence hits her like a thunderclap. Her mother's lullaby comes alive, and she realizes a mighty lord meant to return is stirring. She remembers asking, once he's the strongest, what would the true lord even do? And her mom just shrugged, like he'd go on living life easy and carefree. Back in the palace, Natasha suddenly sways and nearly faints, pinning it on sheer exhaustion. The prince tells her how worried he is, clocking that she's been rushing all this time. Then he grills her for the details of her story and confirms it. She survived an armed ogre, and the one who saved her came straight from the Magic Guild. He's stunned by the news. This same Yuki grocery just wiped out a C-rank mage, and now one of these fresh monsters has shown up too. Zamel scoffs and snaps that D-rank is way too low for a mage like this. He's convinced Yuki already hits quasi-C rank. A heated argument explodes between the prince and the mage, both of them trying to claim Yuki for their faction. Kane rips into Zemel, accusing him of turning a promotion into bait just to reel Yuki in for his research. The prince snaps out of it and blurts a fast, frantic apology for his outburst. Kane promises they'll slam straight into the Torius domain request, fast, and the Mage Guild will send an investigative unit right alongside them. Zamel nods in total agreement, because somehow he snagged a priceless research specimen along the way. The men push their strategy talks to later, ordering Natasha to crash and rest in the guest quarters. Even as she slips away with a quick excuse, Zamel keeps pushing, still desperate to talk about the shield. Alone in the grand hallway, Natasha finally exhales in relief. Her mission is done. The royal family promised reinforcements, and she crushed the armed ogres with the vital intel she delivered. She snaps her hands together, gratitude exploding in her chest. Without him, she would have been dead, and that threat would have rampaged on unchecked. But she feels this crushing debt to him, one she knows she'll never, ever be able to repay. Thank you so much. She leans into the silence and whispers it like a secret. Lord Yuki Grossidia. Suddenly, she stops cold in her tracks. She thought she caught someone calling the name of her guardian knight. She whips around, and her eyes flare wide in shock. Clutching forward through the crowd, a radiant blonde girl closes in on her. Natasha spots her the second she appears, like her instincts hit before her eyes even do. I've been waiting on you, Princess Iris Ruscha. Where have you been? In the royal court, Prince Iris Ruscha strides in, Lady Natasha Toria's right at his heels. Without wasting a second, the princess cuts straight to it. She demands to know everything about her guardian knight and about Odette. She nods and says her older brother, second Prince Kane, and the rank mage master, Zamel, are already inside. Then she slips in to deliver the urgent report. They kick the door open, and Iris wastes 0 seconds. She leans in and drops the bombshell. There's a real chance the Gale Empire's agent slipped into our kingdom already. Just as she's about to spill more details, a maid slips in a single, ultra-ornate coin. Iris told her that this coin was dug up inside the armed ogre's lair by her guardian knight, Yuki, alongside Lady Odette. When Prince Kane demands answers about its ties to the Empire, Iris finally drops the truth and reveals what it really is. Imperial nobles hand out a special coin with every formal commission. Most people don't even know it, but a quiet probe by the Magic Guild confirmed the truth. Natasha locks onto the princess, stunned by her regal, commanding aura, and she realizes right then how fiercely Yuki is devoted to her. Iris keeps going, pushing past the fear as she breaks down exactly how deadly this discovery really is. That coin's sudden appearance screams one thing: something monstrous is teaming up, and the Gale Empire might be joining forces with what's left of the Elysium Temple. She admits she's not fully sure, but a letter from her knight's companion hinted that the armed ogres had been unleashed to block their pursuers, and that everyone fled north, with the implication looming in the air, thick as smoke. Later, Lady Natasha's stomach drops as the truth hits. Those armed ogres, Master might be marching straight for the Torius domain. Iris demands the Magic Guild send an investigation unit immediately. Prince Kane snaps, I get it, we need it fast. But then he narrows his eyes and asks, still, who in their right mind could even survive a mission that deadly? Princess Iris clenches her resolve and announces, loud and clear, that she'll go herself. She's the one who delivered this report, so she has to chase the truth herself and see it firsthand. She tells him she's already got everything set, ready to bolt the second the moment hits. Tears streaming down her face at the princess's unwavering devotion to her land. Lady Natasha drops to her knees and pleads to be chosen as her guide. The prince caught the fierce fire in his sister's eyes, and without hesitation, approved her official request to ride straight for the Torius domain, because he knew she had the drive to protect their kingdom. He masters a male concurse and declares that the Magic Guild has 0 objections. Iris breaks into pure joy as she accepts, but her brother warns her, don't move a single step until she's safely reunited with her knight. She vows right there, swearing her first mission is to reunite with Yuki Grossidia. and once she's got him, she'll never, ever leave his side again. As soon as the royal decree hit, her mission kicked off, no delays, no excuses. Meanwhile, Yuki and Odette stumble into the ruined, weather-beaten gate of a dead, silent village. Right in front of them, Fira village sprawls out, silent, abandoned, and eerily still. The air feels cursed, no footsteps, no voices, not a single soul in sight. Yuki slips through the abandoned houses, the walls crumbling with age outside, but inside everything's spotless, neat, and perfectly in order. He exhales in pure relief, seeing the villagers get out safely, grabbing only what they need and slipping away before the dust can settle. He'd been terrified the Elysium Temple would have smashed his old home to pieces, but there wasn't a single scorch mark, no flames, no violence. Det gently spots the tension in him, and when she sees him finally exhale, she's relieved he can rest easy at last. On Odette's demand, Yuki grabs the lead and shows her around the village he built from scratch. He brings her to the terraced fields soaked by crystal spring water, then points out the huge public bathhouse, and finally shows the old message board where the villagers used to trade news. He points out the herb garden and the lab where potions are made for trade, then gestures to the fine smithy, run by generations of craftsmen who have forged their craft into legend. Det stares at the village's mind-blowing, perfectly functional design, and even admits her own domain can't match it. Yuki tells you this didn't happen by accident. It's the payoff of 150 years of villagers teaming up, hunting monsters, and carving out their home with basic magic. When Odette asks if he'll be the guardian of her domain, he shuts it down instantly. No hesitation, no second thoughts. He swears he only helped make the villagers' wishes real, because in his eyes, they're the ones who built everything with their own hands. They push onward, vanishing the village in the dust behind them, sprinting straight toward a looming castle perched on a nearby hill. Still, the whole structure lies shattered, crushed by brutal magic, the kind only the Elysium Temple could unleash. They burst into the rubble-choked hall that used to be his study. Only the villagers had nicknamed it his throne room. He stares at the spot where he died 2 centuries ago, now stripped clean of every scrap of the life he once had. As they stalk through the dark, soundless hallways, he suddenly gets hit with the same shock, like he's been thrown back in time. He erupts into laughter out of nowhere, jolting Odette, then grins and admits he's just overjoyed she's right there with him. He halts right in front of a solid wall, then declares, loud and clear, that he's found the hidden door. This secret room, only he and the village chiefs knew about, was where he kept every villager's health records, guarding their memories so the future generations could live on them. With a trembling hand pressed to the stone, Yuki blurts out the ancient password. D. Nosferatu's promise to the oldest villager, sealed like a secret that could change everything. A brutal grinding roar bursts out as the wall slides aside, and a secret chamber opens up in the dark. The moment they step in, their eyes lock onto a towering suit of jet-black armor, gleaming in silence at the heart of the room. And there it is. Yuki confirms it's exactly the relic they came hunting for. So yeah, this is Lyle Carmen. Right ahead of them looms the black armor, silent, heavy, and like a legend carved in steel from a long-gone age. A legendary machine was built for one person, and when it met its debt, it didn't just react its shattered identity with a brutal shock. Elsewhere in the hidden chamber, Yuki peers at how the villagers' records are kept spotless and perfectly intact, and he instantly knows his son Lyle was behind every careful detail. A faint, appreciative smile curls across his face. He snaps his focus back to that giant figure towering in front of him, and he instantly knows no normal shelving could have ever held something that massive. His eyes snap to something on the ground just as the machine rolls past. Odette, at his request, flared the floor with light, until the letters carved into the stone snapped into view. Yuki clocks the script the second it hits her eyes, because that handwriting is pure Lyle. He reads the message out loud, and his voice shakes with emotion, because it's a gift from his son, a message meant for the father who's carried so much trauma. It's a promise, his last desperate wish, that he'll never have to face death again. Then Yuki kneels before the construct, and the moment hits. He finally grasps what his son's final act really unleashed. This was his legacy, the royal knight himself, Lord of Nosferatu. The weight of his son's relentless work slams into his chest, stealing into the temple, surviving the betrayal, and sealing away the ancient relics, all of it. A colossal mission done just so he could get the chance. Lyle had been grinding non-stop, pulling every string from the shadows like a mastermind. Yuki realized Lyle hadn't done this alone, because the people in his village were incredible, backing a plan even their own guardian was supposed to forget. Iris whispers that they're all incredible, even though she'd already warned everyone off these dangerous stunts. Now that the truth bursts wide open, one question hits hard. What are they supposed to do with this unstoppable machine? Yuki doesn't hesitate. He's going to try to pilot it. But if it's too tough, he'll shelve it for later research, and if it's mobile, he'll secretly haul it straight to the royal capital. Odette swallows her doubts, agrees to keep everything secret, and begs to join the research. She's betting that if the Royal Knight's tech can help the whole world, it'll finally bring real peace and comfort back to her people. Yuki nods, ready to jump in, but before he even starts, their work gets violently torn apart by an interruption. Cliff, Ophelia's bat familiar, comes bursting in on an emergency summons, straight out of her location. Bad news, things are about to get ugly. Later on, monsters swept into the Torius territory, wearing the exact same weird armor as the ogre they'd already battled. With the frantic familiar finally settled, Yuki leans in and listens to the entire report. As they hauled supplies for Lady Ophelia, their convoy suddenly got slammed in an ambush by armored monsters. But hidden among them was a brand-new nightmare, a beast-like humanoid in blazing red armor, whose terrifying presence sent every other monster into a full-on frenzy. Yuki's mind is racing, because if this new monster is another royal knight with the same mana-draining power as the spirit king knight, then this is way worse than he ever dared to imagine. He blazes the info straight to Odette. Her resolve snaps into place as her face hardens. She snaps that she's heading for the territory right now, calling on her noble duty as a high-ranking lord to investigate and rush in with aid. And when Yuki saw her ironclad determination, he shot out a bold promise. The royal knight will be up in 15 minutes and we're taking off. Odette is left completely speechless by that bombshell claim. Yuki lays out his logic. This machine has wings, and as a legendary relic it should outfly his own magic by a mile. And with that massive size, it had to have slid into the chamber from the ceiling, like it was built to soar. The real first boss is cracking your way inside that slick, flawless armor. With nothing left to do, he yanks his blade into the light. He triggers his infiltration skill and slips in like a ghost. Like with the Spirit King Knight, the surface shoves him back. But he doesn't stop. He goes straight for the weaker armor at the joints. It works. One by one, he smashes through the internal barriers. With a grim smirk, he finally gets it. Lyle sealed the machine down tight, betting on the fact that only someone with his exact ability could ever pilot it. The cockpit bursts open. As Odette watches, Yuki bursts into the machine. The hatch slams shut behind him, and he drops straight into the pilot's seat. A glowing activation sequence blooms across the crystalline screen, and it reveals the pilot's mana is the power feeding the whole system. He gets it now, like he's wielding a gigantic magical staff, and the power is all in his hands. He unleashes a torrent of mana blood through the system, then declares, loud and fearless, that the Royal Knight will be his new familiar. The machine's eye snaps on, blazing to life like it just spotted you. The activation hits, and everything springs to life. Yuki's consciousness surges into the machine, and suddenly he's not just inside it. He's fully merged, like it's become part of his own body. The giant armor screeches as it shifts, every heavy limb snapping to obey his command. He plants his foot, and to his shock, his legs snap into motion with unbelievable speed. He can feel those wings on his back, and he's sure he'll make them take flight. A shattered voice claws at his thoughts, something alive inside the machine, whispering about 8 royal knights and a sacred sword. And right then he clocks the mystery for later, because this mission comes first. First, he has to save Ophelia and push this machine to its limits, because only then can he chase the peaceful retirement he's been craving. Outside, everyone can't believe how fast he seized control, like the royal knight suddenly came alive and started moving on its own. A colossal machine shoots out a massive hand, offering her a lift. Right as she's hauled up, Yuki freezes. Through the armor, he can feel the cloak's fabric under his hands, her body heat burning through, and even her heart hammering like it's panicking, and it only makes her flustered rage spike. He's blown away by the mind-blowing tech, left behind by an ancient civilization. With Odette locked tight in its grasp, the Royal Knight's wings exploded open. "Come on, girl, let's take to the sky," he declares. With a massive surge of power, the machine rockets through the ceiling, blasting through stone as it rockets up into the sky. The Lord of Nosferatu rockets through the sky, slamming toward Torius territory to throw himself into the fight. Unseen and silent, a whole other party lurks at a distance, biding their time and sharpening their move. The city's calm gets ripped apart by a savage, guttural roar. An armored, monstrous ogre barrels through the streets and flattens buildings like they're nothing, its raw power turning everything to rubble. The guards on watch can only freeze in place while the beast tears through everything, its fury roars blasting through a town that can't stop screaming. They nail it, these are the rumored armored ogres, but one thing's off. Unlike the Talus, these beasts don't carry any shields. Their commander shoots a grim look and counts 6 of those beasts, then realizes they showed up the exact day the count comes to town, and the timing feels way too perfect. The timing isn't random at all. It's a deliberate hit, planned to wreck their investigation near the border. The commander clenched his fist in pure frustration, realizing those thick-skulled ogres would have been easy if it weren't for that red-armored monster smashing the main gates open. His men still swear the thing looked nothing like a soldier. It moved like a wild beast, lightning fast and unsettling, and when it roared, it felt like nature itself was tearing through the air. The commander's gut drops as horror clicks into place. The beast's brutal roar slams the ogres into a berserk storm, and everyone realizes it wasn't attacking yet. It had been lurking in silence, biding its time for the perfect moment to strike. That sharp, piercing sound slices through the air once more. The ogres snap under the scream and ramp up their assault. Roars tear through the city, and the ground shakes as the monsters go totally feral. As the enemy barrels toward them, the commander roars an order to every unit: get ready, battle time. He lays out their contingency plan, the exact playbook they built for this exact moment. The moment the gate cracked open, they slammed barricades all across the town, built to stop a charging ogre dead in its tracks. The strategy works. Watch that charging beast smash into a wall of crates and barrels, and just like that, its rampage slams to a dead stop. The monster crashes onto the ground, dizzy and completely thrown off. Carried by the opening, the commander snaps out his orders. Everyone attack now, hit the weak spots in their armor, stay back, and crush them before they even get a chance to regroup. The spearmen surged toward the fallen creature and jabbed around, hunting for every crack in its armor. As the ogre starts thrashing like a storm, the infantry backs up fast, clearing the way for the archers, only to have their volley of arrows fizzle out. The shafts hit dead on, tearing into the beast's unarmored flesh with brutal precision. From the side wings, hooded mages surged in and slammed into the coordinated assault. They unleash stone bullet spells and fire bullet blasts, hammering the monster's defenses until they break. The commander watches with a grim, satisfied stare. Yuki was right, the plan's unfolding perfectly. Because those attacks hitting from every direction have finally broken the mighty ogre's will, and now he roars, "Bring in the final charge." The creature screams one final, gut-wrenching cry, then drops to the ground, instantly silenced. The soldiers stare in stunned disbelief, then burst into relief, because they did it. They smashed down one of the feared armored ogres. With their courage back in full force, the commander snaps that those rumored monsters aren't a threat. Then he orders his men to fall back, ready their gear, and hit the remaining 5 with the exact same battle plan. A soldier burst in to report the evacuation was a total win. Every last townsfolk was safely locked inside the Southern Assembly Hall. Right then, the commander locks eyes with a familiar face, and pure shock hits him. "Ophelia, why are you here? You weren't with everyone else when they evacuated." She keeps her cool and tells him she used her song to calm the panicked citizens. She tells you it's her bloodline's duty to calm the people's panic when crisis hits, and she couldn't help but go see the battle with her own eyes. And with her father, the Count, standing there, she realizes there's no turning back, so he barks orders for her to stay right at his side and never, ever wander off. The fight rages on, and the soldiers' ruthless tactics keep the last ogres pinned down. Right now, the enemy's getting kept at arm's length, can't break through yet. But the Count can't let his guard down. He knows that red-armored monster, the real danger, is still hiding out there in the shadows. Out of nowhere, dread crashes over him. Then he senses a presence looming close by, and the monster's rampage kicks into overdrive. They've turned even more savage. Violence keeps escalating. The mage's spells used to hit hard, but now they ricochet off the furious ogres like they're made of stone. They slam straight through the defenses, blasting the barricades apart into flying splinters. Behind them, their master's silhouette looms like a nightmare, so heavy it crushes the soldier's courage to dust. As soon as he sees the line about to crack, the Count erupts, screaming for his men to fall back to the next barricade. "Don't waste your lives here." He yanks his sword free, barking for them to stand together. Hold the line, because even monsters can't break forever. From a high nearby rooftop, the red-armored beast springs down in a flash, hitting the ground with impossible speed and flawless grace, right before the Count. But its voice comes out cold and metallic, and it's demanding everyone learns the truth. Their real king has come back. It spills its real intent. The Count's family are thieves, and they ripped this land away from the Jurassic Kingdom, true believers of the Elysium Temple. Ophelia steps forward like a thunderclap, defiance screaming in her voice. That's not true. Yeah, she tells it like it truly happened. When the Elysium Temple ditched this land and the 8 kings tore everything apart, it was her ancestors who stayed on the front lines, shielding the people and earning the land fair and square from a grateful kingdom. The armored king snorts at her ignorance and snaps that the temple was persecuted for no reason, then shipped into exile. Right as the world tightens around her, Ophelia makes a sickening click in her mind. Those creature words match an old tragedy. And then she blurts, "You're from the Elysium Temple." The being vows to rip through the lies and set history straight. By harnessing the Writer King's power, the Beast Lord is set to smash the Magic Guild's grip and reclaim this land, and all of Elysian, once and for all. The Count finally hears the name Writer King from the tales of ancient, god-tier armors, and the moment he does, the creature laughs at his stupidity and charges straight at him. It blitzes forward like lightning, smashing the soldiers' shields to pieces like they're made of glass. With one smooth, ruthless swing, it drops every guard in its path. Then the Count is left kneeling in the wreckage, staring in panic, unable to even follow where it went. The Count spits defiance and swears reinforcements are coming fast. But King, the writer, just sneers and says they'll solve it by taking hostages. Gaze locks onto Ophelia. It sets its sights on her, bragging that the temple can control people just as easily as it controls monsters. As it rockets toward the helpless girl, the Count shrieks her name in pure terror. A brand new voice slices right through the chaos, cold, certain, and final. "Don't you dare touch my people." In a streak of black, a winged figure rockets in front of the Writer King. Hard stops its strike and smashes it backward with a brutal wallop. The Writer King reels in shock, mind blanking out as it tries to process the brutal force that just slammed into it. Just as it tries to recover, the Dark Warrior hits it again, slamming it down into the stone street with a hit so brutal it cracks the ground. The black-winged creature drops down like a shadow, soft, silent, deadly. Lower your voice. It's ordering that whimpering thing, and if we're loud, you'll terrify her. The Count and his daughter lock eyes, stunned as they wonder if they're really seeing a jet-black dragon unfold before them. And just like that, Ophelia realizes this creature didn't just show up, it saved them. Pinned down and stripped of power, the Writer King demands answers. Where in the world is this crushing strength coming from? The dark figure steps in and shuts it down cold, spitting contempt at the fallen Juras Kingdom and the pathetic Elysium Temple. Then it leans in and growls a deadly warning, "Don't touch my people." Who is that? What asterisk unit is he? The Writer King is demanding answers. The figure shoots up to full height, and Dark Majesty crashes into view, Lord of Nosferatu. It says that the name is just a placeholder, don't bother remembering it. In 10 years, this power will likely fade away from the human world, because that's what this strange thing was born to do. Step in, help them out, and then disappear. Mid the shattered town square, 2 towering armored monsters lock eyes and go head-to-head. The Crimson Lord's pilot finally gets exposed, panting, choking on air, and clearly pushed past every last limit. From a safe distance, the real man behind the black armor watches his own unit and realizes up close that fighting just isn't his game. And he knows if he cranks up the power too hard, even a mighty lord will snap under the pressure. Suddenly, the Lord of Beasts explodes forward, smashing across the distance at blinding speed. And the controller clocks that this law's one-of-a-kind command is exactly the ferocious, animal-fast speed he's been craving. A cold thought slices through me, just one thing I wanted. The pilot in the beastly armor roars for answers, screaming, "Who are you? Are you some kind of lord?" Then he snarls, "I've never heard of a unit like you." He steps forward and screams that he's the real heir to the Juras Kingdom, righteous rage blazing in his voice. He swears the Rustia Kingdom ripped this land out of his people's hands, and says the tourist domain is just a crew of thieves in disguise. Why take it back? He roars, because his fate is chained to the ancient Jurassic King, one of the 8 monarchs who teamed up with the Elysium Temple and kicked off the Great War. So he tells it straight. The Jurast royal family ditched their own people and bolted after they got smashed, but their descendants still lived on, lurking in the shadows. Silence, he roars, and right there, the grand design is born. Up on a towering high balcony, the Black Armor's controller answers with icy contempt. "After you've bulldozed this continent into chaos, you've really got the nerve to brag, 'We'll take back the past.'" They scream that he lived because he swallowed his pride and took Barion's help, but his opponent doesn't blink and the truth hits hard. You can't rewind what's already gone. He keeps going, laying out his own journey like it's burning in his chest. Same for Iris and me. We can't turn back now. All they can do now is cling to the villagers, descendants, those people who have been waiting for so long. He swats the man's plan aside, calling it a stupid rerun of the very same methods that got the Elysium Temple destroyed. Enraged, the Lord of Beasts unleashes a bone-rattling howl. The booming sound crashes over the nearby ogre mercenaries, and instant rage rips through them, sending them into a full berserk frenzy. A loyal companion yells at the controller to watch himself, because the howl immediately sparks the monsters into a violent rampage. The air itself sounds like giraffes are cackling madly, because they're sure the rampaging ogres will smash through the entire town and leave not a single soul alive. He throws down his final challenge. Go ahead, stop him if you dare. The controller fires back with a blunt, unwavering answer. I will. The black armor's arm snaps open with a sharp, metallic click. One blazing flare gets blasted skyward, streaking through the clouds like a warning meant for everyone watching. Up on a distant rooftop, Odette spots it, and the second she does, she screams the signal as a swarm of bats bursts into existence around the armored lord. She shoots her hand up and barks one command, and the creatures obey instantly. A few hours earlier, Odette was completely wiped out. She couldn't keep up with the crazy speed of traveling through the Lord. Her master swallowed his pride and apologized for his reckless move. He tore a piece of his own blood and gave it to her, swearing it would let her push through the journey's pain, and even unlock the power to talk to the bat squadron he'd already sent ahead. But because of that desperate move, they slam in at the last second. Just like that, the Lord of Beasts freezes. An endless wave of bats crashes onto the battlefield and smothers everything in a frenzy. Odette snaps out the final command, and every knee attack slams in at the exact same time. Magical runes erupt around every bat, and together they charge up a brutal combo spell, Ifrit Blow. The sky explodes in a roaring blast, flame and scorching wind tearing into the charging ogres and turning them to ash. The Black Lord's controller lays out the plan. Those ogre clubs won't stand a chance against the flying swarm, and even the enemy lord's magic resistance turns useless once you hit their exposed parts. Now he sets his sights on his next move and prepares to strike. All right, time for my experiment, he thinks, then slams his power to life. A blazing meteor gets a spell unleashed on it, straight out of the darkness. The blazing projectile crashes into its mark, and he stops to grin. Ancient magic is totally his lane, way better than getting stuck in armor for a brawl. The Lord of Beast gets swallowed by the blast, its pilot gets wiped out and left burning, and then it stutters, "What are you?" in a choking gasp. The victor doesn't give a name at all, he just spits out his purpose: to break this unit apart and study every piece of it. The defeated man can't even wrap his head around it, because with power like that, you could carve out a giant kingdom, a whole empire. The controller caught every word the man chose, and the fact he never once mentioned the nearby Gale Empire told the whole story about his real plan. Up on the rooftop, Iris clocked it instantly. He'd already mapped out his move to rule the Gale Empire as its king. The survivors of Odetith Juris finally grasped the terrifying truth. Some of them have teamed up with the Empire, while the Elysium Temple's sympathizers quietly back them. The fight's over, so the winner steps in, calls the man's defeat final, and orders him to rip off his armor and spill everything he knows, his plans and his allies. The Scorch pilot drops to his knees in the dust, utterly beaten. The controller slammed shut every hope he had to keep his lord hidden while he tinkered with it, because now that escape route is completely gone. So at this point, the man has no choice left. He has to surrender. The town's soldiers explode into cheers, screaming with pure relief that they've been saved from the ogres and the enemy lord. They rush in to grab the prisoner and lock them down, and their leaders finally breathe easy because the citizens are safe. The scene rips open a memory for the controller, a full flashback to his old life, when village kids banded together and took down a dark bear. He's still stuck on that terrifying second when it hit him. The bear wasn't actually dead, it was just pretending. Right when the memory hits, the captured man jerks up and snarls, gearing for his last stand. He swears he'll spend his life taking as many of them down with him as he can. Stop, your controller blares orders through his lord's voice, and he's about to unleash ancient magic. But it's already too late. He slams the spell into motion, roaring that the Elysium Temple won't fear death. Reacting on the spot, the controller in his hand clenches into a tight fist. He knows his Lord of Nosferatu isn't some outside power at all. It's just a huge extension of his own will, his own staff. Even when he's torn from the unit, that Mistel blood in his veins lets him seize control like it's his own arm. The Lord tore his armored hand free. It whipped through the air and slammed the prisoner's hand, shattering the grip that kept his spell connected. The magic fizzles away as he howls in agony, and the soldiers finally pin him down. Close call right as the controllers, companions watched everything unfold. He gets hit with the harsh truth all over again. Wounded foes are the ones you should fear most. The prisoner gets yanked forward, wrists bound, dragged off for questioning. Hungry interrogators trying to crack where the Elysium Temple is hiding and how it's linked to the Gale Empire. The captured Lord of the Beasts gets hauled off to the capital, pure gold for the kingdom's power. But Odette slams into a new, urgent nightmare. What do they do about their own Black Lord, now fully exposed to the world? She pitches a cover story, claiming that a mysterious, unidentified lord rescued them. Because it's a flimsy lie, but it's the only one they've got. With their plans locked in, the whole crew braces and then breaks off in different directions. The controller peers over the town through his lord's eyes, fretting over its doom. Because in 10 years at most, this place will be wiped clean from the human world. Odette flashes a calming smile. Because even if that lord vanishes in 10 years, nobody will ever forget what happens today. Her words hit like a spark, and the moment she speaks, the townspeople below explode into thunderous applause, cheering that mysterious black armor as the armor of justice, calling her their savior. Odette grabs her master and begs him to bolt right now, while she stays behind, spinning the cover story to keep them fooled. Right then, young Princess Ophelia opens her mouth and starts singing an ancient Sangha legend of a guardian deity that once lived on this land, and a lord who rose to save mankind. The crowd locks in, wide-eyed and speechless, convinced the legendary guardian has finally come back. The princess's song locks the myth in place and finally stamps their savior into history. The controller smirks just barely. Once his work was done, the Black Lord hurled himself into the sky, bats swarming around him like a living storm. It gets ripped away into a roaring vortex of wind, and the cheering crowds are left screaming in the wake. Princess Ophelia tilts her face to the empty sky and whispers her final thanks. "Thank you so much, true lord, guardian in black armor." Right in front of the stunned citizens of Taurius, a lone figure drops out of the sky. In the crowd, a nobleman clocks her instantly and blurts out breathless, "Lady Odette Slay," like it's something unreal. Odette steps up before everyone and starts laying out the chaos. "Taurius, this fight has been brutal and weirdly unclear, and even she admits she doesn't grasp every twist yet, but she'll tell you exactly what she knows." Her mind snaps back to the seconds right before everything was saved, when they finally understood the town's doom, raged with helpless frustration, and knew they'd never arrive in time. Then, out of nowhere, mysterious black armor drops into view in front of them. The soldiers just stood there, staring in total shock, like their brains couldn't process what they were seeing. And then somewhere else, Yuki crumples, utterly drained and done for. "I'm wiped out," he groans, realizing too late that charging into direct melee for the first time with a brand new weapon was the dumbest mistake he could have made. As his familiar raves about his hard work, he replays the fight in his head, and then it hits him. Even the red armor, the terrifying Lord of Beasts, got wiped out in a single instant. He admits he only won because he shot in from above and hit first. He starts to ponder these ancient weapons, and right then, both the Lord of Beasts and the Lord of Phantoms move with this weird, rigid stiffness, like they're trapped inside heavy suits of armor. This new Black Lord isn't just any boss, he's something completely different. In battle, it moved with smooth, deadly elegance, like it was fused to his own body. And while he carried Odette, he could even feel her warmth through it, plus every tiny twitch of her movements. He sprawled on the ground, staring up at that massive black frame like it's about to swallow him whole. So what kind of lord is this? He can't stop asking, because everything about it feels impossibly mysterious. His bat familiar feels like a name, Lord of Nosferatu. But Yuki shuts it down fast because the connection hits way too close to his past life. The armor throws up a pile of mysteries, the aviation message that popped up out of nowhere, and the real shock is just how insanely easy it is to control. He blurts out the same familiar question, "Why is this even a problem?" But Yuki snaps back that it's impossible. He can't just take control of it like it's his own limbs, channeling his mistal blood through it like nothing. It felt like that armor was tailor-made for someone exactly like him. Then it hits him. While he's piloting the Lord, he can actually see the names of other Lords asterisk, and that's the biggest mystery of them all. He shuts down his familiar's simple explanation and snaps the truth into place. Only this Lord can do it, maybe because it was the very last one ever forged. It's a weapon wrapped in mystery, because the truth is still out there, unanswered and waiting to explode. A smirk curls on his lips. Yeah, this is the kind of research project he's been waiting for, so he stretches, declares he'll dig into it later at his own pace, and postpones the mystery of Lyle and the others for now. Now that the Lord's bound to him like a familiar, he can pull it from anywhere. So when he heads back to the capital, he's determined to corner Iris and demand a proper summoning hold, then lock it down with layers upon layers of his Mistel blood. He drops to his knees and rakes the chamber floor with his eyes. He kept scrolling for more, praying Lyle would drop another message, but the screen stayed empty. Only the first words carved into the stone stayed, before the Lord ever arrived. He figures Lyle had to be the one who piloted this armor too, because there's no way it could have made it this far otherwise. If that's true, then Lyle had to catch that exact same activation message too. So yeah, this basically screams that the Lord was built as a nameless trump card. He can't stop wondering what Lyle and Remilia did the moment they realized they just tapped into this power. Would they ignore it, or would they dive in and investigate it as a deadly countermeasure against the Elysium Temple? He's sure they'd pick the second option. He leans into his familiar and tells it straight. He's already planning for his descendants. By diving into the Lord unit, he could finally dig up the answers behind what happened to Lyle, Remilia, and everyone else. He vows again and again to stand as the village's guardian, solemn, unshakable, and ready to protect it no matter what. With his past life memories blazing in his head, he knows he has to lock down this place, no matter what. First, he has to hustle back to the village and make sure the descendants are safe. He barges into the silent ruins of Fira village, and the emptiness hits like a punch. A sudden burst of wingbeats jolts him out of his focus. As soon as he shows up, a whole swarm of bats swoops in, chirping their thanks for helping earlier, and he orders them to keep watch over the village and the castle. They slam their fists together and roar in perfect unison, pledging their duty to the world. He watches them with pure satisfaction. Since he trained them, life has gotten easier, and this land is finally their true home. Home, he tells them to hold the fort, keeps the village safe, and sets up a way for them to reach him through a mysterious, notorious contact if things get ugly. By dawn, he's hauling himself back to Countstone and waiting there for the others to show up. His gaze snaps onto something, and he freezes in total shock. Lyle's house is crumbling now, broken, run down, and falling apart. There he scans the whole area, eyes locked in. His gaze sharpens into a blade. He just uncovered something priceless, and he's grabbing it for the road. He tears into the bats, goodbye, then bolts out of Fira village, never looking back. Armed with that knowledge, he speeds off like a man chasing destiny. Soon as they near the roaring castle town of the Torius domain, the whole street buzzes with chaos as people stampede toward the main road, desperate to catch a glimpse of Count Torius and his entourage. Because word is, a miracle just brought them back. Yuki slips into the crowd like a ghost, and nobody even notices. A grand carriage rolls forward as confetti rains down, and the crowd erupts in cheers. The crowd whips its fingers toward a second cart, whispering like it's carrying the defeated Lord of Beasts, solid proof that the Count just crushed him and won. Yuki's eyes lock on the hooded rider, because he's the one who just came for the Lord. He watches the Count and Odette wave to their adoring crowd, holding on to perfect noble composure even after everything they've been through. Yet he spots a faint strain creeping across the Odette's face, and it hits him hard. What in the world caused that? He overhears an elderly woman blurting out the whole story to her neighbor, and she keeps repeating one terrifying thing. A massive monster ripped into the northern town. He unmasked it as a Northern Empire scheme, one that erupted the moment the Count rode out to inspect his own soldiers. The crowd murmurs in sync, because the rumors have already ripped through town and beyond. The woman keeps going, painting it like a legend. This red-armored lord commanding beasts with every thunderous roar. Then she shouts, and a winged, black-armored figure drops out of the sky like a wyvern, wiping out the Red Lord in the blink of an eye. Right now, Yuki's left stunned by how fast everything is spiraling. The woman slips in another detail. Det, the Duke's daughter, helped the black armor by unleashing a swarm of bats, and she claims that's exactly why she rides with the Count. Pure noblesse oblige in action. Yuki's stomach churns as he realizes just how shockingly deep the woman's access to information goes. She erupts into laughter, swearing this is the wildest story she's ever heard in her whole lifetime. Everyone around them joins in, and their cheers prove how calm and genuinely happy every single day feels. Yuki can't stop thinking about Iris's jaw-dropping royal bloodline. He clings to that hope, praying this peace keeps holding, because only then will he finally get to breathe easy. But she's not done. She leans in like she's about to spill a secret. Rumor spreads as she murmurs. She's the Bat's master who fought side by side with the Duke's daughter. Was the magician inside the Baron's house. Yuki freezes. The woman keeps going, swearing the magician dumped every last drop of power into his bats. So now he's stuck there, completely immobile. Because of his sacrifice, the bats finally unleashed brutal, powerful magic. She basically says the Count himself told the whole story. In the packed crowd, a kid bursts into tears and yells that the magician saved his sister. A true miracle, a soldier swears. The boy's mother blurts out, "Where's that amazing hero?" Like she just knows he's out there, guarding them from the shadows. The crowd erupts in a chorus of gratitude for that noble, anonymous magician. Yuki's stomach drops. He realizes the chance to slip out has slammed shut for good. He shuts his mouth and hunkers in the corner, waiting for the madness to finally burn out. Then bam, a hand clamps onto his shoulder. A city guard leans in from above and asks, "So, could you be Sir Yuki Glossaria?" The guard hammers his face into the description, black hair, black eyes, and goes, "No way," because that combo rarely belongs to teens. Even the clothes line up too. He's exactly the guy the Count was talking about. The guard roars and the whole crowd snaps to attention, so listen up. Are you Sir Yuki Glossaria, the magician in training from the Baron's household, registered with the Magic Guild? Whoa, every gaze snaps to him, and in that trapped silence, Yuki swallows hard and hesitantly confirms who he is. With a heavy sigh, he finally gives in, and then he fires the question, "So, what do you want?" The crowd leans in, eyes locked as the guards snap into attention. Yuki tells himself the rumors will blow over, because the whole story, him being drained and unable to move, hands him the perfect alibi, proving he definitely wasn't the one piloting the Black Lord. After that, he straightens up and formally interrogates the guard about what he's there to do. The guard bows low, and Count Torius wastes no time. He wants you back at the mansion right now, so he can personally thank you and Lady Odette. Yuki weighs it all over, because he's already plotting a visit to Ophelia at the mansion. He just nods and agrees, no fuss, no hesitation. Then the guard leans in and drops the bombshell. He's got a message from Lady Odette's sleigh. He sent a tiny, tearful message, sorry, because he couldn't hide what was really going on. Yuki took in the news and let out a quiet, exhausted sigh. Knowing there was no stopping it, he throws in the towel and agrees to ride along with the guard. Down a long stretch of road far from town, a carriage rattles forward at full speed. Inside, the desperate princess pounds on the driver to go faster, but he snaps back that it's impossible. Her attendant leans in and warns her that reaching Princess Iris means days on the road, even if they ride by carriage. Marriage, but her heart won't stay quiet. Those overpowering feelings surge anyway. "Heart, wait for me, my lord." She cries into the open horizon, clutching a maiden's heart that pounds faster than the carriage rolling ahead. Inside a grand estate, a young man leans in close and painstakingly tends the oven, eyes locked on the heat like his whole world depends on it. He yanks out the baking sheet, grins wide as he stares at his masterpiece, and says, "All right," with pure satisfaction. They turned out beautifully. But this piece doesn't come easy. Just hours ago, inside the Torius family reception room, a tense debriefing was boiling over. Yuki, still young and tense, sat across from the Lord and talked through the brutal attack, and the nobleman admitted the horror of it all, then breathed easy, because Yuki had trusted Lady Ophelia with a warning before the danger struck. Then the talk snapped straight to the enemy, the guy in that jet-black armor, Philippage arrest. The nobles swore they'd finally dug up leads on his base, but said they still needed deeper digging with the Magic Guild. Yuki nodded and revealed he'd already pinned down the hideout's location. The nobleman straight up asked Yuki for help, demanded he tag along with the soldiers for their investigation the next day, and Yuki didn't even hesitate. He gladly accepted, because that's exactly what he'd been hoping for. People started whispering that this hideout could hide clues to a descendant of the fallen Jurassic Kingdom, because that same faction teamed up with the Elysium Temple long ago. And that nobleman couldn't stop himself from wondering if these signs meant the terrifying Eight Kings War was about to roar back to life. But Yuki brushed off the idea with calm confidence, because if this really were a war revival, the armor's user would have announced themselves as a royal representative, and they never did. The noblemen finally gave in, but they didn't get it. Their minds wandered to some other reason the armor mattered, while Yuki kept the real truth locked inside his chest. He was the one wearing it. They decided to keep the armor for research, since wrecking a priceless artifact was just too stupid to risk. Overcome with pure gratitude for saving his life and his daughter's, the nobleman offered Yuki whatever reward he wanted. Yuki weighed his choices, and the moment he called out the ruins of Fira village, he knew it could light a fire under people's suspicions. Still, with no clear idea what to even ask for, that help-yourself offer felt impossible to turn down. Then boom, an idea hit him out of nowhere. He shot her a simple, totally unexpected request: cookies, ingredients, and the okay to use the kitchen. Right now, Yuki rushes back into the main hall, where a maid greets him and Lady Ophelia steps in, smiling sweetly as she calls him her true lord. Ophelia stands there and thanks him, fully and formally, for saving her and her father, with Garm the loyal dog trotting by her side. She also thanks Cliff the bat, because he delivered the crucial message that changed everything. Yuki just flashes a small, confident smile, like he knows exactly what's happening and approves. He promises her that Garm, now stronger after gulping an armored ogre's crystal, will be her ultimate bodyguard from this moment on. And to make sure everything runs smooth, he tells her Cliff will stay right beside her to pass the messages, then orders her to take charge of the Bat army in Fira village. Ophelia's eyes spark to life as she talks about Fira, the homeland her family has sung about for generations. Inspired by what he's been doing lately, she can't wait. She begs him to let her write a brand new song praising him. A tired but game Yuki nods along, but only if she leaves every shred of his personal info out of the lyrics. Ophelia nods along, but that quiet little pause screams she's about to bend the rules and add her own twist. Yuki quickly pivots and hands fresh, just-baked cookies to Ophelia and her sister Odette. Odette snatched one up, shocked by how warm it felt and by how strange it looked. Yeah, both girls light up at that taste, sweet, delicious, and irresistible. And for Ophelia, that flavor hits her like a weird, bittersweet flashback. Yuki finally spills the secret. Those aren't just any cookies, they're the ones he baked back when he was known as Dean Nosferatu. He tells them the recipe is his alone, built with rare ingredients you can only find near his old village. He flashes back to the days he whipped up those snacks for the kids of Fira, because their energy never quit, and it meant snacks had to be restocked non-stop. That one-of-a-kind taste comes straight from the honey of Benirola flowers, flowers that only grew in the ruined village. Ophelia breaks into pure joy, tasting a legendary snack from her ancestral home like it's calling her name. Home at last, Yuki really wished Iris were there with him, and he begged the girls to keep the recipe locked down like a secret treasure. The moment Odette hears her name, the room detonates with shocking news. She's been told Iris is coming, riding in with someone from the Magic Guild. Yuki's jaw drops as the shock of that sudden turn hits him like a punch. He can't believe it. How is this even possible when the capital's help was only just now put in for? Ophelia fires off the warning, because the Empire is suspected to be tangled in this. Lady Iris, the Magic Guild's key figure, is rushing to arrive. Iris is supposed to show up in 2 days, and that crushes the time we need to hunt down the special flowers for more cookies. Just as Yuki blurts out that he's leaving, Odette slams the brakes on him, snapping that his overprotectiveness is out of control. Later it hits him, his duty, and he locks in that the hunt for the Lord of Beasts' hideout is set for tomorrow. Before Iris even shows up, he decides to storm the hideout and hunt for clues about his missing guys, Lyle and Remilia, because if the enemy's working with the Elysium Temple, he needs answers fast. Odette reassures him that Iris, the princess, probably won't even worry about a missing snack. The very next day, the investigation kicks off, and a soldier marches Yuki and Odette toward a waiting carriage. Yuki, shocked because he'd planned to walk, gets shut down hard. There's no wiggle room, he's not allowed. The soldier snaps that letting the territory's benefactors march on foot is utterly outrageous. With a heavy sigh, Yuki resigns himself, and then orders his familiars, Garm and Dyke, to fall in with them. The dog crammed inside the carriage, while the bat hangs up top on the roof. As they push off, Ophelia stares after them with a worried glare, her mind racing over the enemy they're hunting, Philippa Durast. Their target is a hidden hideout deep in the northwest forest, 2 brutal days of marching on foot before they can get there. The soldiers are buzzing with hope, praying this mission will finally crack the elusive Elysium Temple and spill the kind of intel that changes everything. Odette studies the map and realizes their path will drag them right past an ancient battlefield. She recognizes it as Varel, the ancient battlefield where the 8 Kings' War erupted and 3 royal families tore each other apart in a brutal showdown. A soldier doubles down on the claim that this land is pure danger, monsters swarm everywhere, and he tells you to cross it before nightfall. From the carriage window, the land looks calm and harmless, until you remember the legend. Thousands died here, and brutal ancient magic still makes the ground unlivable. After the war, the Rustia royal family rebuilt everything, but this battlefield still haunts the land, because right under the soil lies a cursed place nobody dares to live on. Yuki shuts his eyes and reels through the region's past. Decades ago, the Gaul Empire thundered into the north and rose like a storm. Back when he still went by D. Nosferatu, the northern lands were crawling with foreign tribes. People labeled them barbarians, claiming they had zero culture and not a shred of magic. He set out to explore their lands, but fate yanked him off course. He stumbled on Fira village and decided to plant roots there instead. 200 years later, those same people forged a ruthless empire, and he swears the truth is in the shadows. The leftovers of the Elysium Temple slipped north, boosted their power, and tied them straight to the recent chaos. The party slams on the brakes and grabs a quick lunch break. Yuki's stuck with a rushed pace, and it gnaws at them, because it means they won't be able to inspect the battlefield the way it deserves. An idea snaps into his head, and he summons his familiars like it's go time. He offers them a drop of his own Mistel blood to crank their power sky-high, then orders them to scout the battlefield ahead while he stays behind with the carriage. With a burst of eager agreement, the two familiars shoot off like lightning. A soldier spots the dog bolting away, but Yuki shrugs it off like it's nothing, just a casual stroll. Odette takes one look at his puzzled stare and nails exactly what he's wondering about the battlefield. Yuki admits that the war hit while he was dead for centuries, and he's aching to understand the world the Elysium Temple and its kings built without him. He decides to study history books at the Magic Guild, acting like his burning curiosity is just a harmless, age-appropriate whim. Odette even says the guild runs tour to places like that. Yuki can't help but find the whole idea sickening. Soon, a soldier bursts in and yells that they're closing in, and the ancient battlefield of Veril waits just ahead. Yuki stares out the window, and his smile dies as grim thoughts swallow his face. A massive, empty wasteland stretches out in front of them, dead quiet and unforgiving. It's a lifeless wasteland. No grass, no trees, just empty as far as the eye can see. Odette jabbed a finger at the shadows sprawled across the ground. Rusted swords and bows from fallen soldiers, all left to rot for centuries. The driver's nerves spike as the rough road grinds their progress to a crawl, way worse than they ever expected. He's terrified the sun will drop before they can reach the safety of the next village. Dusk falls, and that's when the monsters crawl out. After sunset, dark wolf packs and spectral ghost hounds slither out of the shadows like they own the night. The lead soldier rips his sword free, swearing that not a hair on their lord's guests will ever be touched. He demands Yuki and Odette stay locked inside the carriage, swearing he'll shield them, even if it means laying down his own life. Suddenly, a huge, shadowy monster rockets into view, and the soldier screams in pure panic. The guard's body froze in full battle mode, until he stared in horror and realized the enemy was Garm, coming back from his mission. Garm and Dyke dropped their findings. This battlefield was a dead, barren stretch of bare soil, stripped of every living creature. But the moment the ads started, the mana felt totally different. Both familiars clung to the air like it hurt. Every breath of mana felt prickly and dry, totally clashing with their master's gentle, warm energy. Odette drops the truth. Nobody knows why that battlefield stays cursed and empty forever. Right then, the carriage jerks to a stop, and a scout comes sprinting in to report everything. They've spotted monsters up ahead, dark wolves and hounds lying dead in a brutal mess, shredded by massive claws or smashed flat like they'd been dropped from a tower. Every single one of the pack got wiped out for good. Inside the carriage, Garm flashes a smug grin, and Yuki clocks it right away. His familiars had already cleared the route during their scouting run. He grins, finally exhaling, because their party is about to slip through the ancient battlefield and roll into the next village. No disasters, no trouble. The party finally bursts into their destination, the rumored hideout of Philippe Jurest, the pilot of the Lord of Beasts. They stare at the wrecked building, a crumbling ruin hiding deep in the forest. Old records say this place was once a grand Jurest royal villa. Now it's nothing but a crumbling husk, rotting away like time itself forgot it. The soldiers scoffed in doubt, but then it hit them. This spot was locked in for real, since Terragadium magic was used to confirm it on a captured enemy. The captive folded fast the moment they flashed a map of this place he'd stashed among his stuff, and when he saw it, he finally broke, admitting it was the hideout. That confession came way too easy, like he already counted on them finding nothing, or like it was a slick trick to stall them while he scrambled to reach the Empire and take the whole town hostage. This moment sparks big questions, because that whole building is totally demolished, and there's no way you'd hide something as massive as the Lord of Beasts in a place like that. A sudden thought hits Yuki, and he nods grimly. Yup, the prisoner was forced to sign those papers right after the interrogation. He snaps a fresh order to his trusty Garm, telling it to sniff out where those prisoners are still trapped, the clue still haunting the papers. His buddies start whispering that he's hunting a secret room nobody's found yet. But Yuki's theory doesn't point to a room at all. It locks onto something way crazier, a hidden passage. He lays out the whole reason, and you realize this place used to be a villa of the Jurast royal family, one of the few survivors from the brutal Eight Kings War. If Felipe's a descendant, it means his ancestors somehow slipped out of the chaos that wiped out their home. You'd bet your life a place this important would hide a secret emergency exit, one that's been passed down through the generations. Yuki puts it together. If there's an exit, it's almost certainly going to pop out near the stream that cuts through the valley below. He orders soldiers to fan out and scour the stretch of land by the stream. Almost right away, Garm shoots out a signal from inside the ruins, because he's already found the entrance. It's a patch of floor, right where the kitchen would have been, shockingly clean compared to all the wreckage around it. And yeah, this has to be it. Yuki needs things quiet, so she orders Odette to stir up a distraction. She blazes into the room and declares a magical inspection, then snaps at the soldiers to back off fast for their own safety. While everyone's eyes are elsewhere, Yuki slaps his palm to the floor and kicks on his special skill, hacking. He slips past the lock's defense and studies its magical insides, breaking down every mechanism like it's a puzzle. They spot the binding magic, tuned to one specific person's mana, then snip its power at the source and smash the lock wide open. But deep down, he knows this isn't the only trap waiting for him. He throws Odette a wild what if. If she were fleeing through a hidden magic passage while pursuers closed in right on her heels, what kind of trap would she spring? Her reply came fast and razor-sharp. She even chose a durable, restraining familiar, like a magic-made slime, to pin the enemy down and hold them back. Yukipo tested her hunch. She splashed Yukipur water laced with his blood onto the floor, turning it into a detection stage. Odette's prediction hit dead on. Right out of a secret floor compartment, a gigantic slime burst forth, slamming into the soldiers and knocking them back in pure shock. They grind their spears into position, lining them up straight for the creature's core. Yuki realizes this slime isn't natural at all. It's a magically twisted trap, the kind noble houses love to set to stall intruders. It creeps along at a crawl, and blasting it with destructive magic could crush the hidden passage in an instant. So you've got to hit it with brute force, not spells. The catch is this thing's core slides through its body like liquid, so you can't pin it down. You're always chasing the next move. Yuki taps his one-of-a-kind skill again. He hacks the system, and the moment he does, the moving slime freezes in place. Time passed. Because that slime drank the blood he spilled on the floor, it now has a straight line to his magic, hijacking everything it used to do. Its motion stops cold. Then the soldiers pounce together, striking as one. The squad tears down the monster and sends it packing. Yuki Odette's wild foresight is spot on. She just shrugs it off like it's nothing. He leans in, forcing her to spill more predictions, demanding to know what other traps are out there, lurking for her next. Odette weighs why she's stalling her enemy, then calls out the traps ready to ruin them. Poisoned arrows, raining boulders, and oil jars rigged to ignite. These compact, space-saving traps would be perfect for slipping through a tight, narrow passage. Odette's knowledge lights the way, and they gear up to step inside. Confident to the bone, the soldiers stake everything on their leaders. Odette steps up and takes the lead, ready to guide them through the ancient royal passage. Like she promised, they run headfirst into deadly poison arrow traps, crashing rock zones and burning oil, and somehow slip through every single one. After wiping out every last trap, they finally burst into the real hideout. It's not really a hideaway at all. It's a full-on laboratory, packed with weird machinery and scribbled notes everywhere. Yuki spots another way out and it screams down to the stream, proving his theory is right. Tucked among the leftovers sits a hulking suit of armor, almost certainly meant for a battle-ready ogre. And it's more proof the Jurast family hid here after the war before bolting north. Odette to the north lets them have it, calling their cowardice out loud, ripping them for fleeing their own people after they kicked off a war they never had the power to finish. Right then, a soldier yells out and drags their focus to a parchment he's just uncovered. Right there, next to Philippa Jerast's name, a whole lineup of other names sits too. As Yuki reads, his eyes blow wide with pure shock. It's a roll call of the ancient lords, sorted by rank. And already, 5 of the 8 slots have been snatched up by some mystery faction, grabbing heavyweight titans like the Lord of Paladins and the Lord of Berserkers. A creepy note gets tacked on. Time is loosening the seal on that ancient relic, and it'll lift soon, so don't go doing anything reckless before it happens. Then the implications hit like a nightmare. Yuki's side already has 3 of the lords, but this document makes it clear. 2 more are being held by the enemy. He remembers hearing that the most powerful ancient relic was only sealed halfway. And if that seal is cracking now, a fully restored Lord could burst back into the world any day. The Magic Guild has only locked down a few starter models, and they're absolutely not ready for the nightmare coming for them. The Lords of Phantoms and Beasts they battled weren't even the real deal, just prototype monsters, while way bigger, far scarier versions loom above them. This isn't just concerning, it's downright rage-inducing. By cracking that partial seal, they've basically unlocked way more than just the Lords. Other ancient relics will wake up and go fully functional. And if the ruins of the Elysium Temple shoved those artifacts into the Empire's hands, then the balance of power is about to tip in the most catastrophic way imaginable. This massive headache just smashed into me. Yuki steals his resolve. He'll carry this intel to the Magic Guild through Iris, but he'll also step up and act on his own initiative. He's going solo into the great dungeon of Elysium, no backup, just pure nerve. To beat the Empire, he has to hunt down fresh ancient relics and magic, maybe even the sealing methods the hero Lyle uncovered. As he sharpens his plan, Odette spots something worse, something that chills the bone. She clutches a razor-detailed plan, stamped at the start by Philippe Jurest and Dorothea Zamulta, the one who once wielded the Lord of Phantoms. So yeah, they weren't just connected, they were allies. Their whole plan was to sneak into the royal capital and strike from the inside. Philippi was set to charge into the city on the Lord of Beasts, ripping through it with full-blown chaos and brutal destruction. At the same time, Dorothea unleashed the Lord of Phantoms and her necromancy to wrest control of the entire populace. If these two forces had struck together, the kingdom would have crumbled for good. Odette's heart is pounding at the thought of this terrifying scheme, and the only thing that keeps her standing is knowing Yuki, without even realizing it, already ruined the whole plan. She stares at him with fresh awe, finally grasping just how massive the disaster he just stopped really was. Her eyes sparkle with admiration, but frustration gnaws at her because she can't do what she wants. The investigation exposed Dorothea Zamuth and Felpa Jerast's busted schemes. They'd mapped out land plots meant to ignite chaos in the capital, while their Elysium Temple followers seized Elysium itself. Their plan crashed hard, but just when it looked hopeless, they couldn't find a single shred of proof tying their moves to the Empire. Everyone figured the Emperor or nobles, signed papers would surface and prove the temple's remnants had their backing, but digging turned up nothing. Left behind were only scribbled notes on how to reach the temple. No direct imperial connection, sure, but still a goldmine of useful intel. With zero hesitation, the Taurius investigation soldiers get the order. Snatch every suspicious item on site and lock it up for a deeper, no-mistakes inspection. With every clue secured, their work at the site finally comes to an end. Right before the team bolts, the young magician slips away and begs for a moment alone. He blurts out that he wants to race to Veryl's ancient battlefield while the daylight is still burning bright, and he swears he'll be back at the inn before dark. He leans in and tells you just how obsessed he is with history, especially this place, where a brutal battle happened 200 years ago. Later that afternoon, he rockets through the sky like a streak of fire. He casts a flight spell, cranks it up with a double boost, and Garm and him rocket toward their destination at breakneck speed. Odette, riding along with them, blurts that trusting Garm was the smartest move, because that familiar's razor-sharp senses never miss a thing. They crash onto a dead, empty wasteland with nothing but dust and silence stretching for miles. This is the ancient battlefield of Veryl, a lifeless sea of dirt so brutal that not a single blade of grass or tree dares to grow. He stares into the past and clicks. This is the wreckage of the Eight Kings' War, a brutal clash fueled by terrifying magic that erupted after his old life finally ended. He stares into his alternate past, haunted by one question. If he'd survived, would D. Nosferatu have been yanked into the war too? He lets his mind burn with the terrifying ancient magic that wrecked this land, so massive it feels like it would have instantly lit a fire of rage in his veins. In that moment, he imagines himself forced to tend to the badly wounded, so different from the chaos of the fight. But he shoves the idea aside. It's a memory from the past, and right now, nobody can prove it. A sudden, gut-deep worry hits him. What if the people from the nearby Fira village are about to face the worst? Sensing his master's unease, Garm shot them a worried look, but almost instantly, everything felt right again. When someone asks Garm about monsters, he growls that the smell of normal creatures is basically gone, and yet there aren't any nearby. With the area finally clear, the magician doesn't wait. He dives straight into his own investigation. As Garm starts pacing the perimeter, the magician snaps into action and readies his spell. He slashes a sigil into his palm, then slams his magic into motion. He roars the force of earth and slams his attack into the ground with a thunderous blast. Next, he studies the outcome. Yikes, the impact barely bites, way shallower than he expected. The ground feels brutally hard, his magic sputters like it's losing strength, and the mistale blood effects fade off faster than they ever should. Kneeling in the lifeless dirt, it finally hits him. Everything clicks into place. Out here, the mana in the air feels way weaker than in any other place. In this world, mana seeps naturally through the soil, the air, and the water. Then magicians yank it into their spells. In his past life, his mistale blood, packed with mana, let him drink that power with unreal ease, giving him immortality. Now it all clicks. Garm's prickly dry land wasn't just a warning. The mana here is razor-thin and a nightmare to absorb, so nothing can grow, and farming just can't happen. And that's when he realizes it. This is the horrifying legacy that the Eight Kings' War leaves scattered across every battlefield. So yeah, as a magician, he's burning to uncover the secrets he couldn't ever grasp in his past life. He's burning to crack the ancient magic behind all this, dig up the truth about the mysterious old relics, and hunt down the lost city of Elysian. He decides to dig in deep, promising Garm he's got zero plans to die anytime soon. Right on cue, Garm snaps his focus, warning him about someone closing in fast. It's a carriage rolling with a squad of tight-lipped soldiers, all watching everything like they're racing against time. They aren't coming from the village at all. They're rolling in from the direction of Torius Castle. Garm lunges to intercept them, but his master yanks him back before he can move. They swing to strike, but then they don't, because instead they step forward and greet these unexpected visitors. A magnificent carriage roars across the wasteland at breakneck speed, shaking the ground with every thunderous jolt. Its gleaming, ornate design screams for attention, way too beautiful to belong in this dead, desolate wasteland. He muses that the fancy prestige of royalty and nobles can turn into a real headache. With every step closer, the furious sounds of an argument spill out from inside. He's pretty sure they're arguing over the right way to greet him, because he's still covered in dust from crawling through the battlefield. From inside the carriage, a girl's voice shrieks for her lord, so commanding, so unmistakable, it hits like a storm. With resignation weighing him down, he steels his nerves and decides to march right up and make the move. He and Garm march toward the stopped carriage while the guards stare, stunned and frozen in disbelief. He drops to one knee in front of the carriage door, and his soldiers copy him instantly. Then the door rips open, swinging wide like a threat. Princess Iris bursts out, her gaze slicing across the empty, barren plains. Her eyes lock onto the kneeling figures in front of her. She clocked him in an instant, and a shocked scream tore out of her. From across the distance, Princess Iris Rischa, he says, dropping into a deep bow, "I'm your guardian knight, Sir Yuki Glossaria." The princess' face lights up with raw emotion, and her calm collapses into pure, unstoppable joy. She bursts out that the second she hears the news, he and Lady Odette already sent word to Torias. She launches into action at once. So right on Prince Kane's orders, her brother, she raced to come and join him. She shoots him a sharp look and points at the carriage, basically beckoning him to climb in so they can lay out their next moves. He grabs her outstretched hand like it's the only way out. Inside, they lock in a plan and decide to meet Lady Odette at the nearby village. A woman steps up and introduces herself as Elmiralatis, the aided Prince Kane meant to help the princess. And then she smirks, insisting her service is way better than that young girl could ever be. Pearl, Princess Iris, just calmly remarks that Elmira's completely devoted to her brother. She explains that with armed ogres getting more deadly and the Empire moving in unsettling ways, the royal family orders soldiers and sends 2 Magic Guild aides straight into the chaos. The other aide, the one she'll introduce later, stayed right by Count Torias and Lady Natasha, while Elmira rushed straight to report to Prince Kane. That's why Elmira snapped into action the moment she learned they were tracking the Lord of Beasts' hideout. Princess Iris stands tall and declares the royal family demanded she pair up with her guardian knight, and vows she'll never, ever leave his side. He's totally stunned by the command, but Elmira's serious nod snaps it into place. This is a direct order from Prince Kane himself. Switching gears, Elmira leans in and demands to know why he's all alone in a place like this. He explains why he's got a magician's curiosity about this battlefield's stubborn weirdness, and Elmer drops a bombshell. Prince Kane has been studying the land, too. The prince didn't just shrug at Veryl's weird magic. He assembled a crack team to hunt down every strange magical phenomenon on the island. Yuki can't believe it. Prince Kane is this young, yet he's already a seriously remarkable B-rank magician and sage. Elmira practically glows with pride as the prince gets praised, She's bragging that he's one of the Magic Guild's best researchers. She tells his team their theory. Ancient magic so brutal it scorched the land to the bone, leaving it barren even to this very day. While they trade ideas on magical theory, Yuki lays it out. This kind of magic would gulp down insane mana, strip the land of its life, and leave it unable to recover. His insight leaves everyone speechless. He lays out the manipulation theory with laser-sharp precision, a complicated idea Prince Kane's team had only just started trying to crack. Elmira admits she's never even heard of something like that. He snaps to his mistake, then scrambles to brush it off, claiming it's just a rookie's hunch, nothing more. Elmira is totally blown away, and she tells Prince Kane that his creativity could supercharge his research team, because the wild new theory tying monodensity to the Baroness is a breakthrough that could change everything. He refuses with a polite smile, swearing his only job is to stand guard as Princess Iris's guardian knight, and that he has zero plans to serve anyone else. His bold declaration sends the princess into an instant, fiery blush. Deep down, he knows the safest move is to say no, because back in his old life, one wrong step taught him that underestimating humans, especially the top-ranked mages in the Magic Guild, could rip his real identity wide open. He snaps his gaze to the princess and tells her to steady herself, because Elmira's curiosity is about to light up the moment she blushes. Meanwhile, at Count Torius' estate, the Count greets his daughter, Natasha, with a warm welcome that hits like the calm before everything explodes. He lets out a huge breath of relief when she comes back safe from her mission. He lets out a stunned gasp when he realizes she's marching straight into danger, right there with Princess Iris. Natasha throws all the credit for their safety onto Sir Yuki and Lady Odette, saying she can't thank them enough. The Count pivots toward the Magic Guild's envoys, and with a grateful nod, he thanks them for their lightning-fast reply, and for the crucial info they delivered. A mage fires back in a low, chilling voice, flat out saying they wouldn't be stuck on this northern frontier if it weren't for Sir Zamel's direct orders. Then he drops his demand, "Let us see the Lord of Beasts before you ship it off to the capital." Inside the castle armory, a Magic Guild mage stood frozen in awe, staring straight at the captured Lord of Phantoms. That towering automaton sits tucked away right next to a whole unit of soldiers, like a proof of pure, unstoppable power. Marvel's intimidating presence hits hard. He can't stop imagining the Magic Guild's next leap once they study how it's built. Action, one side wants to haul the Lord to the capital to honor Sir Yuki and Lady Odette's amazing achievements. The Zamel faction steps up, declaring they'll seize it for themselves, and they won't tolerate a single objection. And just like that, a conflict of interest starts simmering inside the Magic Guild. Hours later on the road, Yuki and the others tore into what came next: political fallout, bold moves, and all the ugly pressure. Because if the Empire got involved, the first punch would be a formal protest, and the royal family would almost certainly clamp down by beefing up the border near Torius territory. Yuki fires off his own plan, then tells his crew to stake out Felipe Jarrah's hideout and keep a close eye on everything. Odette nods and locks in the plan, snag allies for intel, then turn them into witnesses, and this time she decides she'll do the job herself. Princess Iris declares the royal family won't rest until they sniff out the Empire's real play, because nobody wants another brutal Eight Kings War, and if the leftover Elysium Temple is behind it, then capturing them is the quickest way to end this. Yuki gushes that her judgment is priceless, and Elmira quickly adds that she's speaking formally, fully aware of where she stands. Princess Iris clenches her thoughts and lays it out. This empire is the danger, so they have to move fast, dig up proof, and catch the culprits before history bites back like it did in her past life. Elmer shoots them a grin and says they don't have to fear the Empire anymore, because now they've got two lords in their hands. With the Lord of Phantoms, the Lord of Beasts, and that mysterious Black Lord in her corner, she's convinced they can smash the Empire if they unleash every last one of their assets. Meanwhile, Princess Iris clocked Yuki Fane's total cluelessness about who the Black Lord really was. Elmira can't help but wonder if this mysterious force is the very perfect Lord Prince Kane's been hunting for. When they press her, she admits with absolute certainty that Prince Kane's craving is real, then declares she'll stay put in Torius territory to dig up more answers, and she even asks Yuki to help her make sense of it. Then she spills the truth. Prince is going to lock that terrifying power away and use it for himself. Yuki pauses, utterly thrown off by the idea of using that weapon for personal reasons. Then the story drops this bombshell. These legendary, ancient power items could only be held by someone like Prince Kane's bloodline, the kind of person born noble and dripping with insane magical talent. Elmira shouts her ambition. She's going to find Prince Cain an exclusive lord, the absolute strongest in Elysian, and she won't stop until she digs all the way to the deepest reaches. Yuki and Iris lock eyes and silently agree to keep this secret between them, for now. They finally roll into a quiet, rustic village. The moment they arrive, the local soldiers are stunned to find Yuki isn't alone. Princess Iris is at his side, and they instantly drop to their knees, bowing in pure reverence. The princess quickly settles everyone's nerves, saying she's stuck here on orders to stay right beside Sir Yuki, and she has zero plans to get in the way of their mission. She demands privacy to talk with Yuki and Odette, then sets a formal visit to the enemy base for later, and a soldier assures her their lodging is already waiting. They take the deal, and the party gets herded straight to their rooms. They step into the plain wooden lodging waiting for them, ready for whatever comes next. The moment they step inside, Princess Iris exhales in pure relief, her stiff royal mask crumbling as she barrels toward Yuki, panic for his safety crashing over her. She admits that finding out he battled a horde of ogres, and even the Lord of Beasts, sent her anxiety through the roof. Her worry suddenly flips into burning curiosity about the Black Lord her father warned her about, and Yuki promises he'll explain it all. In their room, Yuki breaks it all down, how Ophelia helped him snag the jet Black Lord at the ruins of Fira village, and then how he crushed the Lord of Beasts right after. Iris is rocked to the core when she learns that her ancestor Rosalva's descendant ended up in the Torius Count family. Det grimaces at the truth. These wins can't be announced in public, because they'd rocket the Glossaria family up the nobility ladder by several ranks. Yuki nods because if the Black Lord's identity slips into the open, everything collapses, and he knows the second the Magic Guild learns what it holds, they'll come clawing for that power. He stares at it and realizes it's Lyle's legacy, his priceless memento from childhood, something he'll never, ever surrender to a soul. So he turns to Princess Iris and demands she find a secret hangar to stash the Lord, and she agrees on the spot without a second thought. Yuki's blown away by how fast she responds, so he thanks her, and she shoots back that if he's dealing with problems, then they're hers too. She declares, "It's my duty to help you," then leans on her princess status and the power she carries through the Magic Guild. Iris tells him she wants to fight beside him the way Odette does, but Odette shuts her down fast. "Leave the battle to me." Odette admits that just trying to keep pace with Yuki is already a battle, and Iris immediately steps in, saying she trusts Odette to have his back. Then the two lock eyes and share a real moment of mutual respect. As a thank you, Iris swears she'll make sure Odette gets her assets if she ever leaves the human world with Yuki, and Odette politely refuses. Yuki cuts in with his plan. He'll track down the next lord and make sure the repayment hits only her. Their conversation gets overheard by Elmira, and she's like, "Seriously, you never stop blowing my mind." Elmira laid it all out. She was meant to show up solo, but Masters ML, an A-rank magician with teeth, demanded she bring his subordinate, and that's when the ugly faction war underneath finally surfaced. Prince Cain couldn't stand it, and that's when Elmira, right from the opposing Cain faction, got thrown onto the mission too. Yuki clocks the sheer scale of it and grimaces. Those Magic Guild faction wars are a total headache. Iris breaks down the whole mess. Two factions with two totally different ideas of magic. The Cain faction, backing the second prince, and the Zemmel faction, led by Elder Zemmel, and their showdown isn't about swinging swords, it's a battle over how magic should be used in the first place. When they press Iris about who she really sides with, she flashes a proud grin and says, "Sure, I'm officially with the Cain faction, but my heart and loyalty are pure Yuki." Det blurts out she wants in on this new faction too, and Yuki nods, just with one condition. They keep it totally hush-hush. And just when you think Yuki's questions might fade, they don't. She's still itching to know. If the Cain faction is hunting a lord for the prince's private use, then what does the Zemmel faction want? Right then, his companion's instinct screamed. Someone was closing in. Right after that, a sharp knock rattles the door. Elmira Lotus steps in only after asking permission to enter. She storms in with a sharp apology for the disruption, clutching a blazing urgent report from a messenger the Torius family sent. Bruno, the Zemmel faction mage they left behind at Torius Castle, just dropped the bombshell. He's claiming he owns the Lord of Beasts. The whole crew freezes, because that move is downright brazen. Elmer lays out the precedent. The Magic Guild's rules say the ancient item's owner is whoever manages to claim it first. And if you really follow that logic, then the Lord of Beasts doesn't just fall. He belongs to the very ones who defeated him. Since the Black Lord's true identity is still a mystery, Yuki and Odette should be the rightful owners. but the Zemel faction has brazenly stolen that claim for themselves. Desperate, Elmira drops to her knees in front of Princess Iris, pleading for her to step in and make Zemel faction face the truth about their greedy, terrible choices. Back at the Torius Castle Armory, things start to spiral fast and the tension keeps climbing. A brutal standoff is heating up as the castle guards square off against the Magic Guild. Toria's family steward begs them to stop, shouting that the Magic Guild doesn't have the right to even peek at their armory without permission. He leans in and reminds everyone that Yuki and Odette brought the Lord down, and that they should at least hold tight until they come back. The Zemel faction's magician shrugs off his plea and snaps that their moves are a judgment powered by advanced magic, then tells everyone to focus on the Zemel faction first, because if they want a real shot at the Empire, they've got to stack power fast. The steward pleads with them to leave the guild's internal fights out of his territory. She snaps that it's an emergency, time is burning, and orders her soldiers to rip a path through while daring the steward straight to his face. She finally spills the real scheme. Hand the Lord of Beasts to Sir Zamel and let him mass-produce replicas using its design, because she's convinced that move could let them take over the entire empire. The steward's daughter just stands there, crushed by despair, and she blames herself for bringing them into their mess in the first place. Suddenly, a calm voice slices through the chaos. Ophelia has stepped in to reassure her sister. Her sister clocks the shift in her, and Ophelia snaps that she finally gets what those legends really mean, so they've got nothing to fear. Later, she swears she'll sing the song that'll crown the new legend the one who spun it has just unleashed. But before anything else, she snarls that she'll punish anyone reckless enough to steal from him. She calmly tells him the fast horse she sent should have arrived by now, then turns to her small companion and declares it's time to move. She feels a calm fury flare up inside her and vows no one is getting their hands on the Lord of Beasts he fought for. She snaps to her sister, telling her to run straight to their father and spill the plan, while she and Cliff set the perfect opening so the guards can catch the thieves and throw them in restraints. Still reeling from the shock, her father swallows his doubt and puts his trust in her as Ophelia steps forward. The Zamel magician steps in front of the young girl and demands, in a sharp voice, to know exactly who she is. Instead of answering, Ophelia bursts into song, her voice telling a story of a king whose treasures truly belong to everyone, of a beloved guardian who walks right among them, trusted with it all. The magician snarls, totally baffled, and demands to know what she thinks she's singing. Ophelia's song surges in, shifting into a commanding roar, telling everyone to rise up against the ones trying to snatch their guardian's treasure, warning them that it's not theirs to touch, and demanding they step back right now. Fury flares in the magician as he snaps back, swatting Ophelia aside like she's just a naive kid who doesn't know the real depths of magic. She blasts a surge of magic straight at the young songstress, but the strike lands and nothing. Ophelia stands there totally untouched, while her father's jaw drops in pure shock. Right then, Cliff dives in and slams the magician, swooping down like a nightmare. She screams in agony. The magic choking the Toria family snaps cleanly, and the steward crumples to the ground. With the opening set, the steward snaps out an order, sees those thieves tied to the Magic Guild. Ophelia, old and unshaken, towers over the fallen magician as her voice slices the air, cold and crystal, telling him the real insolent one is you, and you'd better not dare underestimate the people of the true Lord. A woman begs for action, swearing the greedy Zamel factions can't keep claiming ownership of the Lord of Beasts, and she wants their crimes dragged into the light. First, the young princess stays unshaken, declaring that with her lord and his familiar, they'll reach Torius Castle way faster than any horse could take them. Her eyes lock onto the far-off mountains, clinging to the hope this whole nightmare will get settled fast. Meanwhile, inside the castle, a Zemel faction fighter gets boxed in by guards, and they bark orders for her to grab hold of the rebellion, right now. Blood smearing from her nose, she glares at them and snaps, insisting that no mage could ever control themselves when an ancient relic this monstrous is right in front of them. Her gaze snaps to the Lord of Beasts' open boarding hatch. If she grabs her chance, she can hit the controls, trigger the hatch, and slip out alive. A voice booms down from above and orders her to stop, right now. She looks up, and there's a strange young man standing with the princess. One glance is enough. He's nobody she's ever seen from the Zemel or the Cain factions. She's frozen in shock at their sudden arrival, staring at them like, how did they reach the castle this fast? Their whole trip was a calculated gamble. Sure, flying would have been the fastest route, but those inhuman movements would have screamed their presence and drawn the wrong kind of eyes. Instead, the young lord snatched a horse for a temporary familiar and leaned in close, whispering every plan straight into its ear. He scribbled it at a blinding pace, driving that animal to the edge and beyond. As soon as they slipped out of sight of the royal soldiers, he handed the horse to his companions, sparked his levitation magic, and shot straight to the castle with Iris the whole way. Right now, the guards get a command, seize him on the spot. Right then, a songstress for the party bursts into loud singing, carving out a path as the messenger of the Great One steps in. The captured mage seethes with frustration, spitting a hiss at the girl to stop her impromptu show, because he knows they can't afford to make the royal family an enemy. She steels herself for a last-ditch gamble. She'll unleash the Lord of Beasts and flee, even if it turns her into a hunted fugitive. But right as she reaches for the hatch, a dog's head suddenly pops out from inside. The maid just freezes, completely stunned and speechless. A dog inside a weapon so ancient and deadly. Why in the world was it in there? Right before she can even catch her breath, the animal lunges in and smashes her with a brutal, bone-jarring hit. She gets slammed to the ground and instantly loses the fight. Yuki, the young man, stands over the crumpled mage with Princess Iris in his arms, his familiar garm. Then the princess finally realizes the sick truth. She let herself get pulled away by the boy and the singing girl, and that's what let his familiar ambush her. She jerks up from the ground, sputtering in disbelief, and shoves a dog into an ancient, venerable item. Yuki gives a blunt, no-strings sorry, then adds that his familiar was the one who wiped out the item in the first place. Right then, Glossaria, Princess Iris's guardian knight, came storming in with Yukio, and they officially seized the mage, finally putting an end to the chaos he caused across Toria's domain. The defeated woman gathers every last scrap of strength for one final strike. Then her body locks up mid-move, trapped by an invisible force. Pure terror floods her face, and you can almost see her fear take over the room. Yuki calmly tells them she's already been caught by some cheap spell, nothing ancient, just a basic snare. Humiliated after getting beat by a bat and a dog, the Zemel faction member gets bound up and dragged away in chains. With her captive gone, Princess Iris grabs Yuki's attention and pours out her gratitude for everything he did. He pushes them to seal the Lord of Beasts again, insisting it's nothing but trouble, but Iris shoots that down, saying it's a waste, and swears the Magic Guild will deal with the artifact fairly. She says Sir Zamel wasn't chasing glory at all. He wanted the Lord of Beasts so he could power his research team to forge replicas of ancient treasures. Everyone calls it straight-up greed, especially since Sir Zamel already has the mighty Lord of Phantoms under his thumb. Even the Kane faction is convinced these kinds of artifacts don't belong to just anyone. They should go only to the people tough enough to wield them and defend the nation. Yuki decides, right there, that he'll take on the Lord of Beasts and submit it to the guild himself, because that reward could skyrocket his rank, lock him in, and let him protect Eris as her fiancée with zero drama. Right as his mind starts spiraling, Ophelia's song hits a stress note, and she suddenly drops to her knees, thanking him again and again. Everyone else is stunned that the protocol got blown wide open, thanking a guardian knight before the princess even speaks. Ophelia blurts out the truth. If that criminal had lit the gunpowder in the armory while they were trying to swipe the beasts, the damage would have been catastrophic. Sir Yuki shut that disaster down cold, so now he's earned their gratitude first. She snaps back and says she'll take whatever punishment comes for disrespecting them. Princess Iris just smiles and says there's no punishment coming at all. Then Iris blurts out that it was her, following the Magic Guild's orders, who dragged Yuki here, and she demands he let her thank him and apologize too. He's left stunned by her humility, like the Lord can't believe what he's seeing. Yuki spots a tiny move from the princess, and his gut instantly screams that sign she's up to something. Iris's eyes suddenly lit up. She just had an idea. To make up for it, she decides to hand him a gift, like a real apology that hits straight from the heart. She tells him she's had this gift in her heart for ages, her way of paying him back for everything he's done. She tells her ladies-in-waiting to lead them through town, but insists Yuki come with her personally so she can pick the perfect gift. She just wants to stroll through those breathtaking lands, side by side with the people she loves most. She's aching to see the mountains rising in full view from the castle town. Yuki gets it instantly. Right here, you can clearly spot the mountain where her village, Fiera, once stood. He humbly takes it and admits, being gifted by you is an honor I don't feel I've earned. The princess lights up with pure joy, thrilled by his acceptance. The Lord tells them to call it a night, rest up now and hit the town tomorrow. As everyone starts to scatter, Ophelia leans in and softly grills Yuki. So what's the deal? Is he and the princess secretly together? He shoots back a cryptic answer, claiming it connects to the legends she already knows. Then her eyes flare wide with instant understanding. Clothes in hand, Ophelia pledges to guard their secret with her life, and vows she'll run every detail of their stroll, even prepping discreet outfits for the princess. Everyone clicks in at once. This outing isn't just any trip to her highness, it's a date. Alone in her room, her eyes glittered with pure excitement, because this was a date from her past life, and back then, she could never even leave her village. She remembers it vividly. Her lord would only slip down from the mountain under cover of night to fetch what they needed, so stepping through a town in broad daylight feels completely brand new. The thought of going on a date with him makes her heart slam like it's trying to break out. She hesitates for a second, thinking about the other girls already circling him, and wonders if she can actually win him over. She shook off every doubt in her head and vowed to prove to him just how far she'd grown. She stares at her reflection, praying that one day he'll finally see her, not as a younger kid, but as someone his own age. She slips into a plain dress and a hooded cloak, the kind of outfit that lets her vanish in plain sight. With fresh resolve blazing in her chest, she gets ready for her very first date, fully fired up and ready to make it count. Wait, watch me, my lord, she thinks. Today is the first date of my life, and I'm about to hit you with a real surprise. Two maids stand ready in front of those towering doors, bracing themselves for the moment duty finally hits. Her nerves jolt nonstop as she reminds herself how massive today's mission is, then guides Princess Iris and Sir Yuki through the town on a low-key, discreet outing. Her companion is hiding a secret, holding it back for now, because if he exposes their lord's true nature too soon, it'll knock her sister off her duties. The group bursts out onto the city streets, ready for whatever chaos comes next. Yuki stares up at the cloudy sky, eyes narrowing as she predicts it'll burn off and turn sunny by afternoon. He already mapped out their whole route, skipping the packed northern streets and steering them south to a quiet plaza, with a quick stop through the southwest market first. Iris is completely thrown off, because this guy is unbelievably prepared. Yuki tells everyone that, as her guardian knight, it felt only natural to send his familiars ahead to scout the town and make sure they stayed safe. Iris is blown away by his drive, and the truth hits her. This guy isn't just capable of helping, he can protect them for real. Yuki grins at his familiars and fires off quick orders to lock in the escort formation, then turns right back to the princess. He slowly reaches out, hand open, like he's inviting her into something dangerous. A blushing Iris nods and accepts, and just like that they start their walk through town, fingers locked hand in hand. They reach the market in no time, an all-out whirlwind of vendors shouting, shoppers crowding in, and the whole street buzzing like it's alive. Iris whips her gaze around, eyes blazing with pure excitement as the whole vibrant atmosphere hits her like a wave. Later, she fires a quiet question at him. What would he want as a gift? Praying he'll give the one answer she's secretly craving. Yuki's very first thoughts are straight practical, dry rations that can survive forever. Then he pauses, thinking deeper. Maybe hand cream for the maids, because their hands get wrecked every brutal winter. But Iris pushes him to drop the practicality for now. And that's when Yuki gets shoved onto yet another practical track, launching into an excited rant about advanced farming tools forged from brand new alloys. From far away, the maids watch, totally hooked, as the two keep trading charming lines that don't quite match, yet somehow work. Iris was frustrated to her core, but she refused to back down. She pushed forward with a bold idea, a ring. Yuki snaps to it that they're on the exact same wavelength, and Iris lights up like, "Yes, I thought the same thing." He huddles with the maids, and they tell him the truth. Market stalls are stuffed with cheap goods for commoners, nothing like the official jewelers who cater to the nobility. Iris waves it off like the cost doesn't matter at all, and the two of them head straight for the stall. The second she spots those charming accessories, delight hits her instantly. Yuki's gaze lands on that lopsided stone, and boom, one old memory crashes back in, the same kind of gift he once gave Ramilia. He's got his eyes on this one. Yeah, it's a bit lower purity, but it still lands right inside his budget. As he steps in to buy one, Iris bursts in with pure excitement and demands the vendor give her two. Before Yuki even gets a chance to react, Iris slips up to the counter and pays for both pendants. The maids share hushed memories of that stone's weight, how their mother, Ramilia, once received it from their lord. Yuki snatches one of the necklaces and carefully slips it over Iris's neck, fastening it tight like it matters more than anything. She gazes down at it, and pure joy lights up her eyes like sparks in the dark. He tells her it fits her perfectly, and she doesn't hesitate. She snatches his offer and puts it on for him right away. Once their shopping done, the whole crew hurries off toward the southern plaza. While they sit and catch their breath, Iris's eyes snag on a far-off snow-capped mountain. She stares up at the mountain where the village once stood, and her voice trembles with raw, aching longing. Yuki tells her, "We can't go right now, but one day I'll find a way to take you there." For now, he thrusts a tiny paper bag into her hands. She shoots him a knowing look the second she smells those homemade baked sweets. Their nostalgic aroma gives it all away. He tells them he made those flowers that morning with bannerlala blooms he'd picked from the garden of her old home, flowers she once planted in her past life, like a promise to herself that one day she'd marry him. Overjoyed, Iris takes a bite and savors that taste of home, staring toward her lost village in the distance. She drapes herself against him, smiling like she's claiming the first bite of his baking in this brand new era. Yuki casually drops the bomb that he already handed some over to the maids for a taste test. Iris's grin drops in an instant, pure, possessive rage flares up. Then she swallows it fast because she can't actually bring herself to snap at her loyal retainers. That night, the castle explodes with celebration. Everyone throws a grand party to cheer the defeat of the Lord of Beasts and the arrival of Princess Iris. The grand hall roars with chatter as the host lifts his glass and fires off a toast. As the celebration rages on, Yuki clocks the chaos, slips away, and disappears without anyone catching on. While everyone at the castle watches the party, he slips into the woods, calls forth his mighty familiar, Lord of Nosferatu. Clinging to the armored beast like a weapon in the sky, he rockets down toward the mountain and lands fast at the ruins of Fira village. Right there, he unleashes his magic and summons Iris straight to his side. Together, they stare at the battered ruins of her old home, the kind that looks like it's been through hell. A swarm of bats, heir to his old familiars, bursts in, chirping with joy, and he wastes no time, introducing every last one of them to Alice. They push deeper into the ruins until they stumble into the old village square, where one lone, ancient tree looms over a graveyard like a silent guardian. Iris immediately clocks the spot. This is where her dad, Lyle, kept pushing day after day, until Ramilia finally gave in and said yes. With the lapis stone in hand, she hoists it high and declares she'll follow her father's relentless example, no turning back. With quiet fire in her chest, she strides toward him beneath the moonlit branches of the great tree. She stares up at him and blurts out her own proposal. "Please, my lord, stand me upright." And with a soft smile, he assures her he'll never, ever leave her. He treats her like his precious family, someone he'd never, ever abandon. She blurts it out, "You were reckless in your past life, too." And now that she's been reincarnated to stay by his side, leaving him alone just isn't happening. She pouts and swears that someday he'll finally look at her, not like some kid, but like a real lady. Her father's unshakable determination crashes back into his mind, and now he finally sees it in her. As Iris slips away to explore more of the village, Yuki orders his familiar to stay close and keep a sharp eye on her. He decides to let her have some breathing room, so he heads back to the castle first and summons her later. The Lord of Nosferatu scoops her up with tender force, hurling her gently into the air so she can steal one last, breathtaking look at her home. Then, moments later, he's right back on her balcony at Torius Castle. She thanks him for the best day ever, then they part ways and say goodnight. As his familiar rockets off, Yuki spots Iris's hands caked in dirt, and that strange detail instantly scrambles his thoughts. That night, he clenches his resolve, then promises himself he'll investigate first thing in the morning. At dawn, he storms back into Fira village, and the truth behind everything finally hits him. He digs up a huge flat stone from the dirt, its surface roughly carved with a chilling message. "My lord and Alice Carmen were engaged here." A fan's grin snaps onto his face when he realizes she's got the same stubborn, no-nonsense fire as her father. He figures the stone's staying put, right where it is, while his bat familiars keep a close eye on it, and he's completely satisfied with how the whole journey turned out. After showing Iris his home, he clenches his resolve and swears he'll sprint back to the capital. Even with danger stalking every step toward Fira village, the party pulled it off. Then, after a few calm, hard-earned days, they finally turned around and set off back for the royal capital. The return trip was smooth. No monsters crashed the party, and not a single enemy ever blocked their way. At the port, they shared one last tearful farewell with Natasha and Ophelia, who'd come to see them off. With the very last waves crashing, they tore themselves away from the Torius territory. On the ship, Odette sat by her side, smiling like she'd just found a hidden treasure, replaying every sweet moment with her adorable familiar Garm. Yuki told her straight up that he'd planned to put Garm in charge as her personal guard, because with the North Empire making its recent moves, the Yuki faction needed its own protectors fast. Odette's eyes widened when she realized Ophelia wasn't just nearby. She was tangled in the whole arrangement, too. Iris and Odette apparently had already talked it over with Ophelia the day before, and they decided to pull Natasha into the plan, too. Odette figured that if they never said where they stood out loud, it would throw everyone off and make the move politically genius. A few days after they stumbled back into the royal capital, Yuki was caught lounging on a couch, pretending to be sick. Church's maid, Martha, didn't let him slide. She shoved the truth into his face. He'd been summoned to the royal palace, and he could forget about pretending to be sick to dodge it. Yuki sighed and called out his act, admitting straight up that he's more scared for her than he'll ever be for himself. Fresh off his travels, he handed her a thoughtful bottle of hand cream, something he'd grabbed from the shop Ophelia had sworn by. Martha, yeah, Ramai, lit up like a kid on her birthday after that gesture. All dressed in his formal attire, Yuki couldn't help but question why he even needed a royal audience. Couldn't he just grab his reward and skip the whole flashy ceremony? Martha said human jealousy is a wildfire, so if he stacked titles and rewards in secret, it'd spark suspicion and fire rumors about shady backroom deals. The moment he got it, he realized the king had to go public with his wins, right in front of the whole court, to make those victories count. Once he got it through his head, he turned to Martha and asked her to come with him, and she said yes without a second thought, moved that he knew her careful protection of his home is exactly what lets him make it succeed out there. At the towering gates of the royal palace, the guards thundered their announcement. Yuki Glossaria, Baron Glossaria's second son, and Odette, Duchess Slay's eldest daughter, were finally ready to meet. The king's name was spoken over them, and just like that, they were allowed to stride into the grand hall. As they marched down the long carpet toward the throne, the nobles in the crowd clocked those two 13-year-olds from the Guardian night matches, then burst into loud stories of how they'd beaten the lord who dared invade Taurius. From his towering throne, King Reseda watched them roll in, sensing fresh talent starting to sprout across the kingdom. Yuki and Odette stood right in front of the king, while Cain and Iris loomed beside the throne, watching like the fate of everything hung on their next breath. They dropped to their knees and announced, in full ceremony, that they'd arrived. The king barked the order, "Stand up right now." His Majesty turned to Yuki first, praising him for smashing the lord who struck the northern territory. And right then, he admitted the price was brutal, because he'd heard Yuki poured out so much magical power that he ended up completely frozen, unable to move. The king announced that without Yuki stepping in, the kingdom's northern bulwark would have been shattered, and for saving it, he'd be rewarded for these achievements. Then Prince Cain stepped forward and declared that the Linbel Magic Guild had provisionally named Yuki a C-rank mage. And because of his grind, the kingdom finally unlocked a second powerful lorda, an ancient relic still being investigated as we speak. After the investigation wrapped up, Cain leaned in and told Yuki he'd get to choose his fate. Either pump up his family's baronial house, or strike out and build a brand new house of his own. When Yuki thought about his family, he snapped into action. He finally knew exactly what he had to do. With steel in his voice, he announced he wanted his baronial house raised to Viscount status, making the first real leap on his road to power. The king granted his wish on the spot, and Iris leaned in to tell him everything was set. She'd send a royal letter to his father to lock in the ceremony for real. A soft, barely there smile tugged at her lips. From the gallery, a Disaviskov tore through the hall, pure jealousy, and Yuki instantly recognized the vibe, snapping into full alert mode. Prince Cain snapped his gaze to Odette, praising her role, then drove Yuki's familiars into battle until they overwhelmed the Lord of Beasts. Because of her incredible achievements, they promoted her into a Quays, C-rank mage. Odette nodded with steel in her eyes, vowing to keep pushing with everything she had. With the rewards talk finally wrapped up, they landed a massive pile of gold, and the power to serve as guardian knights stationed at the palace where Iris lived, and the whole audience walked out without a single problem. But they weren't turned away. Prince Cain and Iris ushered them into a private room for a discussion that was way more serious. The prince didn't waste a second. He sprinted straight to the Magic Guild matter that landed on their shoulders. He dropped a grim truth. Soon, every ancient relic seal would snap open. The news hit like a punch, absolute shock. Odette confirmed they'd tracked down real leads inside the enemy's hideout. Cain pressed on, saying their kingdom still had a few ancient relics, but the collection was tiny. If those remnants of the Elysium Temple, who fled north to build the empire after the Great War, still kept their huge stash of power, the fallout would be downright catastrophic. Even if it stayed sealed through the war, the instant those seals shatter, the empire explodes into an unstoppable, terrifying force. The army? That last great war only stopped because ancient relics got knocked out for good, until they wake up again, and then you can kiss peace goodbye. So Kane declared it like a battle plan. We've cooked up a countermeasure. They'll throw the Magic Guild's entire might at the Great Dungeon, Elysian, and go hunting for answers. The old rules get tossed out, and suddenly you're free to push from the first floor straight down into the deepest, unknown levels. That announcement hit Iris and Odette like a lightning strike. Kane figured that if they did this, they might stumble onto hidden ancient magic and rare treasures, boosting their own power enough to stand toe-to-toe with the Empire. With rewards dangled for every discovery, the guild members stayed fired up and ready to chase the next one. Odette couldn't stay quiet. She blasted her warning about the deadly dangers of Elysian. Kane promised her that the explorers would be split into teams, and once they dropped into the deeper layers where space and time warp, only crews led by C ranks or higher would be allowed to go on. How far they'd plunge would be up to the team leader's call. That's when Yuuki finally clocked it. His jump to a C-rank mage wasn't random at all. Kane, blown away by Yuki's sharp thinking, stepped up and formally offered him the team leader role for the Elysian exploration, where they'd hunt ancient magic and priceless items. Problems hit hard, but Yuki didn't flinch. He accepted without hesitation. The prince looked genuinely shocked by how fast he agreed. Odette and Iris knew one thing for sure. Yuki would never turn down a shot at new titles and raw power. Kane slammed the truth down. This expedition was pure danger, and the call was mine to make. But Yuki stood his ground. This request wasn't just talk, it genuinely grabbed his interest. This was the chance to finally crack what that ancient magical civilization was chasing, and dig up every secret they dared to leave behind. He truly thought they forged those magical tools just like the Lords did, built to empower humanity, and maybe even to chase immortality itself. These cursed items handed him absorbing magic that tore through monsters, mines, and every boost, absurdly violent, sky-high flight included, pushed him past anything a normal human could survive. He couldn't shake this personal hunch. Elysian's people weren't just afraid of death, they outright refused to accept it. If he could crack immortality, he'd shield Iris and Martha for all eternity. Even if he couldn't pull it off, finding fresh magic and rare items would still boost his status, letting him earn more for Iris. And maybe, just maybe, he'll stumble on relics that make his life 10 times easier. Here, whether Prince Kane genuinely cared about him or had some nasty plan up his sleeve, Yuki knew he couldn't refuse this, no matter what.